There are many other kinds of cells, so we can tell some really interesting stories about where cells come from and how they become unified.
Is this the first, or at least humans tend to think that this is the level
Pirate
in which
radio,
the self,
baby.
the capital S, is first
I don't
born.
think it's shit.
But and we really don't want to see
Really?
human civilization or Earth itself as one living organism.
Yeah,
that's very uncomfortable to us.
it is.
But is where's the self born?
We have to. So what I like is I'll tell you two quick stories. So I like to roll back. So here's a paramecium, and you see it. It's a single cell organism. You see it doing various things, and people will say, "Okay, I'm sure there's some chemical story to be told about how it's doing it, so that's not precognition, right?" And people will argue about that. I like to work it backwards. Let's agree that you and I, as we sit here, are examples of precognition. If anything, if there's anything that's precognition, we are examples of it. Now let's just roll back slowly, right? So you roll back to the time when you were a small child and doing whatever. And then just sort of day by day, you roll back, and eventually you become more or less that paramecium, and then you're sort of even below that, right? As an unfertilized oocyte. So no one has, to my knowledge, no one has come up with any convincing discrete step at which my cognitive powers disappear. Right? It just doesn't. The biology doesn't offer any specific step. It's incredibly smooth and continuous. And so I think this idea that it just sort of magically shows up at one point, and then humans have true selves that don't exist elsewhere. I think it runs against everything we know about evolution, everything we know about developmental biology. These are all slow continua. And the other really important story I want to tell is where embryos come from. So think about this for a second. Amniote embryos, so this is humans, birds, and so on, mammals and birds, and so on. Imagine a flat disk of cells. So there's maybe 50,000 cells, and in that, so when you get an egg from a fertilized, let's say you buy a fertilized egg from a farm, right? That egg will have about 50,000 cells in a flat disk, which is a little tiny little frisbee, and in that flat disk, what will happen is there'll be one set of cells will become special, and it will tell all the other cells, I'm going to be the head, you guys don't be the head. And so it'll amplify symmetry breaking, amplification. You get one embryo. There's some neural tissue, some other stuff forms. Now you say, okay, I had one egg and one embryo, and there you go. What else could it be? Well, the reality is, and I did all of this as a grad student. If you take a little needle and you make a scratch in that plastic or in that disc such that the cells can't talk to each other. For a while it heals up, but for a while they can't talk to each other. What will happen is that both regions will decide that they can be the embryo, and there will be two of them. And then when they heal up, they become conjoined twins. And you can make two, you can make three, you can make lots. So the question of how many cells are in there cannot be answered until it's actually played all the way through. It isn't necessarily that there's just one. There could be many. So what you have is this medium, this undifferentiated. I'm sure there's a psychological version of this somewhere that I don't know the proper terminology, but you have this like ocean of potentiality. You have these thousands of cells, and some number of individuals are going to be formed out of it. Usually one, sometimes zero, sometimes several, and they form out of these cells because a region of these cells organizes into a collective that will have goals that individual cells don't have. For example, make a limb, make an eye. How many eyes? Well, exactly 2. So individual cells don't know what an eye is. They don't know how many eyes you're supposed to have, but the collective does. The collective has goals and memories and anticipations that the individual cells don't. And that the establishment of that boundary with its own ability to maintain, to pursue certain goals, that's the origin of selfhood.
But is that goal in there somewhere? Are they always destined? Like, are they discovering that goal? Like, where the hell did evolution discover this? When you went prokaryotes to eukaryotic cells, and then they started making groups, and when you make a certain group, you make it sound, and it's such a tricky thing to try to understand. You make it sound like this cells didn't get together and came up with a goal, but the very act of them getting together revealed the goal that was always there. There was always that potential for that goal.
So the first thing to say is that there are way more questions here than certainties. Okay, so everything I'm telling you is cutting edge developing stuff. So it's not as if any of us know the answer to this. But here's my opinion on this. I think I don't think that evolution produces solutions to specific problems. In other words, specific environments. Like here's a frog that can live well in a froggy environment. I think what evolution produces is problem-solving machines that will solve problems in different spaces. So not just three-dimensional space. This goes back to what we were talking about before. The brain is evolutionarily a late development. It's a system that is able to pursue goals in three-dimensional space by giving commands to muscles. Where did that system come from? That system evolved from a much more ancient, evolutionarily, much more ancient system where collections of cells gave instructions for cell behaviors, meaning cells move, to divide, to die, to change into different cell types, to navigate morphospace, the space of anatomies, the space of all possible anatomies. And before that, cells were navigating transcriptional space, which is the space of all possible gene expressions. And before that, metabolic space. So what evolution has done, I think, is produced hardware that is very good at navigating different spaces using a bag of tricks, right? Which I'm sure many of them we can steal for autonomous vehicles and robotics and various things. And what happens is that they navigate these spaces without a whole lot of commitment to what the space is. In fact, they don't know what the space is, right? We are all brains in a vat, so to speak. Every cell does not know, right? Every cell is some other cell's external environment. Right? So where does that border between you and the outside world? You don't really know where that is, right? Every collection of cells has to figure that out from scratch. And the fact that evolution requires all of these things to figure out what they are, what effectors they have, what sensors they have, where does it make sense to draw a boundary between me and the outside world? The fact that you have to build all that from scratch, this autopoiesis, is what defines the border of a self. Now, biology uses like a multi-scale competency architecture, meaning that every level has goals. So molecular networks have goals, cells have goals, tissues, organs, colonies, and it's the interplay of all of those that enable biology to solve problems in new ways. For example, in xenobots and various other things. This is, it's exactly as you said. In many ways, the cells are discovering new ways of being. But at the same time, evolution certainly shapes all this. So evolution is very good at this agential bioengineering, right? When evolution is discovering a new way of being an animal, an animal or a plant or something, sometimes it's by changing the hardware, changing the protein structure and so on. But much of the time, it's not by changing the hardware, it's by changing the signals that the cells give to each other. It's doing what we as engineers do, which is try to convince the cells to do various things by using signals, experiences, stimuli. That's what biology does. It has to, because it's not dealing with a blank slate. Every time, if you're evolution, you're trying to make an organism, you're not dealing with a passive material that is fresh and you have to specify. It already wants to do certain things. So the easiest way to do that search to find whatever is going to be adaptive is to find the signals that are going to convince themselves to do various things. Right?
Your sense is that evolution operates both in the software and the hardware, and it's just easier and more efficient to operate in the software.
Yes, and I should also say I don't think the distinction is sharp. In other words, I think it's a continuum. But I think it's a meaningful distinction where you can make changes to a particular protein, and now the enzymatic function is different, and it metabolizes differently, and whatever, and that will have implications for fitness. Or you can change the huge amount of information in the genome that isn't structural at all. It's signal. It's when and how do cells say certain things to each other, and that can have massive changes as far as how it's going to solve problems.
I mean, this idea of multi-hierarchical competence architecture, which is incredible to think about. So this hierarchy that evolution builds, I don't know who's responsible for this. I also see the incompetence of bureaucracies of humans when they get together. So how the hell does evolution build this? Where at every level, only the best get to stick around. They somehow figure out how to do their job without knowing the bigger picture. And then there's like the bosses that do the bigger thing somehow. Or you can now abstract away the small group of cells as an organ or something. And then that organ does something bigger in the context of the full body or something like this. How is that built? Is there some intuition you can kind of provide of how that's constructed that that hierarchical competence architecture. I love that competence. Just the word competence is pretty cool in this context because everybody's good at their jobs.
Yeah, it's really key. And the other nice thing about competency is that, so my central belief in all of this is that engineering is the right perspective on all of this stuff because it gets you away from subjective terms. People talk about sentience and this and that. Those things are very hard to define. People argue about them philosophically. I think that engineering terms like competency, like pursuit of goals, right? All of these things are empirically incredibly useful because you know it when you see it. And if it helps you build, right? If I can pick the right level, I say this thing has, I believe this is X level of like competency. I think it's like a thermostat, or I think it's like a better thermostat, or I think it's various other kinds of many different kinds of complex systems. If that helps me to control and predict and build such systems, then that's all there is to say. There's no more philosophy to argue on. So I like competency in that way because you can quantify. You have to make a claim competent at what, and then or if I tell you it has a goal, the question is what's the goal and how do you know? And I say, well, because every time I deviated from this particular state, that's what it's energy to get back to. That's the point. We can quantify it. We can be objective about it. So we're not used to thinking about this. I give a talk sometimes, why don't robots get cancer, right? And the reason robots don't get cancer is because generally speaking, with a few exceptions, our architectures we've got a bunch of dumb parts, and you hope that if you put them together, the overlying machine will have some intelligence and do something or other, right? But the individual parts don't care. They don't have an agenda. Biology isn't like that. Every level has an agenda, and the final outcome is the result of cooperation and competition both within and across levels. So, for example, during embryogenesis, your tissues and organs are competing with each other. And it's actually a really important part of development. There's a reason they compete with each other. They're not all just helping each other. They're also competing for information, for limited and metabolic constraints. But to get back to your other point, which is this seems like really efficient and good and so on compared to some of our human efforts, we also have to keep in mind that what happens here is that each level bends the option space to the level beneath, so that your parts basically they don't see the geometry. So I'm using and I think I take this seriously. Terminology from relativity, right? Where the space is literally bent. So the option space is deformed by the higher levels. So that the lower levels, all they really have to do is go down their concentration gradient. They don't have to. In fact, they can't know what the big picture is. But if you bend the space just right, if they do what locally seems right, they end up doing your bidding. They end up doing things that are optimal in the higher space. Conversely, because the components are good at getting their job done, you as the higher level don't need to try to compute all the low-level controls. All you're doing is bending the space. You don't know or care how they're going to do it. Here's a super simple example in the tadpole. We found that, so tadpoles need to become frogs, and to go from a tadpole head to a frog head, you have to rearrange the face. So the eyes have to move forward, the jaws have to come out, the nostrils move, like everything. It used to be thought that because all tadpoles look the same and all frogs look the same, if you just remember if every piece just moves in the right direction, the right amount, then you get your frog, right? So we decided I had this hypothesis that I thought actually the system's probably more intelligent than that. So what did we do? We made what we call Picasso tadpoles. So everything is scrambled. So the eyes are on the back of the head, the jaws are off to the side, everything's scrambled. Well, guess what they make? They make pretty normal frogs because all the different things move around in novel paths configurations until they get to the correct froggy sort of frog face configuration, then they stop. So the thing about that is, now imagine evolution, right? So you make some sort of mutation, and it does, like every mutation, it does many things. So something good comes of it, but also it moves your mouth off to the side, right? Now, if there wasn't this multi-scale competency, you can see where this is going. If there wasn't this multi-scale competency, the organism would be dead. Your fitness is zero because you can't eat. And you would never get to explore the other beneficial consequences of that mutation. You'd have to wait until you find some other way of doing it without moving them up. That's really hard. So the fitness landscape would be incredibly rugged. Evolution would take forever. The reason it works, well, one of the reasons it works so well is because you do that, no worries, the mouth will find its way where it belongs, right? So now you get to explore. So what that means is that all of these mutations that otherwise would be deleterious are now neutral because the competency of the parts make up for all kinds of things. So all the noise of development, all the variability in the environment, all these things, the competency of the parts makes up for it. So that's all fantastic, right? That's all great. The only other thing to remember when we compare this to human efforts is this: every component has its own goals in various spaces, usually with very little regard for the welfare of the other levels. So as a simple example, you as a complex system, you will go out and you will do, jujitsu or whatever. You'll have to go rock climbing, scrape a bunch of cells off your hands, and then you're happy as a system, right? You come back and you accomplish some goals and you're really happy. Those cells are dead. They're gone, right? Did you think about those cells? Not really, right? You had some bruising out.
Selfish SLB.
Right? That's it. And so that's the thing to remember is that, and we know this from history is that just being a collective isn't enough, because what the goals of that collective will be relative to the welfare of the individual parts is a massively open
The
question.
ends justify the means. I'm
There you
telling you, Stalin was onto something. No,
So that's the danger.
well, exactly. That's the danger of for us humans. We have to construct ethical systems under which we don't take seriously the full mechanism of biology and apply it to the way the world functions, which is an interesting line we've drawn. The world that built us is the one we reject in some sense when we construct human societies. The idea that this country was founded on that all men are created equal. That's such a fascinating idea. It's like you're fighting against nature. And saying, well, there's something bigger here than a hierarchical competency architecture. There's so many interesting things you said. So from an algorithmic perspective, the act of bending the option space, that's really profound. Because if you look at the way AI systems are built today, there's a big system, like you said, with robots, and as a goal. And he gets better and better at optimizing that goal, at accomplishing that goal. But if biology built a hierarchical system where everything is doing computation and everything is accomplishing the goal, not only that, it's kind of dumb, with the bent option space, it's just doing the thing that's the easiest thing for it, in some sense. And somehow that allows you to have turtles on top of turtles, literally dumb systems on top of dumb systems, that as a whole create something incredibly smart.
Yeah, I mean, every system has some degree of intelligence in its own problem domain. So cells will have problems we're trying to solve in physiological space, transcriptional space, and I can give you some cool examples of that. But the collective is trying to solve problems in anatomical space, right? And forming a creature and growing your blood vessels and so on. And then the collective, the whole body is solving yet other problems. They may be in social space or linguistic space and three-dimensional space. And who knows, the group might be solving problems in I don't know, some sort of financial space or something. So one of the major differences with most AIs today is the kind of flatness of the architecture, but also the fact that they're constructed from outside their borders and their so to a large extent, and of course there are counterexamples now, but to a large extent, our technology is such that you create a machine or a robot, it knows what its sensors are, it knows what its effectors are, it knows the boundary between it and the outside world. All this is given from the outside. Biology constructs this from scratch. Now, the best example of this that originally in robotics was actually Josh Bongart's work in 2006, where he made these robots that did not know their shape to start with. So, like a baby sort of floundered around. This is, well, I did this and I moved in this way. Well, maybe I'm a whatever. Maybe I have wheels, or maybe I have 6 legs, or whatever. Right? And they would make them on them eventually. So that's really good. That's part of the outer pieces. But we can go a step further, and some people are doing this, and they're sort of working on some of this too. Is this idea that let's even go back further? You don't even know what sensors you have. You don't know where you end in the outside world begins. All you have is certain things like active inference, meaning you're trying to minimize surprise. Right? You have some metabolic constraints. You don't have all the energy you need. You don't have all the time in the world to think about everything you want to think about. So that means that you can't afford to be a micro reductionist. All this data coming in, you have to course grain it and say, I'm going to take all this stuff. I'm going to call that a cat. I'm going to take all this. I'm going to call that the edge of the table I don't want to fall off of. And I don't want to know anything about the micro states. What I want to know is what is the optimal way to cut up my world. And by the way, this thing over here, that's me. And the reason that's me is because I have more control over this than I have over any of this other stuff. And so now you can begin to, right? So that's self-construction, that figuring out, making models of the outside world and then turning that inwards and starting to make a model of yourself, right? Which immediately starts to get into issues of agency and control, because in order to, if you are under metabolic constraints, meaning you don't have the energy, right, that all the energy in the world, you have to be efficient. That immediately forces you to start telling stories about coarse-grained agents that do things, right? You don't have the energy to, like Laplace's demon, calculate every possible state that's going to happen. You have to coarse-grain, and you have to say that is the kind of creature that does things, either things that I avoid or things that I go towards. That's a major food or whatever it's going to be. And so, right at the base of very simple organisms starting to make models of agents doing things, that is the origin of models of free will, basically, right? Because you see the world around you as having agency, and then you turn that on yourself and you say, wait, I have agency too. I do things, right? And then you make decisions about what you're going to do. So all of this one model is to view all of those kinds of things as being driven by that early need to determine what you are and to do so, and to then take actions in the most energetically efficient space possible. Right?
So free will emerges when you try to simplify, tell a nice narrative about your environment.
I think that's very possible. Yeah.
Do you think free will is an illusion? So you're kind of implying that it's a useful hack.
Well, I'll say two things. The first thing is I think it's very plausible to say that any organism that's or any agent that's biological or not, any agent that self-constructs under energy constraints is going to believe in free will. We'll get to whether it has free will momentarily, but I think what it definitely drives is a view of yourself and the outside world as an agential view. I think that's inescapable.
So that's true for even primitive organisms.
I think so. I think that now they don't have. Now, obviously, you have to scale down, right? So they don't have the kinds of complex metacognition that we have, so they can do long-term planning and thinking about free will and so on. But
the sense of agency is really useful to accomplish a task, simple or complicated.
That's right. In all kinds of spaces, not just in obvious three-dimensional space. I mean, we're very good. The thing is, humans are very good at detecting agency of like medium-sized objects moving at medium speeds in the three-dimensional world, right? We see a bowling ball and we see a mouse, and we immediately know what the difference is, right? And how we're going to
mostly things you can eat and get eaten by.
Yeah. That's our training set, right? From the time you're little, your training set is visual data on this like little chunk of your experience. But imagine if from the time that we were born, we had innate senses of your blood chemistry. If you could feel your blood chemistry the way you can see, right? You had a high bandwidth connection, and you could feel your blood chemistry. You could see, you could sense all the things that your organs were doing, so your pancreas, your liver, all of this. If we had that, we would be very good at detecting intelligence in physiological space. We would know the level of intelligence that our various organs were deploying to deal with things that were coming, to anticipate the stimuli, but we're just terrible at that. We don't, in fact, people don't even, you talk about intelligence in these patient spaces and molecular, that's just crazy because all we know is motion.
We do have access to that information, so it's actually possible that evolution could, if it wanted to construct an organism that's able to perceive the flow of blood through your body, the way you see an old friend and say, yo, what's up? How's the wife and the kids? In that same way, you would feel like a connection to the liver.
Yeah. I think,
maybe other people's liver, or no, just your own, because you don't have access to other people's.
Not yet, but you could imagine some really interesting connection, right? But
like sexual selection, like, ooh, that girl's got a nice liver. Like the way her blood flows, the dynamics of the blood It's very interesting. It's novel. I've never seen one of those.
But that's exactly what we're trying to half-ass when we judge the judgment of any by facial symmetry and so on. That's a half-ass assessment of exactly that. Because if your cells could not cooperate enough to keep your organism symmetrical, you can make some inferences about what else is wrong, right? Like that's a very basic.
Interesting. Yeah. So in a deep sense, actually, that is what we're doing. We're trying to infer how healthy, we use the word healthy, but basically how functional is this biological system I'm looking at, so I can hook up with that one and make offspring.
Yeah. Well, what kind of hardware might their genomics give me that might be useful in the future?
I wonder why evolution uses high resolution signal. Like, why the whole peacock thing with the feathers? It doesn't seem. It's a very low band signal for sexual selection.
I'm not an expert on this stuff, but but I'll take a stab at the reason. I think that it's because it's an arms race. You see, you don't want everybody to know everything about you. So I think that as much as, and in fact, there's another interesting part of this arms race, which is, if you think about this, the most adaptive, evolvable system is one that has the most level of top-down control, right? If it's really easy to say to a bunch of cells, make another finger, versus, okay, here's 10,000 gene expression changes that you need to do to change your finger, right? The system with good top-down control that has memory, and we need to get back to that, by the way, it's a question I didn't neglect to answer about where the memory is and so on. A system that uses all of that is really highly evolved, and that's fantastic. But guess what? It's also highly subject to hijacking by parasites, by cheaters of various kinds, by conspecifics. Like we found that and then that goes back to the story of the pattern memory in this planaria. There's a bacterium that lives on this planaria. That bacterium has an input into how many heads the worm is going to have, because it hijacks that control system. It's able to make
Zuckerberg, what are we doing here?
Basically interfaces with the system that calculates how many heads you're supposed to have, and they can make them have 2 heads. And so you can imagine that if you are two, so you want to be understandable for your own parts to understand each other, but you don't want to be too understandable, because you'll be too easily controllable. And so I think that my guess is that opposing pressure keeps this from being a super high bandwidth kind of thing where we could just look at somebody and know everything about them.
It's a kind of biological game of Texas Hold'em.
Yeah.
You're showing some cards and you're hiding other cards. And part of it is bluffing and all that. And there's probably whole species that would be way too much bluffing. That's probably what peacocks fall. There's a book that I don't remember if I read, if I read summaries of the book. It's about the evolution of beauty in birds. Is that from? Is that a book or just Dawkins book? But basically, there's some species start to like over-select for beauty. Not over-select. They just for some reason select for beauty. There is a case to be made. Actually, now I'm starting to remember. I think Darwin himself made a case that you can select based on beauty alone. So
Yeah,
that beauty, there's a point where beauty doesn't represent some underlying biological truth. You start to select for beauty itself. And I think the deep question is there some evolutionary value to beauty? But it's an interesting kind of thought that this is something that we deviate completely from the deep biological truth to actually appreciate some kind of the summarization in itself. Let me get back to memory, because this is a really interesting idea. How do a collection of cells remember anything? How do biological systems remember anything? How is that akin to the kind of memory we think of humans as having within our big cognitive engine?
Yeah. One of the ways to start thinking about bioelectricity is to ask ourselves, where did neurons and all these cool tricks that the brain uses to run these amazing problem-solving abilities on and basically an electrical network, right? Where did that come from? They didn't just evolve and appear out of nowhere. It must have evolved from something. And what it evolved from was a much more ancient ability of cells to form networks to solve other kinds of problems. For example, to navigate morphospace, control of the body's shape. And so all of the components of neurons, so ion channels, neurotransmitter machinery, electrical synapses, all this stuff is way older than brains, way older than neurons, in fact, older than multicellularity. And so it was already there, even bacterial biofilms. There's some beautiful work for UCSD on brain-like dynamics of bacterial biofilms. So evolution figured out very early on that electrical networks are amazing at having memories, at integrating information across distance, and different kinds of optimization tasks, image recognition, and so on, long before there were brains.
Can you actually step back and return to it? What is bioelectricity? What is biochemistry? What are electrical networks? I think a lot of the biology community focuses on the chemicals as the signaling mechanisms that make the whole thing work. You have, I think, to a large degree, uniquely, maybe you can correct me on that, on the bioelectricity, which is using electricity for signaling. There's also probably mechanical,
Sure.
like knocking on the door. So what's the difference, and what's an electrical network?
Yeah. So I want to make sure and kind of give credit where credit is due. So as far back as 1903 and probably late 1800s already, people were thinking about the importance of electrical phenomena in life. So I'm for sure not the first person to stress the importance of electricity. There were waves of research in the 30s, in the 40s, and then again in the kind of 70s, 80s, and 90s of sort of the pioneers of bioelectricity who did some amazing work on all this. I think what we've done that's new is to step away from this idea that, and I'll describe what the bioelectricity is step away from the idea that, well, here's another piece of physics that you need to keep track of to understand the physiology and development, and to really start looking at this as saying, no, this is a privileged computational layer that gives you access to the actual cognition of the tissue, of basal cognition. So merging that developmental biophysics with ideas in cognition, of computation, and so on. I think that's what we've done that's new. But people have been talking about bioelectricity for a really long time, and so I'll define that. So what happens is that if you have a single cell has a membrane. In that membrane are proteins called ion channels, and those proteins allow charged molecules, potassium, sodium, chloride, to go in and out under certain circumstances. And when there's an imbalance of those ions, there becomes a voltage gradient across that membrane. And so all living cells try to hold a particular kind of voltage difference across the membrane, and they spend a lot of energy to do so. When you so that's a single cell. When you have multiple cells sitting next to each other, they can communicate their voltage state to each other via a number of different ways, but one of them is the thing called a gap junction, which is basically like a little submarine hatch that just kind of docks, right? And the ions from one side can flow to the other side and vice versa. So
isn't it incredible that this evolved? Isn't that wild? Because that didn't exist.
Correct. This had to be evolved and
had to be invented.
That's right.
Somebody invented electricity in the ocean. When did this get invented?
Yeah. So I mean, it is incredible. The guy who discovered gap junctions, Werner Lowenstein, I visited him. He was really old. He discovered it.
Because we really discovered that was probably 4 billion years ago. So you're give credit where credit is due.
He rediscovered gap junctions. But when I visited him in Woods Hole maybe 20 years ago now, he told me that he was writing. Unfortunately, he passed away, and I think this book never got written. He was writing a book on gap junctions and consciousness, and I think it would have been an incredible book because gap junctions are magic. I'll explain why in a minute. What happens is that, just imagine, the thing about both these ion channels and these gap junctions is that many of them are themselves voltage sensitive. So that's a voltage sensitive current conductance. That's a transistor. And as soon as you've invented one, immediately you now get access to, from the platonic space of mathematical truth, you get access to all of the cool things that transistors do. So now, when you have a network of cells, not only do they talk to each other, but they can send messages to each other, and the differences in voltage can propagate. Now, to neuroscientists, this is old hat because you see this in the brain, right? There's action potentials, the electricity. They have these awesome movies where you can take a transparent animal like a zebrafish, you can literally look down and you can see all the firings as the fish is like making decisions about what to eat and things like that. It's amazing. Well, your whole body is doing it all the time, just much slower. So there are very few things that neurons do that other cells, that all the cells in your body don't do. They all do very similar things, just on a much slower time scale. And whereas your brain is thinking about how to solve problems in three-dimensional space, the cells in an embryo are thinking about how to solve problems in anatomical space. They're trying to have memories like, hey, how many fingers are we supposed to have? Well, how many do we have now? What do we do to get from here to there? That's the kind of problems they're thinking about. And the reason that gap junctions are magic is magic, right? From the earliest time. Here are two cells. This cell, how can they communicate? Well, the simple version is this cell could send the chemical signal, it floats over and it hits a receptor on this cell, right? Because it comes from outside, this cell can very easily tell that came from outside. This is whatever information is coming. That's not my information. That information is coming from the outside. So I can trust it. I can ignore it. I can do various things with it, whatever. But I know it comes from the outside. Now imagine instead that you have two cells with a gap junction between them. Something happens. Let's say this cell gets poked. There's a calcium spike. The calcium spike or whatever small molecule signal propagates through the gap junction to this cell. There's no ownership metadata on that signal. This cell does not know now that it came from outside because it looks exactly like its own memories would have looked like of whatever it had. So gap junctions, to some extent, wipe ownership information on data, which means that if you and I are sharing memories and we can't quite tell who the memories belong to, that's the beginning of a mind meld. That's the beginning of a scale up of cognition from here's me and here's you to no, now there's just us.
So they enforce a collective intelligence.
That's right.
Gap junctions.
That's right. It helps. It's the beginning. It's not the whole story, but it's just the start.
Where's state stored of the system?
So
is it in part in the gap junctions themselves? Is it in the cells?
There are many, many layers to this, as always in biology. So there are chemical networks. So, for example, gene regulatory networks, right, which are basically any kind of chemical pathway where different chemicals activate and repress each other. They can store memories. So, in the dynamical system sense, they can store memories. They can get into stable states that are hard to pull them out of, right? So that becomes once they get in, that's a memory, a permanent memory of or a semi-permanent memory of something that's happened. There are cytoskeletal structures, right, that are physically they store memories in physical configuration. There are electrical memories like flip-flops where there is no physical, right? So if you look, I show my students this example as a flip-flop, and the reason that it stores a 0 or 1 is not because some piece of the hardware moved. It's because there's a cycling of the current in one side of the thing. If I come over and I hold I hold the other side to a high voltage for a brief period of time, it flips over and now it's here. But none of the hardware, the information is in a stable dynamical sense. And if you were to X-ray the thing, you couldn't tell me if it was 0 or 1, because all you would see is where the hardware is. You wouldn't see the energetic state of the system. So there are bioelectrical states that are held in that exact way, like volatile RAM, basically, like in the electrical state.
It's very akin to the different ways the memory is stored in a computer. So RAM, hard drives.
You can make that happen, right? So I think the interesting thing is that based on the biology, we can have a more sophisticated, I think we can revise some of our computer engineering methods because there are some interesting things in biology that we haven't done yet. But you can that mapping is not bad.
Yeah, I wonder the way we build computers. At the root of computer science is the idea of proof of correctness. We program things to be perfect, reliable. This idea of resilience and robustness to unknown conditions is not as important. So that's what biology is really good at. So I don't know what kind of systems. I don't know how we go from a computer to a biological system in the future.
Yeah, I think that the thing about biology is all about making really important decisions really quickly on very limited information. I mean, that's what biology is all about. You have to act now. The stakes are very high, and you don't know most of what you need to know to be perfect. And so there's not even an attempt to be perfect or to get it right in any sense. There are just things like active inference, minimize surprise, optimize some efficiency, and some things like this that guides the whole business.
I mentioned to you offline that somebody who's a fan of your work is Andre Karpathy, and he's amongst many things also writes occasionally a great blog. And he came up with this idea. I don't know if he coined the term, but of software 2.0, where the programming is done in the space of configuring these artificial neural networks. Is there some sense in which that would be the future of programming for us humans, where we're less doing like Python-like programming and more? How would that look like? But basically, doing the hyperparameters of something akin to a biological system and watching it go and keeping it, adjusting it, and creating some kind of feedback loop within the system so it corrects itself. And then we watch it over time accomplish the goals we wanted to accomplish. Is that kind of the dream of the dogs that you described in your nature paper?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you just painted is a very good description of our efforts at regenerative medicine as a kind of somatic psychiatry. So the idea is that you're not trying to micromanage. I mean, think about the limitations of a lot of the medicines today.
Fuck this shit.
Try to interact down at the level of pathways, right? So we're trying to micromanage it. What's the problem? One problem is that for almost every medicine other than antibiotics, once you stop it, the problem comes right back. You haven't fixed anything. You were addressing symptoms, curing anything again except for antibiotics. That's one problem. The other problem is you have massive amount of side effects because you were trying to interact at the lowest level. It's right. It's like I'm gonna try to program this computer by changing the melting point of copper. Like maybe you can do things that way, but my God, it's hard to program it right at the hardware level. So what I think we're starting to understand is that, and by the way, this goes back to what you were saying before about that we could have access to our internal state, right? So people who practice that kind of stuff, right? So yoga and biofeedback and those are all the people that uniformly will say things like, well, the body has an intelligence and this and that, right? Like those two sets overlap perfectly because that's exactly right. Because once you start thinking about it that way, you realize that the better locus of control is not always at the lowest level. This is why we don't all program with a soldering iron, right? We take advantage of the high level intelligences that are there, which means trying to figure out, okay, which of your tissues can learn, what can they learn, why is it that certain drugs stop working after you take them for a while with its habituation, right? And so can we understand habituation, sensitization, associative learning, these kinds of things in chemical pathways? We're going to have a completely different way, I think. We're going to have a completely different way of using drugs and medicine in general when we start focusing on the goal states and on the intelligence of our subsystems, as opposed to treating everything as if the only path was micromanagement from chemistry upwards.
Well, can you speak to this idea of somatic psychiatry? What are somatic cells? How do they form networks that use bioelectricity to have memory and all those kinds of things?
Yeah.
What are somatic cells? Like basics.
The somatic cells just means the cells of your body. So much just means body, right? So somatic cells are just this. I'm not even specifically making a distinction between somatic cells and stem cells or anything like that. I mean, basically all the cells of your body, not just neurons, but all the cells of your body. They form electrical networks during embryogenesis, during regeneration. What those networks are doing, in part, is processing information about what our current shape is and what the goal shape is. Now, how do I know this? Because I can give you a couple of examples. One example is when we started studying this, we said, okay, here's a planarian. Planarian is a flatworm. It has one head and one tail normally. And there's several amazing things about planaria, but basically they kind of, I think planaria hold the answer to pretty much every deep question of life. For one thing, they're similar to our ancestors, so they have true symmetry. They have a true brain. They're not like earthworms. They're much more advanced life form. They have lots of different internal organs, but they're these little. They're about maybe 2 centimeters in the centimeter to 2 in size. They have a head and a tail. And the first thing is planaria are immortal. So they do not age. There's no such thing as an old planarian. So that right there tells you that these theories of thermodynamic limitations on lifespan are wrong. It's not that well over time if everything degrades. No, planaria can keep it going for probably, how long have they been around? 400 million years, right? So these are the planaria in our lab are actually in physical continuity with planaria that were here 400 million years ago.
So there's planaria that have lived that long,
bro.
essentially. What does he mean physical continuity?
Because what they do is they split in half. The way they
I love
reproduce is
bird
they
toast.
split in half.
Sometimes
So the planaria, the
when I
back,
have a
the back end
toast,
grabs the
I'll
petri
burn
dish,
it
the front end takes off,
just
and
to
they
eat it.
completely rip
It
themselves.
tastes like
But
fucking
isn't it some sense
charcoal.
we're like you are a physical continuation?
Yes, except that we go through a
What is
bottleneck
this
of one
bullshit?
cell, which is the egg. They do not. I mean, they can. There are certain planaria that
Got it. So we go through a very ruthless compression process, and they don't.
Yes,
All right.
autoencoder, just sort of squashed down to one cell and then back out. These guys just tear themselves in half, and then so the other amazing thing about them is they regenerate. So you can cut them into pieces. The record is, I think, 276 or something like that by Thomas Hunt Morgan. And each piece regrows a perfect little one. They know exactly, every piece knows exactly what's missing, what needs to happen. In fact, if you chop it in half, as it grows, the other half, the original tissue shrinks so that when the new tiny head shows up, they're proportional. So it keeps a perfect proportion. If you starve them, they shrink. If you feed them again, they expand. Their anatomical control is just insane.
Somebody cut them into over 200 pieces.
Yeah. Thomas Hunt Morgan.
Hashtag science.
Yep, amazing. Yeah, and maybe more. I mean, they didn't have antibiotics back then. I bet he lost some due to infection. I bet it's actually more than that. I bet you could do more than that.
Humans can't do that.
Well, yes. True, except
maybe
that
you can at the embryonic level.
Well, that's the thing, right? So I tell when I talk about this, I said just remember that as amazing as it is to grow a whole planarian from a tiny fragment, half of the human population can grow a full body from one cell, right? So development is really, you can look at development as a just an example of regeneration.
Yeah, to think we'll talk about regenerative medicine, but there's some sense it would be like that worm in like 500 years, where I can just go regrow a hand.
Yep, with given time, it takes time to grow large things, but
for now,
yeah, I think so. I think
you could probably why not accelerate? Oh, biology takes its time.
I'm not going to say anything is impossible, but I don't know of a way to accelerate these processes. I think it's possible. I think we are going to be regenerative, but I don't know of a way to make it fast.
I could just think people from a few centuries from now be like, well, they used to have to wait a week for the hand to regrow. It's like when the microwave was invented. You can toast your what's that called when you put a cheese on a toast? It's delicious. Is all I know. I'm blanking. Anyway, all right. So planaria. Why were we talking about the magic of planaria? That they have the mystery of life.
Yeah. So the reason we're talking about planaria is not only are they immortal. Okay. Not only do they regenerate every part of the body, they generally don't get cancer, right? So, which we can talk about why that's important. They're smart. They can learn things, so you can train them. And it turns out that if you train a planarian and then cut their heads off, the tail will regenerate a brand new brain that still remembers the original information.
Do they have a bioelectrical network going on, or no?
Yes.
So their somatic cells are forming a network, and that's what you mean by a true brain. But what's the requirement for a true brain?
Like everything else, it's a continuum, but a true brain has certain characteristics as far as the density, like a localized density of neurons that guides behavior.
In the head.
Exactly. If you cut their head off, the tail doesn't do anything. It just sits there until the new brain until a new brain regenerates. They have all the same neurotransmitters that you and I have. But here's why we're talking about them in this context. So here's your planaria. You cut off the head, you cut off the tail, you have a middle fragment. That middle fragment has to make one head and one tail. How does it know how many of each to make, and where do they go? How come it doesn't switch up? Right? So we did a very simple thing, and we said, okay, let's make the hypothesis that there's a somatic electrical network that remembers the correct pattern, and then what it's doing is recalling that memory and building to that pattern. So what we did was we used a way to visualize electrical activity in these cells, right? It's a variant of what people use to look for electricity in the brain, and we saw that it has that fragment has a very particular electrical pattern. You can literally see it once we developed the technique. It has a very particular electrical pattern that shows you where the head and the tail goes, right? You can just see it. And then we said, okay, well, now let's test the idea that that's a memory that actually controls where the head and the tail goes. Let's change that pattern. So basically incept a false memory. And so what you can do is you can do that in many different ways. One way is with drugs that target ion channels to say, and so you pick these drugs and you say, okay, I'm going to do it so that instead of this one head, one tail electrical pattern, you have a two-headed pattern, right? You're just editing the electrical information in the network. When you do that, guess what the cells build? They build a two-headed worm. And the coolest thing about it, now no genetic changes, so we haven't touched the genome. The genome is totally altered. But the amazing thing about it is that when you take these two-headed animals and you cut them into pieces again, some of those pieces will continue to make two-headed animals. So that information, that memory, that electrical circuit, not only does it hold the information for how many heads, not only does it use that information to tell the cells what to do to regenerate, but it stores it. Once you've reset it, it keeps. And we can go back. We can take a two-headed animal and put it back to one-headed. So now imagine, so there's a couple of interesting things here that have implications for understanding of genomes and things like that. Imagine I take this two-headed animal. And by the way, when they reproduce, when they tear themselves in half, you still get two-headed animals. So imagine I take them and throw them in the Charles River over here. So 100 years later, some scientists come along and they scoop up some samples and they go, oh, there's a single-headed form and a two-headed form. Wow, a speciation event. Cool. Let's sequence the genome and see what happened. The genome's are identical. There's nothing wrong with the genome. So if you ask the question, so this goes back to your very first question, is where do body plans come from, right? How does the planarian know how many heads it's supposed to have? Now, it's interesting because you could say DNA, but what as it turns out, the DNA produces a piece of hardware that by default says one head. The way that when you turn on a calculator, by default, it says zero every single time, right? When you turn it on, it says zero. But it's a programmable calculator, as it turns out. So once you've changed that, next time it won't say zero; it'll say something else. And the same thing here. So you can make one-headed, two-headed, you can make no-headed worms. We've done some other things along these lines, some other really weird constructs. So this question of, right, so again, it's really important. The hardware-software distinction is really important because the hardware is essential, because without proper hardware, you're never going to get to the right physiology of having that memory. But once you have it, it doesn't fully determine what the information is going to be. You can have other information in there, and it's reprogrammable by us, by bacteria, by various parasites, probably, things like that. The other amazing thing about these planarias, most animals, when we have mutation in our bodies, so you can go on, you can run around 50, 60 years getting mutations. Your children don't have those mutations because we go through the egg stage. Planaria tear themselves in half, and that's how they reproduce. So for 400 million years, they keep every mutation that they've had that doesn't kill the cell that it's in. So when you look at these planaria, their bodies are what's called mixoploid, meaning that every cell might have a different number of chromosomes. They look like a tumor. If you look at the genome is an incredible mess because they accumulate all this stuff. And yet, their body structure they are the best regenerators on the planet. Their anatomy is rock solid, even though their genome is all kinds of crap. So this is kind of a scandal, right? That, when we learn that, what are genomes? Well, genomes determine your body. Okay, why does the animal with the worst genome have the best anatomical control, the most cancer resistant, the most regenerative? Really, we're just beginning to start to understand this relationship between the genomically determined hardware and by the way, just as of a couple of months ago, I think I now somewhat understand why this is, but it's really a major puzzle.
I mean, that really throws a wrench into the whole nature versus nurture. Because you usually associate electricity with the nurture, and hardware with the nature. And there's just this weird integrated mess that propagates through generations.
Yeah, it's much more fluid. It's much more complex. You can imagine what's happening here. Is just imagine the evolution of an animal like this. That multi-scale. This goes back to this multi-scale competency, right? Imagine that you have you have an animal that where its tissues have some degree of multi-scale competency. So, for example, if like we saw in the tadpole, if you put an eye on its tail, they can still see out of that eye, right? There's incredible plasticity. So if you have an animal and it comes up for selection and the fitness is quite good, evolution doesn't know whether the fitness is good because the genome was awesome or because the genome was kind of junky, but the competency made up for it, right? And things kind of ended up good. So what that means is that the more competency you have, the harder it is for selection to pick the best genomes. it hides information, right? And so that means that so what happens? Evolution starts all the hard work is being done to increase the competency because it's harder and harder to see the genomes. And so I think in planaria, what happens is that there's this one-way phenomenon where all the effort went into the algorithm, such that we know we've got a crappy genome. We can't clean up the genome. We can't keep track of it. So what's going to happen is what survives are the algorithms that can create a gray worm no matter what the genome is. So everything went into the algorithm, and which of course then reduces the pressure on keeping a clean
what Harry Potter
genome. So this idea of, right, and different animals have this at different levels. But this idea of putting energy into an algorithm that
what do you think?
does not
26 cents?
overtrain on priors, right? It can't assume. I think biology is in general. Evolution doesn't take the past too seriously because it makes
27
these
cents.
basically problem-solving machines as opposed to like exactly what to deal with exactly what happened last time.
Yeah, problem solving versus memory recall. A little memory, but a lot of problem solving.
I think so. Yeah, in many cases. Yeah.
I'll turn to a third option.
I mean, it's incredible that those kinds of systems are able to be constructed. Especially how much they contrast with what we build problem-solving systems in the AI world. Back to xenobots. I'm not sure if we ever described how xenobots are built, but you have a paper titled "Biological Robots: Perspectives on an Emerging Interdisciplinary Field," and at the beginning, you mentioned that the word xenobots is like controversial. Did you guys get in trouble for using xenobots, or what? Do you not like the word xenobots? Are you trying to be provocative with the word xenobots versus biological robots?
They've been background characters in the story of humans.
I think the drama is basically related to people having very fixed ideas about
well,
what
that's the
terms
16th century
mean.
thing.
I think in
Whereas
many
today
cases,
it's comprised of
these
the
ideas
Netherlands,
are
Belgium,
completely out of date with
and even the
where
name of the
science is now.
Netherlands and German
And
and
for
Dutch
sure,
means the Low
they're
Countries.
out of date with what's going to be.
Now, these countries
These
definitely have
concepts
most
are
of the rest
not
of
going
Europe.
to survive the next
Compared
couple of
to
decades. So if you're asking
Italy or
for
Germany or
including
Spain or
a
France
lot
or
of people in
England,
biology,
they are relatively
kind of
new
want to keep a sharp distinction between biologicals and
the whole
robots,
region
right?
was
So what
largely
robot
uninhabited.
comes down from factory, it's made of
While there were
humans,
some
it's
individuals
and so
that
everything
were
it's
it
going
was
to do.
difficult for
It's
them
made
to
of metal,
build
it's made of organic
civilization.
materials,
It wasn't
living
very
organisms, magical.
to build much in the way of towns or cities until the Romans arrived and began industrializing the area. You see, the Low Countries are the North Sea, which
So part
they're
of
that
this
region
couple papers
where the
that
Russians
in
versus
another
the
one that Josh Bongard and I
and
wrote,
really
we're
largely
really
squashed.
attached to terminology.
It's that same region
These
that
binary
seems to
categories are
the
based on
Romans who built
very
really the first system of
non-centric surface
the Roman border in
locations
Belgium
of
was
technology and imagination that will
Fuck was that?
form,
Direction.
but and so
Like, I'm not getting
direction.
in order to live and fortify
We
this
think
force,
it's an
they built
example
roads, and because of the problem of frequent flooding and the marshy nature of the area,
ultimately,
they had to build these roads on
once
grazing
we
fields.
understand
And these
how
embankments really were the first
communicate
system
and
of
manipulate
pipes that dried out some of the low countries and allowed
we'll
people
be
to
able to
start
get
to
them
inhabit
to
the place
build
full-time.
whatever we want them to build.
Now,
And
the post-Roman
that's
history of the
it's
region
the
is
rational
extremely complicated.
construction of machines
With
that
all
are
this
useful
flooding
purposes.
and
I
politics
absolutely
of
think
Europe
that
at
this is
the
a
time,
robotics platform.
things are
whereas
very
some
difficult to
biologists
follow,
don't.
but really, this
But
is
it's
important
built
to our story.
in a way that
What is important to realize is that what became known as the Low Countries
there were no
never really
computation.
had a
So
centralized
we've been
government.
talking about. So
Occasionally, one man or
That's
another
correct.
would
And
gain
in the
power
future,
under
all of this will
unify
work
some
together
of the
because,
Low
of course, at
Countries,
some
but
point we're going
for
to
the
throw
most
the
part, they
synthetic
were
biology
essentially
circuits right to
city-states that had
transcriptional
cultural
circuits to get them to do
significance to
their
each
things.
other,
Of course,
but
we'll throw some of
weren't
that in.
really
But we
politically
specifically
aligned.
stayed
And
away
they
from all
had
of that
something of a
because in the
democratic
first
aspect
few
to them.
papers, there's
Most of
more
the
coming
people of
down
the
the
Low
pipe
Countries
that
didn't
I
seem
think
to
pretty
want a
dynamic.
single overlord over all.
We want to
The
show
cities
what
in the
the
Low
native
Countries,
cells
such
are
as
made of.
Antwerp
Because
or
what happens is,
Amsterdam,
if you
they usually
engineer
had
them out,
a
right,
governing
if you
body
put in
as a city council,
transcription factors,
led
and
mostly
put
by
metabolic machinery and
white
whatever,
men who
people
were
will say,
pillars
well,
of
okay, you
communities, but
engineered this
that
and
had a
you
more
made it do whatever.
democratic
And
thing what was going on
I
in the
wanted
rest
to
of
show,
Judaism
and the whole
and
team
Now,
wanted to
these
show
17 regions
the
of some Low
plasticity and
Countries
the
were called the
intelligence of the
states.
biology.
Well, they did have feudal lords, but those lords gave their
start
people
manipulating
certain
the hardware
what
in
are
that
called
way.
privileges.
Yeah, don't try
These
to
privileges are something that
control
today
things,
we
but
would
it's
consider
flourish.
rights. Usually they were an exemption from
the
certain
wise and
countries that would benefit the people who were
Davis, how do you
or
pronounce it?
sometimes it was the right to govern themselves in their city. Almost all of these provinces had an independent court of law in which you could be tried by a jury of your peers instead of by the local lord or judge. Now, that's not to say the church wasn't powerful in the lower countries. It was. It was the most powerful organization in Europe and had as much influence on the people in the low countries as everywhere else. However, the low countries weren't always here hot burning for the sick. It was the place that birthed and housed men like Erasmus of Rotterdam, who, though he was a Catholic his entire life, was famously critical of some of the church's not saving aspects at the time. This was something that was very common in the region. They were notorious pretty thinkers in at the time. Now, the people in the low countries, if you were to hear one of them referred, I think even today, to the enemy, they wouldn't be referring to a foreign power. Usually, they would be talking about the sea. Life in this region was centered around the sea. It was in the form of flood, as well as really the thing that kept them alive. You see, farming was a basic proposition in most of these regions. They usually didn't have farmers just on, and if it flooded with seawater, that land wasn't too good to farm. So most of the low countries made their money and their fortunes through trade and merchant activities, and due to that, the major trading hubs of all of Northern Europe grew up in the low countries, the city of Antioch. Now again, we've talked about Antioch on the show before. It was that city that was closely allied with England, largely because they bought nearly all of England's wool, the prime export of the English countryside, and cities in the region would spin that wool into some of the finest cloth made in all of Europe. Now, people from all over Europe would come to Antioch to buy that cloth, and they would trade things such as spices and fine wine, riches that you couldn't get anywhere else in Europe. So Antioch became a serious financial power in the whole world populace. However, during all of these centuries since the fall of the Roman Empire, these small principalities and dukedoms, they all stayed independent for most of their history up until the turn of the 16th century. That was when the line of dukes in the region of Burgundy began to advance power. Between shifting marriage alliances, open warfare, and sometimes outright buying land, these Burgundian dukes began to unify provinces. And then in 1543, all of the 17 provinces of the Low Countries fell under the rule finally of one man. That was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. That same emperor that was in office when Martin Luther became powerful was named. Charles V was arguably the most powerful man that Europe had seen since the height of the Roman Empire. He was heir to the Holy Roman Empire. That was his by birth. However, also his by birth from a marriage alliance a generation before, he also had control of the Low Countries. That marriage alliance was to the same line as the Burgundian dukes who had control. Now beyond that, on his mother's side, his grandparents were Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain. The Catholic monarchs, those very same monarchs that sent Christopher Columbus across the Atlantic Ocean and founded the Spanish New World Empire. Charles inherited their throne as well. So Charles ruled not only the Holy Roman Empire, not only the Low Countries, but Spain as well as all of Spain's overseas holdings, including those in the Atlantic, the North, and in the Americas. He controlled what was, in terms of sheer land mass, the largest empire the world had ever seen. This, however, proved to be a bit much for Charles V. Even the Roman emperors at the height of the empire decided they needed to split up the empire because ruling that much territory was simply too much work for one single individual. So in 1555, Charles V abdicated his throne. In his homeland, the Holy Roman Empire, in Italy and in Germany, he advocated in favor of his brothers. However, for the rest of the empire, that being essentially Spain, the Low Countries, and all of Spain's holdings overseas, he advocated that in favor of his son, Philip II. That is the same Philip II who talked about so much up until now. The Spanish king who married Queen Elizabeth's predecessor, Mary, sat on the throne of England, fought a war with those two countries as France, and finally, when Mary died and he lost his power in England, treated for peace with France and decided it was time to meet this young Queen Elizabeth.
that is
It was at those
you know,
peace talks in
the
France
hallmark
where
of intelligence,
Philip
right?
II
William James
met the
defined
Emperor
intelligence
Elizabeth.
as the ability
That
to get to
made
the same
the
goal, but
real
different
major
means.
player of our
That's it.
story.
You get to the same
A
goal,
man
but
named William of Orange.
and so why am I bringing this up?
William
It's
was
just to say
born in
that, yeah, it's important for
1533
the cells to do
as
the right
William of
stuff,
Nassau.
but they have
For those of you
incredible
who have
tolerances for
some
things
idea
not
of
being
what's
what
to
you
come,
expect,
yes,
and
that
to
will
still get
come
their
into
job
play.
done. So if you're,
He was
you know,
born the
all
son of a
these things
miner
are
in the
not
Lodge, and despite the
hardwired.
blue blood,
There
they
are
were not a
organizations that
wealthy
might be
family.
hardwired. For example,
They were a
the C.
grand total of
elegans.
17
In that
children.
organism, every cell is
His mother
numbered,
made
meaning that
clothes
every
for
C.
all
elegans has
with her own
exactly the
two
same number of
hands
cells
and
as
cooked
the other
every
C.
meal
elegans. They're
for
all
all.
in the same place. They all
This
divide
was
this
not the
literally
lack
in
of
half.
luxury he was born
That
into.
in that sort of system,
He was educated
it's
at
much
home by
more
his
better.
mother,
But
not in
most
Latin or
organisms are
Language, but
incredibly
primarily
costly.
how to read. It
Is
was
there
the Bible,
something
along with some
particularly
other
magical to
theological
you about the
works,
whole
mostly the
development of the
Calvinist
biology
and
process?
Protestantism. In a lot
Is
of
there something you
ways,
could say?
William's
You
upbringing
just
was
said
very
they're
similar
very
to
good
his
at
parents.
accomplishing the goal, the
They were
job
both
they need to
educated
do,
young men
the
who,
competency thing.
members of the upper
You can
class, they
organize
knew what it
it.
was to
So
come from the lower echelons
it's
of
like
society.
it's
Then,
very
at the age of 11, William's entire
to
life
tweak
changed.
that whole process.
One of his cousins,
So even
a
think
man
about
who had been
reverse engineering
prince
that
of some of the
process.
richest
Right, they're
land
very
in the
hard
Low
to the
Countries,
point
as well
where
as the
I
province
often
known as
just
Florida,
imagine
that was
that's
within
my
the
students
borders
who
of
do this
France,
thought
but
experiment.
not
Imagine
under the
you
control
were
of the French
shrunk
government.
down to
And
the
he
scale of
left
a single cell. You
William
were in the middle of
as
an
his
embryo and
sole
you were
heir.
looking around for what's going on.
This
The
man,
cells running around,
William
the
of
cells are
Nassau,
dying.
at
Every
11
time
years
you look,
old,
it's kind of a different number of
William
cells for most organisms. And so I think that
Now, the king of
didn't know
France
what
and the
embryonic
king of
development
Spain
was.
were not willing to
You
let
have to
a
feel that
young
what you're
nobody
seeing
who
is always
happened to be
going
a
to make the same
Protestant
thing. You have to
become
mind
one of the
knowing
more
what
powerful
that
nobles
is.
in their
Never
land.
mind being able to say, even
But
with full
instead of
genomic
refusing
information,
this
being able
claim,
to say what
they elected to have him sent to court where he could be
but just even
educated
to
and
guess that, wow,
unquoted that
the
he was going to
outcome of all this
this.
activity
He was sent to
is
the court of a man
it's always
who
going
was
to
the
it's always
regent
going
of
to
the
be the
Low
same thing.
Countries.
The
She also
imperative
happened to be sister
Create the
to
final
Charles
you
V.
as you are now there.
His life at
So you
court
can
was
do it.
an
So you start
antithesis
from
to
the same
everything he had known
embryo,
so far.
create a
While
very
he had been
similar organism.
raised a Protestant, Mary was a
Yeah,
Catholic, his first
except
action was to
for
be
cases
baptized
like
and
the
taught about the
chronobugs,
Catholic
when
faith.
you give them a different
Well,
environment,
his
they come up
home
with
had been
different
an
ways to
austere
adapt to
place
that
that
would
court
work.
was
But overall, so I
he
think
created his
you know,
homespun black wool for colorful
summarize it.
silks and
I think
linens, and
what
the
evolution
song
is
of
really
hymns that
good
he had
at
learned at home
is
were the
creating
most
hardware
popular and robust
that
music
has
of
a
the day.
very stable
William
baseline mode,
excelled
meaning
at
that
this study,
left
not
neutral
just in
devices
the
is
things that
very
he
good
would
at
be
doing
known
the
as
same
far as
thing,
manners, but
but
as
it
far as
has
the
a
church
bunch of
was concerned
problem-solving
and
capacity
politics.
such that if
He
any
became a
assumptions
favorite
go
very,
forward,
very
your cells are
quickly,
a
and
weird size,
even
you
the
get the
emperor
wrong number of
himself
cells,
took an
or there's
interest in the
a
arts.
stuck an electrode
He
that
was
halfway
known
through the
to,
body,
when
whatever.
the emperor would
It
visit
will
the Low
still
Countries, one of
get
his
most of
provinces,
what it
have
needs to do
long
done.
talks with William of Orange, alone
You've
in
talked
private,
about
and
the
whenever they
magical
would have
power of
diplomatic meetings with
biology.
their lords, he would
So what
frequently
does
bring
your
William
brain,
in
how
to
special is the
learn
brain
and
in this
discuss
concept?
himself.
You're kind of learning
William
about
right.
right.
music.
But while the experimentation happens in the brain,
Do all of that. Never
this is
forgot.
like
Never forgot.
you're telling me that the whole thing is
He always
computation.
remembered the populist
But
leanings of his
nevertheless,
upbringing.
how special is the human
When
brain
Charles
in this
V
full
abdicated
context
his
of
throne in
biology?
1555,
I mean, look,
William
there's no
was
getting
dead.
away from the
He had
fact
really
that
grown to
the
be something
human
of a
brain
second
allows
father
us
to
to do
William of
things that
Orange,
we
and
could not
when
do
Charles
without it.
V
The same
climbed down
thing.
off his throne, he leaned on the shoulder of William of
Yeah,
Orange.
no, this is
And
true.
William
And so,
continued to
so
train
you know,
according to William of
my
Orange.
goal is not
He was
you're
there
right. My
in
goal is not
France
to
when Charles' son,
well,
Philip,
look,
met King Henry of France to sign a
everybody
peace
has
treaty
a
as
role.
a
Yeah,
powerful
it's very
noble
important.
lands
You have to
not only
acknowledge
within the
people,
borders of France,
right?
but one of the few
There are
nobles
more
named
than
that had
enough
lands in the
people
Low
who
Countries.
are
He was chosen as a
cheerleading
hostage
for
to
the
stay
right,
with the
right?
King of
So I
France until the
don't
treaties
feel
were
like
more
that
solid.
nothing I say is going
This
to
was something
reduce
that was
people's
typical at
excitement
the
about being
time.
a brain.
These
So,
hostages were
I
valued
emphasize
guests
other
of the
things.
other court, and
I don't think it gets too much
frequently
credit. I think
William
other
would
things
go
don't
on
get enough credit.
outings with the
I
French
think the great.
Along with some of the other
It's great,
special
it's incredible, and special and all that.
one of their
I think
favorite
that gives
activities was to
more
go
credit,
on
and
long
I also think that
on these hunts.
sort of this way about everything. I
Everybody
don't
there,
like binary categories for almost anything. I like to see you in the
very
book.
Catholic
Not
internet, no
great
building.
is that it
Now,
by
when you
accepting
put
that as some kind of
very
important
friends,
category or essential essential
house,
this
all
thing,
the Protestants were
we end up with all
now
kinds
that
of
the war
weird
between
civil
the Spanish
problems
France was
and
over,
benefits.
the
So, for
French were able
example,
to concentrate on the Civil War.
when we talk about it, if you want to talk about ethics and other things like that, and what this idea that surely if we look out into the future, surely
And William,
we don't
listen to
believe
him.
that this
Listen
human
to all
brain
of
is
his
the only
boastings.
way to
He said
ascension,
nothing.
right? Surely we don't, to have
However,
high level
his
coverage.
mind must have
I
been troubled.
can't even
He
wrap my
came
mind
from
around
a
this
Protestant
idea that that is
household.
the only way to do it.
His
No
mother and
doubt there are
father
other
were
architectures
members of
that
Lutheran
made a
nobility.
completely different
His own
principle
lands in the
that
Low Countries were
and once
filled
we
with
believe that,
untold numbers
then
of Protestant
that
peasants.
tells us something important. It
And then,
tells us
in
that
addition to everything
things
the
that are
king had to
not
say,
quite
one
human
of the
brains
primary
or
moves for
years
that
of
home
human
in the Low
brains and other
Countries
tissue or human
to
brains or
go
other
through
kinds
the
of
Low
brains of novel
Countries
configurations
after signing
or
the peace
things that are
accords
sort
and
of brains but
after
not
having all
really
those
or
Spanish
plants
troops
or
on Low
embryos or
Countries
whatever
soil to
might
fight the
also
French.
have
He
important
had
cognitive
left around
status.
3,000
So
Spanish troops
that's
on
the
their
only
soil,
thing. I think
something
we
that
have to be
he had
really careful
promised
about
not to
treating
do.
the human brain as
More and
if
more
it's some kind
Spanish
of
officials
like
were being
shark
appointed in high positions
anytime
as
where
well,
you are.
and it was
I don't believe
technically
that exists.
illegal.
So
You see,
we'll
King
look up
Philip was not the
all
king
the
of the Low
beautiful
Countries.
variety
He
of
was either
semi
duke or prince of
biological
the Low
architectures
Countries, but
out there
to
in the
be a lord
universe.
in
How
these
many
nations, you had to be essentially
intelligent
elected by the
beings
people. You had to be agreed upon by them, and he had been universally agreed upon by all the states, but he didn't have the political authority to do what he was doing.
I
However,
have
those
that wants to
3,000
be
troops
paid.
that he had
I
left
think
on
that
Low Country
exactly
soil,
in some
well,
sense
they make it
use
powerful.
synthetic biology. You're not
Every day the
creating
situation was harder, and
I
his land
absolutely
was
think so
going
because
more and more
of
dominant.
all of life,
But William's
all
position itself
all
was
standard model
he
systems
was a hostage of the
are
King of
an N of
France.
one
A well
course of
treated,
evolution
noble
on Earth,
hostage,
right?
yes, but still
And
at the
trying
King's mercy.
to make
So they'll learn all
conclusions
this
about
information.
biology from looking
William
at
didn't say
life
anything
on Earth
different,
is like
which is
testing
where he
your
earned his
theory
name,
on the same data regeneration.
William
It's all kind of like locked in.
When he returned
So
to his
we
land in the Low
absolutely have
Countries,
to create novel
well, he had been a
examples
hostage.
that
A new
have
region
no
had been
history
appointed in the Low
that
Countries
the
by the king.
Xenobots have
This
no
was
history of
his
selection
sister,
to be
his half-sister,
the cells have
Margarita
selection
de
for various
Cordoba.
things. But the
She
Xenobots
was
have
officially
before. And
supposed
so
to
we can
rule
make
through
chimeras, you know,
correlation
we make
with an official council
that
called the
are
Council
sort
of
of half
State.
rock and half cell. You can
This
make all
was
sorts
something
of
of a
hybrids,
party.
right?
All
Constructions
of the
of living
highest
tissue
nobility
with
in
robots
the
and
Low Countries
whatever.
belonged to it,
We need to be
including
making
William
these
himself.
things until we find actual
But in reality, that wasn't
because
how things
otherwise
really worked.
we're just looking at an N of
Margarita
one set of
ruled the
examples.
country
It's a frozen
in
axioms of
concert with
evolution.
one
So
man,
we need to go
Bishop
beyond
Antoine de
that to really
Cordoba.
understand biology.
This
we're
was
still
Philip
even
II's
when
chosen
biology
representative
you're
of the Low
locked
Countries.
in
Granville
the
was a
basic
proud
components
Spanish. He had
of
really no love
the way
for the Low
biology
Countries
is
and
done on
had
this
started
earth.
detested
Yeah,
the personnel
And
up there.
also
So really, he was
and also
perfect for
the
Philip's
basic
purposes.
constraints of the environment. Even
William
artificial
spent
environments are constructed
his
in
first
lab
couple
or
of
tied
years
up to
back
the
home
environment.
contacting
mean,
all
what
the
do you-
nobility of the 17 different
Okay, let's say
states
there
in
is
the
what I
He
think
organized
is
them and built strong ties and allies among
a
them, and
nearly
even began a network of
number of
communication,
intelligent civilizations living and dead
correspondence
out
that
there.
they would be able to talk to each other very quickly and relay
If you
news
pick one
even
out of the
faster.
box,
This network of lords had several objectives, but the
So,
first and most important to them
when you
was
think about
to
synthetic biology,
petition Margarita de Parma,
or creating
Granville,
synthetic
and Philip
organs,
II himself to remove those 3,000
how hard
Spanish
is it to
troops
create
still
something
stationed
that's
on their soil.
very different?
The petitions, and they
I
sent
think it's
many
very
of
hard
them,
to create something
went
that's very
unheeded
different,
for
right? It's
2 full years until
we are
Philip
both
moved those troops off of Low
experimentally
Country
and in
soil
terms of our
into his
imagination.
war with
It's
the
very hard.
Arabs
He
and
also
Turks
emphasized
in
several times
Mediterranean.
the idea of shape.
So William's
The individual
coalition
cell,
immediately
dealing
shifted
with
its
other
focus.
cells, you kind of
With the withdrawal of the Spanish troops, Granville was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and this granted
So
him
here, I'll take a
the
stab. I mean,
authority
I agree with you.
call an
To whatever
inquisition.
extent that we could say
This
anything. I do
inquisition
think that
did
there's
what inquisitions were intended to do.
of different,
They searched out anyone
architectures
who wasn't a
that are
Catholic
with
and
interesting cognitive
kidnapped
properties out
them
there.
and questioned them, usually
What
ending
can
in
we say
torture
about
and
them? I
sometimes
think
even
that
execution.
the only thing
Terrorized the
that are going,
countryside of
I
all
don't
of the
think
Low
we can rely
Countries,
on
and
any
it was
like I think
well, they decided to press for Granville's removal.
I
They
think
took
the things that
to wearing a
are
symbol
going to be
on all of
universal,
their
if anything,
coats. This
are
symbol
things, for
embroidered on
example,
the coats of
driven by
their
resource
soldiers and their
limitation.
servants.
The fact that
The symbol
you
they
are
decided
fighting
to
a
follow was
hostile
a
world, and you have to draw a boundary between
The quiver
yourself and the world
represented
somewhere. The fact that that boundary is
the
not given to
unity
you by anybody,
among these
you have
nobles.
to assume it.
The fact that
You
a
know,
single
as
arrow
yourself.
could be broken,
And the fact
and
that
yet many
you have
arrows
to course
together.
correct your experience, and the fact that
It
you're going
also
to try to
represented
minimize
the
surprise.
fact that they were
Like
open
these are the
to
things that I
rebellion.
think are
They were
fundamental to
fighting
biology.
the
None of
power that they saw as
the facts
unjust,
about the
and they were
genetic
not
code,
afraid
the
to
fact
tell
that we
that
have
power
genes
exactly
or
how
the
they felt and
biochemistry
had
that I don't think any of
They
this
would
is
put this
but
symbol on
it's going to
banners
be a
and march it through the city
population
square
of
in every town and
the
local.
fact that
They even
so in my
went so far as to
framework,
cross.
cells are
Margarita
demarcated
determined
by
that if
the
Granville
scale
were
of
not
the goals that
removed,
they can pursuit.
all of the
So
taxes
from little
that
tiny
were
local
required
goals
to
to
pay
like massive,
would not be paid at
planetary
all.
scale goals for
They said that
humans.
if
And if
Granville
we
stayed
take
in office
everything,
beyond
you can draw this
he
like
could
cognitive
not
light
promise that the Low
that
Countries would stay
determines
peaceful.
the
This was
scale of the
essentially
goals you can
telling
possibly
the
pursue.
region of the
And
Low
it-
Countries,
those kinds
Phillips
of
represented,
frameworks
that if they did not
like
remove
that, like
the man that they
so
hated
are
so
going to
much,
be universally
they would go into
applicable.
open rebellion.
However,
However, Granville were removed, taken away from power, and they
we were
promised
just
that there
talking
would
about
be
aliens
no
and all
accident
that. That's the funny thing,
subordination,
which
and the
is,
taxes
and
would flow
we've
freely.
seen them. There's a
This was an argument that
cognition
Margarita
and plant.
definitely
And what can you
understood.
say about the
You see,
computation?
her
Cognition
realm
and
was
plant?
always
And I
hurting
always
for them,
look at that.
especially in this
If
time
you're
when
weirded
taxes
out
were
by
not
cognition
exactly
and plants,
forthcoming. Fuel,
something
desperately
that's
she wrote
is
a
already
petition
like
Philip
freaking you
herself
out,
to remove
then I think there's going to be all kinds of cognitive
And
life out there that
finally
we're
they
going to have
did.
a really hard time.
Granville was sent away
think
to,
robots
I believe the excuse was
Yeah.
visit his aging
like
mother,
expand
but
our
really
mind
he went to
like
Italy and was never to
either
return
that
to
or
Now,
work
in
with
much the way that
robots.
William had been
So,
sent away in court
and it
manners as a
maybe
young man,
becomes the
and
same thing.
similar to how he'd been
It's,
held hostage
you know,
after the signing of the peace accord with
when the
France,
human
William
engineer
sent
can
his
think,
daughter
he's
to
smart,
Margarita de Parma to
and then
her
he's
court
able
to
to
be a
achieve
lady
some
in
height
waiting the manners that she
different.
could make it
Then
good
you
well.
start to understand like
Margarita
you know,
granted William no
every
claim.
living organism is
She
capable
gave him the position
of
of
to
Star
kind of
Rabbi, which
broaden my
was a
understanding
high
of
office
organisms.
in
Do
3
you think
provinces that was
plants,
Zealand,
like
Holland, and
when
Utrecht.
you eat them, are they
The stadtholder was the commander-in-chief of all the armed
what I
forces
think
of
they
Arabia,
need
as well as the
Yeah,
highest magistrate, the highest
I think we
official
have to
of law
scale
in that
down
region.
the expectations.
Someone who
in
was
terms of,
essentially
so
in
probably
complete
not
control
screaming
of
in the way that we
things.
would
This
be
was
screaming. However,
a big promotion
there's
for
plenty of
William,
data
and something
on
that he
the
definitely
plants being able
appreciated.
to do anticipation
William
and
saw,
certain
along with
kinds
the
of
other
memory
nobles who
and so
received
on.
a similar treatment, that
I
all of
think,
their taxes were
what you just said
unlawful.
about
They
robots,
had their demands
I
met,
hope
and
you're right, and
they
I hope that,
attempted to make
but
this
there's
a lasting
two ways
peace.
that people
However,
can take that, right? So
the
one way is
opposition
exactly what you
was
just
still
said, to
in
try to
place.
expand their
Granville, the man who would call the
notions, but
Inquisition,
however,
had left, but
the other
all of the
way people
inquisitors,
often
all of
go
the
is,
soldiers, all of the officials that were there
they sort of
performing the Inquisition, they were still
define
there
the
doing
term,
their job.
if it's not a
Austin
natural
Granville
product,
had really
it's
done
just
nothing
fake,
to improve
right?
the
It's not
situation
really
of common
intelligence. It
people
was
in the
made
Low
by somebody else
Countries.
because of that same, it's a thing. We
Everywhere,
can see how
poor
it's done.
Protestants were
And once you
arrested
see how
and
it's like a
tortured.
magic trick, when you see
Families
how it's
lost
done,
their land,
it's
merchants
not as
lost
fun
their
as
shops and their
and
ships.
I think people
Whole
have a real
families were
tendency
left
for that to be sort of,
fatherless, with
which
no
I find
land,
really
no
strange in the
money,
sense that if
and no
somebody
hope.
said to me,
I'm
we have
going to
this
quote from
sort
a
of
book called
blind,
William the
like
Silent and the Doctor
a hill
Vanished
climbing
by
search,
Hermine
and then
de
we have a
Guillaume.
really smart team of
It's
engineers.
not
Which one do you
exactly
think
the
is going
most
to
reputable
produce a
source.
system that
It's
has
from the
good
70s,
intelligence?
and
I
in
think
a lot
it's
of
really
ways it's
weird to
heavily
say that
biased,
it
but it
only
has some
comes
of
from
the
a
most
blind search, right? It
colorful
can't be
writing
done.
about this.
By the way, it can also use
I'm really in
evolutionary
love with this
techniques if they
passage,
want to, but
so
also
I'm going to
rational
read it.
design. I think it's really weird to say
Quote,
that
everywhere
real
there was
intelligence only
unrest.
comes from
For
natural
some
evolution.
years, the harvest had been
So
a
I
great
hope you're right. I hope
disappointment.
people take it
The winters were
the other way.
severe and
There's
long.
a nice
There was
shortcut.
underemployment,
So,
poverty, and even
walking around
starvation.
now
The
for
heretics
my
became more
own
daring, even in the face of the
personal
prosecuting
pleasure.
magistrates. The
Not
poor
in that
attended
way,
the secret
internet.
Protestant meetings and watched the
So,
heretics dying like martyrs and
4
heroes.
legs.
Everywhere there
And
was fear.
one of the
Fear
things
of the
that
king, of the Inquisition,
changes
of
my
another
experience
severe
with
winter
Rabbi
without
is
food. There were whispering
when
groups
I
of
can't
people on street
understand
corners,
why
and
it
in the
is.
end,
There's
talking
a
of
lot of ways to
resistance.
engineer that.
At last, there was open action. Groups of people chanting songs, marching the streets in the night,
There's a lot of
hidden in
ways to
long,
rebuild
dark
that
coats,
software
putting out
situation.
lanterns and knocking down
Exactly know
cars.
why.
They broke
They
into
did
the
a
prisons
certain
to free their
basic
fellow
decision.
heretics, and they even
Of
attacked
course,
the
as an
executioners,
engineer, you
threw
can go in
pagan
and start
stones at
to
the guards around the
get
statues,
logs
and
all
snatched the
that data
victims
sets
out
you
of their
gave,
hands.
the
There are several
decisions you
stories
made,
about
all
half-barred
the options in
martyrs.
your notes and so on.
These
But I
are
also
the
tried to
ordinary
really
people.
experience
They
that
acted in
surprise
despair.
and that really experience as another person.
The attitude in the country was changing.
And
And
I
while
think
the
magic
higher
is
nobility,
there,
such as
not
William,
knowing
had
how
been
it works.
largely bought off by Margarita de
That
Parma,
I think
many of the
biology
lower
does
nobility
that for
had
you.
not been.
Through
So,
the
in
layers of
1566,
abstraction.
a group of about 300
Because
lesser
nobody
nobles,
really
these are
knows what's
younger
going
sons
on
of these noble
inside
families,
the biology.
legends, even including William's younger brother, Louis de Nassau, signed a pact called
I
the
think there's
Compromise
actually
of Nobles,
systems
and
that
they
can
in the list of
illustrate
grievances
that
that
kind of
they
thing, which
included
is
and
even
read
like
by both Margarita and Philip II.
fractals, right?
They
Like
took this
you
list,
have a
which they
very
called the
small,
village
short
list, and they
formula
marched up
in
to the
Z,
regent's
and you
palace to
see it, and
present
there's
it
no
to them.
magic. You're just going to crank
This was
through,
intended
Z
to
squared plus
end
C,
the
whatever. You're just
hostility
going to crank
towards
through it.
the Protestant
But the
underclass.
result of it
However,
is this incredibly
when
rich,
Margarita
beautiful
saw
image,
this force
right?
approaching her
That's
palace,
just
she
like,
was
wow, all of
reportedly
that was
uneasy.
in this like
But
and
one of
character
her
long
advisors
string, like,
was
amazing.
said to
So
have leaned over to
the
her and
fact that
whispered in her
you
ear,
can know
"Quote,
everything there is to
fear
know
not,
about the
they are
details
only
of the process
beggars."
and all the parts and everything, like there's
The
literally no
man
magic
who
of
was at
any
the head
kind
of
there,
that column,
and
right
yet the
next to
outcome
Louis de
is
Nassau,
something
a man
that
named Henry
you
of
would never have
Bordeaux,
expected,
he
and
overheard
it's
this
just
supposed,
is incredibly
and
rich
he was a man
and
that certainly
complex
looked
and
like
beautiful.
one.
So
He had
it's a lot
long,
of
unkempt
You're
hair
right
and a
that
very long,
we're
wild beard, and he was said to have a
framework
temperament that,
for
in a
understanding
lot of ways, he
unconventional
was
cognition.
something of a
Kind of
barbarian
things
in
that
the
we're
eyes of
talking
many
about.
of these
I just
very
like the term
genteel French
unconventional cognition.
professors.
Figure out how to
Fear
type
not,
study
they are only
communicate with
beggars.
like
That went on
you
to be
already
something of
mentioned, for example,
a
the
let them eat
words
cake moment.
unconventional cognition.
See, it was something
Instead
that
of simply
Margarita did
everything
not
outside
say, and likely was
outside
never
of
said at
what
all,
we
but
define usually as
it proved to be
cognition,
something that
cognitive science,
galvanized this
stuff
nobility
going
and
on
this
between our
common people.
ears, or is
It
there
became
some
a
deeper
rallying
way to
cry
get
for their
at the
burgeoning
fundamentals
movement.
of
When they
what
were
is
at
cognition?
dinner later that night,
yeah, I
feasting and
think like
celebrating, and after
and
Parma
I'm certainly not the only
agreed
person
to
who works
bring
on
the letter to its attention,
unconventional
the nobles
cognition.
laughed
So
at
it's the
the
term
involvement,
used.
and they
Yeah, that's
raised a
one that
cheer.
so I coined a number of weird
He
terms.
called
That's not
out
one of
in
mine. Like that's
unison,
an existing
"Long
thing. So,
live the
for example,
beggars."
somebody like Andy
And it
Adams,
was something
who
that
I
was
don't know
going
if
to become a
you've
rallying
chatted
call
with,
and
yeah,
a battle
you
cry
should.
for all
He's
of them.
a very interesting
In a
guy.
lot of ways,
He's a
it's
computer
really kind
scientist
of a
and his
perfect symbol
unconventional
for me.
cognition.
First of all,
Slime mold
they
all
were
things
beggars who
weird.
had had their
He's a real
titles,
weird
lands, and
cat.
riches stripped away in
Anyway,
their
so
smash
that's
over
I'm
one
you know,
another.
there's a bunch of
Beyond
terms
that,
that I couldn't do, but
most
that's
of
one
these
of
men
them.
were
So
Protestants,
I think like
people who
many
believed
terms,
that they
that
followed
one
the true word of
is
God and
really
followers.
defined by the times,
There were
meaning
people
that
who believed
unconventional
that
cognition,
their
things that are
poverty
unconventional cognition
mirrored
today
that of
are not going
Christ.
to be considered
They
unconventional
attempted in
cognition
all
at
of
some
their
point.
actions to be as Christ-like as
It's one of
possible,
those,
even, and
and
perhaps even
so
especially,
it's you know
mirroring
it's
Christ's actions
this
at the
it's this
temple
really
when
deep
he drove the
question
money
of
changers
how
out.
do you
And it was
recognize,
around this time, actually,
communicate
that
with,
many works of art were created,
classify
one notably
cognition
by
you
Emmanuel
cannot
Greco
rely
of
on the
Christ
typical
driving
ones.
money changers
Right.
out.
So
This was
typical,
something of a
again, if you
response
stick
to
with
this
the
large amount
the
of
history of
people
life on
who
Earth, like
believed that they were
these
very
exact model
Christ-like,
systems,
out in
you
the
would say,
sources of
here's a
power from
particular
their
structure
parents
of
and
the brain.
cities.
This has fewer of those.
But all of these
Cortex.
all of this diplomacy,
Right. So these
was
are
intended to
landmarks that
avoid
we're
the
used to,
violence that was simmering right
and
under the
allows us to make
surface.
very
This
kind of
violence
rapid
was
judgments
due
about things.
almost entirely to
But
their
if you
position.
can't rely on that,
People
either
were
because
dying,
you're
and they
looking
were
at a
unable to fight
synthetic
against
thing
Inquisition, and it
or
was
an
becoming
engineered thing
a
or an
more and
alien
more
thing,
dangerous situation
then what
all
do you do,
across the
right?
realm.
How do you?
And
And
yet
so,
the
so that's what
Inquisition
I'm really
didn't
interested in.
stop.
I'm interested in mind
It kept
in all of
executing
its
and
possible
torturing the
implications,
Protestant
not
masses.
just the
The
obvious
group
ones
of
that
that
we
lower
know
nobility,
from
they
human
knew that
brains.
this situation was bad. So did the
Whenever I
upper
think about
nobility, men such
something
as
like
William II,
unconventional
so did
cognition,
Margarita,
I
so
think
did
about
Philip,
Southern
but they
Talmud.
didn't do
I'm
anything to
just
stop.
captivated by the beauty of the thing.
On July 22nd,
The fact
Margarita
that
de Parma received a letter
little
informing her that there was a structure
objects
of
you create
churches and
some
church property
beautiful
imminent.
complexity that very
This was something
quickly
that people across the earth
forget
had seen
about the
for
individual
years,
objects and
ever
you see
since
the
the
things that
nuclear
it
revolution.
creates as its own
In
organism.
France,
That
for
blows my mind every
years, they had
time.
been dealing with
Like,
Huguenot
honestly,
radicals defacing effigies
I
of
could
saints,
full-time
attacking priests in the
eat
streets,
my
and burning
shorts and
churches.
watch cellular time.
It had only been
Don't even have to do
30 or
mushrooms.
so years since the
Just
town of Munster in Germany had been taken over by Anabaptist rebels and had executed or exiled every non-Anabaptist from town, including not only the Catholics, but the more moderate Lutherans as well.
That system
This must have
to
been
understand
at the
something fundamental
forefront of
about
mind when she
life on
received
Earth.
it. She knew that these were possibilities, that these people were growing desperate, and that she had to do something to stop them.
Can do cognition
Unfortunately,
for
the letter
plan
came too late.
cognition.
She was
But
left
a
It was
xenophon
on
can do
August 10th,
cognition. How do I
1566, feast day of St.
and
Lawrence,
get
and that
back to
storm
how
of
do I have a
Protestant
conversation?
rage
Yeah.
engulfed the Low
Well,
Countries.
How do I have a xenophon?
It was called
the
the
interesting
or
line
the
of
Academic
investigation
Plastic Theory,
that
and it began
opens up.
in a town called
We thought
Strasbourg.
about this. So
Today,
you need
it's
to-
part of
you need
France,
to
in the very
understand the space
southwest
of
of the Low Countries.
So,
It was
what,
when a group
not
of
just the
pilgrims
physicality, like,
invaded
can they
the
see, like,
chapel
can
of
they feel
St.
vibration? I mean,
Lawrence.
that's important, of course,
This
because you
group
deliver
of
your
pilgrims
message, but
destroyed
not just
all of the
the
Catholic
ideas for
icons, the
communication,
saints'
not just the
and
physical
as much
medium,
church property as
but
they could get their
what is
hands
saying
on.
it? So
It was
what are
a
these,
tremendously violent affair that
system. So
it
this is what
wasn't as
what's
violent
important.
as predecessors elsewhere.
And this
There
is
was
the
no
all kinds
loss of
of
life
different
before,
levels of
no clearly
sophistication
killed
of what
people
you're expecting of that.
beyond
And I
defending their
think
property
what's
that
really
these
important,
parts
I call
took
this
from
the,
them.
the
It was
spectrum of
as
persuadability,
civilized
which is
as it could
this
be.
idea that when you're looking at a system,
We'll
you
get
can't
worse.
assume where on the
This
spectrum it is,
iconoclastic
you have to do
theory
experiments.
experience.
So
Churches all over the world
for
countries
example,
began
if
it
you look
moved
at
almost as a
radio
way
right
that
now,
people would hear about what
which
had
you don't
happened
know
in
is
the
turn
Catholic
each
Church
other on and off at various rates.
by
You might
August
look at that
20th.
and say,
Only
well,
10
there's no
days
magic
later,
here. I mean,
this
clearly
movement
this thing
has
is a
reached
permanent
the
thing.
country
And
all
again,
over
since
the
we use
region.
the hardware, the only
They
way we're going
had
to be able
one of the
to control it is by
preeminent
rewiring it, which
cathedrals
is
in
the way
all of
molecular
Europe.
biology works,
It
right?
was
We can
the
add those.
Church of Our Lady in
Well,
Antwerp.
so we've done
They did
simulations that show
terrible
that
damage to the church, much of which
biological
can
and
still be seen today. There
the
images of
biological
religious
networks like
significance
that
that
have
the church fathers
associated
decided
so they
not
can
to
actually
record
learn,
to
they
show
can
what
learn
had
from
happened
experience. They have
on
a situation,
the
they have
interior of the
centralization
church was
associated
nearly
with which you
destroyed,
wouldn't know
and
if you
luckily
assume
it
that they have
caught
to be on
fire,
the
but
left
not
side of
bad
that
enough to
spectrum.
destroy the church.
So when you're going to communicate with something, and
If
we've
you
even
ever use our metaphor of this being
Charles
similar to
Abrams
the
and I
French
written a paper
Revolution,
on
they are like
behaviors and
beggars being
approaches to
similar
synthetic
to
organisms,
the
meaning
cake.
that if you're given
Well,
something,
this
you have no idea what it is
they
going to
acted
do.
sort of
How
like
do you
the Dutch
figure
version
out
of
what its
responding to
psychology is,
Bastille.
what its level is, what does it? So
The
we literally lay
revolutionary
out a set of
Protestants, as well
protocols,
as many
starting
of the
with the simplest things,
opportunists
and
who were
moving up
just
to more
joining
complex
in,
things, where you can make
were
no
inspired
assumptions
by
on what this thing can do.
and the following
You
days,
have to start
churches,
to find out.
mosques,
So,
convents,
so when you're gonna,
chapels,
so here's a
hospitals,
simple,
basically
here's one way to
anything
communicate
that
with
was
something.
attached
If
to
you
priests' houses and houses
so
of
you
those
can
people in
provide,
town
you can
who
figure
were
out
well
what the
respected
currency
members of
of
the church.
reward of
They
positive
were
and negative
attacked
reinforcement
and
is.
destroyed.
And
And
you
the
can get it to do
non-violent
something it
attacks
wasn't
earlier
doing
were becoming
before
more and more
based on
violent.
experiences
It was a
you get.
dangerous time to be
Taught it
attacked
one
again.
thing. We've communicated one thing.
This
That
building
such and
strong
such an action
moved
is good,
finally
such
to
other
and
action
further
is
north and
that's
east
like a
along the
basic
coast.
pattern,
It
a
hit
primitive
Holland
pattern of
almost
communication.
worst of all.
What about
Hundreds of churches all
It's
across
so
the states were destroyed.
if it gets you to do
An
something you
Englishman
haven't
who
done
was a
before,
Catholic
is
was
it
in
answering
exile
back?
in the Low Countries.
Most certainly,
He
and there's
described the
I've
Catholic
seen cartoons.
religion.
Like maybe Gary Larson or somebody had a cartoon of
These
these
fresh
rats in
followers
the
of
maze,
this new
and the one
preaching
rat
proved
comes
the
to the other.
burden
Like
and
this,
defaced the
every
printed
time I walk
images,
over here, he's sort of
not
scribbling
only
in
of Our
there,
Lady,
you know,
but of all others in the town.
We
They
step
tore the
outside our
curtains, dashed in pieces the corridor,
and
brass and
really
stone,
measure
break the
how
altars,
much,
spoiled the
like
clothes
if I
of the
actually
listeners, wrested
how
the
much I've
irons,
changed,
conveyed away or break
in
the
my
chalices and
interaction with
vestments,
certain
pulled up the
cellular
brass of the
and
gravestones,
you
the blessed
really have to
sacrament of
take
the
that
altar they trod under
into
their feet,
consideration
and,
about
horrible
like
as it is to
the
say,
things that
shed
you
their
change
stinking
to.
piss upon it.
I know you know
These
how the
false
herbs
brethren
and so
burned
on,
and rent
but
not
you
only
can
all
change
kinds of
by
church
thing.
books, but moreover destroyed whole libraries of books of all sciences and tongues, yea, the holy scriptures and the ancient fathers.
right? But by their
As horrific as this must have been for any of the priests or even any of the Catholics who witnessed it, for the people taking part in the building strong,
Because they
almost a fun thing.
so
It had an
first they
element of carnival to
while
it.
not giving
There were
shit
people
about
who
you,
were
clearly,
around
with
us, not exactly
with
taking
every
part, but
ounce of
serving
their being,
beer and sausages
they
and bread and
somehow
cheese.
got
And
just
some of these
really
attacks, there were even plays put on by some of the youth
take them
around
home
who were
and feed them.
enacting a
And
play
then
of
not
Papists
only
versus
the physical
beggars.
space that they
These
take over,
attacks
they
lasted
took over
for
the digital
just over
space.
3
They
days,
dominated
and
in
naturally,
terms of cuteness,
after they
in
died
terms of
down,
readability.
neither Margarita
And
the
so
Former
they're
or Philip II
they're like they
allowed
got
us to go in
themselves
front.
literally inside the
So
means
Philip
of
II
viral
sent in a
spread
man,
on the internet.
a man called
And
the
they're
Iron
the
Duke,
ones that probably
named Fernando Alvarez de
another
Toledo,
what's a follow-up
to do
paper
develop.
after the fraudkism.
The
Okay,
Iron Duke was a military hero who was renowned all throughout Europe for his prowess.
sentience and
He had done
consciousness.
extremely well against the Muslims in the Mediterranean.
Paper
He had done
titled
very
Generalized
well in the war
Frameworks
against
of
France.
Sentience
He was a man that
Beyond
was
Natural
greatly feared
Species.
by many Spain's enemies.
So
And now he
beyond
brought down his full force
normal
upon the low.
cognition, if we look at
The nobility in the Low Countries did
sentience and
everything they
consciousness,
could
and I
to
look at
distance
fraud
themselves from these
fiction
These
elsewhere,
writers, a few days after arriving in
outside of
Brussels, the
humans,
Duke of Alba
and
established what he called the
outside of
Council of Troubles,
you think
an organization that the locals in the region knew as the Court of
if they
Blood.
do, how do we
They
think
began
about it?
arresting anybody that was even suspected of
This
having anything
paper,
to
what
do
is the
with
way
the
you propose to
iconoclastic
think
figure.
about sentience?
They
Yeah,
arrested
that
everyone from
particular
the
paper
lowest
was
peasants
a
and
very
actual
short
workers up to
commentary
the
on
higher
another
nobility.
paper that was
Reading
about
Simon
crabs. It was a
knew
really good
that it
paper
was time to leave
crabs and various like a
and began
rubric
making
of
preparations even before
different
the
behaviors that could could
He
be applied
attempted to persuade one of his very closest friends, a man
good consciousness, we
His
can talk
mom
about
was a
the whole
lifelong
separate kettle of
who
fish.
had
I
nothing to do with this
almost
unknown
never
class
talk
of
about
hero. He was also a war hero in many of Spain's
I
wars
almost
as
talk about
France.
consciousness per
He was a
se.
member of
Very,
what was
very
called the
little
Order
about
of the
it, but
Golden
we can
Fleece,
talk about
as
it.
was the Duke of
Mostly
Alva.
what I talk
They
about
were
is
brothers.
cognition, because I think that that's much
Williams
easier
Hamilton
to deal with
believed
in a rigorous
according to
experimental way.
legend,
I think
William
that
left on his journey.
all of these terms have such
Farewell,
and
Prince of
so on,
Bel-Air.
have different
To which
definitions,
William replied,
and
farewell, Elf
fundamentally, I think that people can, as long as they specify what they mean ahead of
They were
time,
both concluding
I think people can define them in various ways.
Now,
The
William wasn't
only
alone
thing that I
in his
really
exile.
kind of
There
insist
was
on
a
is that
flood of noble refugees
the right
from all
way to
countries.
think about all this
Not
stuff
only Williams, but also two of
is
his
an
brothers,
from an
along with
engineering perspective.
many
What
others.
does
And
it
it
help
wasn't
me
just nobility.
to
Common people were
control,
leaving
predict,
Rome.
and
Many people
does
who
it help
had
me
their
do my
lands
next
taken away, their
So
families destroyed, left and
that's
tried
not
to
a
find
universal
exile
perspective. Some
elsewhere,
people have
tried to find some land that would
philosophical
succor them. And this was difficult
underpinnings,
because they were
and those are
nearly
primary,
all
and
conscious.
if
There were
anything
very few
runs
places
against
in
that,
Europe
then
that
it must
keep that
automatically
process.
be wrong. So
The
some
only
people
two
will say,
that were
I don't
really
care
available
what
in
else,
England,
if your theory says to
France,
me that
or Prince of
thermostats
Germany.
have little tiny goals,
The nations of
I'm
France and the
not,
Holy
I'm
Roman
not, I'm
Empire
not.
were
So that's it. I
officially
just,
not
like, that's my
Protestant
philosophical,
refugees, but there
preconception.
were many
But thermostats do
Protestant
not have
sympathizers
goals in
that
it.
would sneak
So,
in.
so that's one way
William
of
and
doing
his
it. Some
others
people do it
were
that way.
back
I
in the
do not do it that way, and I think that we can't,
This
we can't,
tide of
I don't
people
think we
who
can
were
know
escaping
much of
elsewhere
anything
in
from our
Europe, we
philosophical
began
literature.
making
I think that
plans. Many of these people
all of
already
these
knew each other
theories
and
and ways
had
of doing
lined
things
up
stand or fall
communication.
based on
Between
just
the
basically
shooting
one
of
set
land
of criteria.
France,
Does it help
the
you run
many,
a rich
many
research program?
Dutch exiles in
So I
England,
agree with you
and
totally.
those like
So
William of
you
Orange
get
that were living
philosophy.
in the
What about
sympathetic parts of
poetry
Germany.
of ambiguity?
They
What
began
about
organizing
the limits
military
of the things you can engineer
The
using
French
terms
Huguenot
that
force
can
allied
be
itself,
defined in multiple
decided to
ways
attack from the southwest
and
from France
living
itself.
within that
William's brother, Louis of
uncertainty
Nassau, he
in
was
order
going
to
to attack
play
from
with
the
words until
northeast
something
in
lands that you can
and
engineer.
William
I mean,
of
that's to
Silent
me where
was going to
consciousness
attack
sits
right
currently.
in the center,
Nobody really
heading straight for
understands
him.
the
The
hard problem
French Huguenot
consciousness
force
is
never
subjective.
even
It feels
made
like
it to the Low Countries.
because
They
it
were
really
intercepted
feels
by the
like
force of the
feels like
French king
something
before they were
is about
able
that.
to confront them.
This conglomerate
Alba, who was supposed to be
hierarchy
distracted by this
of
initial
communism
Huguenot invasion,
feels like
was able to deal with
and
Louis
feel it
very
one
easily.
way.
His army
And
was
is that
small,
just-
and meant to be more of an irritant, taking back valuable
Is that
lands
just
while Alba was
side
engaged
effect
elsewhere. But
of a
Louis was
complex
defeated
system?
quickly. So
Or is
William,
there
with
something
then
more
21,000 troops,
that
faced off
humans have?
against the
Or
Duke
is
of
there
Alba.
something more that any biological
However,
system has? Some
Duke
kind
of
of
Alba
magic,
decided
some
not
kind of not just a
William was silent.
sense of agency,
He
but
entrenched
a
his
real
forces
sense
nearby.
of capital letter S.
William presented battle to them time and again, a total
Well,
of
yeah, that's a good
29
question.
times over
There
3
room for
months.
poetry
And every
anywhere.
time he would present
No,
battle
there
to the Duke of
definitely
Alba,
is, and a lot of
Alba
the
would
poetry
not
even comes in
He would
when we
keep his
realize that
defenses
none of
up
the
and
categories
not
we deal
allow
with are
William to
sharp
open
as
his
we think they
attacks
are
on
right
his
now.
position.
So in the,
Anytime that
in
William would try to take a city
different areas
or
of
any other
all
valuable
these
resources,
spectra are
Alba would
where
block
a lot
his
of the
path.
poetry
He would
sits.
never
I
enter
have many
battle.
new theories about things, but I
This
expect
wasn't
not have
cowardice,
a
this
good
was
theory about
strategy.
consciousness that
You
I
see,
plan to
these
try out. So
21,000 troops that William
for your
summoned,
part for
the
it.
vast majority of them were
I
Creed
think it will come.
mercenaries from
I have some
Germany.
thoughts about it, but I
And
don't feel like
initially,
they're going to move the needle
all
yet
of his
on
money
that.
dried up.
Do you want to ground it
They were
in
mercenaries who had been paid.
engineering?
They're not fighting for a cause. The
I mean,
army
I-
discipline.
So if we really tackle consciousness
Soon,
per se,
William
in terms of the
Silence
hard
was
problem,
defeated as well.
that
The plan
isn't
of the
necessarily going
warriors,
to be
military
grounded in engineering, right?
reconquest of the
That
Low
has to be
Countries
cognition,
was complete
but
failure.
actual consciousness.
The Huguenot
per se,
forces were
from a
invested in
first-person
France and could
perspective,
no
I'm
longer
not sure
be
that that's
defense.
possible in engineering.
William,
But I think
he was completely broke.
specifically,
He had spent all of
what's
his
different
money
about
on
it
what
is
essentially was
there's a couple
entirely
things. So
useless.
here we go. I'll say a couple of things. But
He
look,
realized that he
one
had to
thing is that
find other
what makes it
tactics,
different
other
is that
troops, other
for
battlefields, and
every
other
other
tactics.
aspect of science,
To
when we
quote
think
the
about
Dutch
having a
American
correct
historian,
or a good
Damon
theory of
Hurston,
it, we have some idea of
quote,
format
all were
in
men
that
who had a
theory makes
country,
predictions.
outlawed by
So
the
whether
blind
those
influence of a
numbers
foreign
or whatever,
potentate
we
who
have some
endeavored
idea.
by all
We may not
possible
know the
means to
answers,
make
we
a
may not
royal
know the
will
theories, but
law
we
in
know
the
that
country
when
of
we get the
constitutional
theory,
liberty.
here's what it's going to out.
Revenge was their motive. Privateering their
Actual
objects,
consciousness,
while necessity
behavior,
often drove them to
but
piracy.
actual first-person
They ended their
consciousness.
career by becoming the
If we had
co-founders of the most
theory of
illustrious
consciousness,
republics of modern continents.
what the hell is
In
format
history, they are
would
known
it
as the
make
Sea
predictions?
Builders.
right?
That unique aggregation of free readers and avengers whose light never before nor since has been viewed upon the scene of the
only thing
world's
I can think of
events.
when I think about that is
Even before the arrival of the Duke of
it'll
Alba,
be poetry,
or
it'll
before
be-
the arrival of the
it'll be
Inquisition,
something
or even before the
well,
Spanish
if
arrival
I
in
ask
the
you,
Low Countries
you've
at all,
got a great
the
theory of
coast
consciousness,
of the
here's
Netherlands
this
was
creature,
home to
it's a natural
pirates of
creature,
all
it's an engineer,
sorts.
whatever.
The Dutch were a seafaring people by nature. Piracy was inevitable, especially in a region that was so rich with foreign trade routes and foreign ships. But with the arrival of the Inquisition, the arrival of the Duke of Alva and his court's blood, thousands of people were turned away from their homes. The prospects for any young Protestant man who was growing up in this region, they were vanishing quickly. And in the Low Countries, there was a tide of patriotism. The men who had for decades been nothing more than outlaws were becoming to the Dutch a valuable resource. Any man who had a ship and the will to attack Spanish ships, or Portuguese or French, or really any Catholic ships for that matter, they had their ranks swell with hundreds upon hundreds of young men who had no other prospects in life. These men were hungry, desperate, and angry, and they were joining pirate ships at an alarming rate. What had once been just a few small, sleek pirate ships grew. They would take any merchant vessels they could find, arm them with the cannon from any ports or cities that had been conquered by the Spanish and abandoned by the Dutch, and turn them into fighting ships that they used for piracy. The first historical record of these pirates turned patriots comes from the regions known as Friesland and Holland. They began to pirate, primarily in a town in Holland called Zeeland. There was an inn in London called the Golden Fountain that they faced. It became such a popular hangout for these pirates that wound up being called the Beggars' Inn. Now, at the Beggars' Inn, the pirate captain could buy a round of drinks for his men. He could meet up with other pirate captains, talk about the best places for fishing grounds, as well as where any Spanish ships might be in the future. They were also able to meet up with merchants of ill repute who were likely to fence their goods and give them any leads they might find. And occasionally, they could meet up with a representative of some rebel noble. I imagine these representatives were well dressed and sort of out of place, but they were an important facet of the Beggars' Inn. These noblemen's representatives would confer with these pirate captains. When they had a certain need for naval warfare, they would ask these pirate captains, frequently pay them well to attack a tree or attack a city. Sometimes this was just to keep the Spanish occupied while the Dutch noblemen attacked somewhere else, but frequently they employed pirates to attack targets of a certain political or military group. The Duke of Alva took note of these pirates. They were becoming a real business, and in April of 1568, he commanded the authorities in all the regions of the Low Countries to be on watch for him. He had powers in all the ports, manned guns that could take out any pirate ships that they invaded. In Holland, the man who was the stadtholder, the military leader of the region, on May the 6th, after Louis of Nassau had unfortunate invasion, he released a command. He informed any villages in the district called the Waterline of the danger of a possible invasion from the direction of England, saying, quote, "We have learned that those congregated about England and Wed are equipping and arming some vessels, and warn you to be prepared, so that they will not be able to invade any of His Majesty's towns." It was around this time that King Philip II of Spain enacted a new rule. Any captain, be they Spanish or Dutch or French or English, had to obey the rules and laws of the Catholic country. Any Protestants had to behave as though they were Catholic, and if they did not, they could be taken by the Inquisition into Low Countries. This was something that we talked about a few weeks ago, when many English captains were taken by the Spanish soldiers in the Low Countries. This is that very same event that enraged Elizabeth so much against Philip of Spain. Not only had Philip led England into a disastrous war against the French, not only had he destroyed their trade prospects abroad, he had entered into open war, a war of conquest against one of England's closest allies in the Low Countries, and now he was kidnapping England's own captains and commandeering their ships. It was said that in London her rage could be felt throughout the city. However, her chance for retribution came quickly. Both French Huguenot pirates and Dutch pirates used many of the English ports as a port it was a safe haven, a Protestant country where they would not be persecuted, and frequently were able to sell many of their stolen goods in the English towns. As things grew worse and worse in Europe, they became less merely friends and trading partners and closer to what we call allies. In November 1568, a fleet of Huguenot pirates chased 4 Spanish ships and 2 English harbors. The English and the Spanish were still technically allies, and the Spanish needed a safe haven from these Huguenot pirates, which is why they chose to land in England. You see, these ships were important. They were very valuable, and they needed a safe place to lay heavy stores. It turned out, on inspection, that these 4 Spanish ships that had been chased by Protestant pirates into English ports carried all of the gold that the Duke of Alva was to use to pay these forces in the Low Countries. This was an extremely dangerous situation for the Spanish. They knew exactly how angry Queen Elizabeth was. She had made her rage apparent, and the Spanish ambassador in England wrote to King Philip, quote, "Up to the present, 2 cutters and 1 other vessel have arrived safely in Antwerp, and for the rest of them, Benedict Spinola asked me to intercede. At the same time I received news of them, I requested an audience with the king, which was granted on the 29th, and the Queen consented to give me a passport for the money to be brought overland, or to lend one of her own ships to convey the vessel in safety, of which I gave notice to the Duke. I warned the captains of the vessels, and had letters from the Queen sent to the officials of the ports, ordering them to defend the ships, which is highly necessary, as, although in the cases where the ships should take shelter near the towns, they have done so, the pirates have attacked them, and some of our men have been killed defending their vessels, with the greater loss still on part of the Corsairs. Many people have advised the Queen to seize the money, and Vice Admiral has written of this effort to her. I am in hourly expectation of the Duke's favor." Elizabeth had signed an order of safe conduct passport for all of the gold to be taken overland to the town of Dover. From there, it would be given as an escort to Antwerp. This was all exactly what she was supposed to do. She was the ally who became Spain, and this was his goal. So she didn't have any intention at the time of betraying this, and as many of the reports suggested, taking it all from her. She signed this document on December the 2nd. It was then, the very next day, on December the 3rd, that a letter arrived in London. It went into the hands of William Hawkins, the older brother of John Hawkins, who was the man who had written the letter. The letter came from the Caribbean, informing William Hawkins, who found the Queen, that a hurricane had dashed her fleet in the Caribbean, and that they had subsequently been betrayed and attacked by Spanish officials in the Gulf of Mexico. The day after Elizabeth signed the letter of safe passage, that was when she learned of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins, that same voyage that Francis Drake was the captain of the Judas and where he abandoned the rest of the fleet. The Queen learned that the Spanish officials in the Caribbean had killed her appointed naval officers. And currently, all of the gold intended to pay the troops who were occupying England's closest ally was traveling overland within her waters. Elizabeth learned that that gold did not actually belong to the King of Spain. It was a loan from the wealthy Italian merchant at 10% interest. Elizabeth, after learning of the betrayal at the hands of the Spanish, sent her top advisor, William Cecil, to discuss the terms of that loan with the Italian merchant. She gave him a big offer on those terms of interest, and considering how dangerous the situation was in the Low Countries, the Italian merchant saw that loaning the money to Queen Elizabeth was a much safer bet. So while en route to the city of Dover, all of the gold that had formerly belonged to the King of Spain was transported directly to the Tower of London, where it was put under heavy guard. All of this happened so quickly that King Philip did not learn of it until after it was already recalled. Again, a letter from the Spanish ambassador to quote, "The Queen has taken possession of the boxes of money brought by Lupe de Sierra's ship and 64 boxes from the cutters in Plymouth. She is going to do the same with the other 2 cutters in Plymouth, notwithstanding her promise and letters, besides the passport she gave. The Duke of Alva has ordered all English ships and property to be seized. They tried to raise the mob against the foreigners, but the aldermen and constables acted well and took possession of the streets, so that matter was ended in seizure of property. The sloops that these pirates have taken are full with the Spanish ship, all very valuable. They, the English merchants, have also seized the property of Portuguese. The heretic knaves of the council are going headlong into perdition, incited by Cecil, who is indescribably crazy in his zeal for heresy. The council are in consultation every day, and I know not how it will end.
change your payoff.
The
But
Duke
they
of Alpha
change
was quickly losing
what
control
you
of
are,
the situation.
and that you may not, you could take
His
an
army
action
hadn't been
afterwards you don't
paid in
exist
months, and
anymore,
there
or
was
you are
threatening
radically
mutiny if there
changed,
was
or you
any
are
further
merged with
delay in
somebody
their
else.
payment.
Like that's,
No doubt,
as far as I know,
would
that's
be.
we're still
The
missing
Dutch
a
sea
part
beggars and the
of
English sea
knowing how
dogs, they
to model
controlled the North Sea because the Spanish fleet, the majority of it, was engaged in the Mediterranean. Alba needed money fast, and he needed to keep all of the Dutch from learning how tenuous his situation really was. So he decided to kill two birds with one stone.
I think
In order to raise the money
in the sense that you combine
he
and
seized
basically
every
I
English
think
ship
one of
in
the
the
most
Netherlands,
useful
every
things
ship's
that was done
captain, and
for
all of the
computing
property on
was in the
board.
60s.
This
started
action
with
was
evolutionary
in
computation,
direct
which is showing
opposition
how
to nearly every one of the treaties ever signed
simple
between the
it
English and the
is that
Spanish.
if you
He
have
had
imperfect
broken these
heredity
treaties,
and
which
competition together,
freed Elizabeth's
those two
family.
things will create that
She
type of
decreed,
heredity,
quote,
imperfect heredity and
any
competition.
merchants born or living under the allegiance of the King of Spain who may be found in towns, ports, or other places under suspicion of hiding or disguise, or in any manner of fraud, in order to prevent the detention of themselves and their goods, shall be called to account by the officers of justice of such places with the help of all justices of the peace, who shall inquire and examine the said merchants by all legitimate methods and cast them into prison, no matter to what nation they belong, including all those who may abet or help to hide those who practice such fraud, and especially those who may have concealed such persons in their property. Her Majesty, having also learned from trustworthy sources that it was the intention to detain her subjects beyond the sea, under the pretext of being detained in one of her ports, a certain ship and 3 or 4 small boats, in which for a certain sum of money, Her Majesty thinks fit to declare briefly the facts of the case, by which it will be seen that the detention of her subjects was unjust and without due cause. End quote. This was a dangerous situation, but as it turned out, it was exactly what Elizabeth was hoping for. She needed this pretext to enter in the war with Spain. Things had gone so bad that if she were the one to break her treaties, then many of the independent powers in Europe would have sided against her. But now, as Spain was supposed to break her treaties, she had every excuse she could possibly need. William could now meet the Queen of Orange officially and begin to collaborate. The English would offer any aid and succor to any Dutch patriots that needed it, especially the sea beggars. The sea beggars began to use England really as their primary base of operations. In return, the sea beggars would do all they could to repel the hated Spanish from the Netherlands and restore England's place as their primary trade. After the meeting, William II sent his brother, Louis, with his chief at the port of La Rochelle, where there waited 18 ships of the Dutch sea beggars, led by a man named William Louis. William the Silent had provided his brother Louis 18 letters that he was to present to each one of the ship's captains in this small Dutch fleet. Each of these letters was a letter of reprisal, a letter of marque that would, legally, under the terms of the Dutch Revolution, allow them to attack any Spanish ships in their waters. At almost the exact same time, Elizabeth had done exactly the same thing to many of her sea dogs in both the North Sea and the Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. So had many of the Huguenot tyrants been given leave to attack any Spanish ships they feared. The Dutch, the French Protestants, and the English were all allied together. The battle lines had been drawn. The lines were drawn on divisions both religious and political. These were really the first maneuvers in what we call the 80 Years' War. That was a global war that for its first years would be fought by the saints on the high seas. But that's going to be all for today. We've given a lot of background on the Dutch pirates, who are going to be a major player in the story, and set the stage for some of the most notorious acts of history. Next week, we're going to look briefly at the Huguenots and some of their earlier days. And then we're going to look at the actions of both the French and the English and the Dutch in their fight on the high seas against the allied forces of the Spanish and French. This was going to be a war that would shape Europe forever and shape the politics of the Caribbean for centuries. I hope everybody enjoyed this episode. It took a little longer to get out than most of our previous episodes. This story is getting very complex, and all of a sudden, there are a lot of moving parts, and I wanted to give some very important background information to one of the key players. We're really going to need to know some of this stuff because things are coming
things
to
that's
a
important
head
about
very rapidly. Things are about to get crazy
chimeric
from the school.
bioengineering technologies, all of those things.
If you're enjoying the show,
have
why
to
not check out our
start
website at
developing a better science
highhistorypodcast.com.
of
Over there, you can
predicting
find some
the
supplemental
cognitive goals
information
of
such as maps
composite
and
systems.
works of
We're
art
just not
relating
very
to our
good at it,
topics.
right?
We also
don't
have
know,
on every episode a list of the sources used.
if I create a
If you're
composite
interested in
system
learning
that's
more
going to be
about any
Internet
of
of
the
Things,
topics that we
or
cover,
robotics,
so
or
the source
cellular,
lists
or
also
just
have links that go to the
whatever.
bigbooks.com page for
What
that book
is
where you
the
can pick
emergent
up a copy of
intelligence of this
anything you'd
thing?
like to
First
read
of all,
about.
what levels it can be
If
at,
you do
and
use
if it
that
has
service,
goal-directed
bigbooks is kind enough
capacity,
to
what
throw
are
me
the
a couple
goals?
of links. We
Like,
also have
we
an
are just
bigbooks
not very
search
good
page
at
on our
predicting
site.
that yet. And I
If
think
you'd
that
like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website.
it's
There's a
a
PayPal donate button as well as a link to our
level
Patreon page. That's going to
need for us to be able to, because we're building these things all the
patreon.com/historypodcast.
right? We're building,
There's also an ebooks and Amazon
physical
search bar.
structures
So
like
if
swarm
you need to
robotics,
search
and
for
we're
anything
building
on either ebooks or
social,
Amazon.com,
financial
if you
structures.
just
So
look at our website, they're kind
with
enough to send
very
you a
little
couple of
ability
bucks.
to
In addition to
predict
reading
what sort of
that, you
autonomous
can also
goals that
leave a
system is
review
going to have,
on
of which we
iTunes,
are now
Stitcher, or
columnists.
Podbean,
And
all
so,
of which we have
right, so
links
for
to at the
learning
website.
to predict and
Doing this
control
really
these
helps with
things
the
can be
podcast
critical.
understanding.
So,
We really
so
appreciate
in
it.
fact,
Once
so
again,
if you're
and most
right, and
importantly,
there is some kind of
thank you for
attractive
listening.
evolution,
Thank
it
you.
would be nice to know what that is, and then to make a rational decision of whether we're going to go along or we're going to pop out of it, or try to pop out of it. Because it's really guaranteed. That's the other kind of important thing. A lot of people,
Thank you for
I
listening.
get a lot of complaints
In
from
March
people who email and say,
1561,
what you're
the
doing
French court of
isn't natural.
Rothschild,
You know,
a group of
say,
deep sea
look,
captains
natural.
met and
That'd
conferred.
be nice if somebody was making
Some
sure
of
that
these
natural
men
was
spent their entire lives
matched
in
up to our values. But
raiding
no one's
shipping
doing
from the North
evolution
Sea and
evolution
the
optimizes for biomass.
Others were
Nobody's
more
optimizing,
recently
it's
brought
not
into the
optimizing
trade.
for your
There
happiness
were
and
men
type
who
of
had
things
been
necessarily. It's
pushed
optimized
from their
for
lives, and as
chemistry
talented
and fairness,
mariners,
right?
people
So
who
I
decided
want to
to
find
take
that
up
person that emailed
They were
them
talking
all
about
take their
really
place,
technology in their lives.
steal
Each of
everything
the
else, and
18
say
was in
now
possession of
now
what was
this is
called a letter
natural.
of
this is natural.
request,
Yeah, exactly.
better known as a letter of
Because it
request.
comes from
They had just
an
received
old
it
world
from
view
Louis of
where
Nassau,
you
the
could
brother of William
assume
II.
that whatever is natural, that that's
For
probably
these
for the
men
best.
who
And I think
had
we're long out of
always
the
been
argument
involved
kind of view.
on the
So
run,
I
on
think
the
we
high
can be better.
seas,
I
from
think
the
we can be
authorities,
happy,
be
right?
they
So natural
Spanish,
was
French,
great.
or from the Low
A lot
Countries,
of
they now had a
What is
measure of
the
legitimacy,
synthetic
and they
organs?
had to decide exactly
Think
what they
about
wanted to do.
anything about a body.
In many in Europe, they were still
What do you
outlaws.
imagine?
They would have to run from the Spanish, just as they
Yeah,
always
on a
had,
practical
and follow
level, what I
most of the
really
Dutch
hope to
authorities.
do
However, in the
is to
courts of the
gain
Friendly
enough
Court,
of an
be they the
understanding
court
of
they were
the
currently
embodied
in,
intelligence
rothschild,
of
France, the People,
organs,
or
tissues,
any of the
such
courts in
that
England,
we
or
can
even some
achieve
of the courts
a
in our
radically
home,
different
the Low
regenerative
Countries,
medicine.
they
So
would
that
be
we
able
could
to stay
say,
there without having
but
to
basically, and
sneak
I
in
think
and
about it
pretend they were
as,
somebody else.
they
They
in
could
terms
sail
of
in
like, okay,
proudly,
what's
and
the
instead of pirates, they would be seen as
what's the goal
freedom
of kind
fighters.
of and
Some of these
game
captains
or
saw this as
to
an
me,
opportunity
the
to
end game
better
is something that
themselves,
you would call
make
an
themselves
anatomical
a
compiler.
proper
So the
name
idea
in the
that you
service
sit
of
down
their
in front
country.
of the computer and you would
Others,
draw
and some of the most powerful among
the
them,
body for the
saw
organ,
this as license
not
to plunder,
molecular details,
set
but like
ships,
this is what I
and
want.
raid.
Six-legged,
This is
frog with a
episode
propeller
number
on top,
12,
or I want
The
a heart that
Rising
looks like this, or I want a leg that looks like this.
These 18
And what it would
captains
do
were the most
is
training
what
in a
you're
group
doing
known as
is
the Sea Veterans.
put out
Those
it
pirates turned
could
patriots that
convert
were
that
now fighting for the
anatomical
cause of low
description
country
into a set of
independence.
stimuli that would have
They
to
cast
give
a
the
net
cells
out across the
to
coast of the
exactly that.
Netherlands and into the North Sea.
Right? I probably
Any
won't live to
Catholic
see
ship,
it,
be
but
it
I think
French
it's
or
achievable.
Spanish, that was
And I think with that,
foolish enough to make their way into their
if we can
path,
have that,
they
then
took caution.
that is basically
Any
the
worthy ship that
solution
they took,
to
they sailed
all
into a friendly port
medicine
and had
except
outfitted
for
for war.
infectious disease. So
There was
birth
no
defects,
shortage of
right?
women
Traumatic
eager to
injury,
serve on this
cancer,
voyage,
aging, degenerative disease.
not just
If
for
we
the
knew how to
plunder,
tell
which they
cells
would
what
be
to
very
build,
keen
all
on,
of
but
those things
also
go away.
for the chance
So
to
those
serve
things
their
go
newly
away,
founded
and
country.
the
Three of
positive
these captains at this
feedback spiral
conference
of
stood out
economic
as
costs,
leaders of the Sea
where all
Veterans.
the advances are
There was
increasingly
Lord
more
Dalton, the
heroic
man
and
who was
expensive
given most
interventions
of the
of a
orders
single
to
ship
do.
when you're like
There was another named
and so
Jan
on, right?
Abels,
All
and
of that
another
was
named
just
Jan
basically
von
instead of
Storm.
trying to fix you up as you
These three
degrade,
men, more more than any others, realized that these letters of marque gave Gemma not just legitimacy, but responsibility,
So
and
I
not
think that
just
will have a
increased
massive
risk,
economic
but
impact
also
overall. We're trying
a
to
chance
balance
for
a lot of
increased
all
deployment.
sustainable.
At the
And,
same
and
time,
that
William and
hopefully
Louis of
we
Nassau
get-
were
so
granting
to
these
me,
letters
yes,
of marque to their
the
pirate
Starbucks
captains,
will
positioning
help
as
the
a
environment,
preview
your for and all that kind of stuff.
any English port or any English merchant that either gave publicly or assisted these sea beacons would face
synthetic systems
severe
to
consequences.
try to understand, to develop science of detecting and
In reality, things were
manipulating the
somewhat
goals
different.
of collective
When
intelligence
one of
cells,
those sea
specifically
captains,
for
Jan
journalism.
Obels, took
And then
5 ships
sort
off the
of
coast of
beyond
Holland The local
think further
authorities there in
beyond that,
Holland
what
sent 3
is
ships
that
south
kind
of
of like
Dutch.
you said, all of his drives
Now, Jan Abels had
reconsideration
10
of
or
how
maybe
we
11 ships at his
formulate
command, so
ethical
he
norms.
easily could have
Because
taken
this
these
old
Dutch
school,
vessels,
so
but
the
for
old
two reasons he
is what you
decided
could
not
do is
to. First,
you
these were
confront with
Spanish
something new,
ships. Though they had been
capital,
ordered by
right?
the
If
Spanish
you
government,
Italian
they were
language
Dutch
style, you
vessels, so
said,
he
ah,
didn't
fine,
intend
right?
to.
So
And
it
second,
was made in the
despite the
factory,
fact that he
and
would
you
have
get
won
hard,
that fight,
you do whatever,
he
right?
was a
If you did that,
man
you
whose
got
object was
squishy
plunder,
kind
not
of form,
battle.
the
So
sensation,
he
you say,
decided
ah,
to
you
flee
get
to
more or less
England.
nice to it,
He had
whatever.
a particular
That's
hiding
not
place in mind, but
feasible. It was
unfortunately,
never
one of
really,
those channel
it was
storms
good enough
blew
because
in
we
and
didn't have
forced him
any
to
that
seek
we made
harbor
money
in
that
an English
needs to
port.
go.
And
And I
naturally,
think that
an English harbor official
by
came out to
breaking
inspect his
down
vessel,
artificial
a vessel
barriers,
stolen from the
someday
Spanish,
we can
filled
try
with
to
Spanish
build
loot, and
a
manned by
system
heavily
of
armed
ethical
Dutchmen.
norms that does not rely on
Jan
these
Abels, though,
contingent
wasn't worried in
facts
the
of
least,
our
despite
earthly history,
Elizabeth's
but something
proclamation.
much deeper that
He produced
really
his letter of marque
takes
from Louis
agency
Davis and presented it to the
the
inspector,
capacity
and
to suffer
he
and all that
assured the
takes
man
that
that they would
seriously.
not harass any English
Capacity to
vessels.
suffer and any deep
The harbor
questions I
master
would ask
inspected the letter of
systems
marque
can I
and
eat it,
the Spanish cargo and agreed that everything seemed to
the
be on the up
fundamental
and up.
tests of
Jan Abels
again
asked the harbor
condition.
master where would be the
So
best to
I
sell
can
his
basically do
entirely
what Dolly
legally
does.
obtained cargo.
That's
The Spanish ambassador in
physical
England,
space.
well, he would
So
have been
print
outraged
out
at any
like
other point
3D
in his
print.
life had this
I put the
happened.
frog,
However,
propeller head,
he had other
propeller
things
hat.
occupying his mind before.
It's the dream.
Only recently,
Well,
Queen
I
Elizabeth had
guess
acquired
I
all
mean,
of the
I'm going
gold
to
he
get away
had
from
to
the
pay the
printing
Spanish
because
troops in the
that
battle.
would be available
She had
for
locked him
some
away in the
things
tall
much
apartment
earlier.
and
You
never
can
to see the
already
light of day.
ladders and ears and things like
His
that
king, King
because
Philip
it's
II,
micro
was
right?
understandably
Right.
outraged by
You are in
this,
charge
and
of it.
there was a
So
constant
for some
line of
things that
communication
for like this thing,
between
they
these two
had that
men, and
20 years
it
ago.
was
They
very clear
were
that the Spanish ambassador
See, I
wasn't
would
in
like to
trouble.
emphasize the Dolly part where
Beyond
you
that,
provide
ever since the
words
Spanish had
Yeah.
seized the English
generate
ships in the Low
pages.
Countries that
So
were
here you
Protestant
say
vessels not
speech,
the Spanish
and
ambassador
then
had
it would
been placed under house
go
arrest,
direct
only
complex
ever allowed to
biological
leave his
system
home
construct
to
something
visit
like that.
court and
Yeah.
see the
The
Queen,
main
and
magic
even
would
then,
be, I
only
mean, I
to
think
aid
from
them.
looking at the Dali
It was
itself,
on one
it
of
looks
these
like the
occasions
first part
while
is
visiting
kind of
the
solved
English
now,
court
where you
that
can
saw
from
Queen
the word to
meeting
the
an
image,
emissary
like that
from
seems more or less solved.
a notorious
The
source
next
who
step
was
is
the
really
ambassador
hard.
for
This is what
William
keeps
II,
things like CRISPR
the
and genomic editing and so on.
prince of
If
the
it's what limits all
undeterred
these
Netherlands Republic. That
impacts for
emissary
genetic
was
medicine.
Lord
Because
Dauphin, that
going
man
back
who
to
was
okay, this
essentially the
joint that I wanted,
admiral
this is the
of all
eye that I
seas.
want. Now,
He
what
was
genes
the
do I
admiral
edit to
even
make that
that
happen?
young
Right? Going
Hobbes
back
who
in
was
that
busy
direction is
in that
really
English
hard.
port,
So instead of
selling
that,
his
it's
own
going to be
cotton
okay. I
goods,
understand how to
buying
motivate
rounds of
cells
drinks
to
with his
particular
men, and
structures, and I
presumably
rewrite the
enjoying some of
memory
the
of what
local
they think they're supposed to be
industries.
building, such that then I can
Lord
take
Dauphin
my hands
was
off the wheel and
thinking
let
of
them
attempting
let
to
them do
build
it.
an
So
alliance
some of that
between
is
his men
experiment, some of
Caesar
that is
and William of Nassau and
protein
Queen Elizabeth.
folding.
He had also been to Rothschild meeting with Huguenot leaders, attempting to build an alliance
in
there.
the most simple
These three groups were essentially
medium
creating a
tried
league
in
of
house
Protestants in Europe,
cells
a league that
without
was
fold,
struggling against the
which is
combined papal
how
forces
does
of
the sequence
Spain
of
and France and the Holy Roman
letters
Empire.
result in this
This was in
three-dimensional
response
shape
to
you have to
many of
I
these papal
guess
forces'
solve
moves
because
against the
you have to,
Protestants in Europe.
if you
For
say I
example,
want
the
this
Duke of
shape,
Alba
how do
and
I
King
then
Philip
have the
had
sequence of
elected to
letters?
blockade all of the
Yeah,
English
the
shipments
reverse
in their
engineering
English
stuff is really
ports.
tricky.
Notably,
I
there was a
think
royal
where
fleet that was
some
stuck
of
in
this
London.
now is
It was bound for
to
La
use
Rochelle's
AI
France,
to
but not
try
allowed to
and
leave the harbor. And
build
more importantly,
actionable
there was a
models of
wolf
the
fleet
intelligence
unable
of
to
the
leave
satellite
English shores.
to try to help us
They were
gain
intended to
models
sell
like
to
that.
Germany, where they would sell a large
We
percentage
had
of
some
England's
success in
gold.
this.
So
we
much,
did
in
something
fact,
like
that this
this
really
for
threatened English labor.
for
It was even clear at
a
court
birth
that
defect
if
in the
this
brain,
fleet weren't allowed to
fraud,
sail,
some
this
of
might
this
collapse England's entire economy.
where you
To
can
break
really
the
start to
blockade,
use AI
Elizabeth
to
sent out
make
her
models
most
of
trusted
how
sailors.
would I
She sent out
impact this
the
thing if I
Hawkins
wanted to,
brothers,
given all the
John and William
complexities,
Hawkins,
right,
from
and given all the
She sent out the Winter brothers. She also sent out Francis Drake and all of his brothers as captains of the vessels to harass any Spanish ships that were blockading their trade and occasionally engage in what was really almost outright naval warfare.
That information
This
is
was
already
really
there.
one of England's
Right,
first naval
biology
actions as a nation.
has that information.
After chasing off the
So,
Spanish
How
blockade,
does
she
regenerative
aided the
medicine work
Union
today?
forces in the Channel and helped open the port of Rothschild, both for the French and for the English trade. The Channel was
Today,
a place
set
that
of
was
popular
deadly
approaches.
for
So
any
one is 3D
conquest
printing.
ships.
So the idea
So
is
many
I'm moving
French
scaffolds
corsairs,
of
these
the thing
human
I want
forces,
to
were
seed it with
tied
cells
down and
and
afraid
there it is.
that
It's
really they'd been
and then
unable to
certain
keep the Channel
make a
free.
bladder
However, with this new alliance with England, they were really able to bolster the alliance and keep both the royal step forces and the Spanish from interceding in their trade. Now, on the east coast of England, and in the North Sea, as well as along the coast of the Netherlands, it was really the sea battles that ruled the waves. During this time, after the British blockade, hundreds of French and Spanish ships were taken, even and still more violent. The Navy of the Human Rights had, for a long time, really been a well-organized force. The Human Rebellion had a well-established naval law. However, now that the sea beggars and the English Navy were both in the fray, they really wanted to press their advantage in their seas. This was the first time that England had really been able to put their massive navy they had been building to use. And the Dutch were organizing as well. Beyond the overgrown pirates they had been, they were becoming something more. Their fleets had grown too large, and their numbers swelled too much to rely on backroom meetings at the Haggard's Neck. They decided to elect officially Lord Dolphin as their head. Then, on August 15, 1569, they signed an accord. It read, whereas during the past years, the greater part of the nobility of Friesland, as well as Holland and this country, has been driven away from their property, leaving behind goods, wives, and children to assist one another with all their possessions, bodies, and lives, only for the purpose of damaging, destroying, and annihilating the Duke of Alva and his bloodthirsty adherents. None of us shall, on his own account, either conceive and plan or begin any attack without the knowledge of all, and without the consent of our common council and assembly. They were still not part of the Navy. Pirates and their objects were still plunder, but they did agree in that decree to give half of all of their proceeds freely aboard to the cause of Netherlands independence. The combined forces of the Protestant forces at sea proved to be too much, at least in the north, for the attacks. So they turned to a higher power. They turned to a face-to-face. They published a paper bull on February 25th, 1578. It was called the Regnans Excelsis, and it read, quote, "We declare that Saint Elizabeth Puritan and Patriot and her adherents to foreign and to be cut off from the unity of the body of Christ, and her, Elizabeth, to be deprived of her pretended right to the realm and all in every dominion, dignity and privilege, and also the nobles, subjects, and peoples of the said realm, and all else who in any manner have made oath to her to be forever absolved from such oath, and all duty of lineage, fealty, and obedience, as by the authority of the presence, we absolve her, and deprive the said Elizabeth of the pretended right to the realm and all else aforesaid." End quote. I've mentioned this to people before. It was this action that so enraged not only the Queen and the Privy Council, but Sir Francis Drake. He, after this occurrence, finally convinced Elizabeth to allow him to go on. It would wind up being known as Drake's death. If you are new to the show, or this is your first episode, I'd really suggest going back sometime and listening to episode number 2 at the Treaty House of the World. We go into some depth there, but in short, what Francis Drake did was a subsequent number of voyages to the Caribbean where he attacked and plundered all along the many Spanish-held Caribbean islands and the Spanish Main in more and more audacious fashion as the voyages continued, culminating in what was one of the most notorious acts of piracy ever undertaken in the entirety of the New World. It was there that Francis Drake met up and allied with many French universities and really opened up an American project that was becoming a global war between these two regions. Back in Europe, there was a few sea beggars that left the English shores where they had been harbored to go and meet with them. They needed a port that was not rothschild as they were before, and not one of the many partial English ports, but a true Netherlands port, something that they could call their home base and sit their organized to. Now, many of the ports in the Netherlands were somewhat friendly to the sea beggars, especially in the north. The locals there were not people that feared the sea. The sea beggars never harassed the locals, only the sea beggars. To show out the lack of ill will that the locals held toward the sea beggars, read a bit from the author of Water wrote from his homeland, Vienna, this exiles and He
to
wrote that
artificially
quote,
control the bioelectric state
been
of the
moved
cells
to
to
right
physically
this is
force
highly
them to
recommended to
remain
you
in
an
that network.
honest skipper
So
of
then
Amsterdam
what
and
that
direct
means is that
hurts
nasty
daily.
mutations like
Two,
KRAS and
having
things like that,
arrived
these
here to
really tough
Vancouver,
oncogenic
first and
mutations that cause
foremost, it
tumors.
was great
If
misfortune
you
and misery.
if you do the
The ship has been great loss, been
artificially
seized, and to the great affliction
uh,
and sorrow
control
of
the
dear wife and
bioelectrics,
children, of
you,
whom he
you,
is a large
you
number.
greatly reduce
Whereas we
tumorigenesis
have had such
or
information
normalize
concerning
cells
the
that have
senator
already
from the
begun
mountain
to
witnesses
basically
and
eradicate
from
the
other
cells.
honest merchants
And
of
so
Amsterdam
this
who
is
have
another
taken
person
refuge
who's
there.
area. This is another way
Therefore,
in which
upon finding
the
place, we
bioelectric
did not
state
deem it
kind of
advisable to inform the
dominates
brethren
what
of the
the
same,
genetic state
hoping
is.
that it
If
would
you sequence
assist not a little
the
in
you
relieving
can
her sad
sequence the
case.
nucleic acid to see the KRAS mutation. Well,
This man, Mark Byron,
but there isn't.
he was just
because
a poor
bioelectrically you kept
merchant
the cells
from
connected.
Amsterdam
Just
who was
walking out,
sailing
making
from
nice
English shores and had
whatever.
his vessel seized.
So we started
At
moving
least
that
that's how this
to
letter
human glioblastoma cells
I
and hoping
imagine
for
the Spanish in the region
patient
didn't see him in the
future
same light.
interaction with patients.
To them, he was nothing more than a
So
loathsome
is this one of the
and
possible ways
despite
in which
these
we
friendly
may
locals, the
quote
Spanish really
cure
controlled
cancer?
all of the
I think
coastline
so.
of the
Yeah, I think so. I think the actual
So the fleet
maybe there
of
are other
Dutch
technologies
vessels
you
that
can
was
use
sailing
that
from
is
England,
great
led by Lord
technology.
Alpine, to find
Chemotherapy,
a
I
port
don't
that
think
they
is a
could
good
seize
is
from
a
the
good
Spanish and
technology. I
hold
think we got to
against
get
them
off
with
of
the
that.
aid of both
So
their
chemotherapy
Cuban and English
kills
allies, much like
Yeah,
Port of
well,
Rothschild and
chemotherapy
some of the ports in the
looks to
British
get more of
coast.
the tumor cells than the cells.
However,
So
as
it's a
they
fine
approached the
balance.
Netherlands
The problem
coast,
is the
a
cells are very
storm
similar as they are
arose
your
and
cells.
it forced the
So
Dutch
if you
fleet
don't have
into a
a
Zealand
very
harbor.
tight way of
The
distinguishing
harbor was
between
called
them,
Io.
then
Now, when they
the
waited
toll
for
that
the
you
storm
take
to
to the
die
rest of the
down,
body is just
another
so
fleet
and
slashed
use
over.
their
A
good trust
total
with
of
the immune
60
system.
ships sailed into that harbor.
yeah, I think
These
that's
ships, as
potentially
it
a
turned
very
out, were from
good,
the
very
Baltic
good
and
approach.
bound for Spain.
If the immune system
These
gets
ships
taught to
were carried
recognize
gain
enough of cancer
The
cells,
Dutch
that's pretty
couldn't
good.
let guys such
But I
as
think,
this
but I
slip
think our
through their
approach is
fingers.
way
So
more
they spent the
fundamental
next 2 or 3
because
days
you can
plundering these
keep
60
the
vessels
cells
of
harnessed
everything
towards
available.
organ level
However,
growth as opposed to
after those 3
individual cell
days,
growth.
another fleet sailed into the harbor, chased by the very same storm. 40 ships that were
So
even
we've been
more
living through
richly
a
loaded.
pandemic.
These were
What do you
some of
think
the
about
greatest prizes that
viruses
the Dutch
in
would ever
this
see.
full, beautiful
I think
biological
about
context we've been
something
talking
like
about? Are
that
they
was the war.
beautiful to you? Are
In a
they
relatively small
terrifying?
port on the Dutch coast, battered
Also,
by storm winds
maybe,
and
let's
ceaseless
say,
rain,
are they
100
so
ships around the North
discriminating
Sea
this whole
were
conversation? They look
able to meet. Where could they go?
fighting
Into
their
the ocean?
assholes.
Into that ship killer of a
As far
storm?
as I know,
No,
and I
they
haven't
were
been able to
forced to
find the
stay at
paper yet,
anchor and
but somewhere
attempt to
I
defend
saw
themselves
it.
against this roving band of
There
pirates
was
that was going
some
from
paper
ship
showing
to
an
ship,
example of a
taking
virus that
anything
actually
on
had
board any of
physiology,
these
so
vessels that they carried
something was
through.
going on,
And
I think
beyond
protozoans or
that,
something.
not only the
But
ships, they had taken
barring that,
hostage to the
generally
crews of
speaking,
all of these
viruses are very
vessels.
passive. They
They
don't do
intended
anything
to
by
hold them
themselves,
for
and so
ransom.
I don't
Word
see
spread
any
quickly
particular
that
reason to
relations
attribute much
spread
of a mind to them.
inland
I
to the
think,
Spanish officials
you know,
who naturally colonized soldiers
they
directly to the
represent
shoreline
a
who
way to
halted there
hijack
and
other
made a base
minds,
camp.
for sure,
Letting
like
the Dutch know that
cells
if they were
and
to
other things.
disembark, they would
But
be
that's an
immediately
interesting interplay, though.
This
If
was
they're
intended
hijacking
to
other
deter
minds,
these Dutchmen from
you know,
raiding
doing
England,
what
taking parties ashore,
talking
and
about
raiding some
the
of the smaller
nuances that
villages.
they can interact
This
with
was
each other and
something the Spanish were
alter
very
each other's
skeptical.
trajectory
If the Dutch were to
by
attack, it would
having
prove to the
interacted.
locals in the region that the
That's
Spanish
that's
couldn't
a
protect them and weaken their rule, so they took sharp measures
meaningful
to keep
connection
it
to the
down.
virus itself.
Now, the Dutch
Yeah, I
knew
think
that they had to
most
leave, but they weren't
are
deterred from
transformed
their
by the
search for reform.
experience, and so in that sense,
Some of
both
these
are
ships in
really
this fleet sailed to England
Yeah,
or to
yeah.
La Rochelle to sell some of their plunder, but still more ships from around the area
This question
joined
of
their
what's
fleet,
the
scoring their way
sound
through
of
the
it,
larger
I really, I'm not
The
sure,
fleet
and I
traveled
know
to the
some people
island.
didn't work on this.
An island had anyone,
Is
they
anybody else?
long used
But
as a
I
base where they
not found
unloaded
that
much of their cargo.
particularly
There was
useful
a
as to try
lord
and make that a
a
binary
man named
kind of
Peter van
distinction.
Minda,
I think
who
the
was
level of
sympathetic
competition is
to
very
colonists.
interesting.
He allowed them to use his
As a
island as
continuum,
essentially a
but
storehouse for any of their goods.
I really
The
know
sea
what
beggars learned that Lord Cager had actually been pushed
that's why
into the chains of
it's
sea
a
beggars
very
by the
violent
Spanish.
distinction.
Before his
Sexism or
strike,
not,
the sea beggars
frankly, or not. Because those are
Control this
actions.
castle, I
Yeah,
think it's
I think
relatively
that's a
quickly.
critical point
When
that
they
you
controlled
brought
the
because
castle, they
how would
essentially
you relate to
controlled
something
all of the
is
island.
really
This was a
what this is all about,
strategic
right? As an
location for
engineer,
them.
how
They
do I
controlled
control
a
it?
large
Because
amount of
maybe I
harbor
shouldn't be
and ocean
controlling it.
around.
Maybe I should
So
be,
this was a great
have
place
a
for the sea
relationship
to
with it. Should I be listening to
For
it?
several months,
Like all the
this
way from,
island
I
served
need
as a
to
base
take it
for
apart,
operations.
all the way to,
They launched
I better just
countless
do what it
raids
says
from
because it's
there,
usually
and
pretty smart.
all over the
Everything
North
is
Sea,
right.
people
That's
knew that this
really
was a
what we're
place of
asking.
forward to come in.
Yeah, we need to
Now, of course,
understand
this
our
first
relationship. to it. You're
So
searching
they
for that
gave them a
relationship.
name
Even
that
in
was
true real
tasked with
senses.
liberating this
You
island
came up
from the
with a
sea.
lot of interesting terms.
I'm going to read a passage from The
You
Sea
mentioned
Devils
something
by
like
Damon Bursky.
agential
This book was
material.
written
That's
in
a really interesting
1901,
one.
and though some of the
That's a
history
really,
is somewhat questionable, it's one of the best
for the
sources we
future
have
of
on St.
computation
men,
and
and
artificial
the language
intelligence,
that
computer
explain
science, and
Arab
all that.
history is just fantastic.
There's also,
Quote,
you can go do
Rogel's
something
first
that
plan was to dislodge the
based on
beggars
some
from their
interesting
strongholds.
thoughts.
For this purpose, he
There's
dispatched, in December
Heliophobia,
1569,
the
a
ones
force
that
of
are
Spanish
occurring
soldiers to
outside
the
of
island of England.
to which agencies
Here,
are
however,
considering
the
resist
Spaniards were
them.
so warmly received
Yeah,
by
I
the sea
mean, that's
beggars
the
under
opposite.
their
I mean,
impetuous
being afraid
commander,
of
the famous
maybe
Wrongire
empathy
nobleman,
present.
Bartholomew Antoine
Again,
von
some people
Mackay, that
do
the
that. I think
attacking
that
party was
I
obliged to
don't
beat
think
a
I
precipitate
think
retreat.
the whole notion of
Antoine and his sea
anthropomorphizing
beggars remained
is
for a
a
month
whole
long
other
in
from
undisputed
a
possession of the
pre-scientific
English stronghold
age
and the island of
where
England.
humans were magic
Once
and
they
everything
continued
else
to
was
wrong
magic,
over and
and
presume
you were
peace whenever the
anthropomorphizing when
opportunity was
you
favored.
dared
This was
suggest
not
that
to be borne much
something else
longer,
has to
and
be just
Robles
because.
was resolved to
And I think
drive
we
them
need to
away
be
at any
way
cost.
beyond that.
In
And
January 1570, he
this
set out a
issue of
much stronger expedition than the
anthropomorphizing
one of the
is
previous
it's
December,
a cheap
and this time
charge.
he
I don't
was
think
more
it
successful.
holds any
Under
water
his
at all,
own leadership,
other than
his troops
when
surprised
somebody
and
makes
caught
it
the sea
popular.
beggars
So
on
I
land.
think
A
all
short,
copies
decisive
claim
battle ensued in which the beggars
when
were
somebody
completely
says this thing
routed.
knows, or this thing hopes, or this thing wants,
Once
or this
again,
thing
without
predicts,
base, the
all
beggars
you can say
tried to
is
find someone new
fabulous.
and
Give
entertain.
me the
For
engineering
months
protocol
and
that
months, they tried
drive
one
proofs in
harbor
that
after another.
hypothesis, and we will see
One of
if
their
this thing
more
helps us
famous
or not,
cases
and
was a
then
man
we
named
can,
Jan
we can
van
make a
Schorn,
rational
where he
decision.
took a market
I
town
also
that
like
was
Anton
directly between
Tyler,
Antwerp and
which is
Amsterdam. This was
representing
a fairly
the
important port
long-term
of call.
end game of
The
the
Spanish
science
were
of
quick to see the play in
genesis
the house.
that reminds us
The
of our
Spanish,
way
well,
to
they had garrisoned
understand who we
troops.
are.
They had many cannon
Someday,
in
you'll
every
be able to
harbor
sit
of the
in front of an
Netherlands. They intended
anatomical
to
computer,
repel the sea beggars
specify the shape
anywhere
of
that
the
they
end of
could.
our planet.
Still, they
It will
were
convert
becoming
that
real
shape
through
to
the Spanish
specification to a
rule.
set of stimuli
So,
that will have
the
to
Duke
be
of
able
Alba
to sell
established
to
a
look
fleet.
exactly
It
that
was
shape. No
originally
matter how
composed
weird,
of 12 large Spanish
it ends up
warships
being
with
you have
the
total
express
control.
purpose of
Just
destroying the sea
imagine
beggars.
the
This was a
possibility
fleet the lakes the North Sea hadn't seen
of
for some
physical
time.
space.
The
One of the
beggars
glorious
had fled
accomplishments of
as
human
fast as
civilization
possible.
is
They were
meeting
tracked by the
indigenous
fleet,
space.
however, and
Now,
while
this
running
could
from
create
its
needs
overwhelming
in
firepower, they
physical
decided
space.
to try and
I am
take
both excited
refuge in
and
the harbor
terrified
of
by
a
that
local
possibility.
river. They
Cognitive
didn't
life
expect
form,
these
we could
large
also
Spanish
talk
vessels
about
to follow them.
the
However,
outer
some of the
boundary
vessels
of
were able
space
to.
and time that the
The fleet
largest goal
chased
given
them
system
like
can work
wolves, and
towards.
finally, they
Is
soundly
it
defeated the sea beggars.
kind of
They
like
took
shooting
two of the sea
at
beggars'
options?
largest ships and
It's a little
sinking
different
two
than
others.
auctions.
This was,
It's
of
really
course,
focused
hardly all
on
the ships that the
so
sea beggars
back
had
in
in
this
There were
I first
many
came up with
marine
this back
vessels
in
being around
2018.
England
I
at the
want to
port
say
of La
we did
Rochelle and
a
sailing
conference
elsewhere in the North Sea.
Appleton conference
The
where they
call went out
challenged us to
to any of the sea
come up
beggar
with
ships that could be found to
frameworks. I
run
think
its
actually
fleet on
it's
the shores of
this
England.
diverse
They were
intelligence
received there by
community
the
that
Countess de
Submarines
Montgomery,
they have
who
a summer
presented
institute that
the Dutch with
logo to
really
be
a splendid ship,
yeah,
something that
it's
could be a
different life
flagship
forms.
for them to
You know,
replace one of their
so
lost
the
vessels.
whole
They
program is called
named this
diverse
in
intelligence. So
honor
they
of
challenged us to
Columbus.
come up with a framework that was
Despite the
suitable
small
for
colony of the English
analyzing
Navy,
different
and
kinds of
despite the many
intelligence
friends and
together, right?
allies that the sea beggars
Because
had
the
on
kinds of
British
things we do
soil,
with humans are not
even there was
good
no
with an
harm to the
octopus,
sea
not good with a
beggars.
planet.
The edict that Elizabeth had made against
So I
them still
started thinking
stood.
about this.
Frequently, when they would chase in
asked
Spanish ships
myself,
into English
what
ports, they would be fired
what
and
do all
occasionally arrested.
collective agents, no
Now,
matter
these
what their
weren't acts of
provenance,
true
no matter
violence,
what
but they
their
were made to ensure that the sea beggars didn't use
architecture is,
England as
what
a
do
real
collective agents
home
have?
base.
It seems to me
This
that
was
they have
due in large part to the
some
actions of the beggars
degree of
themselves.
competency to
They were
pursue the goal.
rough,
And so what you do
violent,
then
and
is you get
untruthful
drawings.
who
So
caused trouble
what I
wherever they
drawings
went.
is this thing that is
Even
kind of
those
like
of them that were
a
members of the
backwards
nobility knew that they
kind of
had to
cone
play a
diagram
role
where
and become a pirate.
all of
They had to be
space
part of who they were. They
one
had to
axis,
show fear in
and
their
then
enemy's
here
camp.
the
And to
time
do
is
this,
this axis.
they had to
And
work
then
secretly
what you
with their
push
allies
against
as
the law
well.
for any creature
Even other friendly
you
ports
can
like the port of La
semi
Rochelle began to
quantitatively
refuse
estimate
some see
one of
the
the
entrance into that harbor because of
spatial
their
temporal
propensity for causing trouble.
goals that it can
So the
that
sea
it's
divers
capable
can
of
create their
pursuing. For
search
example,
for a
if
port
you
of
are
call.
a kid
They needed a
and
place that they
all
could call
you can
home, a
all
real
you
base of
are able
operations.
to pursue
For
is
months and
maximal
months,
or
they
bacteria
tried
to
again and
maximize
again
the
to take
level of
different
some
ports, and
chemicals
again
in
and
the
again they
vicinity,
would
right?
defeat
That's
it
all
by
you've got
expanding
higher
the
level
opportunities.
than your simple system like a different
In one
bacteria.
such encounter, that
If
man,
you
beyond
are
Bob
something
Heard,
like a
had
dog,
favored
well,
among the sea bugger
you've got
captains, one of the
some
most
ability
popular among their
to
ranks. Well, he was
to care
boarded
about
before he was
some
even able to
spatial
mount their
region, some temporal,
the
you
Spanish
can
attack on
remember
the
a
sea.
little bit backwards, you
His
can
men
predict a
fought
little bit
hard
forward,
to defend their vessel.
but you're
However,
never
they were
ever going
overwhelmed
to care
very
about what
quickly.
happens in the next town
All of
over
them were
4
left
weeks.
had to jump
It's just
overboard to
as far as
escape
we know, just
Spanish
impossible
action.
for that
Now, there
kind
were
of
other ships in this
If
fleet that were
you're
still fighting the
human, you
Spanish.
might be working
But the men
towards
who had
world
jumped off
peace
around
long
Von
after you're
Schuern's
dead,
ship,
right? So you might
well,
have
they swam
a planetary
specified
scale
the
goal
issue.
that's
They
enormous,
climbed
right?
aboard, and
And
unfortunately,
then there may
they found
be
a
other
company of
greater
Spanish
intelligences
troops
somewhere that can
and
care
already
in
taken
the range about numbers
before
of
they even
creatures
climbed
that,
over
you know,
the
sort
radar.
of Buddha
They
like
found themselves staring
can
down
like care about
Spanish steel
everybody's
and
welfare, like
Spanish
really care
missiles.
the way we can. And
This
so,
began
so
happening
that
with alarming
it's
frequency.
not a
The
it's
sea
not a
beggars
mapping of
were
what you can
under
sense,
attack
how
by
far
the
you can
Dutch and
sense, right?
Spanish
It's not a
authorities.
mapping
Their
of
fleet
how
that
far
had
you
been
can act.
organized to
It's a
fight
mapping
them
of
is doing
how
pretty well.
big are the goals
So
you
Lord
are capable
Valheim
of
sent
envisioning and
most
working
of the
towards.
Seebegger fleet
And I
to
think
England,
that
but
enables you
he
to put
himself stayed with only 12 ships left on the
synthetic
Dutch coast.
kinds of
The
constructs,
Seebeggers' ranks
AIs,
had moved to
aliens,
safe harbor soil,
swarms,
while
whatever
only a
on the
few
same
of them,
night,
some of the
because we're
most
not talking
notorious
about
of
what you're made of.
them,
Right now,
stayed
we're
with them to
talking
their
about
fleet.
what are the
This proved to have
size
been
of
something of
the
a
goals
help to the
for
fleet,
which you
however.
work.
While he may have saved
Is there
the
any
majority of the fleet of
public
Seebeggers,
library?
those 12 ships became the
I'm trying
prime
to remember
target
this.
for
I
all
have
of
a
the
list of
Dutch
it somewhere on
legions.
my
Target
The
morphology.
fleet,
Yeah, people
backed by the Spanish,
check
caught
it
up
out.
with those 12 ships in short order.
Pharmaceutical.
These two
Like
large
that
ships
one.
were captured
I
by the
honestly
Spanish,
go
taken were the
Yeah,
best
I mean
vessels
those
of the
refer
with
to
nearly
different
all the
types
arms
of
and
interventions
ammunition
in the
they had in
regenerative
the fleet.
medicine space.
9 of the airships were
Something
burned
that
by the Spanish,
it's
and
a
only
kind of
one, carrying Lord Valheim
intervention
himself,
that really
managed to escape.
targets the
And he went to England to join the rest of
decision-making
the
process
Seebeggers,
about what they're
but at the
going to
request
build.
of Prince
And I
William
honestly
of
those
Scotland,
are like
when
at the
Lord Valheim
more
arrived in
specifically on
England,
the bioelectrics.
well,
And
he
it's
was
also
promptly arrested by
chemical,
the English
biomechanical,
government.
who knows what else.
This was due to a number of
Kinds of
factors. There was
systems
money
there as
involved,
well.
as there
Target
typically is. Lord
morphology is
Valheim had
interesting. It
taken out
really
loans that he refused to pay.
is
Other
designed
people
to
took out loans that he
capture
did as
this
well,
idea that
and several other things
it's
that
not
harmed
just
that mix.
for
The reality
emergence,
is,
oftentimes
if
in
he had been
biology
doing
that
better
happens
as the
too,
admiral
but in
of the
many cases in
Seabeggars,
biology, this
he
is
likely would not have
is
been arrested.
specifically working
William decided
towards
to look at
a
another man
target
for
in
this
anatomical
noble
right? It's
was
a
one of his
navigation
friends,
task,
in hopes that he would do a
these kind
better
of problem
job.
solving
However, this
can
man
be
wasn't the most experienced at sea, and if anything, the experience
formalized
of
as
the Seabegger
navigation
fleet
tasks,
was
and that
worse.
they're really going
The
towards
core
a
element of
particular region.
Seabeggers
How do you know
continued
because
trying
you
to protect
deviate
the
and
fleet
go
and
back?
continue being robust. However,
Let me ask
many
you,
of the other
because
Seabegger ships, those that had rounded out their numbers, well,
really
just
challenge
began to
a
break
lot of
down.
ideas in biology.
The captains weren't able to keep them in line, and in many
Probably
cases, the captains
because
themselves seemed to go
some of
rogue.
your rebellious
They began
from the fact
going
that you
back to their
came
old
from a
habits
different
of
field
taking any
of
shipping they
computer
could find
engineering.
and putting all the money
But
into
if
their own
you give
pockets
advice
rather
to
than
young
paying
people today in
a
high
lot of
school
troops
or
from the
college, they're trying to pay
not only the Royal
their
French, but also
life
Dutch,
story,
English, and
whether it's in
Huguenot vessels were
science or
now under
elsewhere, how
threat
they
from
can
these
have a
rogue
career
sea
to be proud of,
They were
or
giving the
a
beggars
life
who were
that
trying
you
to be a royal navy a
advice.
truly bad name,
So
and
it's
turning
dangerous
this
to give
from
advice because things
a
change
type
so
for
fast.
good
But
cause into
one
real
second thing I would say,
piracy.
moving on
They were
as
losing
as
many of their
through
allies and
academia
many
and
of their
whatnot,
friends during this
you
period,
will be
and it was
surrounded by
happening
really smart
alarmingly
people.
quickly.
And
So
what
Prince
you need to
William
do is
created
be
that
very
second admiral as
careful
soon as possible.
at distinguishing
Promoted a third,
specific
the most
critique
famous of all of
versus
the
kind
admirals
of
on sea
meta
beggars. He
meta
was the
advice. What I
Baron of
mean by that
Leuven
is
and the Count of Lamarck,
if somebody
known in
really
history
smart and
as
successful
William Vandermark.
and obviously competent
William Vandermark
is
was,
giving you
well, he was
specific
one of the first and
critiques
most
of what you've
ardent
done,
supporters of
that's
Dutch
cool. That's an
independence and
opportunity
loyalty.
to hone your craft and
However,
get better at what you're
initially,
doing, to
this fight
learn,
was on
to find
land.
your mistakes.
He was
That's
only
great.
acting as a
If
general
they
of
are
some of
telling
these
you
armies, not a sea
what
captain,
you
but
ought to
being
be
from the Netherlands,
studying,
he
how
did
you
have
ought to
sea
approach
experience
things,
and
what is the right way to
reportedly
think about
had
things,
good experience with
you should
piracy.
probably ignore most of that.
Many of these
That
rebel
a
rogue
lot
sea
of
beggars,
really
any of them that were still willing to
really
fight for the
successful
cause under
people
his
are very
leadership
well
were allowed to
calibrated
come back
on their
and
own
report.
ideas
Any who had
and
decided
in
that
their
regular
own field,
piracy
in their
was
own
more
sort of
liking, they
area,
were
and
essentially
they know
exiled
exactly
for
what
their
works
own
and what
evil.
doesn't, what's good and
Now,
what's bad.
he rallied
But
all
they're
of the
not
ships that
calibrated
were
for
still
the right
loyal
things.
to the
And
cause of
so,
Dutch independence, and
the
these
things they
operations
will
keep
say,
in
oh,
mind.
yeah, this is a
The
dumb
Netherlands
idea,
had
don't
become
do this,
extremely
and you shouldn't
dangerous
do that.
place because of
That
that
stuff
Spanish
is
fleet that was
generally
patrolling through shores that
worse
caused the
than
Seabeggars so much
so
trouble.
it can be very, very
So, under
demoralizing
William
and
Vandermark,
really
they
limiting.
operated out
And
of
so,
the safe harbors of
so when I
England,
say to people,
primarily
it's
in the
very
channel
broad,
around on Dover as
Well,
their
we
real
are
base
know what you're
operations.
talking about. Take all specific
The
criticism
second
as
contingent of the
everybody
sea
else.
beggars, who
Also,
was
have the
doing
opportunity to improve what
absolutely
you're
better
doing
than the main
and then
contingent
completely
operated
ignore
off of the Rocky Point.
because
Now,
I
their
just only
attempts
personally
to take a
from
home
my own
base
experience
to
of
attack the fort
most
on
of
land
what
and
I
take it
consider
and
to
hold
be
it
interesting,
had
useful
all
things
ended
that
in
we've
failure,
done.
and the sea beggars
Very
were
smart people
essentially
have said
broke,
this
as
is
was
terrible.
Pennsylvania
You know,
Sound. They
don't
needed
do that. Don't
to
do
raise
that.
some funds
Just
as quickly as
yeah,
possible.
I
So
think we
rather
just
than
don't.
attempting
We have
naval
no
warfare
idea.
or
On
on
our own,
land
like at
warfare,
best,
the
we
sea
know
beggars
what
turned
we ought
back
to
to
do.
provide
We very
policy.
rarely.
They were taking three Spanish
Yeah,
ships, only
their
to fight the ships that were
ideas,
their enemies, but they
their
would take them,
perspective has been
steal
also
everything,
calibrated not just on the
ransom the
field of
sailors, and
specific
sometimes sell
situation,
the
but
vessels
also
in sidewise. They became a real
stated
danger,
that
a real menace.
at a particular time
Of Elizabeth
So
against the sea beggars still
there's not
stood.
many people
The
in
sea
this
beggars
world
were
that are able to
smart.
achieve
making so much
success
money
multiple
through
times in
piracy.
their life.
They
So
bribed
whenever you
any
say
clever
somebody very
actors on their
smart,
soil that they needed
usually
to,
what
as
that
well as
means
any
is
government
somebody
officials that played looking.
who's smart who
They
achieved
sent some of them on
success
back to William as they
at a
had
certain
before,
point
but
in their
most of them
life,
went to
and
go to
people
the sea
often get
beggars, not so
stuck
they
in that
could
place where they
while
find
away on
success.
drink and went to which I'm
It's
certain they
constantly
did, but much of
challenging
it
your
went to
worldview is a
create a
very
new,
difficult thing.
bigger, better sea beggar fleet.
So, yeah,
Under
and
William
also
Vandermark,
this
the
is
sea beggar fleet was
probably
rebuilt.
a
Discipline
lot of
was
people
brought into
tell
their
you
ranks, despite the fact
that's
that
the
they were
weird
against
thing
pirates.
about life.
They were
A
acting
lot of
in
people tell
unison
you
and attacking every French
that
and
something
Spanish ship they
is
could get their hands
stupid or
on.
it's not going to work.
The channel for the
That
French
either
and Spanish was
means
now more
stupid is
dangerous
not
than
going to
ever.
work,
It was
or
split between
it's
England and
actually
La
a
Rochelle.
great
There was a region that
opportunity
it
for
was
something
just
new.
immensely dangerous to travel through. And
And
to
if
get
you
any
move
shipping
by
through, they had to
this,
send it
it's
through with a
probably
large
equally
fleet of
likely
guards.
to be either
All of these acts of piracy done by the sea beggars originated from English, which in reality
you don't know.
suited
So
Queen
you can't
Elizabeth
take that
just
as
fine
some actual
at
data.
first.
You have to,
But
you
then,
have to,
on the 10th of
it's kind of hard
February,
to, it's hard to
1572,
describe him
everything
fuzzy,
changed.
but I'm
Without warning, one of the
firm
more
believer that you have
notorious of the sea
to
beggar
look your
victims was
own.
arrested by English
So over
officials.
time, right, you
The
have
very
to
same
take
day,
your own
William
risks. It
Vandermark
seems like
received an
they
oath from the
and
English
then learn
government
from that
instructing
and
him
build
to
up
quit English
so that
waters with
you
every
can
vessel
trust your
under his
own
command.
gut about what's a good
Several other
idea,
captains
even
were
when,
arrested in the
and then
following
sometimes you'll make
days.
mistakes.
They were subsequently released, but Elizabeth went to declare
What I
William was
tell
silent,
my
a
students
false
is
prince, and that made his
life is
letters
hard.
of marque
Sometimes
null and
it's
void.
hard. You're gonna sweat and
John
bleed every
Hawkins
day.
himself
And
was
you
sent
should
to
be doing
chase the
that
sea beggar fleet
for
out of English
ideas
waters.
that really
This ended
fire
what was one of the more
inside.
profitable
And
periods in the history of the
you
sea
know,
beggars, and it was a
really
serious
don't
blow
let
to the Dutch, but it
kind of
wasn't exactly the
the
betrayal
common
it seemed to be.
denominator of
You see, around this time,
standardized
Elizabeth really
approaches to
needed to
things.
garner some
So
Spanish goodwill.
So
She
you mentioned
needed,
Planaria
just for a
being
while,
some
to have
sense
some
of
of their
mortal.
favor.
What's the role of
This was
death?
due to some of the politics
What's the
involving the
role
Catholic
of
Church
death?
and the Scottish. There were elements in the Catholic powers over on Queen Elizabeth that required her to be
Is
safe.
death an important feature,
However,
especially as a
Elizabeth
part
ordered
of the
that no
hierarchy
violence be used except by direct
of
command by herself or
competency?
the Privy Council
it's
against the
an
sea
interesting question.
beggars. They want to be
I
attacked
think
just to be
that
chased off,
it's
instead
certainly
to appear
a
as
factor
legitimate as possible.
that
Now, she
promotes
neglected
change
to
and
enforce any of her
turnover
decrees
and
against the
an
sea
opportunity
beggars
to
through
do
either her
something different
overmasters or
the
her
next time
merchants. This was all
for a larger
political
scale
theater,
system. So I
and it
think
was well
it's,
timed
it's,
too.
it's really
The
interesting.
sea
It's
beggars
really
were
interesting in a number of ways. One
so
is
well timed, in
like you
fact,
could think about
that
what was the first
it's
thing
almost
to die?
suspicious.
You
It
know,
makes you
that's
wonder
an
if
interesting
Elizabeth
question.
had
What was the
messages from
first
some of
creature
the
that
sea
you could say
beggars
actually
that
died?
now that had been
It's
planned, she was able
it's a
to
tough thing
garner
because
that goodwill
we
with
don't
the
have a great
captains that she
definition
needed.
for it. So if you bring
This
a
plan that the Swedish
cabbage
had was
and you
very
put a
bold.
fridge,
It would require them
at
to
what
quit the
point do you
English
even say
waters, so
died, right? Then
one way or
so
another,
that's kind
it
of
seems
hard
that everything is working out.
to know. There's
The Duke of
also
Alba,
there's also
in the Netherlands, well, he was in trouble.
there's one
His
paper.
Catholic countries, well, they were not being paid.
Imagine that
Due to the
you
lack
have a
of tax
creature
income, he was unable to
aquatic,
enforce
let's
his
say,
rule, and many towns in the Low Countries stood in open
and the
rebellion
animal
against
dies
his rule.
in
The sea
on the
beggars
for whatever
returned in
reason.
large numbers to the Netherlands,
Most
being
cells
unstoppable due to that
you can
Spanish
imagine
fleet
that if
not
when it
being
died,
paid.
there was some sort of
Despite his
breakdown
early
of
successes,
the
the Iron Duke, the Duke of
cells,
Alba,
the cells
the
fall
Netherlands
off.
proved to be too much for him as well.
They could have a
His
life as a
successor,
leader.
the Duke of
They
Medina,
some of them could
was set
join
to arrive
together
in
and
England
become
shortly.
Xenobot and
Now,
toodle
William
around.
Vandermark
So
did
we know
not
from
intend
area
to
that there
allow
are
him
cells
to
that
get
don't stay the
landfall
ace of them
in the
and
Low
just
Countries.
live forever. So
His
you could
fleet
imagine
grew
Oregon
the sea
and when
beggars, which at
Oregon
this
doesn't
point was
die,
comprised
it
of
doesn't
almost
disappear.
40
Rather,
ships,
the individuals
with each one of them
cells
flew
that
the
are still
colors of
alive
William of
crawl
Orange,
off
the
and have a
Prince,
completely
and
different kind of
each
lifestyle
of them
and maybe
carried
come
an
back
additional
together as something else or
letter
maybe they don't.
and pennies
So
upon it,
all
which was
cultures
a
have
declaration of their
themselves
intent
from
to
some
deliver
planets.
their homeworld
So
from
that
August Peter
in
Cross,
any
which was
case,
known as
I
the
mean, we already
Fleet.
have to do this because the molecules we
They
can
sailed to the Low
something
Countries
dies the
on battle
molecules,
cruisers
the
to
ecosystem.
explore the city of
Even the
Boom.
cells don't
This was the
necessarily
rumored
die
landing
at that
of
point.
the
They
new
might have
Duke.
another life.
Now, when close to arriving,
You can think about
Vandermark
something like
recognized
Elon,
them
right?
as
The
the
Elon
fire
cell
robbers,
line.
who
You know,
the
that
sea
has
beggars
that's
had
had this
come.
incredible.
There
They're
was
way more tequila sales now than there ever been.
However, a local fishmonger who was
It
sympathetic to
seems like as
seafarers
the
in the
formats
harbor,
become more and more
and he made his
complex,
way
if you
over
look
there.
at the mammals, their
He
relationship with death
met with William
becomes
Vandermark
more
and
and more
discussed
complex.
piracy with him.
So
He
the
returned
survival
after
imperative
discussing these terms
started
and
becoming
met.
the first
You need to have no fear.
species
The sea beggars
that
will
have
harm no
perfected
one
the
and have
fear
come
of
only to
death,
save the city for the king from
the
Albus tyranny and his
understanding
ruinous
of
incompetence. End quote.
large
He showed the
tsunami
town
is
fathers a token that William
instinctual,
Vandermark
like
had
I need to run
proved
away
his
from the
legitimacy
thing
and
that's
told
going
them
to eat me,
that Howard had
but
told
starting
others
to
to decide
contemplate the
what to do.
finiteness of life.
Grandfathers
I
were
mean,
in
one thing,
conflict.
so one
They
thing about the
knew
human
that if they were to
life,
surrender,
cognitive
the
life
Spanish would soon
is
arrive
that
out to
for the
crush their
first
power,
listeners,
doing
for the
great
first
damage,
time,
perhaps killing
you
women
might
and
have
children,
goals that are
that
longer
if
than
they
your
did
life that are
surrender,
not achievable.
who
Right?
bathed their
So if
tongues
you're,
in
if
them.
you are, let's say, I
However,
don't know if this
this
is true,
did not
but
stand in
you're
way
a
of food them.
goldfish and you
The
have
sea
a 10
beggars,
minute attention
well, he knew
span.
that if he
Sure,
didn't
that's true.
surrender
But
to
let's say,
them,
let's say
they
there's
would
some
sack the
organism
town
with a short,
immediately.
you know,
Well, they were
cognitive
waiting
life
for an
on the way.
answer, and an army of sea
All of
beggars
your
began to
goals
march
are
towards
potentially
them.
achievable
And
because your
appears that these men were
so
beggars
whatever
in truth.
goals you have there
There are
will
many
be achievable.
reports of
If you're a
highway
human,
beggars.
you could have
Their
all kinds of
clothes were
goals that are
in some
guaranteed
black
not
rags.
achievable
All
because
of
they
them
just
were
take too long to
dogs and
guarantee
hungry.
not achievable.
The word
So I wonder,
want is used in the
is that
words.
they
They were
a
starving.
like a
These men
perennial
were
sort
desperate
of
to
thorn
find
in our
somewhere that they could
psychology that
be
drives
safe,
some
find something
psychoses
to
or whatever.
eat, and use as a new home.
Another interesting
The
thing
town
about that,
council
actually,
told
I've
the fishing
thinking about
operator
this a lot
that they
in the last
acquiesced
couple
to
of
the
weeks.
beggars,
This
and then
notion of
they
giving
began
up.
to evacuate their
So
entire town by a
you would
gate
think
on the far side of the
that
city. Now, the beggar
evolutionarily,
captain
the
didn't receive
most
word of the town's surrender, so
adaptive
he ordered his
way of
ships to
being is
on the
that
gate.
you
He
go,
added casks of gunpowder on the
fight as
gate,
long as you
and he
physically can.
dropped down a
And then
map from one of his
there's
ships
there's
and
this
began
photograph,
using his
there's
battering
a video you can find of
Then
insects
on
that
the
crawling around for
on the
like,
18th of
you know,
April
still,
1st,
most of them are gone and
1572,
it's still
the
sort of
sea
crawling, you
beggars
know,
took the
a little
town
bit like
under oppression, and
Terminator
the
style,
first
right?
hope
Like
of
as
the
hard
Americans.
as long as you physically can.
They didn't sack the city, though,
So
as
animals don't do
most
that.
would have
So a
expected
lot of
them to
animals,
do.
including rats,
They
have this
took
thing where
residence in the homes
when
of
they
some of the
think
town's richest and
it's a
active
hopeless
members.
situation,
These were mostly
they literally give up and die when
the
physically
native
get
were
run.
loyal
So like,
Spanish
and there's some
No evidence of the towns they did ransack those homes.
if
They
you
used
where
any of the
rats will
goods that
normally
they
drown
found
after a
and
couple of minutes,
money
if you teach
to buy
them that
themselves
you
food
tread
and
water for a
drink.
couple of minutes,
They
you get rescued,
feasted after
they
a
can tread
good
water.
night's sleep.
And
They
so,
were
right, and so they literally
described
give up and
as
die.
the very
And so
best of conquerors. In
evolutionarily,
fact, they were
that doesn't
kind
seem
of
like a good
gentlemanly
strategy at
and
all.
pretty
Right?
much friendly.
Why would you?
Well,
What's the benefit
it
now
wasn't
of giving up?
entirely shot
Do what you can.
The sea beggars did take prisoners. They took
But this issue
19 priests and
of actually
and
giving up suggests some
well, they
very
both
interesting
William said.
metacognitive
Now,
controls
William wrote back
where
that
you
no
now
man
got
was
to
to
the point
suffer for
where
his religion.
survival actually
The
isn't
beggars
the
were
top drive,
reported to have
and
said,
that
quote,
whatever if
who
there are other
captured them, well,
considerations that
he
are taken,
or we,
I think that's neat the end of
and all 19 priests were hanged.
Yeah, come in.
A listener
The
pointed out to me on the
existentialist
website,
question of why
piratehistorypodcast.com, that
just
there's
the
a
fact
saying
that
in
humans
America.
commit suicide.
On April
It's a
1st,
really fascinating
Alva
question
lost
from
his
an
glasses.
evolutionary perspective.
This is something of a pun, because
what
the
is the
desperate for
simplest
glasses is Brill, B
system,
L,
whether
which
it's
found that his
evolved
Brill
or
is spelled
natural or
somewhat
whatever,
different when you're reading
right?
about it.
Like you can
But
think,
they
what
sound
other
pretty. Now, this listener told me that this is typically used as a way to teach
You could
something of
see
the
animals
language
over
to
time
students.
continuing
It's
to
also a bit of
lower
history
in
which
value
is similar to many of
survival
our
outcomes
rhymes and
gradually
rothschilds.
until other objectives
Things were
might
going
become
well
more
for the
important.
Protestant cause
maybe,
all
I don't know
across
how
Europe.
evolutionarily how
The
that,
taking
how
of
that
Dengrel
ends
was
up. Like that would have such strong
inevitable.
pressure against it.
The Duke of Alva was finally leaving. The sea beggars
Just
were
imagine
finally
looking at a
victorious
population
and home on their native soil.
you
The
know,
brothers,
if you
William
were
Silent and
in a
Louis de
population
Nassau, were
that had
finally
less
having
of
some
a,
success on land as well.
less of a survival imperative.
William Vandermark
Energy.
was made peace. Zealand and
Is there
Holland.
such a thing as
It was a
population
position that he
selection?
quickly
Because
turned
maybe
over to
suicide
William
is a
Silent
way
when he arrived.
for
In the
more
north of the
consistent
Low
decide
Countries, they really began to
themselves that they're
establish
not
the Dutch
fit for the
Republic.
environment.
Cities all
Yeah,
across that
that's a
north
really,
area were really run open rebellion against the
population
Spanish.
is a kind of a
Finally, they had a
controversial
cause that
area.
everyone could get
It's
behind.
tough because on the face of it,
William had even gone so far as to garner support of the Ottoman Empire under their ruler Suleiman the Magnificent, who claimed that he held a
It feels like there
kinship
could be some
to the
deep
Protestant
truth
cause.
there.
He said that they both rejected
What
idolatry
about you
and the
yourself?
Pope's rule, as well as
Are
their
you afraid of
perceived
to be
polytheistic
honest,
belief
I'm more
in the
concerned with
Trinity.
especially
imagine
now
the fact
getting
that
older and having
both
help
of these
from a
men,
couple
William
of people
Silent and
else.
Suleiman the
I
Magnificent,
think
were
about
fighting in
what's the,
Spanish and something to do with it as well. Now,
what's
in
the
this
good
republic, things were
basically
going well.
like nowadays, I
There
don't
was
know what
a
that is.
mass
You know,
migration
sitting
of
in
many
a
of the wealthiest and
facility
best
that sort of
educated
tries
men
to
in the Low Countries
stretch you
to
out
this
as
newly founded
long as
republic.
you can. That doesn't seem
They were
that
people
doesn't seem
who,
good.
even if
And
they
there's
were
not a lot
Catholics,
of
were tired
opportunities
of
in
the the rules and high countries of the Spanish. So they moved to this new country where they could once again follow their own way. In the southern Low Countries, where the Spanish still held sway, Louis de Nassau marched at the head of an army of Huguenot soldiers. They intended to finally, once and for all,
So the
oust
existential
the Catholic
aspect of
myths
it does
in the
not
Low Countries. This was
worry
A daring move, to be sure, but
Described
it
as
had unforeseen
It began,
and
the ride
unintended
began, right? So there was,
consequences.
I don't know how
2 years prior,
years before,
in
that
France,
was
the Huguenot forces had signed a treaty, a peace treaty, with their Catholic rulers called the Treaty of Saint-Germain. This allowed Huguenot leaders to finally hold political office, and there was a marriage alliance promised between the French royal family and the Huguenot prince, Henry of
yes, you
Navarre.
can understand. Okay, eventually,
When,
I
2 years later, the
died.
wedding was finally to
I've
take
died.
place, it brought all of
Surely
the
I will
Protestant
die.
leadership.
But like, sure, it doesn't.
Now, when I think about this, I see almost direct parallels to a Game of Thrones. There are characters here who are almost certainly inspirations for characters within the story. If you're a fan of either the books or the show, I'd like you to imagine that there was a marriage alliance between King Rob in the north and, say, Princess Marcella of Baratheon in the south. And when the marriage was to take place, all of the leaders of the rebellion in the north marched out to King's Landing to be there at the wedding ceremony. What do you imagine that Queen Cersei's situation with all of her enemies in her ranks? Well, it was probably very similar to what Catherine de Medici did in France. In the days before this wedding, Paris was an uncomfortable place for people, both Catholic and Protestant. Arguments and fights broke out all over the city, and mobs were raised, but the peace held. On August 18th, 1572, the marriage finally took place, and Paris was able to breathe a sigh of relief. But a mere 4 days later, a man named Admiral de Coligny, who was the most powerful man in the Huguenot forces, was shot on his way home. Coligny was a staunch Protestant who was an anti-monarchist, and he was a personal friend of John Calvin. He established Huguenot colonies in Brazil and Florida. That Florida colony, the only one that Englishmen visited in one of our previous episodes, where they allied themselves with Huguenot pirates. And this man, this Greek thinker and leader, now lay critically wounded by French bullets in his bed in Paris. Now, who actually ordered this assassination attempt on him? It's possible that it was Catherine de Medici, the mother of the French king. She worried that Coligny, who was very close to her son the king, would convince him to invade the Netherlands and drag France into another war. So, after the marriage alliance was consummated, well, he had Coligny behind. Although it may also have been the Duke of Alba that ordered the assassination. Coligny was the man who was behind that Huguenot army, marching behind Louis de Nassau, who was under the siege of the Duke of Nassau. After the assassination attempt, while Coligny lay critically wounded, the king went to visit him personally. And that same day, while Catherine de Medici was at dinner, a group of Protestant leaders burst in on her and demanded justice. She promised them they would help. Again, if Catherine de Medici or Queen Cersei, then I think Coligny would best be described as the president. He was the leader of a group of religious sects who were reformers that had their eyes on the throne. They were gaining influence through Coligny's close friendship with Catherine's son, the young and impressionable king. The next day, after that mob broke in on Catherine de Medici's dinner, a group of royal officials entered the home of Admiral de Coligny, murdered all of his guards as well as the noblemen that accompanied him, and finally threw Coligny from the window. The gates of Paris were closed and locked. The Swiss Guard, the king's personal soldiers, armed with a list of Protestant leaders of the city, as well as their swords, marched out of the castle. The bells of the Church of Saint-Germain began chiming. Protestants came out of their homes to see why the bells of Saint-Germain were ringing at this hour. What they saw was a force of heavily armed Frenchmen waiting for them. The streets had been blockaded and chained. There was nowhere to run. The Protestant leaders were smashed, shot, and beheaded. Their blood ran in the streets. Their bodies were thrown in the river or paraded through the streets. The head of the Huguenot forces in France had been severed. But the mob smelled blood. Catholic loyalists rose in huge numbers, and for 3 days they murdered any Protestant in the city. When order was finally restored, nearly every Huguenot or Huguenot sympathizer in the city was dead. The
I think
massacre spread
whatever
all
hasn't
throughout France,
happened,
and thousands were
we are
killed.
now
In
in a
cities
position
all across the
to do
realm,
better,
men were run through.
right?
Women
Well,
were raped
there's
and murdered.
also
Babes were torn from their mother's arms and dashed against the pavement. The highest death toll was estimated to be 70,000.
to know
It was said
how to
the bells of Saint Germain were heard around the world. They heard them in England.
Right?
Queen
So, like,
Elizabeth's ambassador to France escaped barely
thing
with
is,
his
if you
life
believe that
and gave
science
Queen Elizabeth
solves
this huge news.
everything,
Tsar Ivan the Terrible of Russia wrote of it, denouncing
your
its
mind
crime.
think,
Suleiman the Magnificent decried the villains that perpetrated it.
like, we've solved
And
everything.
Catherine de Medici,
Right? Like, it
she
jumps
marched through the
really
streets
quickly.
in triumph.
Not science.
I imagine that the Duke of Alba and King Philip II smiled
more
in
like
the
science
garden.
today. Like, if
I
you
wonder
just
if
look at
Francis
human history and
on
throughout
board
human
his
history,
ship in the Caribbean,
just
halfway around the world,
physicists and
heard the
everybody
bells of St. Germain.
claims we've solved everything.
It's possible that he was meeting with his
there's
Huguenot
small
allies
things to figure
in
out.
the abandoned and doomed French colony
Where
of Florida.
in reality,
The Protestant
asking,
cause
like, what is
was
the meaning of life?
it was a dire blow to be sure, but now they had something to rally around.
We might
This was something that proved that there could not be peace through negotiation. Now, war was upon us. Next week, we're going to turn our eyes there.
Yeah,
We're going to look at the alliances and treaties, the declaration of hostilities, and turn back to Francis Drake. We'll look at his singeing of the King of Spain's beard and his Spanish Armand.
I think most of the things that
If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at viralrabbi.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information such as maps and works of art related to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources
the
and
kind of first
if you're
person,
interested in learning
what
more
I
about
call
any of the
science
topics
that
that
you
we
do.
cover,
So these
those source
interesting
links also
of,
have links
I
that
think
go to
about
the
consciousness and studying
ebooks.com
consciousness
for
and things like
book
that in
where you
first
can
person.
pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read
Science
more.
in the third person.
If you do use that
Where
service,
you
ebooks
as
is
a
free
scientist
enough
are
to throw me a couple of bucks. We
not
also
at
have
all
an
so I do
ebook search bar on the
for me,
website.
there's an experiment, whatever I've
If
done.
you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website.
In order
There's a
to
PayPal
really
donate
study
button, as
consciousness,
well as a link for a Patreon
you
page. That's
will
going to
feel part of the experiment.
patreon.com/viralrabbi.
By that experiment, right? And
There's
whatever,
also a
whatever it
link
is that
to
you're
the
doing,
Amazon search bar. So if you need to search for anything on either
or
ebooks or Amazon.com, if you do so
some
web
psychoactive
search
or
bring up
whatever,
only a couple of books.
you are now.
In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review
I
on
can
our
say,
iTunes, Stitcher, or
I think that's the
Podbean,
part
all
of
of
it.
which we have
I
links
think that
for us on the
exploring
website.
our own
Doing
mind
this really
and our
helps us
consciousness is
to
very
support
important.
us. We really
Much
appreciate
of
it.
it is not
Once again,
captured by
and most importantly,
what
thank
currently
you
is
for
third
listening.
person science, for
Thank you.
sure. But ultimately, I include all of that in science with a
Hello,
capital S,
and welcome
like
to
a
Radical 3 Podcast.
the
My name is
rational
Matt.
investigation
Thank you for
for
listening.
some third person.
While Francis Drake was on his voyage of circumnavigation around the globe, he had really no news of England or European politics. No news of the ever-heightened tensions between England and Spain. Now, he must have had some notion of this, since his piracy and raiding were directly responsible for most of Spain's attempts to Elizabeth. But, while around the globe, he had no news. It was really impossible for him to find anything of either the Queen of England or the main Catholic
Really appreciate
Protestants.
it.
When he finally sailed in Plymouth Harbor in September 1580, his very first mission was to contact the Queen of England. He held a deep love for Elizabeth, and she appears to have trusted and respected him, but Francis Drake had no idea how he would be received. Immediately after returning to England, he sent word to court. His return and his adventures, his trials, his exploits, and his treasure. Now, King Philip II of Spain and the Spanish ambassador in England laid a man of the return of all Spanish property stolen by Francis Drake. They had before them the restitution deed. They had been drawn up for their eyes, and they thought bitterly over whether or not to sell to appease the King of Spain. Now, some of these privy councillors argued that the treasure should be locked up in the Tower of London, perhaps along with Francis Drake, to await return to King Philip.
Thank you for listening.
Others, including Lords Leicester, Walsingham, and Hatton, well, they refused to sign this order. They were, after all, financial backers of Drake's voyage, and they stood to lose a fortune if the treasure were returned. Now, all this bickering was really ultimately pointless. These men were powerful and influential, but Elizabeth was queen. She sent a missive to Francis Drake, summoning him to court, asking that he please bring a sample of the treasure from his adventure. For 6 hours, the two met in private council. Drake certainly reported about the trial and execution of the Lord and Commander of his order. He would have told about his exploits in the Pacific and not be discounted his many important geographic discoveries. His conquest of Nova Albia and his exploration of the potential western edge of the Northwest Passage. However, perhaps most notable to him are the trade deals that Drake had struck between the English and the Malacca Islands. These ensured future profit and goods from the East Indies. This future income, not to mention the windfall of Spanish gold and silver, must have been the ball tourism. I imagine she told her as she described the dire situation. She would have told him of the Cold War and the Netherlands that was threatening ever to break out into a fight. She would have told him certainly about the death of the France and the raising of the new king, Henry III, which didn't bode well for him, seeing as how Henry III was so closely tied to Mary Queen's. In addition to that, there were several plots on the sea, as well as many Scottish plots to see who were all overthrown. Beyond that, Ireland was a constant problem. The Spanish, French, and all the Catholic forces of Europe continued to use Ireland as a thorn in Elizabeth's Momentum Rebellion Day. There was a plot where not only were the local Irish Catholic lords fighting, they were funded and sometimes bolstered by soldiers from all around the Catholic European nations. Francis Drake had been gone for years, and his absence had been felt severely in him. All men with older names and greater titles were lords of the Admiralty. It was to Francis Drake that Elizabeth found again and again in her rare dispatch. And after she had given him his rewards, she would send him back out in the open ocean. This is episode number 13, The World is a Problem. On April 1st, 1881, Golden Crown, Francis Drake's ship, traveled to Bedford for the Queen and all of London to see the ship that had traveled around the world. The quay was filled with hundreds of onlookers hoping to catch a glimpse of the captain that they all adored. Drake was not just a captain and not just a soldier, but he was really a celebrity. He was a man who was not unlike the common people, and he had been able to tell Philip exactly what he could do with his empire, with his pope, and with his ships. With the Golden Crown at anchor, Queen Elizabeth ascended the gangplank to view the Golden Crown, and the crowd thronged the Queen after her, collapsing it and them into the mudflats below. The crowd laughed and cheered at the antics of these people trying to escape. Now they were unarmed, but they must have been frightened. The Queen, who was everything to communicate herself, lost one of her garters, which a man who was gallant and dashing, the French ambassador, Monsieur de Montmorency, in front of all of the onlookers, all of London, Queen raised her skirts to replace the garter, and she told Marchmont that she would give it to him as a gift. Now the crowd had been awed by the ship, amused by these people's antics, and just a little bit troubled by the Queen. It was time for the philosophers. Francis Drake kneeled before the Queen, and she raised her golden sword above her head, asking the audience to strike off Francis Drake's head. The crowd, of course, held a resounding no. The Queen bowed her head, passed her sword to Monsieur Marchmont, and asked him to perform the ceremony of knighthood on Francis Drake. He was going to lead him. He was a new knight. He was a dragon. The threat to England that was poised by Spain really could not be understood. All of the things that she had told Francis Drake, be it the situation in the rebellion in Scotland, the open rebellion in Ireland, or the many plots against Elizabeth's life, they were all backed by the Spanish. Be it financially, spies, or even with soldiers, the Spanish were behind everything. Spain was growing ever more powerful too. While Francis Drake had been on his voyage in 1578, there was a battle on the shore of Morocco called the Battle of the Three Kings. There, King Sebastian Portugal was killed. His elderly uncle, a deaf and blind old man named Cardinal Enrico, was raised to the throne. Now, it's arguable that he had the best claim. In fact, both Catherine de' Medici and Philip II had more legitimate and better claims than him. However, Philip bided his time. He didn't want to be seen overthrowing an old man. And when the Cardinal inevitably eventually died, Philip ordered the Duke of Alba into Portugal. Now, most rural country in Portugal fell almost immediately, but Lisbon held out for their king, a man who was the bastard nephew of Cardinal Enrico, a man named Dom Antonio. Now, Antonio was the legitimate claimant to the throne. However, really, Portugal had nobody else to hold it. The throne was likely to go to either a French king or the Spanish king. Something the Portuguese couldn't see a foreign monarch sitting on their throne, so they supported this man, Dom Antonio, fiercely. In Lisbon, the fighting was urban fighting. With spears, arrows, and swords in the streets, going home to home, killing anybody who could. It was bloody and it was violent and it was terrible, and finally, the forces supporting Dom Antonio were defeated. And on September 12th, 1580, Philip II was named King of Portugal. He sent a letter to Alva thanking him, saying, quote, "I don't know how to express the gratitude I owe you for this." Spain had been up until now the richest and the largest empire in the world. With the Empire of Portugal added, with their positions in Brazil, parts of Africa, and the greatest European holdings in Asia, Spain was the largest the world had ever seen. After taking Lisbon, Philip found 12 very pleasing surprises. He found 12 brand new galleons ready to sail. The Portuguese galleon was really the greatest warship in the world, and these 12 had more guns, more men, and more sail than any other ships in Europe. With these, Philip could really crush the sea battlers. And hopefully, they cleared the Mediterranean troops. In land, in wealth, and now in naval power, they eclipsed England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire combined. They were now the world's only superpower. And Philip's eyes were trained directly on English shores. Now, he wanted to avoid open war with Elizabeth, but he supported every Catholic plot against her and her nation. But despite their superiority, Philip was quickly thrown into the right by the English. The Portuguese, who had become allies with the English and shared their design with Elizabeth. John Hawkins, who was now the treasurer of the Navy, had been tasked with building England's fleet up. He went to work constructing these Elizabethan ships, this version of the Portuguese. Completed or named and become forever a defining trait of the Royal Navy. They called that first galleon Dreadnought. By the time Francis Drake was back in England, they completed several other ships, including the Revenge, the Scout, and work was progressing on even more English galleons. It's worth taking a second to look at exactly what a galleon is and why it is such a vast improvement on former English vessels like the Caravel, or even those ships like the Jesus and Lubbock, which had really massive fore and aft passages. If you picture those old-time naval ships that had massive constructs in the back of them that looked so imposing on the waves, and that was what the old ships were like, and while they looked so domineering, they were really ungainly on the sea. These galleons, they had a smaller fore and aft sails, and they had a much longer keel relative to the width, which really made them extremely swift and very maneuverable. So in addition to the stability by shortening the fore and aft passages, they had been given a much longer keel, which really let them cut through the water, and almost more importantly, these warships gave them a whole lot more room for progress. Now, the Portuguese and the Spanish and the English and perhaps the French were all now building these galleons. It was really those guns for the English to sell. For years, for decades in Europe, it had been agreed by every navy that the only popular material to build a cannon out of was bronze. Bronze guns were far superior to their precursors, the iron guns, in both their weight, their durability, and their lack of capability to explode and kill all of them on board. They were able to take much better. Bronze guns were extremely expensive, though, and they were difficult to produce. The Spanish and the Portuguese relied almost exclusively on the German foundries making these bronze cannons. The English, unfortunately, were unable to buy any more of these bronze guns due to the war in the Netherlands. They had had to trade primarily with the continent, so they had to do something radical to produce their own guns. So John Hawkins turned to an old source. All the way back in the reign of Henry VIII, the king had turned to the foundries of Sussex in England and told them to start working on producing new guns, not made of bronze, but made of cast iron. Now, this was agreed by all the navies to be inferior. However, he was to develop a gun that could take these concussions and was less likely to break, and also extremely maneuverable on board ship. When John Hawkins tried them, he found that while their guns were still inferior to the bronze guns, they were able to produce them much more safely than before, and much more quickly and cheaply than anybody
Does
could
it ever
produce bronze
expand based
guns.
on chaotic?
These guns were lighter than their forebears, more maneuverable,
Surprising
and most
behavior from
importantly,
players.
capable of rolling from one side of the ship to the other. They were now built along extremely strict plans that were much more stable and less prone to destruction. These cast iron guns were all identical. All of the galleons they were building were also made by very specific plans that matched these new iron cannons. So you could fit so many of these guns on board that really looked like monsters bristling with thorns. These new English galleons more firepower than any other ships in Europe at all, due to these improvements on the iron cannon. So the Queen and John Hawkins now had all of these brand new ships, with brand new galleons, and the question remained though, what exactly to do with this new and powerful navy? The ships that were owned by Drake and the Hawkins family and the Winter family continued their activities in and around Europe, Caribbean, primarily the North Sea Channel, and in the West Indies. They took prizes, they would take plunder, they would sack ships, and they would raid villages. But these were really nothing more than efforts to Spain's all-encompassing empire. They needed a true plan to showcase their naval might and to deal a real blow to King Philip Spain, something that would make him stand up and take notice. This new navy was a big deal, and whatever the plan was going to be was discussed all around him. In lords' castles and tavern rooms, these armchair admirals would discuss exactly what should be done with this new navy. But the men who were really in charge, men like William Winter, John Hawkins, and Francis Drake, well, they came up with many plans, and some of these plans they even planned out meticulously, down to where they would get all their periods from. However, again and again, these plans were vetoed by sometimes the council, but more frequently by Elizabeth. The new navy was expensive, and she didn't want to see it wasted in some reckless naval action. She needed proof to be convinced that whatever their plan was, it would go without a hitch. The first and most audacious of these plans to at least be seriously considered by the Privy Council was Francis Drake. Now, Drake had befriended and made an ally of that Don Antonio de Prado, who throned and exiled from the Portuguese. The plan that they had come up with together was to attack the Spanish treasure fleet at the Azores, which was really the Portuguese loyalist stronghold. However, now Philip was using it as it was now part of his empire. This was a means not only to rob the King of Spain all of the riches of his treasure fleet, but also to take back that stronghold for Don Antonio and perhaps lead a rebellion against the King of Spain. This would have stung him on 2 points very strongly, and it appealed to everyone in England, but it was insufficient for a number of reasons. First, being that it was risky and potentially disastrous. Elizabeth wanted something that was less probable to fail. The second, being that this would be an open declaration of war with Spain. It would be allying with this Portuguese king in a civil war for the throne, which was something that, as yet, Elizabeth was not ready to consider. So Drake had other plans, but he decided to bring to the attention of some of the more powerful Europeans. This time, he went directly to the Earl of Leicester and pleaded with him for another mission. This was a voyage that Drake would plan and fund, but he would not actually lead himself. The plan was to go trade with that sultan babu in the East Indies that Drake had made that trade route for. The voyage was backed by Drake, and Leicester got behind it as well. These two, Washington, Patton, and Admiral Lincoln all got on board. In addition to that Muscovy Company and many of the other corporations in London came on board as well. They were quickly fully funded. In the operation, backed by such a list of people, somewhat similar. However, Drake wouldn't be on board, and that absence left sort of a power struggle to see who would actually lead this voyage. Drake had men that he thought would be best for it, but these were among his friends, people who were those rough West Country Englishmen that these nobles in London didn't think would be best for the voyage. Perhaps they should listen to Drake in the long run, but eventually, the captain of the voyage went down to a man named Edward Fenton. Now, Fenton was A distinguished military man, however, most of his distinctions came from military actions and really he had almost no experience with the sea, which has proved in the past disastrous. And in the fleet that Drake was putting together, it showed. When Drake went to survey the ships, he found that every ship was like people and wine, and so he appointed several of his own trusted marines to supervise the provision of these ships. Now, the council had gone over Drake's head to appoint Fenton, but Drake had every confidence that his own men who were on board each of these ships would see that the voyage went well and would return with a wealthy and resounding success. The voyage was a disaster. Almost immediately, Fenton found himself alienated from the more seasoned sailors and from the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, he began to lose his mind. His men on board demanded that the fleet sail west rather than east to go back to the Strait of Magellan and plunder Peru as Drake had done the year before. Fenton, who had quickly lost complete control of the men on board these ships, had really no command, so he acquiesced to it. And they reached Brazil after sailing west. It showed how a wise and competent commander like Francis Drake really was vital to the achievements. The fleet attacked the very first Spanish ship that they came in contact with, 3 of them, and one of them had won a sinking. So immediately, all of the ports in the region closed up shop and fitted themselves with whatever guns and ships they had available. Now, Francis Drake, while he had taken certain ships, he wouldn't have sunk them. He wouldn't have sunk the first ships he encountered. He would choose to use much more wisely. So, the fleet was forced to fled back east, penniless, destitute, and Fenton, for he raged at the men on board. He demanded that they take the island and safely land. And also demanded that they name him king. He told the men that they could plunder every ship traveling to and fro to keep their port, and they could build themselves villages. They did. The fleet returned to England. They were smaller, they were broken, and one of Drake's brothers, John Drake, had been left behind, never to be seen again. The mission was a disaster. The captain at King of St. Helena, he was ushered into quiet. Elizabeth seized in court. In the 13 months that the doomed voyage had been gone, Philip had crushed the fleet of ships loyal to Don Juan and the Azores. Now, this wasn't the English Navy, but these were allies to Elizabeth. And that wasn't the end of the Navy. William Horn had been assassinated. The Duke of Parma in the Netherlands, who had taken the place of the Iron Duke, was even more merciless than him, and Dutch independence was faltering. Elizabeth turned to Sir Walter Raleigh, who was her new favorite. She had given him the nickname Raleigh as she realized that she couldn't live without him. She asked him to found an American settlement at Rio, which was something that Raleigh and his brothers were eager to do. Now, as that settlement wasn't getting off to a good start, Elizabeth was forced to turn, once again, to her most powerful weapon. She planned to unleash her dream. Now, Drake's plan hadn't worked out, but he hadn't been at the helm, so John Hawkins brought a plan that he had mentioned to Elizabeth before. He wrote it back. This was a plan that simply to go back to the West Indies and continue raids. Now, he was a voyage that his fingers had been involved in on extremely well official royal registration. A document from November 1584 shows that orders Sir Francis Drake, John and William Hawkins, and the Lords Leicester, Raleigh, and Hatton planning for him. Now, it was possible that in the coming voyage to the Americas, this was something that hadn't happened in the last one, because Fenton had lost control. However, this voyage would not be so small. This would have 11 large ships, at least 4 barks and 11 pinnaces, carrying at least 1,600 men. This was going to be an official English naval fleet, the largest ever commissioned by the Queen, and there was only one choice for admiral. On Christmas Eve, 1584, Sir Francis Drake was named admiral of the English fleet. Now, only a few days later, on December 31st, Philip II of Spain and the had signed what is called the Treaty of Joinville, forming the European Catholic League against the Protestant forces of Elizabeth and the Netherlands and the French Huguenot forces. Now, Philip was nervous about Elizabeth's intentions and the rumors of her mass murder. Since the Spanish allies in Mendoza had been exiled in England, news was unreliable, and he wanted a strong alliance in Europe. Now that ambassador, who was in exile in Paris, did get occasional word of what was happening in England, and he sent Philip word of the ambassador, which was a confirmation of Philip's worst fears. Now, in only a few days' time, Philip received another message, this time from the Duke of Parma in the Low Countries, informing him that the English had cut off all trade with the Spanish Netherlands. The signs were clear that Elizabeth was no longer playing games with Spain. Now, Philip's highest military officials urged him to act. Both the Iron Duke of Alva and the Admiral Santa Cruz pushed for open war with him. They encouraged him to take their ships, destroy Drake and his fleet, and invade English shores immediately. Or instead be a disaster. And Philip's I'd like to read a passage from historian Susan Long. This is less of a quote and more of a reading because it is quite lengthy, but I think it gives a perfect picture of what's happening. Quote, Palabra Spain, 6 p.m., Wednesday, May 26, 1595. Master Forster gazed upon Palabra, feasting his eyes on the fine sight of so many members that it pleaded to turn Spain's call for him. Philip II had invited English merchants to send cargoes of corn and assured the Queen's Majesty that people would have this very high assurance of safe payment in these troubled times. Payment for the corn would be made by bills of exchange payable to the city of London and Frankfurt after the process. And so, the Primrose and 150 Carolina had been stocked with nearly 40 tons of corn and several hours of broadcast that set sail for the long voyage into Spain. Mr. Faulkner preferred the country of Scotland, but the whole idea was that they had a harsh winter. Though the master of the Primrose and his men could be no firm judges of what felt for themselves, Palabra had been bathed in warm sunshine for at least 3 days in port, and the Spaniards had seen a radio burning welfare. Indeed, as Foster took in the idyllic scene with the sun low in the sky, its rays reflecting lazily on the bay, Palabra sang the welcoming voice on the wind as she had always heard. It was then that he noted the soft wind of his river, a fine southwesterly storm. Foster prayed it would still be blowing the following days and they would wait until he got behind. He hunched over the rail of the ship, leaning heavily on his arms, and looked on as a number of sleek Spanish places darted between his fellow runners. It was one of those rare moments of leisure for the captain of an English merchant. Perhaps that was why he did not spend the King's game to the Primrose. He watched called out the approach of the Spanish vessel, and that there were 7 souls aboard, Foster awoke from his reverie and barked his orders to the crew, alerting them that a small party wished to board. What the devil could they want this time of evening? The Primrose's cargoes had been unloaded. It was most unusual for the Spanish merchants to settle their bills of exchange at this time of day. Further, the master of the Primrose had already settled the matter of loading the Spanish wines for the return voyage the following day. It was a wary Foster who greeted the corregidor this day. The hale and hearty fellow presented Foster to the 6 other men as Biscayan merchants and claimed that they wished to give him a small token of their esteem. They had brought a hamper full of fresh cherries as a favorite of the English queen, or so they understood. Master Foster thanked them in order that he, biscuit, and beer be brought to the tea gathering in his cabin. Yet, before they sat down to eat, 4 of the Biscayan merchants made their excuses and announced their intention to return to the shore aboard the Spanish fleet. This lack of common civility made Foster truly small danger. He ordered his first mate to approach the Spaniards back on deck, simultaneously giving him the signal that all was not as it should be. It was a well-rehearsed exercise for English merchantry in foreign waters, and the first mate knew how to alert the crew in secret to be ready for the sun. The master of the Primrose returned to his own deck, laughing and joking with them in broken Spanish and English, noting all the while through the porthole the pinks and oranges of the setting sun, wondering unhappily if it would be his last sunset. After some 15 minutes, the watch called out again that the Primrose had returned carrying more than 20 men in a larger vessel with perhaps as many as 70 merchants also following. Foster silently prayed to God with the English this day. The master bade the corregidor and his men to return to deck to greet the ships, expecting the worst. They were, after all, only 26 men against some 90 or more Spaniards. He could only imagine that these Spain merchants meant to board the Primrose, capture the crew, and at best imprison them all. Many a merchantman had been imprisoned before them, and most had fallen foul of the Inquisition. This was a destiny that he could not wish. Turning to the magistrate, a group of men to board his small ship, and the corregidor rushed his land. Yet before Foster could give his crew the final signal to repulse an attack, he heard the beat of the battle drums from the Spanish ship below, and the unmistakable sound of their swords being unsheathed. The thud of the grappling irons and the roar of the Biscayans wrestling alongside the Primrose to board her by force drowned out his orders to his men. The corregidor and his merchants seized Foster with daggers, drawn at his throat, and cried out above the shouts of the melee, "Yield yourself, for you are the king's prisoner." Foster narrowed his eyes and bellowed back, "We are betrayed." The crew of the Primrose had fortunately taken the defensive measures that her master had laid down for circumstances such as these. Within seconds, 5 calabiers were fired, through the grates from the low decks of the Spanish scuffling above. There were screams from those Biscayans who had legs blown off, and shouts to abandon their action from the others. They could not doubt that it was the only gunpowder and shot the Primrose had on board. But a few seconds of confusion, the blast created was enough to turn the tide. He turned himself loose from his captors and gave the order to fight to the death. Many of the Biscayans fled back to the boarding vessels, fearing that they would be blown to smithereens, as several of their number had been seconds before. Others stood their ground. Hand-to-hand battle broke out, and the well-practiced English drill of a skirmish at sea ensued. The English, knowing that if they were forced from the ship, they would die 1,000 slow deaths, fought like demons possessed with 4 spears and lances, which whipped through 2 to 3 Spaniards at a stroke. Yet, despite the heavy carnage on the Spanish side, the outcome of the battle remained in doubt for a time. The only certainty to Foster and his men was that the deck of the Primrose was stained red with the blood of the Spaniards and Englishmen. The fighting raged on for another half an hour, with many Spanish Biscayans butchered, flung overboard, or drowned before the English could claim victory. Amazingly, only one Englishman, John Tristram, had been killed. 6 other members of the crew were injured, but Foster thought that they would survive their wounds. He had to presume that his 2 men, John Burrow and John Broadbent, who had delivered the last of the corn cargo, had been taken into custody ashore. For the master and his crew made ready to set sail, Foster was perplexed why the Biscayan merchants who had escaped in the pinnaces did not bring reinforcements. He could not understand, at the moment of his own victory, why no armed relief their corregidor had come. While he decided what should be done with the unfortunates struggling for their lives in the bay, Foster looked out across the Atlantic for the first time since the assault. All the other Londoners had seen Spain's flag flying high on their masts. The Spanish treachery was now clear. The English ships had been lured into Spanish harbors, and Philip II could confiscate the master piratical act, and leave them helpless. I understand that was a very long period, but despite my best efforts, I couldn't find a better way to tell that tale than Susan Wilde did. I wrote the pirate tale which we have used frequently on the show is really spectacular. She's got a true gift for narrative. She's able to tell the stories of real history in a way that is extremely readable. Her stories are really engaging. If you're interested in this period, I really recommend picking one of her books up. There is a link to the books in the show notes, so if you're interested, go to the website and read. So the Spanish had betrayed the English and taken an entire fleet and their crews hostage. Luckily, the Primrose was able to escape, the only ship in the fleet that was able to do so. Perhaps even more luckily, they still had on board those 2 agents of the King of Spain. Under what I imagine was a very unpleasant questioning, they said, and they told everything they knew of Trinco's plans. More importantly, they had in their possession both of them direct written orders signed by the King of Spain, telling exactly what was going to happen and giving undeniable proof of what had happened in the Bay of Biscay. This was exactly what Elizabeth did. On July 1st, Elizabeth signed a decree granting Francis Drake and any English merchant who had suffered from the seizure of their ships the right of reprisal. Now, this wasn't a declaration of open war, but it was almost as good. It gave huge numbers of English sailors leave to attack Spanish shipping or others on land anywhere in Spanish territory. It was free license to plunder and rape. In addition, Elizabeth signed the Treaty of Nonsuch with the Netherlands. She agreed to
But
send
there
almost 7,000 troops and 1,000 cavalry
belief
to relieve
in
the
the
besieged city of
magnetism and
Antioch.
manifests.
There was also financial as well, amounting to almost a full quarter of all of the island's working costs. In return, Elizabeth was granted use of and dominion over the ports of Gabriel and Flushing. These were strategic staging grounds against the Spanish. Then, she gave Sir Francis Drake his orders, and she sent him away. The seizure of the English ships and the Bay of Biscay that Galicia had changed everything. The English were forced to rush their timetable, and as preparations for the original plan to raid the West Indies were still
The fact
incomplete,
that
fleet was understaffed and
against
underprepared.
statistics,
Still, Drake
it can
elected to
be
leave with the
from
entire fleet.
psychology.
His orders were to sail for the Galician coast to free the imprisoned English, to take back their vessels, and to deliver a return blow.
That you can play up, you can play extremely
After
well.
those orders were completed, Sir Francis intended to continue on with the plan to the West Indies.
You can play
The Earl of Leicester
50
approved. He
days
wrote,
of
quote,
World Series of Poker.
"That is the string that touches Philip indeed, for while his riches to the Indies continue, he thought that he would be able with them to weigh out all other parties, and I know by good means that he more feareth this action of Sir Francis than he ever did anything that had been attempted against him."
That can sort of
End
break
quote.
you.
It was on September 14, 1585, that the largest Royal Naval fleet ever to set sail from English shores left Crete. The vessels included such illustrious names as the Elizabeth Bonaventure, the Aid, the Talbot Bark, the Galleon Leicester, the Sea Dragon, the White Lion, the Bark Bond, the Hope, the Bark Hawkins, the Galleon Duck, the Bark Bonner, the Thomas Drake, the Francis, the Elizabeth Drake, the Tiger, and the Primrose. They were captained by such illustrious names as Francis Drake, Edward Winter, William Hawkins, and Martin Frobisher, among many others. Now, there was some controversy over who exactly was going to be captaining some of these ships. Drake had very particular ideas on who these men should be, considering that the last voyage he had planned had ended in such a disaster because of the meddling of English lords. He left in quite a rush. He wanted to leave some of these captains behind, and he wanted to avoid any chance that Elizabeth might send a message. Now, in a rush, the fleet left more than half of their victuals, their food behind. So, all of the captains were at first without orders, or really not all what the plan was. So, after sailing into the channel and getting away from Elizabeth's potential messengers, Drake called a halt and had called over his captains in town meeting. Now, all of the captains gathered aboard the Elizabeth Bonaventure, the ship that Drake captained, and they discussed exactly what was going to happen from day one. The very first issue that everybody had on mind was the lack of food, and Francis Drake had plans to address this. He believed that they had enough food on board to get them to Spain, where they could restock any provisions that they needed. While this meeting of the sea captains was taking place, Philip was going received his very first news of the English fleet. His spies told him that the fleet was anchored off the Isle of Wight, which, in fact, they weren't, but he did know they were in Channel. Drake discovered something at this meeting too. He discovered that he really didn't care for this sort of large command. In the past, he had been little more than a pirate captain, commanding a very small fleet of fiercely loyal men. Now he was a royal admiral, forced to confer with at least a dozen other proud and powerful noblemen before coming to any decision. He felt hindered by this rather than empowered. Now, back in England, Drake was known as Sir Francis Drake the Fortunate, and his luck on this voyage seemed to hold his way. They happened upon a Spanish vessel carrying fish, wine, and the usual other victuals. This vessel would keep the men fed and happy at least until they reached the coast of Spain. On the 27th of September, the fleet set anchor at the mouth of the Vigo River near Bayonne, Spain. Drake sent one of the most important men in the fleet, the on-land military commander named Christopher Carlisle, with a force of soldiers. They were to take a number of pinnaces and land at their river. This fleet of pinnaces was met in the river by the Spanish government, and in their boats, these two men conferred. Drake had sent Carlisle with one question, one request, and one demand. His question: is Spain in the world income? Now, this might sound like bravado or posturing on Drake's part, but it was likely a legitimate question. With the Spanish ambassador in exile, it's possible that Spain had declared war on England without notifying the English.
So like there's a lot of
But
players,
the governor replied
for
that
example,
no,
the
they
Dan
were not
Bilzerian,
ruled.
right? He's
So
not
then
a
came the
top level
demand.
player. Like, you know, these
Release
guys,
all English
he
captives
probably
and
makes
English
more money
ships,
than they
or
do
face the
because
full
he
might
plays
of the fleet's
in
guns
the
and
bar.
armies.
So
The governor allowed
part of the skill
that
of being
the
a poker
terms
player
could
is
be
finding
met, but
situations
he
where
would need to
you're
speak with Sir
profitable,
Francis Drake
regardless of the
and in the request.
Another
Allow us to trade for supplies until we are well stocked, and we will leave Spain in our way forever. It was framed as a request, but the threat was really clear.
considering what I know about
Allow us to trade, or
and the
we will
types
bring
of players
down the
you're playing
full
in
might of our fleet
stakes
upon
that they
you
play.
and take
I
your town
absolutely,
and everything.
you know, Dan is, I don't know how many
The governor,
but,
though,
you know, whether
carried
it's
on
50,
this.
whatever, but
Trading with the
surprised
English was frowned
you
upon
play
by the
these
Spanish
games
authorities.
year,
He did, however, allow that since he was unsure whether or not he could grant this request, he would go ahead and release all of the English prisoners. Now, when Drake came ashore, he wanted first to meet with these sea captains and see that they had been actually released and see exactly what it would have been like in the Spanish hands. Now that their freedom was secured, he sent his men to them. They entered the town, and for one night they plundered, pillaged, and pilfered without limits. Churches were desecrated or destroyed, homes looted and ransacked, and taverns were certainly empty of all the food and meat. However, for all the destruction, it appears that rape and murder were kept in check. Drake intended to scare them, not to galvanize the town against him. And it appears to have worked. The next day, he met with the governor, and they agreed that trade could proceed peaceably. Now, the plunder had only amounts to about 6,000 ducats, most of which was quickly traded back to the local merchants for food and victuals. For some reason, though, the fleet wavered in hand. Perhaps they needed repairs to some of their vessels. A storm had hit while they were in the harbor. Perhaps some of the other captains believed that they were not still provisioned well enough to travel west across the Atlantic Ocean. Or perhaps there were other reasons. Drake did have hold all of that reason. Whatever the reason was, though, it cost the fleet. The primary target on from freeing the English was to take the Spanish treasure fort. They knew that it was coming, and they had plans to take it. And the Bay of Biscay, where they stayed, may have been a perfect place to wait. Unfortunately, while they dallied at anchor, the Spanish treasure fleet passed just over the horizon, completely oblivious to the English presence. This fleet carried millions of dollars in Spanish silver, and it passed less than 12 hours away from their goals. It appears that they had been waiting for it on the coast of Galicia, and it's unclear exactly why they waited so long. It's likely that it was a simple mistake. The Spanish and most of Cartagena had recently transitioned over to the Gregorian calendar, while the English and the other Protestant nations refused to transfer over to something that Pope Gregory was enacting. So the English were still 10 days behind the Spanish, and they would be for years and years to come. It's possible that whatever news Francis Drake had about the Spanish treasure fleet was in fact correct, but he was 10 days behind on his calendar from the Spanish. Regardless, this was a blow to the sailors when they learned just how close they had been to being rich men. So in mid-October, they left the coast of Spain and sailed for the Canary Islands and went on to the Cape Verde Islands, where they arrived at the island of Palma on November 7th. The fleet immediately began taking fire from the port. According to a Northern sailor who left a journal on board, quote, "The first shot was made at our island, which went fair over. The second being likewise shot at her stake betwixt our general's legs, standing his galley with Captain Frobisher and C. Carlisle of the Captain George, and the other, the splinters of a plank where they stood, hurt George a little, but there was no more hurt done by it being a window shot." In fact, what he's saying here is that this cannonball passed between Drake's legs while he was pacing on board with the other captains. And this has gone down in Drake's legend as a symbol of his luck and fearlessness in battle. However, the resistance from the Iron Fort was too much for the English to do, so they turned tail and ran. They raided all throughout the Cape Verde Islands, but they found really little or no plunder, and still even less food than there were. Their last landfall on the island, Santiago, several men visited and looked at curiosity, something they didn't see that morning. across the world. These men were impressed by their cleanliness and order, but they spoke of the 20 or so suffering inside from, quote, foul and filthy diseases, unquote. 5 days after sailing away from South Florida into the Atlantic, these foul and filthy diseases began to race throughout the crews of every vessel in the fleet. In 2 weeks of the crossing of the Atlantic, this plague decimated the fleet. Every vessel reported at least 2 or 3 deaths each day. They finally passed 200 or 300 men, as many as 500 according to the Spanish records. Many more were upon reaching the Caribbean at the island of Jamaica. Drake sent all of the sick men on board ashore, ostensibly so that the climate could help them heal, to sail away to the northwest. It was on New Year's Eve, 1585, when the fleet arrived at Santo Domingo on the island of Hispaniola. On New Year's Day, the town was in. Santo Domingo was a city that had a rich past in the Caribbean. It had been one of the most prominent early settlements of the Spanish. It was on a trading island that had paved streets lined with tall whitewashed mansions peppered by statues and fountains. Drake and his men expected to find past the crowd, but the luster of Santo Domingo had begun to fade. The trade and prosperity had dried up in the last years, and despite the English having free reign in the town for days, they found almost no booty. So, in frustration, Francis Drake ordered captives taken into town, and he attempted to ransom the city for a full $100. When the sheriff of the region heard that so much money simply did not exist in his jurisdiction, Drake began to burn the town down, one building at a time. In the end, they left Santo Domingo with nearly 25,000 people, a very paltry sum compared to what he believed the town was worth. After the fact, when the exploits of this raid were to be published about a year later in England, the events were enhanced in glory and valor. Only 2 of the mentions in them appear to be at least confirmed by the Spanish. First, the English despoiled every church, abbey, or convent they found. From that same anonymous sailor journal, quote, "At our coming to the town's end, we burnt an abbey in which lay an old friar dame who was killed by some of the soldiers before the city." The second of these events, confirmed by the Spanish, occurred in a local London building, kind of a hall, where Drake found and removed a sheet in a motto in Latin. It said, "Non sufficit quos." Drake asked the local leaders to translate this message, but they rolled their eyes and embarrassed to do so, being cheerful. However, one man did speak out and did translate for them. The shield held the banner of King Philip II of Spain, and it said his words, "The world is not enough." Drake resolved to return this letter to the Queen, proof of Philip's, quote, "proud and unreasonable reaching vain his." The governor of the town wrote back to Philip of Spain, describing Sir Francis Drake El Drake. He wrote, quote, "Drake is a man of medium stature, blond, rather heavy than slender, married, careful. He commands and governs imperiously. He is feared and obeyed by his men. He punishes resolutely, sharp, relentless, well-spoken, inclined to liberality and to ambition, vainglorious, boastful, not very clever." Back in Spain, Philip received the word of this attack on his home shores, on his islands, and his New World possessions. He contacted the Duke of Parma, and he asked him formally to draw up plans for the invasion of England. The talking over him, household and royal court in Europe, though, was still of Sir Francis Drake, and his raid on the West Indies. The reports were nearly always exaggerated. Drake had taken Havana, conquered Cuba, freed 200,000 slaves, or, on the other hand, Drake had been killed in battle in Soundings. Now, while these rumors were inflated, they did hold the negative truth. Drake had not sacked Havana, however, he had considered it, and he did free slaves, but not nearly 200,000. Among the slaves he did free, some of them went to join their brothers in the wilderness, while still more joined up with Drake's crew, intending to take revenge. One of the possessions of Spain, is a symbol that it goes south towards the Spanish Main as the fleet neared Drake landed a force of about 1,000 seasoned, armed, and armored troops under that man, Christopher Carlisle, about 4 miles up the beach from Vancouver. This fleet sailed near to the well-defended port area. They suffered a withering fire from the fort, the chain barricade across the port as well, and 2 galleys in the front holding the fire. Drake's guns fired relentlessly. Town. He didn't really do much, but everybody seemed to flee. While he was unable to breach the defenses, it's likely that was actually his purpose. Because while Cartagena looked on at the battle in the harbor, those 1,000 Englishmen marched into town. The only resistance that Carlisle faced were some poisoned stakes that were blocking the path that were easily avoided, and an amateurish ambush by citizens of the town, not even trained soldiers. There were attacks from the trees and from the city walls by some natives that were allied to the Spanish, but their arrows just bounced harmlessly off the English armor, so they really weren't any impediment at all. When the town had fallen, and Carlisle sent word to him, Francis Drake focused all of his fire on the fort, bombarded it from sunup until sundown. After the sun set, every soldier manning the gun batteries fled in the night. The English took minimal casualties in taking Cartagena, but still, the fighting continued to recruit. The Spanish spoke of boatloads of English men from the fort, and said that the English were burying their dead in secret to hide how reduced the numbers were. Much like at Santo Domingo, Drake entered into negotiations to ransom the queen back to the Spanish. This time, he didn't expect as much. He demanded only 500,000 that offer was similar to the local bishop, who was in on the negotiations, called Drake a pirate, at which point Drake flew into a rage. He insulted the bishop's pope and his king. Negotiations halted. Drake once again set to burning the town piece by piece, culminating in one of his ship's cannons being fired at his newly completed cathedral. It hit one of the arches that was a support to the rest of the cathedral and toppled the entire structure to the ground. Finally, the town agreed that they would give Drake 107,000 ducats to make the English accept. In both of these attacks on Santo Domingo and Cartagena, the records of the Spanish don't indicate violent as one might expect when taking a town. They, of course, called Drake a pirate and a villain, which he was, but they also called him a gentleman and a honorable man. So yes, the English looted, but as I said before, they didn't murder over it. They warned the locals in advance before they burned their homes and their Drake even went so far as to defend the man and whose home he was staying. Drake, when he found out that the man's wife had died, gave his wife a funeral with full honors. He had his own men dig the grave. He raised the Spanish flag, and he had his soldiers make them up with bones. There was a real respect that grew between the Spanish man and Sir Francis Drake. It showed because when Drake finally left Cartagena, he demanded only 5,000 ducats from the man instead of his regular 6,000 because he had been such a hospitable host. In Cartagena, the fleet sailed north. They went on to Cuba, took on some wood and water, and continued on, sailing north to St. Augustine. Drake called his war council together, and they decided that the fort of St. Augustine, and especially the watchtower there, were a secret threat to the and open fire. For 2 days, the cannons ran, and told the men manning St. Augustine's defenses retreated. The fleet, the men on it at least, were weary of what had been happening. They didn't want to spend a long time in port ransoming the town, so they decided to go into St. Augustine and see what was there. Luckily, the soldiers defending the fort had left in such a hurry that they had failed to secure the thousands of pounds stored in the fort for St. Peter's. The fleet moved on the rowing rope where they delivered some supplies and news, and then they sailed back to England.
very, very slim. So sleep is a priority.
What's the
If you're enjoying the
first
show,
one
why
for
don't you
you?
head to our website at pilothistorypodcast.com.
8 hours is my
Over there, you can
go-to
find
every
some
night.
supplemental
During the
information
World
such as
Series,
maps
it's
and
not
works of art relating to our
because of the way
topics.
that it's structured.
We also have on
Sometimes
every
the tournaments
episode a
end
list
at
of the
2:15
sources
a.m.
used.
I get
If you're
home
interested in learning more about
about
any of
3
the
o'clock.
topics that we cover, those source lists also
30
have
minutes,
links
40
that go
minutes
to
to
the
get. So let's say I'm
aidbooks.com
getting
page
back
for that
home.
book, where
Well,
you
the
can
tournament's at,
pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more.
So
If you
I
do
have to
use
get
that
up,
service,
whatever. So
aidbooks
it's
is
very difficult
kind
to get
enough
exact
to quote me a
location a lot
couple
of
of
the time.
bucks.
You
We
know,
also
I
have
also
an
get back
aidbooks
there.
search bar
Is
on
there
the
any
website.
hacks to
If you'd like to
find
support the
the
show, there are several ways you can do so at the website.
You're going
There's a
on a
PayPal
pretty
donate
tough roller
button, as
coaster
well as a
mentally
link to our
when
Patreon
you're playing.
page. That's going to
Is there any tricks to
patreon.com/pirate
get into
podcast.
speed?
There's
Given
also
I've
an
been
ebook
very
and
lucky.
Amazon
Like,
search
I'm
bar.
blessed. I don't know
So
if
if you
it's
need to
because
search
of
for
diet
anything
or
on
not.
either ebooks
I've
or
always been very good sleep.
amazon.com,
You
you
just
can
shut
simply
up.
I
website
get to
that's
sleep
enough
and I
to
sleep
read a
like
couple of
you know.
books.
And I
In
also
addition to any of
naturally,
that, you can
like
also
during the
link.
World Series, sometimes what will happen is that let's say I get knocked out of one event at 4 p.m. And
Hello.
there's another one that I can
Welcome
jump
to the
in.
Pirate
Instead of
History
jumping right
Podcast.
into it,
My
I'll
name
go
is
into like
Matt.
a private room
Thank you for
and take
listening.
45
Back in
minutes,
Spain,
you know, and give me
Philip
enough
raged.
energy to
This
continue the
devilish
story.
pirate, this dragon, had burned his cities, insulted him personally, and stolen his gold. In the Low Countries, his heretic Queen Elizabeth had installed her former lover, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, as the de facto king. Had his assassination of William of Orange been completed for naught? In France, Henry of Navarre, a Protestant, seemed ready to take the French throne. And in the British Isles, that heretic Queen Elizabeth executed his strongest Catholic ally there. She beheaded Mary, Queen of Scots. Everything appeared to be slipping away from him. So he called once again for his military leaders, and he ordered plans for invasion to be sped up. The Pope, intending to help, published a papal bull condemning Elizabeth once again. This bull ordered all church proceeds taken in Spain and Portugal to go directly into the coffers of Philip, and presented a lineage from Edward III, the King of England, which named Philip the rightful Catholic ruler of the English and the English throne. In preparation to help Philip take that throne, the Lords Parma and Santa Cruz gathered ships into one of the largest gatherings ever seen. Unfortunately, when they returned to England, the news that Francis Drake and the other captains brought back was not good, especially for the families of all of those lost on the voyage. The sailors had lost at least 40% of their number due to that horrible sickness that tore through them. It was a failure in other ways as well, a financial failure especially. The Crown had had to come in and cover the shortfall to pay the soldiers and sailors their full wage because they had not made enough money on the voyage. Despite this ill news, though, the Queen was not entirely displeased. Her ships were still in good repair, none of them had been lost, and back home to guard the English shores, which is exactly where Elizabeth wanted. And they had freed those English vessels and their crews and dealt that severe blow at King Philip. That blow was really taking its toll on Philip, who lay in bed, tormented both by the physical ailment, he had gout, but also by the psychological stress of what he saw as losing the war and perhaps losing the favor of his God. For a time, Drake was sent to Holland to give aid to the Dutch there, but quickly he was recalled. His plans to once again sail west and raid the Indies had been put on hold. That amassing of ships, that was the worst kept secret in all of Europe. Everybody knew that they were gathering a massive armada for the invasion of Italy. Once again, Elizabeth came to Drake. The Navy, the English Navy, was busy building as many ships as possible. They were amassing cannon and crews, while the Winters and the Hawkins family constantly patrolled the English Channel. And Elizabeth turned to Drake and told him to gather his fleet. Once again, Drake was going to command from the ship the Elizabeth Bonaventure. The Crown also granted the fleet the ships the Golden Lion, the Rainbow, and the Dreadnought. They had a full complement of soldiers and cannon on board. This new fleet was supplemented by Drake and some of the other West Country investors. They had ships like the Drake, the Thomas, the White Lion, the Hawkins, the Elizabeth, the Edward Bonaventure, and the Minion, along with a host of smaller yet still armed vessels and pinnaces. Back in Plymouth, Drake had some trouble finding enough men to crew these ships. At the last minute, hundreds of the men who had agreed to go on board deserted, wary of Drake's dangerous ventures and to shadow cast by his last outing. Sailors can be a superstitious lot, and so many had died on Drake's last voyage that this one was avoided by a lot of men. This angered Drake, and he sent a missive to the crown asking that any of the men who had deserted this voyage be arrested. The queen declined to send her sheriffs to arrest them, but she did send soldiers to the cruise, and on April 2nd, 1587, the fleet departed. It appears that the Privy Council sent some last-minute orders to Francis Drake. Quote, "You shall forbear to enter forcibly into any of the said king's ports or havens, or to offer violence to any of his towns or shipping within harboring, or do any act of hostility upon the land." End quote. However, this command, for some reason, never seemed to reach Sir Francis Drake. On April 19th, near midday, the fleet anchored just off the Spanish coast. They waited near the port of Cadiz, which was a busy and well-defended harbor that was connected by river directly to the city of Seville. Drake called his captains in for conference. All along the Spanish and Portuguese coast, the Armada was gathering, especially here. As yet, the ships from the furthest reaches of Spain's empire had not reached them, and all of the ships and ports still lay. Nearly all these ships were unmanned, and only a few merchant vessels were actually under sail, bringing necessary goods from ship to ship in the harbor to prepare for the invasion. Drake, against the wishes of many of the captains, ordered an immediate attack. At about 5 o'clock that evening, the English sailed toward the harbor. At first, the Spanish there assumed that it was the returning fleet of a friendly Spanish captain, and they sent a delegation to greet him. Drake, though, quickly dispatched them of this notion. He opened fire on the vessels. A couple of them were sunk, and the rest of them retreated to defend the harbor. Now, the Spanish galleys' guns, these smaller vessels, were no match for these English galleons, who fired well out of the Spanish range. The English sunk those two manned vessels, and still not properly actually in the harbor there, they took a 1,000-ton merchantman and then a 700-ton Biscayan galleon. They took 5 smaller merchant vessels, and then they took a galleon owned by Santa Cruz, the Spanish admiral himself. And these 8 ships had been fully ransacked and robbed of all of the valuables on board, including the victuals and wine. They were set ablaze and cut adrift. Throughout the night, then, the fort and towers fired at Drake's fleet, and whatever ships could be manned set their guns to fire against the English. However, it was really a poorly organized and ineffectual defense. The Duke, a man named Medina Sidonia, led reinforcements into the town. He had a contingent of both foot soldiers and cavalry, but they were unable to stop Drake from entering the harbor. All they could do was stop Francis Drake from entering the town, landing his men ashore, and taking the town. At dawn, the fleet sailed into the harbor at Cadiz. They took every ship that lay at anchor and all of the crews that were too slow or too foolish to escape, and then lashed all of those ships together, which made it easy for them to take all of the riches they found on board. But more importantly, to this mission at least, they took all of that which is required to outfit a navy. They took rope and tackle and tar and lumber and sail and any navigational instruments they might find. They did this so they could cripple the Armada before it even got started, and they could use all of these goods to bolster the English navy. It was really a well-thought-out plan. Now, Drake did falter in one of his orders, though. The Queen had told him specifically that he was to burn any ship that he found in the harbor at Cadiz. And though Drake had all of these ships slashed together with plenty of tar and certainly plenty of fire, he failed to do so. Why? He exchanged the prisoners he had taken for gold, and the Duke of Medina Sidonia himself gifted Drake with a cask of wine and a basket of sweetmeats, and Drake left the harbor in a rush. Why? He left over 60 vessels in the harbor unharmed, if a bit lighter, in defiance of his direct royal orders. Why? Well, one possible answer is that Drake had taken some of those Spanish prisoners and had them questioned. One of these prisoners may have given up some sensitive information, perhaps even more valuable to Drake than burning ships. It appears that he had learned that Spain's second most accomplished admiral, a man named Juan Martinez de Recalde, sailed with a squadron that was half the size of Drake's and was, at this very moment, anchored off Cape St. Vincent. It's also possible that this smaller fleet was accompanying the Spanish treasure float, which was Drake's greatest lust in life. En route to get to the Cape, Drake encountered a fleet of tiny merchant vessels, really little more than fishermen's boats, and found on board what would actually wind up becoming perhaps the most valuable cargo that he would take this entire voyage. He found together bundles of barrel staves bound for Cadiz. I understand that this might not sound like much, but you have to understand that life on board a ship required many barrels filled with water. If you didn't have these iron barrel staves to hold the barrels together, you couldn't have water or wine, and your ships would be unable to sail, and it took time and money to produce. So perhaps the greatest delay that Drake effected this entire voyage was stealing these barrel staves. Still, though, barrel staves, while they were important, weren't exactly a rich prize. Drake needed a real haul, both to repay his investors and to line his own pockets, so he chased after Raquel, who had sailed away from the Cape. He was headed towards Lisbon, but Drake believed he could catch him. Unfortunately, the winds weren't in his favor, and Raquel managed to beat him there. Lisbon was far too well defended a port for the English to take, so Drake turned his attentions elsewhere. He took what was called the Sagres Castle, which had once, strangely enough, been the home of Prince Henry the Navigator. This was a symbolic victory, but not a rich one. Still, one monk did record, quote, "They committed their usual feasts and drunkenness, their diabolical rampages and obscenities. They stole everything they found and then set the place on fire, having first committed 1,000 excesses and diabolical desecrations of the images of the saints, like wicked heretics." End quote. Then, on June 1st, Sir Francis Drake's fortune changed once again for the better. He learned of a ship called the San Felipe, owned by Philip himself and carrying all of the goods from the Orient directly into Drake's clutches. It's said that the San Felipe was taken without a single shot being fired because her holds and her gun ports were too crammed with goods to fire any guns in her defense. On board, Drake found gold, he found silver, he found precious gems, ivory, silk, rich dyes, cinnamon, cloves, and pepper, all in all worth $32 million in modern money. With this haul, Drake was finally able to sail for home. It was around this time that Francis Drake enlisted perhaps one or maybe two men to write all of his letters and document all of his deeds. You see, Francis Drake needed better representation to both the Queen and the English people, and the results turned out to be ludicrous. You see, Drake was uneducated, he was poorly read, and he had really abysmal penmanship, and suddenly his correspondences were beautifully composed with allegory and reference to God, the Bible, and history. For example, he is reported to have said at Cadiz, when the wind turned to his favor, "The wind commands me away." Yeah, no, he didn't say that. Francis Drake was a sailor and a pirate, and he knew ships and violence, not poetry. Similarly, at this raid on Cadiz, he was reported to have claimed that he, quote, "singed the King of Spain's beard," end quote, which was not true. That was actually said by the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire in reference to his own beard rather than King Philip's. Now, this new eloquent correspondence may have actually helped Francis Drake, though when he returned to London, he found himself out of favor with the Queen, at least in official record, and defending some of his decisions during the raid on Cadiz. However, Drake showered Elizabeth with gifts, and he still had her ear. He may have failed to burn all of the vessels that he had been ordered to, but he had really delayed the invasion. That was Elizabeth's need. He also brought news of Philip's true plans. He wrote to Lord Walsingham, quote, "I assure your honor, the like preparation was never heard of nor known. As the King of Spain hath and daily maketh to invade England, all possible preparations for defense are very expedient to be made. I dare not almost write into your honor of the great forces we hear the King of Spain hath in the straits. Prepare in England strongly, and most by sea. Stop him now, and stop him ever. Look well to the coast of Sussex." End quote. Drake begged again and again to be allowed another voyage, this time in force to go to Lisbon to destroy the Armada before it even began sailing. The Crown, however, decided not to grant it. Finances in England were once again tight, and Elizabeth hesitated to back any venture that would take English vessels away from English shores. Philip, too, though, had suffered setbacks. In addition to the raid on Cadiz, he had been forced to call off the treasure fleets for the year, fearing that they would be taken by English pirates. They stayed in port in the Americas. And then his plans were not a truly terrible blow. His close friend, the Admiral of Santa Cruz, died. Philip was forced to name the Duke Medina Sidonia, that man who was a hero of the raid on Cadiz, who had gifted Francis Drake wine and sweetmeats. He was forced to name him Admiral in the Spanish Armada. Medina Sidonia was a morose man, especially about the state of the Spanish Navy. He surveyed the fleet, and he found it lacking. They didn't have enough guns. They didn't have enough soldiers that were trained well, and the ships themselves were even sometimes in poor condition. He was forced to smuggle in at least 100 cast iron English cannon, something that the Spanish thought were so low quality they weren't even worth using, but he needed the guns, but still they weren't enough. The Spanish had little powder, they had less shot, and they had only a very few properly trained gunners. Only 6 vessels in the Spanish fleet carried more than 40 guns, while every English vessel carried more than 250. However, Philip refused to hear these complaints. He believed that God was on his side. The Pope himself granted special indulgences for every Spaniard on the voyage, and when confronted with the possibility of bad weather, Philip said, quote, "Since it is all for his cause, God will grant us fair weather," end quote. As he lay in his sick bed and his admiral continued to bring complaints to him, his very last command to Medina Sidonia was, quote, "Sail, sail," end quote. The Spanish plan was simple. The Armada would sail into the Channel. They would break the English naval defense there, and they would hold a landing site. Then, somewhere between 30 and 60,000 soldiers, under the command of the Duke of Parma, would sail from the Netherlands to England. They would sail upriver and take London in what they believed would be no more than 2 or 3 days. The sailors, though, in the Spanish fleet, well, they knew better. As the Spanish Armada was preparing to sail, one sailor wrote, quote, "Things hang in the balance. Please, God, let the events be for his cause, and may he assist us, as is so necessary," end quote. Another sailor, when he was speaking to a papal official, a papal nuncio, said to him, quote, "The English, who have faster and handier ships than ours, and many more long-range guns, and who know their advantage just as well as we do, will never close with us at all, but stand aloof and knock us to pieces with their culverins, without our being able to do them any serious hurt." When the nuncio asked him what the Spanish meant to win, the officer answered, "A miracle," end quote. The English weren't entirely aware of the Spanish shortcomings, though. They thought that the fleet was a lot better defended than it really was. I think that Winston Churchill gives a good description of the English attitude. He said, quote, "The chances were heavily weighted in favor of Spain. From the mines of Mexico and Peru there came a stream of silver and gold which so fortified the martial power of the Spanish Empire that King Philip could equip his forces beyond all known scales. The position was well understood in the ruling circles in England. So long as Spain controlled the wealth of the New World, she could launch and equip a multitude of armadas," end quote. On the English side, the Queen's plan was to separate her navy, to guard the western end of the Channel from Spain, and to guard the eastern end from the Netherlands. However, she acquiesced to her advisors. The Lord Admiral was now a man named Charles Howard of Effingham, and he was in command of the Queen's Navy. His plan was to have Lords Winter and Hawkins await the Armada in the middle of the Channel, while the Lord Admiral Howard himself and Sir Francis Drake would wait at and near Plymouth. They would be a fleet of sleek, fast, and heavily armed smaller vessels that would be able to chase and harry the Spanish. They were going to follow behind the Armada after it sailed into the Channel. The plan was to allow the Spanish Armada to sail until it nearly encountered the fleet of larger English galleons, and then Lord Admiral Drake would come up behind them, bite their heels, and then catch the Armada in a crossfire and demolish her. The plans of both sides were interrupted by some inclement weather. Some of those famous Channel hailstorms blew in, and the fleets of both the Spanish and the English, well, their timetables and their charts were thrown off course, so they had to regroup and make some new plans as quickly as possible. However, the basic plan for Drake to fall behind still stood because Drake and his fleet were still at harbor. Legend has it that when Drake received word of the Spanish Armada entering the Channel, he said, "Time enough to finish the game and beat the Spanish after." Now, this sounds like some of Drake's famous propaganda, but this might actually be something that he said. See, the tide was high in Plymouth Harbor at the time. It was too high for the fleet to leave, and he knew they would have to wait until sundown. But once sundown came, the fleet did set sail, and they rushed after the Spanish Armada. When the Duke of Medina Sidonia awoke the next morning, it must have been something of a shock to him. He found the English fleet. The entire formation was planned to meet the English fleet waiting for them. However, that formation and the Armada was something of a fighter's well. It was at least 2 miles in width. It was a virtual forest of mast and sail, punctuated by these massive Spanish aft castles who towered over the smaller English vessels. Lord Admiral Howard said, quote, "All the world never saw such a great force as there was." End quote. All the same, Lord Howard ordered a single pinnace called Defiance forward to fire a single shot at the Spanish flagship. This was a gesture of formal challenge. Think of a knight pulling off his gun, attacking another man and challenge. This was that sort of thing. The Spanish raided 4 fronts. Their heaviest ships were faster and smaller galleys along the sides. They made a tight crescent formation, all meant to face forward so they could surround the English fleet whenever they encountered it. However, somehow, these massive vessels had to turn around and change their entire formation because they were now facing a force that was coming from the Spanish were spectacular sailors. If the English had been waiting in front, they would have destroyed them immediately. However, they didn't account for what the English actually had planned. I'm going to quote historian Arthur Freeman in his book To Rule the Waves, How the British Navy Shaped the Modern World, which is really a pretty excellent read, especially for any nautical or military historians out there. It goes all the way from the very earliest days of the British Navy to all the way up until World War II. He writes about this battle. The English rushed forward with gun ports open, and as many guns wheeled and lashed pointing forward as possible. This was no classic battle of broadsides. Each gun was aimed on its own, while the master gunner himself gave orders to the helm. Bow chasers fired first, then the guns on the leeward side, and as the ship burned, then the guns in the stern as the boatswain shouted to his men aloft to lull sails and brought the ship to a halt. Then, as the ship turned back, the guns on the other broadside opened up as the ship completed its stately pirouette past its target. Wreathed in smoke, the Revenge, or Bear, or Vanguard, then tacked back windward to reload. In this way, the English guns got off an average of a shot an hour, whereas the Spanish, keeping to their tight box formation, were sometimes lucky if their guns could fire back 1 shot a day. End quote. It was really, at the end of the day, an ineffectual battle on both sides. While the English had proved that they could fire many more shots, their tactics weren't doing a whole lot of damage to the Spanish. They took out a few of the smaller vessels, but from the distances they were firing, they were unable to take out any of the massive Spanish warships. As night fell, though, Drake was given the order to light the lantern on his stern that would guide the way for the rest of the fleets. On the Spanish side, they faced disaster. While their ships were still nearly all floating, the Nuestra Señora de Rosario was rammed by another Spanish vessel in the night. The Rosario lost her bowsprit and mizzenmast and her main yard. Then, another ship in the rock carrying 383 men and almost all of the gold meant to pay the soldiers suddenly exploded. It's unclear exactly what happened, but apparently something lit their entire powder magazine alight. In the chaos after this explosion, Francis Drake seized on an opportunity. He broke formation from the fleet, endangering all of those relying on his lantern, and he took the Rosario, along with the reported 55,000 golden ducats aboard, and he Despite Francis Drake's knighthood, all of his plans, he still couldn't fight what he was at heart. A loathsome, no good West Country pirate. The next morning, when Lord Admiral Howard came on deck, he discovered that he had not in fact been following Sir Francis Drake's lantern, but one for the Armada. A fierce morning fire was the exact kind of thing blood pumping, but he managed to remove himself from the Spanish Armada. Francis Drake returned to the fleet and was called on board of the Lord Admiral's ship. There's no record of exactly what the Lord Admiral said to Francis Drake, but man, I wish there was, because I imagine that even the Spanish in the Armada, a mile or more away, could hear the curses of this Captain Francis. The Admiral went on to confiscate the 55,000 ducats and send it to London. The Admiral ordered that the English would continue dogging the Spanish fleet, and the fight on water continued the same way for the next day. On land, Elizabeth stood before her rallied troops, who were preparing to defend the city of London and the land of England against any invasion. She gave them this speech. Quote, "My loving people, who have been persuaded by some that are careful for our safety to take heed how we commit ourselves to armed multitudes, for fear of treachery, but I assure you, I do not desire to live in distrust my faithful and loving people. Let tyrants fear. I have always so behaved myself that, under God, I have placed my chiefest strength and safeguard in the loyal hearts and goodwill of my subjects, and therefore I am come amongst you, as you see, resolved, in the midst and heat of the battle, to live or die amongst you all, to for my God, my kingdom, and for my people, my honor and my blood, even in the dust. I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, a king, and of a king of England, too, and think foul scorn that Prussia or Spain or any parts of Europe should dare to invade the borders of my realm, to which, rather than any dishonor shall grow by me, I myself will take up arms. I myself will be your general, judge, and rewarder of every one of your virtues in the field. I know already for your forwardness you have deserved rewards and crowns, and we do assure you, in the word of a prince, they shall be duly paid you." End quote. Imagine her surprise, as well as the surprise of Admiral Medina Sidonia, when none of those troop ships arrived. Perhaps Elizabeth wasn't so surprised after all. The troops had never even left port. The sea beggars had sailed south, swooped in, and halted any thought of Parma's of setting sail. It was here that the Spanish Armada knew they were lost. On the third day, short on food, shot, powder, and soldiers, the English finally closed ranks and opened fire. Finally, the English had found their mark at 300 yards, which would become the naval policy for firefights for centuries. They sank dozens of Spanish vessels, but still the Armada stood in tight formation. The English captains began worrying. Despite their superior battle skills, how could they defeat that Armada? So, after nightfall, 8 smaller English vessels sailed silently forward toward their Armada. Their guns were charged fully to the muzzles. Their decks and their holds were filled with pitch, tar, and flint, anything that would burn. The Spanish saw these ships primed to explode and burn any vessel nearby, and they all managed to escape unharmed. But in this attempt to set the Spanish Armada alight, it broke their formation, and finally, the English were able to attack. The English closed in. This was the beginning of the first great naval modern history. A total of 200 ships fired bravely, even recklessly, in a fight for their homes. Each of the ships fired until they were out of power, and then they would sail towards the English vessels, grapple that ship, and do hand-to-hand combat with the men on board, either dying or taking the ship. But still, the Spanish were outmatched. The English ships were too well armed and too fast. The English was filled with smoke, the deafening sound of cannon, and in the interim between shots, the screams of the dying. Any vessel worth her salt was coated in splinter and tattered sail, amidst the gore of men without arms and legs and heads. The seas were covered in a sheen of dead bodies, broken ships, and blood. A storm arose, bringing in clouds and fog to mingle with the smoke from the battle. And in that moment, the Spanish Armada set sail and fled. Perhaps Philip was right, in part. He said that God was in fair weather, and when the Spanish Armada was nearly lost and completely destroyed, a storm came in and saved them. Their odyssey was not over, and the trip back to Spain was going to be extremely difficult for these men, but many still made it. The English didn't believe this was the end of the invasion. However, it was. The Spanish had fled. There were no troops coming from the Netherlands. The English had won the day. Now, this undeclared war between Spain and England, though, it would continue. The 80 Years' War, the conflict for Dutch independence, that would continue too. And the hatred between Catholics and Protestants in Europe would continue for centuries. Queen Elizabeth, King Philip, and Francis Drake would continue their dance. But this is a suitable place to stop. The Armada's defeat marked a turning point in the world. It showed the world that Spain was not all powerful, and it opened up the ambitions of all of the colonial powers in Europe. It was by no means the end of the Spanish Empire, but it marked the beginning of their decline, and it marked the dawn of the British Empire, and the colossal power struggles that would continue for centuries. And really, we're still fighting to this modern day. This Spanish Armada's defeat showed the world that the future would not be won by soldiers on land or on horseback. It would be won by sailors on the back of ships. Elizabeth would rule for years and rule over some of the most prosperous times in English history. Elizabeth and England bring us an English Renaissance. It would bring us Shakespeare and the birth of the modern English language. It would see a shift in English culture towards a more free, open, and democratic society. Drake was far from there. He continued to sail, and his legend continued to grow. He sailed again and again back to Spain and the Caribbean, never ending Drake's war, his personal conflict with the Spanish. But he passed away at Portobello at the end of a difficult voyage of raiding and piracy at 4 a.m., January 28, 1596. And with him, we're going to leave the Elizabethan age behind. The reason we've spent on this era, the Elizabethan period, and Francis Drake in particular, is because these conflicts are really what set the stage for the colonial conflicts in the Caribbean. And Francis Drake, more than anyone else, showed the world that a single man with a sleek, small, fast ship filled with guns and manned by a loyal crew of people with insufficient morals would be able to challenge the empires of the old world and make themselves rich and powerful men. His was really the story that all pirates in the years to come would see and believe that they could make a reality. He was the goal that men such as Henry Avery and Edward Peach were. Well, that's what they wanted to be. They wanted to be Francis Drake, a man who was a patriot fighting for his country and using less than scrupulous means to achieve it. They also wanted to fill their pockets, which was something that Francis Drake did extremely well. In the end, Francis Drake stole in modern dollars $115 million worth of Spanish goods. This makes him, according to Forbes magazine, the second most successful pirate in history. Next time, we're going to take a jump forward. The politics of Europe are going to go through a lot of upheavals, but most of that is relatively unimportant. We'll talk about the big stuff, but we're going to start focusing on another of the most successful pirates in history. A man who graces the front of many bottles of cheap rum, Captain Henry Morgan. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the abbooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
Right? He's not here. He's never used a solver in his life. He doesn't know. He's not in that world, right? Phil does. Phil has a lot of faith and a lot of confidence in what he does, and that he will be successful. And I think there's something to be said about that.
Hello,
Right?
and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast.
His he finds a way to do it.
In the aftermath of the attempted
frankly,
invasion of
a lot
England
of
by
what
the
he
Spanish
does
Armada,
very effective
Europe found
against
itself to be a very
specific types
different
of players
place. The
who
balance of power
intimidated by
had shifted away
whether
from
it's
Spanish
resume,
domination,
demeanor,
and all
or
the
his
rest of the
attitude,
colonial powers in
right? Like,
Europe,
you're an
they
average
wanted their
player,
slice of it.
you beat Phil in the hand.
In England, many of the young and ambitious ship's captains who sailed under men like Drake and Hawkins in winter, they petitioned the Queen to sail for the East Indies.
But I also think too, like,
They finally had the strength to sail for the East Indies for decades, even perhaps centuries. The Spanish and Portuguese had kept that
like he
an
sees these
option, but
moments, and he doesn't
Drake
phone
had
them in.
proved that they could sail
Whatever
those
brand of
waters with
hooks he
relative
plays,
safety.
he tries his
In the year
best at all
1650,
times.
Elizabeth granted many of these merchants an official royal
Even
charter.
though,
This formed the English East India Company, and it gave them a monopoly of trade with the
his
East.
effort and will,
Now, the East India Company will be a major player in the story to come. Their interactions with Caribbean pirates is the stuff of legend. But for now, despite their monopoly, their position was not as strong as it seemed.
he feels like he deserves
They really only applied to trade English merchants. They had plenty of competition and ambition. First of all, these were Portuguese waters, and the Portuguese were still in. Now, this was the Portuguese Empire under Philip, and they were significantly weaker than they had been. They were still a threat that has been dealt with. But regardless, the English merchants still managed to attract. However, their real competition came on the backs of Dutch ships. In the wake of the Armada,
So for me,
during a
when
long
I grew up,
80 Years'
I
War,
admired the big cats.
the Dutch Empire was really
I
beginning
love
to
tournaments,
wane.
but I wanted to be well
Decades
known.
of
Like,
English
in my
and
day,
Dutch
you couldn't make
attacks on
the
Spanish
Hall of
merchant
Fame
shipping
if you
had
just played one
left a
game.
void in
You had to
international
jump
seafaring
in,
trade,
right?
and it was really more than anything else the Dutch who filled
Right?
the void.
And I was able to do that.
They had
When
a
I
ship,
was
the Fleet,
in my
which
early, in my mid
was really
20s, I was
huge
playing
compared to any of the other
4,000,
merchant
8,000.
ships in Europe. It was about twice as long as any of these other vessels, and it had a square hull that could hold 2 to 3 times the cargo of any other ships. The Dutch quickly came to dominate the trade in the Baltic Sea, in the North Sea, and in English Channel. They pushed the English just aside, and even the Spanish, with whom they were currently at war, were forced to concede the peaceful trade.
In that regard,
Soon, the Dutch found themselves in the Mediterranean, and they controlled trade with both Constantinople and Alexandria. These were major trading hubs, places that were the centers of trade for both Africa and the Middle East. Basically, the entire Muslim world traded through these ports. So if you wanted any goods from them, you had to trade in one of these ports.
so my willingness to
In the
adapt,
Spanish endeavor
I
to
think,
push the Dutch out of the
stay
Mediterranean,
relevant
the
by
Dutch sent a fleet into
learning
the
what
Strait
the
of
young guys
Gibraltar
learn
and
from
sunk the
all the
entire
time.
Spanish
And
fleet.
I also pride myself on,
This was really
again, being
how the
well-rounded,
Dutch did
like playing all the
business.
games. Like, I don't
Whenever
feel
anyone
intimidated.
tried to encroach on areas that they had a business interest in, they suddenly
So
found
only being
themselves the
scholar
victims of
game
completely
as the
unrelated
game
political
evolves,
attacks until they
just
were
the
either
game
sunk
evolves,
or
players
forced to
evolve, the
leave.
culture
They
evolves.
really operated kind of
Always
like a
adjusting
mafia.
by being a
It was
scholar.
sort of
Having
a,
a unique
you must do business with us, you're going to make money, for a little bit on the side, we'll make protect you. And if anybody else tries to encroach on my business, they're going to be sleeping with the fishes. And it worked marvelously. The Dutch found themselves in control of the largest trading empire that the world
because
had.
they don't understand.
In no time, they found themselves in control of all of the ports on the African coast, and all of the gold and ivory that the continent carried, as well as all of the other goods that
Right?
were
It's easy to
in
do that.
slaves.
Oh, that's not how I do
It was in
It's like,
1602 that the Dutch East India Company opened up for business. As the English clouded on, these merchants who formed the Dutch East India Company were given a monopoly. This sparkled a lot of feathers in the Union provinces, so These merchants had to look elsewhere to make their money.
What about
Rival merchant
somebody
firms began
who used
to
to
form their
Justin
own
Barnwell,
companies.
who's
Companies that would control the
of
West
cash,
African coast
like,
and all the
is
slaves
there
that
somebody
were
like that that
where the
stands out
slaves
to
were
you
traded
as a
solely with
low
the New World,
status
North America
person?
and the Caribbean.
Yeah,
and
so
Europe.
there's two different ones.
This also
One
gave
is
them
very
access to all of the
so
tobacco and
they're
sugar
both
that the New World
different,
had.
right? So I
This became
again,
the
so
most
that's
profitable trading route in the entire world, and everybody wanted
there's
it.
so many of the
And
guys,
soon,
Michael
every
Adamo,
country in Europe
I
was fighting for that
love
place.
the way people.
This
Another one
is
that I
episode number
respect is
14,
online prowess.
the new World.
He's people that like how
Dutch
close he is.
tactics at the dawn of the 17th century were very similar to the English tactics at the end of the last century. They primarily traded with Spanish New World colonies. Now, they weren't allowed to trade with these Spanish New World colonies officially, but they gave better deals than the Spanish did, and so the colonists preferred to buy from the Dutch. Beyond that, they also replaced the English and the French as the greatest colonial menace in the Caribbean. They turned to the Caribbean first as these legitimate merchants, seeking sources for goods that were denied them by the trade embargo thrown on by the Spanish. They were primarily interested in three goods: sugar, tobacco, and salt. Sugar and tobacco were luxury goods that all the best people had. If you went to visit somebody and they didn't have a sugar to serve you tea, it was so amazing. If you were unable to smoke a cigar or light a pipe after dinner, then it was also seen as somewhat low class. Anybody who was anybody was using sugar and tobacco as they saw. They weren't just luxury goods for the elite, they were luxury goods for the merchant class and even the middle class. Basically, anybody who wasn't the lowliest of peasants wanted a little bit of sugar and tobacco to show off just how classy they were. Now, sugar was seen as a relatively harmless luxury, something that sweetened the tea and that the young ladies liked. But tobacco was catching on so quickly that people realized soon how really nice it was. It caught on particularly fiercely in the Protestant nations. The Catholic churches all across Europe condemned the leaf as a heretical heathen ritual, but even in those Catholic countries, you would find Spaniards and Frenchmen and Germans all smoking tobacco. Even the church's condemnation could not keep the use of this tobacco. But in those Protestant countries, it was running wild. In 1604, the newly raised James I of England published the Counterblast to tobacco. It read in part, quote, "Have you not reason then to be ashamed and to forbear this filthy novelty, so basely grounded, so foolishly received, and so grossly mistaken in the right use thereof? In your abuse thereof, sinning against yourselves both in persons and goods, and raking also thereby the marks and notes of vanity upon you, a custom loathsome to the eye, hateful to the nose, harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs." End quote. There's a lot going on in this book. He says, obviously, that it is harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs, hateful to the nose, it looks bad, it smells bad, it's bad for you. These are all obvious things. However, there's lots of God here. The vanity line is very important. This was seen as a sinful act because it served no purpose other than as a luxury good and a status symbol. In Europe, the tide was beginning to turn. Vanity was seen as a dreadful sin, and more people were climbing onto this train of Puritanism. We're going to talk a lot more about that. But for now, despite the Puritan elements and the king's diatribe against the leaf, tobacco had caught on in England and in the Netherlands and in Spain, France, everywhere across Europe, everywhere in England. Even took it to Asia, where it was going to cause a whole slew of its own problems over there. Tobacco was quickly becoming something that everyone in the world wanted a little bit of. So, it was a necessary element of life. If you lived in the North Sea, or if you lived on the English Channel, you were going to find yourself eating a lot of fish, mainly cod, and salt was used to preserve that cod for transport from harbor to harbor or overland. It wasn't only used for fish, but for doing all sorts of things, especially at sea. Basically, if you wanted to eat anything that was freshly killed or cooked from your own garden, you were going to need some salt to preserve it and keep it healthy. And unfortunately, for the Dutch, had recently lost their sole source of salt. Most of the salt in Western Europe came from salt lands in Portugal. Now, the Dutch under the Spanish Empire, including the Portuguese, were still embroiled in the 8 Years' War. and the Spanish decided to use it against them,
So it's been such
denying them all
As
sorts
far
of
as the
trade.
series goes,
Most of this the
long,
Dutch could get around, but they had
it's
trouble
kind of
finding a
therapeutic.
new source of
It is
salt and
essentially
food.
the
So
it's
they found a
essentially
new
my
world
version of
where they
German,
quickly
right?
found
So
an
there's a lot of value, I
inexhaustible
think,
soups
in
on the
like
coast
the end
of
of
what
the
is
day
modern
when
day
you bring
Venezuela,
where you
then
just
called
write out
Brazil.
but doing it
On the
on camera
Almanac
has
Peninsula
a
near
similar
Lake
effect.
Carolina, the
And it
Dutch found a
also,
salt claim that would
when you make a
supply
mistake
their
on
entire
your own,
nation with salt
you're held
for as
accountable
long
to
as they
you. But
needed
when I
it,
have to explain it
at least
to
for as
others,
long
like
as they
here's
could
what I
get it
did,
from out of the hands of
and this is
Spain.
the mistake I made, whatever the case
They
may
sent
be.
their massive ships left
It
as
actually, I
much
think that's
salt as they could possibly carry,
Yeah.
along with a few
You're
armed
responsible for
pinnaces
that.
and sloops to
because like
defend
you said, like I
against any
said,
Spanish patrols
47,
that might come along.
life is good.
This was still
Half the
all
days
Spanish
together.
land,
If I'm
and
over it,
while
I
the
can dump my
locals had
ships
been
off
willing
the
to
boat,
trade, the
right?
governors
But I
were
can't when
well
I'm
aware that these two
doing
nations
like I
fought
have
would
to have
chase off any Dutch ships they
answer
found,
to that, you know?
but no patrols came. Not
How
one
to
single vessel came to
the
question
main
or
event
harass the
of
Dutch.
the World Series.
When they started thinking about it,
So
they
the main
realized
event
that
of
they
the World
hadn't
Series
seen
is
a
the hard
single
stuff.
warship or
Simply
official
because
patrol
of the
boat
size.
on their entire
You know,
trips
you're
to New York.
talking 7,000-8,000 players, right? And a
So
lot
rather
of
than
land.
keeping their
And
pinnaces and
frankly,
sloops on hand to protect
there are
them,
so
they
many
sent them out
players
to do a
who do not
little
play for this.
investigative.
You play these high roller events,
No matter where they
you
sailed,
get 30,
more
40
and more
people
boldly
every
into Spanish-controlled
idea.
harbors, they didn't find
Say the
any
main event.
warships or
You don't
patrols.
have any ideas
All
how
they found were
Jersey,
fat, heavy, and slow merchant vessels. Merchant
I
vessels
don't know
that the
what
Dutch
it's about.
quickly relieved
So
of
there's
any
a lot of
valuables they
like,
might have on board.
it's grueling too.
This
7, 8
quickly
days
became
where
really the
you're in a
primary
blender,
goal for these missions.
as you might say.
Men who
So-
were admirals in the 80 years war back in Europe would bring their own vessels
And there's a
along,
bunch of tables.
ostensibly according to European politics, to protect their salt vessels, but really all they did
So
was
it
follow
works.
Drake's
So
footsteps
let's say
and have
8,000
as much Spanish
And the way
merchant
they
shipping as possible.
unique to others is
For
there's
6 whole
various day
years,
ones,
the Dutch
right?
sailed
So day one,
around
you're gonna put
800 of these
so
large
like
salt
that,
ships for
right?
Brazil, and for 6
It's still in,
years,
and
their
that's your
sloops
ships,
raided
and you'll
the
come back
harbor.
for day 2. Okay?
The New World had
There's
always
4 different
been
day ones,
heavily
right?
defended by
Now they'll
Spain.
all
It was
combine.
a place that
Day
all
2.
of their
And at
riches
the end of
stemmed
the night,
from,
it may
but
go.
they quickly realized that this
So you
was
don't
now the
just
most vulnerable
players
point
get
in the
knocked out.
Spanish Empire,
It was
and they
great.
exploited it.
So you
As
start
tales
day
spread
out,
back in Europe
you're
of
on
the
day
rich
1,
waters of the Caribbean, the
6,000,
French Huguenot
and
pirates
the
who
same
had for
like
decades terrorized the
12 hours
Spanish
a day,
came back in
slowly
numbers.
whittled down.
There were
Day
more
4,
French
day
pirates in
3,
the
day 4,
Caribbean
you're
at this
money.
point in time than there
And
ever
then
had
you
been in
continue to
the
progress.
past.
And then what they
The
now,
Dutch
with
dwarfed the English fleets in the heyday of Drake and
these final
Hawkins.
tables
They were
take
a menace that was unseen
12
in the
hours
past.
to play. And what
Their
we were finding
forebears,
was,
men like
you start playing
Drake
at
and
5 p.m.
Vandermark
and
and
it goes to 8
Letestu,
a.m.
they
And
would
no
have been
one's watching
proud
anymore.
of
So
seeing this
they
new
separated
generation
for 3
of
days.
young Protestant pirates
And so
taking
you're
on the
talking
Spanish.
now,
Like, they also would have
it's
been
like
shocked.
6, 7 days to get
These
the label
new
and 3
pirates
days to
faced
play it.
almost no
So you're,
resistance from the
you're
Spanish.
grinding
The Spanish
for,
almost never sent ships against them, even after reports had been sent to the governor
You're
of their
playing against
terrible,
people that
terrible
were
deeds.
especially early on.
When, and
And then by
especially
the
old
end,
governor would send out a couple of ships to try and take on this pirate menace, even though it was laughable. The Dutch and the French would sometimes just fire some shots at them and see what happened, but more often they would just take their ships and drop off the Spaniards in small boats to get to land.
Is there
The
strategies
Spanish quickly realized that the more ships they sent against them, the stronger and stronger these fleets were becoming.
Yes, absolutely. Like, I
The
think
truth was that the Spanish Empire was completely
like we
big.
talk about nature and all that
Their
kind of stuff.
wars against
If you're
France,
focused
and
on
then
that,
against
like,
England,
you're really,
and then against the Dutch,
right?
and then against
You need
Portugal, and all the while
because
against the
you're gonna have
German
a lot of
Turks,
people just
and
this
left
is a
them
fucking
completely
mistake. You know,
destitute.
they
Europe had gotten
and
into
they
so
might
many
be scared, might be
engagements that
nervous, whatever.
all of the
You
gold
don't
and
have to
silver
worry
of the
about
New
being
World,
bad,
which they shipped over
right?
on massive
Oh, I have to
flotillas
make sure
twice a
I've
year,
done that.
could still
You're playing with this guy now for 3 hours.
all
You
these
might never
wars.
see him.
The
So just make
mood
a play
at
that
the
makes sense.
Spanish court in the capital
Right?
has
So,
been a little
so
bit
yeah,
more
you're
somber.
gonna. I approach that event.
Many historians have compared it to the
I like
last
to
days
play
of
against
Roman
the high
Empire,
roller players.
when the
Does that mean
Visigoths were
more
at the
aggressive?
gates and the
Less.
Huns came knocking, and they knew that their days
So,
were numbered, but they
when you
tried
play
to project
against
an
really
image
good
of strength.
players,
However,
you have to
despite
take
their best efforts, they could
small
not convince anybody else that they
scenarios
had
where
anything left to
you're
hold
playing
on.
really aggressive. You're bluffing off.
So the Spanish
You gotta do
colonists,
this. You gotta
who
focus
these
really
weren't
hard
really
on the reality.
Americans, most of the
Otherwise,
people that
You're not
lived in the New World had been born
Whereas
in the New
playing
World.
with amateurs,
They huddled in their towns and their forts, and their enemies, the Dutch and
risking all
French,
your chips
ruled
on a
the
bluff,
waters.
probably don't need
The
to.
English, however,
You
are
don't do that.
mostly
You could
absent
probably
through this time of
slow
constant piracy
retool
and
build your
plunder.
stack without taking
That new
those
English
high-risk
king,
hazards.
King
Because
James,
you'll find better
didn't
security.
share the former
What
queen's attitude
mistakes do
towards
amateurs
piracy.
usually make?
He punished and imprisoned
In
any
terms of
pirates that could
Are
plot
they
and
all
gain
Well, I think
legitimate
amateurs
trade and
generally,
commerce
the biggest
and
mistake they make is they
colonization.
think that pros are bluffing more than they
Elizabeth
are.
had tried her hand at colonization
So, like, a
several
pro that
times,
all
and never really worked out. The English had made a lot of
maybe
money
some
off
great
of the piracy of inland Kansas
stuff.
Strait, so the colonies really got pushed to the back burner. But
And then
under
the
James
kids
C.
was all
Douglas'
money
efforts,
calling, like, we're
he
going out
focused
calling.
primarily on North America.
Um,
He had his dream of a new
And so the
England
right thing
across
is
the
be more
Atlantic
patient.
and
So
the rapid
amateur
charter to Virginia.
patient.
Well,
Or
He
just
sailed
bad
across the
so all
Atlantic
the
to North
amateurs,
America to the region
some of the
known as
amateurs,
Virginia,
you
named after
We're
Elizabeth
waiting
E.
for it.
Virgin.
Yeah.
And in
And then, you know, the
1607,
pros,
he
everyone
settled
notices that, and then
Jamestown.
when they make their big hand,
The attempted
they don't get
settlements
paid.
at Roanoke had
So,
ended in disaster,
in order
but
to win the
Jamestown,
man you
named
have to have
obviously after
some
King James
quantity
I,
of game that
was
are
England's first
it's very
successful and
unlikely to
lasting
expect
attempt
to
at
just get the
colony.
cards the whole way.
A relief mission
Always
carrying
have to-
supplies
you're gonna have
to
to
the
find
settlement
ways
of
to get
Jamestown
pots
2 years later in
that,
1609 was
where you don't
hit
have
by a
to
truly disastrous storm and it
Final
shipwrecked
table.
at the
The final
island of
table,
Bermuda.
especially because
A
you're
man
talking
named
about
Sir George
the way the
Somers
puzzle
had
works.
sailed under Sir Francis Drake as a young man and under Sir Walter
You're
Raleigh,
very short.
and he led these
But if one other
castaways on
player
the
goes
island of
out,
Bermuda for
you
10
just make
months.
300,000, right? You know,
This is
show kids
supposed to be the inspiration for Shakespeare's play The Tempest. But in addition to homes and shelter, they also built ships. And 10 months after shipwrecking, they sailed on to the colony of Virginia. Every person, including the dog on board, had survived.
and they wait for the
In
little guy
1612, this man, George Somers, was granted his own royal license to build a permanent settlement
he
on
knows.
Bermuda.
And so
Now,
let's
if you
say I
look
had
at Bermuda is kind of perfectly situated between England and New York. It's not an island in the Caribbean, but it is a perfect sleeping place, kind of similar to the islands in the Atlantic that the Spanish and Portuguese used to travel
are you the
to.
type of guy
But similarly, the English realized that the real money was not in tobacco plantations in Virginia or in new Puritan settlements in
I'm not worried
Boston.
about
The real money
going from
is
seven
down
to
south
I'm here to
in the Caribbean.
And so you're saying like the
We
guys that
spent a
went
lot of time on the New World
all
on ship.
So like
All
they're
of
not
the
just bullying
Caribbean and even on the Spanish Main, but now we're going to be focusing much more heavily on the region, and I'd like to spend just a little bit of time going over some of the basic geography.
5 left.
If you picture the
You know, and
Caribbean,
there's 30.
or pull up a
There's
map
2
of
guys
the
very
Caribbean,
short.
there's one to
They'll
the
have
side,
the East King.
you'll see that the majority of the islands in the Caribbean form a sort of
They
a
wanna wait
ferry
for those
between the
who are
Atlantic Ocean
growth,
and the
and that way
Caribbean
they
Sea.
ultimately make action.
This barrier
So
stretches
you
all the way from Florida to South
winning
America
first
and
place,
forms
winning the most amount of money,
almost
is
kind of a hook
you're
shape.
conflicted, right?
These islands are
Because in order to
generally
win
categorized
if
into
you're
three
if you're
different
focused
groups.
only on people make mistakes.
The northernmost of these
You got
islands,
guaranteed
the islands
money.
closest to North
Right.
America,
Let's say
are
a guy
collectively
has one
known
chip,
as the Bahamas.
you know, one chip.
There are a
And
ton of
me and
these
you have
islands, and they're all
and I go
relatively
all in with
small
you
and
and I
kind
lose.
of packed
Now
together.
that guy's
The
got me
waters in
guaranteed.
between them
You know, he
are
got the paycheck,
shallow
but I
and
won't.
clear
So there's
and
some extremely
beautiful.
stupid mistakes
They
you
all
make from
have
financial
miles of sandy
but it's
beach
all about
and trees.
you know,
Basically, it's
giving yourself the best chance
paradise.
to
You
actually
know, it's the Bahamas.
and in the terms of
At least in terms of colonization. They traded with the natives
Well, I
there
know,
and
because
captured a lot of the
ultimately they
natives
make
for
it. So, like,
slaves, but really
you know,
there
we
were
played
too
high
many
roads,
settlements in the Bahamas.
100,000. They're
Now,
custom.
the southwest of the
Talking about guys,
Cuba,
and now
these
they're
are known
sitting there.
collectively as the
And it's
Great
like
Antilles.
1 million for 50, 2 million for
The
50.
majority, really nearly
So,
all
like,
of Spanish colonization in the Caribbean took place in the Greater
So they'll
Antilles.
be under more funding.
Now, the discovery of gold and silver in the mainland and the subsequent
are
conquest
you
of the
still able
Aztec and
to
Inca
find
empires
the guts to take
pushed
good
the Greater
risks?
Antilles a little
Yeah,
bit more
see,
to
I'm
the
trying to win. Like, I think that
But the
gives me
oldest
advantage,
and
frankly,
sometimes
where
grandest
I might
settlements
make
in the New
decisions that are
World were
financial
still there on these islands, and they were still kind of
because I'm
jewels,
trying to win.
basically.
But there's also an inherent
And
advantage.
then to the southeast of the Greater Antilles lay the Lesser
A guy like
Antilles.
Michael O'Donnell,
They form
where he
really
takes
the
advantage
heart of
of
that
these people
coast,
playing so passively
kind of
in these spots.
wrapping
Whereas
around
I'm not
from where the
trying to,
Greater
I'm gonna
Antilles
win.
of the Bahamas
Just
leave
gonna
off,
bull,
you reach
bull,
all the way around to
because
the
I'm not
South
worried
Atlantic
about,
continent.
you know, the small
The Lesser Antilles are
financial
generally
mistake.
split into two different sets of islands, two subsets, the
What
Leeward
advice would you
Islands
give
and the Windward
to
Islands.
beginning?
The Spanish colonies are
Actually,
covered throughout all of the Lesser Antilles, though most people are on the Windward Islands. That's where most of the Europeans first made landfall when crossing the Atlantic. It's all part of that triangle trade.
So one
If
of the
you
ways, I
travel
mean, I
south
think way
through
back to
Africa
how I
and then
started,
travel
right?
west
There's
across
so
the
many
Atlantic,
resources and
the
tools
Windward
available
Islands
now
are
to
your
analyze
very
hands,
first
but
paper.
when you play,
And it was
right,
here
and
in
you're sure about, not because
They moved fast. These colonies were small and poorly defended, so the Dutch pushed out basically all of the Spanish merchant shipping. It became the only way for the few Spanish who were still left in their colonies there to get many of the goods that they needed just simply to live. In the Caribbean, the Spanish basically pulled back just to the greater Antilles and to the mainland. These were the only ports that were enough import for them to spend the resources it took to defend them. So the Dutch controlled basically the entirety of the Lesser Antilles and the Bahamas. Now, due to the years of the Spanish taking the slaves and open warfare, and in many cases, most importantly, germs, these islands were basically uninhabited. There were almost no natives left on many of these smaller islands. So really, once the Dutch pushed the Spanish out, they had really nobody competing with them.
Other resources.
The Dutch began to settle down and put down roots. They started colonies of their own and moved into the established Spanish colonies. At first, this was really just the actions of Dutch merchants who were looking to make a profit in the Caribbean, but soon it became a real place of warfare. In American theater, in the 80 years, they not only came in and put down their own colonies, but pushed further and further into Spanish-held waters. Eventually, even all of the colonies on the British Antilles were forced to concede to trade with the Dutch. And the Dutch had such massive fleets that really the Spanish could do very little against them. They began building these truly impressive harbor forts on every place that they had settlement that really made the part of reconquest of these islands a non-issue. The Dutch were definitely here and were a place that the Spanish really couldn't do anything about. But the Dutch weren't finished there. They pushed further into the Caribbean and then began to push into South America. That is the part, the southern end of the Lesser Antilles, being modern-day Venezuela. They started a really overland war campaign on the mainland against all the Spanish settlements there. So all of the Spanish resources in the region were pushed into fighting against the Dutch. And the French and the English used this as a perfect time to trickle in and begin setting up their own colonies. The very first English colony in the Caribbean was on the island of St. Kitts or St. Christopher. It was named after Columbus. This was perhaps one of the first places to land. It was settled in 1623 by the English, and then in 1625 the French established a colony in St. Kitts as well. The French and these were French Huguenot settlements, so they settled the island peacefully and split it between them. Now the Dutch were happy with the French and the English. They were all good Protestants, mostly. There were some Catholics there, but they didn't encroach on the Dutch interests in the Caribbean. It really kind of
the dynamic. Just comment on.
See, they had sugar and tobacco plantations in their settlements, but building plantations is kind of an expensive endeavor, and really work. Trade was really the preferred means that the Dutch used to make profit. They preferred to bring in tools and all sorts of manufactured goods into the colonies and then export all of their produce back to Europe for sale. A lot less work and they didn't all was what the Dutch sell that was safe. The Lane were starting the early 17th century plantation system. They really built this entire economy in the Caribbean. There were manufacturing centers, primarily Antwerp and Amsterdam, that built all of the machinery needed to process sugar and tobacco. Their slave ships carried untold numbers of Africans to the New World to work for French and English masters, and their merchants carried all the goods produced back to Europe for sale. Really, the Dutch facilitated this entire New World economy, built entirely on the back of African slaves. The Dutch were really the masters of the New World at this time. But despite all of the profit that this plantation system created, still their most emotionally satisfying venture was piracy. Now, Spanish ships all over were being attacked by Protestant ships, but in 1628, a Dutch admiral named it's a straight stream. He sailed toward the Spanish Main with a fleet of Dutch naval vessels, bolstered by another fleet of Dutch Caribbean pirates. It was in waters near Mexico they intercepted the Spanish treasure fleet. Initially, Admiral Hyde took 8 ships. He had to chase the rest of the fleet down, but in the end, he took a total of 16 ships, some in the open ocean, and finally capturing the last few on the coast of Cuba. Now, all of these ships were virtually unguarded. They didn't have a fleet of warships to guard them because the Spanish couldn't afford it, so we took all of these ships without bloodshed, and we stole enough money from the Spanish to fund the Dutch army for a full 8 months.
So here's the thing.
Now, despite the blow to the Spanish financially, Admiral Hyde was not amused. He released prisoners with provisions. He did, of course. The race for colonies in the Caribbean was on. Now, it should be noted that these colonies were not official royal colonies. As the English and the Dutch and the French all spread throughout the Caribbean, their monarchs were all otherwise occupied. Back in England, King James had passed away, and his son Charles had taken the throne. Turns out, Charles wasn't the best of monarchs. That Puritan element in his country was instead causing Charles a lot of trouble. There were a series of civil wars in England, so the English crown was not worried with anything that was happening in England. Now, on the continent, both the 30 Years' War and the 80 Years' War were still raging, so nearly every nation in Europe was embroiled in some sort of warfare. The only people who cared what was happening back in the New World were the merchants who were trying to make as much money as possible, and pirates who wanted to steal as much of that money as they could. Now, that's not to say that the English crowns didn't have any interest in their New World colonies. Anybody who had founded a colony in the Caribbean paid their respective monarch a percentage of their profits. It can even be argued, and has been by many historians, that these early days of Caribbean colonization caused many of the wars raging all through the world. The English would go on to take the islands of Barbados, Antigua, Montserrat, and Anguilla. The French would take Guadeloupe, Martinique, St. Martin, St. Barts, St. Lucia, Grenada, and St. Croix. The Dutch, the Danes, the Swedes, the Norwegians, they all took their share, and for a time, the northern Europeans really ruled the Caribbean. The Spanish, in a drastic and conceived attempt to combat this invasion, while they greatly aided their enemies and they really gave rise to Caribbean piracy. They planned to deny these Dutchmen and these English and French the tobacco and sugar that they desired. So they banned tobacco production in Brazil for 2 years. Then they depopulated the entire islands and moved all the people from these islands to larger population centers. One of the most drastic of these was when the Spanish took the entire population of the northwest part of the island of Hispaniola and moved them to the other side of the island. And it was here, just off the northwest coast, that we found a small, insignificant island that Christopher Columbus discovered on his first voyage. In his journals he recorded, out of the mists, he saw this island rising, a large, round mountain that reminded him of nothing so much as a massive. He gave the island her name, Tortuga was a long-time haunt of pirates and thieves. Dutch and French pirates used the island as a place to launch raids against shipping going to Hispaniola. And a really great port that was large enough for about 2 gunships launchers so it could be easily defended. But after the Spanish withdrawal towards Santo Domingo, an even larger host of English and French pirates made landfall. They intended to set up shop on Tortuga for good. For a time, they hunted, they fished, and they raided the Spanish. This was a collection of true scallywags, feasting on the gold. That was, of course, something that the Spanish wanted. Eventually, they did find a reclaimed island. The men who had settled toward the sunset, they ran to their canoes where they rowed over to the mainland. The Spanish followed these pirates over to Hispaniola. They intended to track them down, but they had a lot of trouble. These men were wily and wild, and they were at home on the ocean and the mountains. These pirates lured the Spanish further and further until one night they snuck past the nearly 800 Spanish soldiers after their canoes, and they rowed back to Tortuga. And when the pirates returned, they found that the Spanish had built a small fort and left a few Spaniards living there. The French and English intended to exile or kill the Spaniards, but as it turned out, they weren't really Spanish at all. These men were locals who had been born and raised on Africa, or some of them on the nearby coast of this country. The men spoke Spanish, but they had no love for the governors or the overlords. They were really these locally born Americans. And it turns out they really liked Portugal. They showed these pirates how they'd always survived on the strong cards. The locals, along with the going over or Indian natives, showed the pirates which trees they had always cut for cattle. There was sandalwood, candlewood, which gave a rich yellow dye. There were palms, which wine, and there were lamps and used as food. They were shown all the fishing grounds, where pigeons would fly every year. The natives showed them their traditional methods for trapping war, so dogs, and then they showed the European pirates their preferred method for cooking this food. Using the smoked roast meat, the English is Maradona has that thing as a new title. They were no longer pirates, and so of course the referee didn't see supposed to shape an occupation. They're meant to be hunters of gold who sold pelts to the Dutch and timber merchants selling wood. They're meant to produce yams and dye and build a real colony, a sustainable place to live. They sent for wives and families, and they built farms and houses and were trying to build something new. These pirates were not for violence and trying to build a colony that was all their own. It was a place that was unique in the Caribbean, where Spaniards, and Englishmen, French, Dutch, and natives, even free Africans, they all flocked to Tortuga. They had an elected governor, but they had no royal authority or national allegiance. These were a free people. Now, they were mostly Protestant, but there were still Catholics there as well. And the Africans and the native people practiced their own religions, and nobody was trying to kill them. These people in Tortuga chose their own leaders, and for a time, it was really a democratic paradise. They called themselves, originally at this time, the Brethren of the Coast. But the old world would soon enough encroach upon them and drag them back into a world of warfare and religious strife. And the civil wars were not going well for Charles, and a young Puritan MP named Oliver Cromwell, along with early
That's very good.
all I imagine on on the sea is there wasn't no men they marched on a plane. And these buccaneers, in fact, really all buccaneers, followed in the footsteps of taking ships was all well and good. Tobacco and sugar were taking and much
Remember that she was
we
like,
had the lands the rich and do the caverns and all the food and drink. Then,
she was younger, she was a little crazy.
for the troubles of these 500 English buccaneers, they received 2,000 pounds of bread and 200 head of cattle. It wasn't much, but a number of the Englishmen were so enamored with the island of Jamaica that they decided to abandon ranks and sail there. Many of them taking on Spanish wives. And even the royal England loved the island so much that the entire English consciousness was lost.
I love it.
People were
Totally. I mean, it's obviously more corporate now and it's different.
back on Tortuga, though, the island had returned to life. Years, the province was gone. It had no crown to make them back. Dutch, French, English, native, all called the island home, but it wasn't the idyllic colony it had been.
If they're in an era that is now, like
All of the respectable settlers and farmers on the island had been killed, and no more would come to settle.
jumping in a
Only women left to go to Tortuga. The children on the island were legitimate businesses, and the few that there were only healthy places that served cheap rum and horses. There were merchants on the island, to be sure, but no cobble. If you needed a pair of boots, you would take them. And these merchants served only to fence the goods that the pirates stole, selling them to the Dutch. There were only two industries on the island of Tortuga, and every man was important gold. Once again, they hunted boar, and once again, they hunted gold. This is where the years of Tortuga, it begins to. These men held no allegiance to kings, and they held even less allegiance to each other. No one in the Caribbean was safe from night predatory. They held to guard against the buccaneers. If the island had once been paradise, now, in the eyes of everyone in the Caribbean, and Lucifer himself resided there. Well, actually, two Lucifers resided there. There was a Dutch pirate named Hendrik Jacobzoon who sailed with the brethren in the 1600s. He was called by authorities, quote, and he was named Lucifer for his used fire. And Jacobzoon was a man who may have brought his son through an African mother. His man's name was Diego the Mulatto, but when Diego Diego's early life Clear.
There's
It's
somebody
frequently associated with
up there.
other exactly which Diego would get. Several Diego
There's a
man,
career that
Diego
you can
Lucifer theories. The first records that can be
Your 20s,
uncorrectly attributed to him show him living on the Spanish Main on the Yucatan Peninsula at the time of Conquista with his godfather. Now, he received an education and reportedly we know Spanish and Dutch, perhaps even not. Education may have been that thorough. Diego Mulatto was lower caste. Blood was seen as secondary in the social stratification of Spanish. So Diego's best opportunity to become an officer on a ship. As well on a ship, the army was limited. Honor Diego's keep railed against it. He was known to carry a sword with him everywhere. He was hot-tempered and freely answered any insults that he received with steel. Later in life, he spoke of one such insult. And we don't exactly know the details, but it appears that it was an insult he couldn't give answer to. You see, it was a white man by standing that gave it to
Instagram and
an
social media.
officer that he could not retaliate against.
And,
So Diego left him and set out to sea. His first ship was probably a tiny vessel, maybe even just an open rowboat with a couple of casks of rum. He took ships and upgraded his vessel until eventually he was waiting all along the coast of the Spanish Main. And then the records state that he joined the crew of Jacobs, who remains with his father. Now, he quickly
Like,
Providence. Dutch or French. One of the layers of Diego allied himself with a young man, the son of Jacobson, the greatest shark in the sea. Now, what Diego was after was there was which a lot and boy.
a lot of money.
Willing surrender. So, so once already
all these other
Some of the observers know well. And such are able
It's not available. You know, for me, so
Pirates might have
they have
the pirates wait,
all right.
let them
How much
wait
you
for
count? Let's
hours
break
and
down the
grow.
math. There's a well, you know, probably
Midnight
20,000
came went.
maybe
It
just
was now the day of the feast
you
of
can
Santa
have that.
Clara
You'll
de
get
Assisi.
right? What is your monthly bet?
The Buccaneers on their the soldier but land
Right
on
now,
their led by the A.W. and they marched
obliged
towards
to do,
Jerusalem.
especially for fans.
But what about
When Joel
aspect of
and
the
the
struggle?
500 men
The
remaining
struggle
force
you were
with their own
going
boats
just I mean it's
or
really
at the
rough
cemetery.
Yeah, a lot of these ladies are just-
There was a trench down here, but no man.
And they spend their college. Most of them.
It's iron. Pirates go screamed and wouldn't let Joel come to the overeat and argue a man.
Step number one.
Towards Compostela. We saw the command to stop.
Because
And
without
the window of all
almost
the force of pirates
because you're
wary of
right as I
another
said,
law, which legal knew of the destination.
why are you
The sun rising behind them. If it wasn't good,
excited?
the morning was probably take cover.
live life.
The men who had fire pots and grenades. Joel. But wouldn't he wasn't here? He was here just for pleasure. Not to challenge most of all each man here mystery was a wood one that held the deep got their eye. Joel, who was from a very well defended church with every gun, sword, and woman. They demanded 3,000 pieces. Ajay had no hope of being disbelieved. Lucifer knew. Matter found to come Diego used to be offended. He roasted on pirates, Butcher, behind. Now, this was the three books that shape and record the world around them. The first is the you're enjoying the show. Check out our website. Source link. If you do use these books and behind it to search for it. You can well as a podcast on search bar. So you can search for anything. Website. In addition, yeah, you can find people. Right? So you really.
Are you? Yeah. Or are you going to lay the hands out? Whether it's a relationship, you're with this woman, you're like, all right, I think it's time to fold this. I don't think that we're going to be able to make this hand work right now.
When to fold them and when to run.
Yeah.
Maybe every gambler knows the secret to surviving is knowing what to throw away, knowing what to keep. Because every hand's a winner, every hand's a loser. It's like a Stoic philosophy. And the best thing you can hope for is to die in your sleep. Every hand's a winner and every hand's a loser. What does that mean?
I like that. For me, that's like the difference between victim and responsible, like the way that I think about it, right? You can be a victim to circumstance, or you can be responsible for everything in your life, right? So an event happens, the event itself is neither good or bad until you assign it value, right? So like an event happens, and it can be traumatic, painful, but how you respond to it is ultimately going to be up to you. Like you actually do have a choice.
And that's the thing you can control. The fact that you, Daniel Negrano, took my commentary about the gambler seriously shows once more that you're a beautiful human being. Thank you so much for being who you are, for inspiring millions of people about poker, about how to live life. And thank you for giving me your valuable time today. This is amazing. Thanks for talking.
It's great to have the conversation.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Daniel Negrano. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Doyle Brunson. Poker is a war. People pretend it is a game. Thank you for listening and hope to see you next time.
Once this whole thing falls apart and we are climbing the kudzu vines that would spiral up the Sears Tower, like they say in Fight Club, Bobby will go back to his gatherer form and be happy as a pig and shit, just walking around in the loincloth with a bird hanging out, cracking jokes with people, climbing up on him from a stool, laughing.
You think some level of crazy is required for comedy? Like, at some, yes. Have there been low points in your life? The following is a conversation with Rose Sasso, a comedian, actor, podcaster, and someone I've been a fan of for many years, since Mad TV in the late 90s, and recently with the Feminine Podcast, and now the new podcast called Oopsie. This is the Less Frequent Podcast. Supported, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Will Sasso. So let's call it the elephant in the room. You wore a black suit in a recent episode of Doozy.
Yes.
You wore a black suit again today. Shakespeare and Mark Twain said clothes make a man. What kind of man does a suit make you?
Well, me in particular, it makes me a fellow who did not get his drag queen in between, because that episode of the show, as we sit here now, is around a week ago. So that's the kind of man it makes me.
Well, the nice thing is you're wearing pants.
Yeah, I am wearing
I
pants.
don't think you were wearing pants in the episode.
That's correct. I prefer to wear shorts, so this was a special occasion, so I'm wearing pants. And I thought it fitting, obviously, to just wear again the black tie. And clothes do make them. And I would not consider myself to be a man of leisure, but I do enjoy shorts because my legs get hot. So that's what kind of man shorts make
How
me.
often do you wear suits? So what is this, a statement of, is it ironic? Or are you honoring the gods of this particular podcast?
I'm honoring the gods of this particular podcast would be a good way to put it. Yes, this is in reverence of and in dedication to you and our newfound friendship here, which we are making on the podcast. You and I just met.
Yeah.
Everything that we're saying here is the first things that we're saying to each other. So meeting you on common ground. Just like,
Well, I've been actually a one-way friend of yours for many years since Mad TV. When did you start on Mad TV? So that was in
97.
97. So I was a huge fan of yours, and the cast was incredible. It was one of the funniest shows have a great your whole journey watching through that, which was incredible from Mad TV to Stooges to your podcast, the 10-minute pod, the new podcast. My favorite role that you played was the mountain in the Game of Thrones. What was it like working with dragons?
Well, the dragons are usually tennis balls on the end of the C stands, but sometimes they hang out. It's like, it's like a little, like, you got the camera on here.
Oh, this is like film like that.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to impress you with my film. You know what a banana is?
Yeah.
When you walk like this,
Oh,
do a banana.
I take it back. I did not know that.
Yeah, see?
Misunderstood.
Yeah, because you just boom,
Yeah.
normally.
I'm the Hollywood folk, the lingo.
And my name is Bjorn, Captor Bjornson, and I am 7'4". And so dragons don't scare me, even though they've been extinct for a while. These scientists, right? Is that checked out?
Yeah, I'm really into video games. I really play video games. There's a Skyrim video game that's part of the Elder Scrolls series. For the longest time, there's a legend that there's dragons. I think it started in Dragonfall. So I grew up playing those video games and dreaming of one day meeting a dragon in the virtual world. And eventually you did in Skyrim. So dragons represent, I don't know exactly what they represent, but they represent maybe this kind of mythical creature that is bigger than anything humans can possibly comprehend. Maybe they show up so often in myth, from the religious stories, the snake and so on, the serpent. I don't know what that is. With this breathing fire, that's kind of weird.
It's interesting. When I think about dragons, because now that you bring it up, these are people that probably wouldn't have access to the fact that they're dinosaurs.
Right.
They didn't. If they didn't, you're drawing things that look like, a dinosaur cousin with cool, that can breathe fire, and has wacky wings and a spiked tail. Where the heck did they come up with that? Because they're clearly, of course, represented in mythology all the way back to, not cave drawings. Well, the Egyptians probably knew what, and they could time travel, so they would have gone back to the caves.
Well, the aliens that placed living organisms on Earth could time travel, and they could plant legends into the collective intelligence of the human species.
Yeah, and perhaps they were thinking of us to do something smart with it, and we didn't. We just came up with
I don't know.
What's that?
Sorry, that was very offensive.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you with your video game. I'm more of a burger time donkey Kong dude.
Oh, what is that? That's an original.
Burger Time was an arcade game that later showed up in television. It was in television. I believe it was made by Texas Instruments. Horrible first generation video game console. At Burger Time, it's like Super Mario. You just got to stay away from the eggs and the pickles and stuff. And you just go, and the bun falls, and then you go down to that, with the cheese, and then the meat. I'm not going to say it's as complicated as Skyrim, but it took me a while to finish it.
Did you play video games? Was that part of your life, a part of the source of happiness for you at all?
It was. I played video games up until around, I think in 2010. I got the Red Ring of Death on my Xbox 360. That was it. I never, or whatever the Xbox was.
Yeah.
I was playing, I had finished the Grand Theft Auto that was out. I finished the Red Dead Redemption. So I was doing that thing where you just drive around, the streets of New York, or just ride around on your horse shooting people and, throwing grenades into groups of people in Grand Theft.
You're describing the same thing that happened a decade later, because it's now Red Dead Redemption 2, and there's still not a new Red Dead Redemption. So,
There isn't, right?
Yeah, they're working on it. They're always learning it right here. You know who else plays Skyrim? Another person, the two people I'm a huge fan of from that time on Mad TV is Bobby Lee.
He plays Skyrim?
He's a huge fan of Skyrim.
Plays everything.
So what Bobby Lee loves to do is the grind. Do the boring task over and over, gather mushrooms. Like in Skyrim, you can fight dragons, you can fight all kinds of things. But you can also gather mushrooms and different ingredients to make potions, all that kind of thing. He loves the ingredients. He's the, in the hunter-gatherer world, he's the gatherer.
He's the gatherer. Yeah.
I've heard him described that way, and he likes to describe himself that way. I worked with Bobby not too long ago. He came and did a couple of days on the Stenger issue, and I was looking forward to catching up with my old pal. If you know anything about Bobby Lee, you would probably be able to predict that he spent that entire time playing farming on his iPad.
Well, humans are source of anxiety and trouble, so sometimes it's good to escape human interaction with video games. Totally. I'm with him on that. He's one of the funniest people ever. What do you think is what do you think makes him funny? Just all the time the non-standard, non-secular way of being.
Bobby Lee is one of the most raw people, raw performers who lets it all hang out to the degree that he will even get naked in front of his audience, which is usually a metaphor for someone doing stand-up. I'm bearing all, I'm showing you everything, and Bobby will just pulls a bird out of his pants. Yeah, I don't think he understands metaphor.
He embodies metaphor.
Yes, he embodies metaphor. He's the gatherer. We call him the gatherer metaphor. He's probably the gatherer metaphor.
He's a metaphor for something else, for somebody else's life. Someday he'll be in the dictionary, representing some kind of concept, maybe in metaphor.
What this whole thing falls apart, and we are climbing to move on, let the spiral up the Sears Tower, like they say. Bobby will go back to his gatherer and be happy.
Well, it's given us almost instant access to everything, not just current events, but if you wanted to, you could look up string theory or physics, calculus, or the works of Plato. You could look up how to build a bookshelf or fix your car or boil an egg. This unprecedented access to information has changed the way we look at everything, from politics to economics and society to entertainment. Everything right now and how we view it is in flux, and we are people that have learned to adapt to that. For most of human history, if you were going to hear anything about what was happening in the wider world, you would be lucky to hear about it weeks or months later if you heard about it at all. If you were going to learn about history or mathematics or astronomy or medicine, you would have to be, well, you'd have to be pretty wealthy. You'd have to find a private tutor. Or you also had the option of joining the church, who would teach you some of that, but you'd have to follow church doctrine and not be able to do whatever you chose with the information you had. Their access to information and new ideas was so restrictive that for generations and generations, things barely changed. One person was unlikely to have vastly different views on the world from the views their parents had. But then, in the West, by about the late 16th century, things had really begun to change. In a lot of ways, those people would identify with the way that we adapt to information so quickly. They had printing presses everywhere. They were omnipresent. Every town of any size had one or maybe more printing presses, and anybody who had a mind to print something and the money to do so could have it printed. Some of the greatest figures we know of in history come from this time because we know so much more about them. Men like Martin Luther or Sir Francis Drake, the reason that they're such colorful and fleshed out characters is because they printed works, and other people printed works about them and then passed down to us. With that information, we're able to come up with a much clearer picture of who they were than the picture we would have of someone like William the Conqueror. In the metropolitan centers of Europe, there would be many parts of Italy, certainly parts of Germany, France, Spain, England, any of the big cities. Some of the greatest celebrities in those regions were the writers, people who wrote works usually of romance or poetry or plays. They were celebrities because people read these works. They devoured them. They devoured adventure stories, and they devoured political manifestos. They ate up theological arguments. And these bodies of work, these works of the written word, well, they changed the world, or at least the people who read these works changed the world. Today, we're going to look at 3 such publications and what they did to it. And 3 examples of the written word that rocked the nations of Europe and forged the new world. This is episode number 15, 3 books. The first book that we need to look at is the English Book of Common Prayer. It's not a particularly earth-shattering work in and of itself. It's really nothing more than a collection of prayers and psalms and liturgical services meant for members of the Church of England. It dates back to the reign of Elizabeth's half-brother, King Edward VI, and it started basically as kind of a how-to book for English priests. See, Catholic priests did their masses in Latin, and English priests needed guidelines to know exactly how to do things like perform baptisms and day-to-day masses and marriages and funerals. The book is still in use even today. It's been updated a few times, and most churches in England use a modern version of the book written in much more modern vernacular. The book is so thoroughly British that even if you live in America or Australia or have never been to England in your life, it still impacted you in some very real ways. If you were to picture the movie Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, when Harry takes that luck potion and runs into Professor Slughorn, and they happen upon Hagrid, who is mourning the death of his very good friend, a giant spider named Aragon. Well, Professor Slughorn gives a eulogy to the spider after taking a little bit of its venom, which is a very rare toxin. He says it in a very particular cadence. It goes something like this. Farewell, Aragon, king of the Arachnids. Your body will decay, but the spirit lingers on. That is essentially British type of eulogy. That cadence, the way it's almost got that same song sound, that comes from out of the English Book of Common Prayer. And even if you've never been exposed to any British eulogies before, you've heard parts of it. If you've heard a funeral that says ashes to ashes and dust to dust, the first time that those words appeared in written form were in funeral services for the English in the English Book of Common Prayer. Now, by the time of Queen Elizabeth, the book was still in use, but Elizabeth didn't try to enforce its use. Men like Francis Drake certainly carried one like that and present, but if you had a different way you chose to practice your religion, you were free to do so. Many Englishmen, many Scotsmen, certainly probably most of the Irish, and even Catholics were allowed to do their own thing. All Elizabeth really cared about when it came to religion was that you didn't persecute anybody else based on their faith, that you paid your taxes on time, and that you didn't do anything crazy like trying to blow up Parliament. But Elizabeth's successor had different views on that. He was the son of probably her greatest rival, Mary, Queen of Scots, that is, Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. When she was forced to abdicate the throne by Queen Elizabeth, her 13-month-old son took power. His name was James, and he became James VI of Scotland. Now, for many years, he didn't really rule Scotland. He was under the thumb of one or another English-approved regents or tutors, or someone who was really the power behind the throne. But he did eventually come into his own. And in the final years of Elizabeth's life, King James of Scotland was in close contact with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, a man named Lord Robert Cecil, who informed James that the Queen had agreed to name him her successor. This must have come as something of a surprise because there was no love between the two monarchs, and the history of their two families was rather troubling. But Elizabeth really didn't have another option. She had no children, and there was nobody who she trusted to do the job as well as she did somebody who had already been killed. Upon her death, James began a stately trip south from Edinburgh going to London. Now, when I say stately, it was certainly grand. There was certainly a lot of pomp and circumstance, but the reality is that it was moving very slow. Part of this is that he wanted to take some time and stop and meet as many of his subjects and see as much of his new country as he was able. He said of his subjects, quote, "The people of all sorts rid and ran, nay, rather flew to meet me." But the other reality is that he was really kind of going slowly because he wanted to do his best to miss the funeral of Queen Elizabeth. It might seem kind of shocking or maybe kind of uncouth for the new king to purposefully miss the funeral of his predecessor, but we have to remember that Elizabeth is the woman who ordered the execution of King James' mother. So James stopped at every castle that he came across, and every lord and lady that he met, well, they lavished affection on him. They threw feasts in his honor, and they received him with all the grandeur that they could afford. James realized that his fortunes from his time as king in Scotland had truly changed. Back in Scotland, he had been really a poor king. His reign behind that series of English-approved regents, and it was always under careful scrutiny from Elizabeth. She didn't want Scotland getting too powerful. The Scottish were not a wealthy people, and Elizabeth intended to make sure that that stayed the case. If they weren't wealthy, they were less likely to be able to rebel. So that was a state of affairs that she approved of, and not something that James cared for. But now that he was king of England, or was about to be king of England, well, he realized that he was now a wealthy man. It must have felt kind of like he hit the jackpot. In his own words, he said he was, quote, swapping a stony couch for a deep featherland. That's how his fortunes had changed from discomfort and hardship to extreme comfort and luxury. Now, we finally did reach London. After his long procession, he stayed first not at the castle, but in the Tower of London. He stayed there in the Royal Apartments. I wonder if this is something of a tradition. It seems like Elizabeth did this. It seems like Mary spent some time in the Tower. Basically, every regent we can remember in our story has spent some time in the Tower of London. Now, for most of these people to stay in the Tower, they were actually arrested and put there by the monarch who was on the throne at the time, but it seems like being there in prison may have given any monarch that stayed there a sense of focus. They realized that they were not superhuman and not gods. They were in fact just normal people, and they realized that their fortunes could change and had to act accordingly. Now, it's said of James, when he stayed in the Tower of London, that he was particularly enchanted by the crown jewels. This was likely a greater collection of wealth than he had seen throughout his entire life, all amassed in one place. And it was his. The crown jewels belonged to him. This was a symbol that he had raised. Now, he didn't just sit around and stare at the jewels. He wanted to see the city that he was now the king of, the heart of the nation that he was now the king of. But he decided to do so incognito. He would travel around with bodyguards, to be sure, but with his hood up, to make sure that nobody could see who he was, which seems like kind of an excessive precaution. Nobody would know exactly what James looked like. But he didn't want anybody to get wind of it, so he traveled around in a carriage or by boat to see as much of London as he possibly could. This must have been kind of a revelation for him. It was the end of the Elizabethan age, the height of the English Renaissance. It was really flowering of English music and fashion and architecture. It must have been a beautiful sight to see. It's even possible, perhaps even likely, that he stopped by the Globe Theatre on one of these excursions, and he saw one of the very first performances of King Lear or Hamlet. James would have heard of Elizabeth's patronage of William Shakespeare. It was national news, and it was a practice that James would go on to continue. And the bard did, at many points in his career, perform plays in front of King James. So it's possible that he wanted to see this famous playwright who was changing things, and this is something that King James would have enjoyed. See, at the time, Shakespeare might seem to you and me in the modern age as kind of hoity-toity, old-world language, but Shakespeare at the time was speaking the language of the people. A lot of his jokes were, in reality, very crass and low, things that Elizabeth could take a certain amount of pleasure in, but James was kind of a crass and crude man himself. He was a Scotsman who liked to drink and liked to make jokes, and many of his jokes were filthy jokes. He probably would have loved some of the grittier humor in Shakespeare's plays, things that Shakespeare himself probably would have censored if he was performing them before Queen Elizabeth. But had James gone to one of these performances, he could have seen it in all of its glory and seen all of the people and how they enjoyed it, gotten a real sense of who the English commoners were. Seeing these things at court would be an entirely different experience from seeing it in a crowd full of rowdy, drunken Englishmen. But there was another side to his travels around London. At the time, there was an outbreak of plague that kind of dampened his spirits. It was a bad summer from the time that he heard of Elizabeth's death until the time of almost his coronation. Somewhere around 30,000 people died in the city of London. On the day of his coronation, there was a stately procession planned throughout the city, which is something that the people would have loved, and James, it would have really stroked his ego, but unfortunately they had to cancel it. They didn't know exactly what could happen at the time. Not only were there dangers of his people getting sick, but people were frightened and angry, and they may have taken that out on the new monarch, who they saw as, well, if the plague broke out at the same time that Elizabeth died, this might be seems a very bad omen, and James may be a harbinger of death. The people might not have been that superstitious, but some historians were led to believe from the attitude at the time that it was less the possibility of infection that worried James and his retinue, but more the possibility of an outbreak of angry people. So they skipped the parade and went directly to the coronation, where on July 25th, 1603, King James VI of Scotland was raised King James I of England. Now, when King James met that councilor, Sir Robert Cecil, that contact that he had in London who secured the throne for him, he said to Robert Cecil, quote, "Though you be but a little man, we shall surely load your shoulders with business." Robert Cecil was King James' kind of a bridge between the Elizabethan reign and his own. He was perhaps the most powerful man in England after King James himself. Cecil was the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal, as well as the Secretary of State at the end of Elizabeth's reign, and King James kept him on those. It was clear, though, that when he said he was going to load Cecil's shoulders with business, that James didn't really have any interest in the day-to-day running of his kingdom. Really, Cecil had kind of run England while Elizabeth was ill and growing very old, so King James knew that Cecil could do the job, and do it without trying to gain his own power. He was a man who was happy to serve the monarch. This wasn't just James being lazy, though. In a lot of ways, it was really kind of a necessity. James was a monarch, but he was a Scottish monarch. He was at first completely ignorant of English law or English custom or the English Constitution. He only knew how things were done in Scotland, and Cecil really knew how things were happening in England. But that's not to say that James didn't have ambition as the new monarch of England, Scotland, and Ireland. He had huge, big picture ideas. You might even be able to say that King James had plans to make Britain great again. See, King James was the King of England, and the King of Scotland, and the Lord of Ireland. But these three nations were still, at this time, three distinct nations with their own laws and their own customs. King James was the Lord of all three, but these were three separate titles that the man held. Rather than him being king of all three, he happened to be king of each one independently. It was really just somewhat expedient. The three nations' fates were intertwined, and it made it a lot easier to have one monarch in charge of all three nations. But the crowns were not unified. Well, not yet. Now, historians call King James' accession to the throne of England the unification of the crowns, but it seems to me something of a misnomer. While the crowns were unified in King James' royal person, they were still separate legal definitions. However, James did endeavor to see the two kingdoms of Scotland and England made one, a nation that he intended to name Great Britain. This was, of course, everybody agreed, crazy talk. What kind of a fool would come up with such an idea as a nation named Great Britain? It was madness. This was, to the English, clearly the drunken ravings of a wild Scotsman. However, to the Scottish, it was a clear sign that their own king had gone completely native and turned over to the English. No one but James and his coterie of yes-men was on board with the idea. But the king was a persistent man. He continued pushing this idea. He took as his personal symbol an amalgamation of the red Tudor rose and the Scottish thistle, which is Scotland's national flower. Now, it's kind of strange. This tradition actually persists today. In Queen Elizabeth II's government of Great Britain, there is a symbol that's reminiscent of that. The heraldry of Queen Elizabeth's government has on one side Queen Elizabeth's lion, the symbol of her own house, transposed on the other side against the unicorn, which is actually the national animal of Scotland. The symbol of the Queen's government of Great Britain has, on one side, an animal that is not native to Britain and has probably never set foot on the island outside of a zoo, and, on the other side, an animal that isn't native to reality. However, James' primary strategy to unify these two crowns was to unify their religions. See, under Elizabeth, the Church of England had been kind of a flagship institution. Now, in London, and in the urban centers all around England, the traditional English church held sway. The bishops and the priests of the church, they read from the Book of Common Prayer, and they preached the wisdom of the Queen and King, and they generally assured that there was really no distinction between church and state. The organizations were one and the same under Elizabeth. But then in kind of the rest of the country, especially in that West Country region, which is where Francis Drake came from, well, it was a country full of rural areas, and there was a much more orthodox kind of Christianity growing there. They believed, and they even petitioned King James when he came into power, and things like the priesthood, and the office of bishop, and the sacrament, and the very idea of absolution, and even wedding rings, they wanted those things abolished. These were people that believed in personal prayer, and in reading the Bible, and in a ministry, educated Christians rather than a sacramental priesthood. Now, these more Orthodox Christians were still members of the Church of England. They were even a minority in the Church of England, but they were an extremely vocal minority and really kind of zealous. The more traditional members of the Church of England said of them, quote, they loved God with all their soul and hated their neighbor with all their heart. These traditional members, these critics, gave these Orthodox Christians a derogatory name. They called them Puritans. Now, James was never a man to shy away from religious debate. It seems like it was one of the things that really truly enjoyed. He would go on in his career to write books on demonology and witchcraft and divine right and humanity. In Scotland, he had frequently called debates, some of which had been pretty heated, with a group of religious officials from a certain sect known as the Presbyterians. The Scottish Presbyterians were people who believed in, well, they believed in a Republican government, and they were almost what you would call egalitarians. They were people who would inspire movements like the American Revolution, the French Revolution. They were really ahead of their time. And James, I don't know if I can say he really enjoyed it, but he frequently debated with them over issues of he was a king, a man who had been king since he was 18 months old, that was arguing with a group of religious people that believed it was God's will that the people should govern, not the king himself. So naturally, James took kind of an absolute monarchist stance. Like he said about the monarchy, quote, the estate of monarchy is the supremest thing upon earth, for kings are not only God's lieutenants upon earth and sit upon God's throne, but even by God himself they are called gods. That is a man who has never in his life not been king, believing that God himself calls monarchs gods. That's something that's impossible for me to wrap my head around, for anybody to be quite that wrapped up in their office, even if it is an absolute monarchy. But then, upon becoming James I of England, he felt it was about time to set those Puritans straight. So he called a council between his top bishops and any Puritan leaders that came to him. These two groups debated over their Puritan values and how best to incorporate those values into the English church. In the end of the debates, though, James was more divisive than he was unified. He told the Puritans in no uncertain terms that it was time for them to get on board, use the Book of Common Prayer, and stop bickering and causing so much trouble. He did not offer them a single olive. He decided to commission a work for these people who held personal Bible study in such high honor. It's a work you may have heard of. The King James Bible would go on to be the most widely read and probably the most influential book in the history of the English language. And the Puritans, after the book was finally finished, they would have liked this new Bible, but it still wasn't enough. They didn't get on board, and perhaps after this first council with them, they were pushed even further from the English church. So King James, failing to convince these Puritans to do his bidding, called his first Parliament, and that didn't go particularly well either. The House of Commons, that lower house of the two houses of Parliament, refused to name him the King of Great Britain. They denied his claim of absolute monarchy, and they even balked at his new requests for taxes. The early months of James' reign really weren't going well for him at all. If nothing else, there was a series of fairly deadly plots against his life. There was what's known as the Man Plot, which was led by several noblemen, including Sir Walter Raleigh, who was foiled but then saw himself imprisoned in the Tower of London. There was a second plot called the Bye Plot, which saw several Catholics trying to kidnap James and have him replaced by a Catholic claimant to the throne. That was, of course, foiled and the conspirators were executed. But then came the third plot by James. Known to history as the Gunpowder. In 1604, King James banished all Jesuit Catholics from England. These were the most troublesome sect of Catholics to the realm, and King James no longer had any need of them. And the Catholics in England saw this as a sign of his true plan that came to the Catholics. The man who was really behind this plot wasn't who you might be thinking. The real prime conspirator was a man named Thomas Winter. But there were others, of course. There was Robert Catesby, Thomas Percy, and then there was, of course, Guy Fawkes. These men created the core of everybody that was behind the Gunpowder. These men will live at home near Parliament in London, near the House of Lords, and they recruited like-minded Catholics, men who were Catholic and passionate about their faith and believed that King James meant to root out Catholicism completely. Their plan, after buying the house, was to stockpile as much gunpowder as possible. Then they would dig a tunnel from the cellar of the house, under the House of Lords, under the streets of London, kind of a mine shaft, at the end of which they would put all the gunpowder and then light it up, bringing down Parliament on the first day that Parliament was going to be in session, that being November 5th, when King James himself would be there. They did begin stockpiling the gunpowder pretty successfully, but the second part of the plan, that digging the tunnel under the streets of London, well, that's a difficult thing to do. That's a serious mining operation in the middle of a very metropolitan town. A very busy part of a very metropolitan town. And these men, they weren't professional miners. These were thinkers and aristocrats and a few merchants, not people who knew anything about how to dig a tunnel. They were having trouble doing it. In fact, some of their gunpowder got ruined when their tunnel got flooded. And one day, they heard a rustling above them, and they opened the door. There was a woman standing there who, it seemed she must have had some inkling of what they were doing, because she let them know that she was getting ready to sell her house. She was a coal merchant there in London, somebody who had done quite well and was getting ready to move out of the city. And she told these men, that Fox primarily, that her house had a tunnel that stayed dry and was well maintained, where she kept all her reserves of coal that ran directly under the House of Lords. Naturally, they jumped on this. They moved all of their gunpowder into this new capital facility and then began to plan exactly how they were going to go about bringing Parliament down. However, there was one of these conspirators who sent a letter to his brother-in-law, who was a member of the House of Lords. His brother-in-law was a staunch Catholic, a man who had argued for the Catholic cause, but had been in the House of Lords frequently. He didn't want his brother, someone he loved, to be killed on this unfortunate day. The letter read, quote, "My Lord, love I bear to some of your friends, I have a care of your preservation. Therefore, I would advise you, as you tender your life, they shall see who hurts them." He showed the celebrity of the order to serve all homes. It seems that immediately upon seeing the letter, James thought and said aloud that there must be some sort of low up so the entire cellar was the man who had Guy Fawkes there to Guy Fawkes, well known. Thomas Percy was a well-known standards for this home belonged. Not only that, sorts
Things
of
that I'm
materials
angry
coming from
because it go 2 3
the
years
king, upon
without
hearing
even
about
getting
this,
back.
immediately ordered to search out this
That's what you do.
Yeah.
We both like each other.
No, I
This
gotta be
all
great.
happened.
Dear friend, dear
These
friend,
soldiers found
how are you? I know I
that the conspirators had found all of the barrels of gunpowder and all the tools they meant to use to go up question that they were guilty
I
of.
can be pretty sure we're friends.
After the conspirators were arrested, so down, everybody squealed. Finally, the Catholic resistance in England was put to rest. This plot was the last gasp of militant Catholics attempting to end the reign of King James and the tyranny of the anti-Catholic bias.
a while ago.
However, some things about this plot kind of ring false. Many historians find that the circumstances are somewhat suspicious. The conspirators were terribly organized. They bumbled in most of the things that they attempted to do. However, time and again and again and again, things really turned in their favor. They were extremely lucky. Now, of course, the conspirators believed that this was God showing his favor upon them, but many historians believe that this was actually a plot, either by King James himself, but more likely by some group in the Privy Council who didn't want to kill King James, but wanted to support anybody who was trying to bring him down and trying to bring down Parliament. They wanted to bring these plotters out into the open. So they sent that coal merchant to tell them that she had this son that just happened to run right out of Parliament. She may not have been a coal merchant. King James seemed shockingly well informed about the gunpowder. Nobody knew what the plot was at the time. King James just sort of jumped through. You know, he's not Sherlock Holmes, he's just a king. And beyond that, many historians look at the end result. After the conspirators had been arrested and imprisoned or put to death, the king was able to push through many very, very heavy anti-Catholic laws that Parliament, well, they would have probably argued against King James and anything that he wanted to do at the time. But because of the gunpowder plot, King James was able to remind all of these MPs that it was him on the night before their first day of Parliament that saved them all from a terrible, fiery, explosive death. So they were much more amiable to his suggestions. But the surest sign that King James had nothing to do with the plot, the clearest evidence is how paranoid he became after it was all said and done. He essentially retired from private court and left London for Whitehall, where he lived life to the fullest. Every night he had a feast, and every night there was a different play or ball or masquerade that he attended. And it was all really at his honor. It was King James that funded all of these festivities. He surrounded himself with his favorites, all young men who were handsome, charming, courtly, and appropriately dressed. Nearly all of them were Scottish, and nearly all of them were sycophants. He lavished gold and jewels and rich plate upon them, gave them fine fabrics, basically anything their hearts desired. And more than anything, he gave his favorites titles. James knighted more men in his first year as king than Queen Elizabeth did in her entire reign. To enter into this elite club of King James' favorites, you really needed high fashion, you needed rich discourse, you needed a sharp wit, and you needed a certain amount of flattery for King James. In his book Rebellion, The History of England from James I to the Glorious Revolution, historian Peter Ackroyd gives a rendition of exactly what it took to get into this club, according to one Thomas Howell, the Earl of Suffolk. It reads, Suffolk suggested to Harrington that in his conversation he should not dwell too long on any one subject, and touch only lightly on the topic of religion. Never say that this is good or bad, but modestly state that if it were your Majesty's good opinion, I myself should think so and so. Do not ask questions. Do not speak about the character or temperament of anyone else at court. Remember to praise the king's horse, a roan genet. You must say that the stars are bright jewels fit for Robert Carr's ears, and that a roan genet surpasses Bucephalus and is worthy to be ridden by Alexander. Suffolk also advised Harrington that silence and discretion should be lived together like dog and bitch. The previous sovereign had always spoken of her subjects' love and affections, but James preferred to talk of their fear and subjection. Why did Harrington wish to come to court in the first place? You are not young, you are not handsome, you are not finely, so he must rely upon his learning, which the king would admire.
It's hard for me to connect with people who
The man mentioned in that quote, Robert
give me,
Carr,
I
as
look at
several
everything as
talked about,
one.
was
So
by
if one
far
person
the
hits me
king's
up and
most
shares
favorite.
this opinion, the two other
The king
people
met
hit me
Robert
up,
Carr at
share
a
that.
tournament
I'm the
after
worst.
Carr had
I
been thrown
don't
from his
follow my
horse and
pulse.
broken his
When
leg.
people
The
say,
king
"Oh, that poll
had
means
his doctor
absolutely
sent
nothing,"
to personally care for
so-and-so's
Robert
going to win
Carr,
anyway.
and then personally himself
That's my
tutored the
that
young
poll
man
means
in
nothing. But I
Latin
do
and
look at this stuff
politics,
and go,
and was said to, quote,
this many people are
lean
saying
from
this,
his
so that
arm,
means that
pinches his
that
cheek,
number is saying that.
soothes his ruffled
And yet,
garments, end
it's
quote.
very
But
hard
if
for
James
me
loved his
to
favorites, he really
hear what the hell
despised
people
most of
say
the rest of
online.
his subjects
I
and his
really, I
opponents.
can't connect with
On
somebody
many of his
because
frequent hunts, whenever
so
some
when you say
well-wishers
that
would
that's
come
a
to see their
popular
king's sport,
podcast,
the king
like,
would
I know
bluster
that I
and would
know
curse
that
at them until
people
he was
express
named
that
by
they
the
love
Venetian
you
ambassador,
know what I
quote,
mean?
despised and almost hated.
I don't know what people are
King
responding
James
to.
was
I don't
not
know. I
a
know that
beloved
the people
king,
that listen to the
but he is,
podcast, if you
in
did, thank
history's at least remembered
you.
fondly.
And we're friends.
King James' reign is remembered as the what's called Jacobean year. That's a name you should remember, the Jacobean year. That comes from the Latinized form of the name James, Jacobus, and the Jacobean era is a time of prosperity. It saw settlements at Jamestown, Plymouth, and Bermuda. It saw Shakespeare write Macbeth and King Lear and Hamlet and The Tempest, among many other plays. During his reign, Sir Francis Bacon made scientific advancements that would really begin an age of learning in England that would, quote, far surpass that of the Grecian and Roman learning, end quote. And even if King James himself was not loved, all was not lost in the kingdom. His eldest son, Prince Henry, was well loved by the people. He was a polite young man who was fiercely Protestant. He had a keen military mind, and he was enamored with military affairs, especially those of Sir Walter Raleigh, who he thought being kept in the Tower was a crime. All of the troubles of King James' reign, from the religious schism between the English Church and the Puritans, the dwindling royal coffers and the economic situation in England, and the frequent clashes between the king and his parliament over these issues, well, it was thought that they would fade away once King Henry took the throne. But of course, King Henry would never take the throne. One day, when he was playing cards with his younger brother, King Charles, he became quite ill and almost immediately passed away. The cord fell into a truly genuine despair. James, the king, had grown fat and old and weak and sick. And he was 50 years old and he was already going gray and pursuing constantly. He drank to excess every night and he caught colds frequently and coughed nearly all the time. His younger son, Charles, was now the heir apparent, and well, he had many of his father's internal prejudices, and he was also, in ways that James was exuberant, the exact opposite. He was quiet and reserved, timid, and really deeply paranoid of his own. But at the same time, he had a deep pride, a real ego that would cause him serious trouble down the line. He was mistrusted and genuinely disliked by every faction in the British Isles, from the English to the Scottish, from the Protestants and Catholics, and the Puritans and the traditional English church members. Exactly why he was hated differed depending on your religious or political faction. Before his accession to the throne, he attempted to rule the Infante of Spain, the Catholic princess. Many of the Protestants even saw this as a clear sign that he had Catholic leanings, but then, on the other hand, to the Catholics, he was just another Stuart, still an anti-Catholic monarch. His bishops and councillors, the men who were really in charge of the nation, were reviled by all of the common people, and every one of the Puritan parliamentarians thought they were truly despicable men. Time and time again, these councillors blundered and deeply offended the masses. So Charles was raised to the kingship upon the death of his father during this deeply divided time on March 27, 1625. The next 17 years of his reign, Charles doubled down on many of his father's mistakes, and really saw the situation in England worsen dramatically. Most of that story, though, is deeply complex and really not all that important to our study. So I'm not going to get too deeply into all the dates and names and intrigues that led up to its coming. If you do want a more thorough look at all that drama, and it's really a pretty interesting story, I would suggest either the book Rebellion by Peter Ackroyd, or if you haven't checked out the first few episodes of Mike Duncan's podcast, Revolutions, they cover the English Civil War. and
because
the
you're
lead up to it, and it's really worth a listen. He does a fantastic job. I'd be kind of surprised if there were interview out there and hadn't listened to his show already, but if some of you skipped that first part on the English Civil War, this might be a good time to check it out. There are a couple of things worth noting that happened during that period. The first of these was an attempt to revive some of the glory of the days of Queen Elizabeth and Sir Francis Drake. One of these counselors that was close to Charles I thought himself a keen military and maritime soldier. He decided to emulate Francis Drake's raid on the Fort Days in Spain. However, unlike Drake, even though Drake didn't fully succeed in that mission, this next mission to Cadiz was a complete and utter failure that had cost the crown and the people of England a lot of money and a lot of pride. But the most important blunder that King Charles made was when he involved that book, the English Book of Common Prayer. He tried to enforce the use of that book even more stringently than his father had. His father had never been foolish enough to try to push that book on the people of Scotland, which is exactly what Charles tried to do. Now, the Scottish, who were steeped in their ideals of republic and the Presbyterianism they followed, didn't really care for what Charles was doing. So almost immediately, they were in open rebellion. They invaded England, which was something that the Scottish hadn't done for some time, and this was quite a blow to Charles's majesty. But then, as he was attempting to raise troops and deal with this Scottish incursion, the Irish looked down and said something along the lines of, "Wow, right now is a really great time to invade. That king is an idiot." Which, at almost that exact same time, the Puritan faction in Parliament and all over England said, "Wow, right now would be a really great time to rise up. This king is an idiot." And suddenly, King Charles was fighting really three wars at the same time. It was a situation that I don't think any monarch would envy. With the first major action of the Puritan parliamentarians, well, it really wasn't a military action. What they did on June 1st, 1642, was present the king with 19 propositions. They were less requests and more of a strict ultimatum. What they demanded the king do was cede all power and all rights to appoint state officials, military leaders, religious leaders, and even leaders to his children. They had to hand over all military affairs, including the militia and the navy, to Parliament. Any questions of religion, especially this question over Puritanism that was currently about to tear the realm apart, had to be handled by Parliament. Essentially, what this did was say that King James would continue to be king in name, but essentially hand all of his power over to Parliament. One captain of the parliamentary forces said, quote, "The question in dispute between the king's party and us was whether the king should govern as by God his will, and the nation be governed by force like beasts, or whether the people should be governed by laws made by themselves and live under a government derived from their own consent." The coming war was a war of religious liberty, but even more than that, it was a question of whether or not monarchy had the right to rule without the consent of the government. The civil wars that were to decide this issue, though, they tore England apart. The 19th century English writer Thomas de Quincey would describe the people who lived through the English Civil War as people who, quote, met in peace and sat at the same tables and were allied by marriage or by blood, and yet, after a certain day in August 1642, never smiled upon each other again, nor met in the field of battle. And at Marston Moor, at Newbury, or at Naseby, put asunder all ties of love by the cool saber, and washed away in blood all the memory of the ancient friendship. Neither the Royalist Army, called the Cavaliers, nor the Parliamentarian Army, called the Roundheads, had before the war started any real wartime experience. At first, on both sides, but especially on the Cavalier side, the cavalry were prone to attempt to take over the battle. They would gallivant around the battlefield looking for fights and engagements wherever they could find them, but this left the infantry, and especially the artillery, just out of the battle. If these units got into any engagement at all, it really didn't serve any purpose. However, many people still managed to die in these battles. The situation here reminds me quite a lot of the early days of World War I, where commanders who were looking for glory and honor, who didn't really know too much about actual battlefield tactics, managed to get thousands of men killed before they learned what they had to do to actually win this war. Now, the tide shifted this way and that, depending on who had won the most recent battle, but it was a young parliamentary minister named Oliver Cromwell that really turned the tide. He, first of all, won a number of battles, eventually rising to command an entire regiment himself, and then he built what's been called by history and by Cromwell the New Model Army. That New Model Army was the best army in Europe, potentially, and it turned the tide finally to the Puritan and Parliamentarian forces. When the fighting finally was done, King Charles was executed, and his family was put in exile, and Cromwell was given the title of Lord Protector of the Commonwealth. Cromwell is, he's a big figure. He's not quite up there with Hitler and Napoleon, but he's close, and part of what makes him so interesting to people who are into history is how divisive he is. How you view Cromwell largely depends on your pre-existing political life. For example, Winston Churchill, who was a lifelong conservative and deeply British, hated Cromwell with all of his heart. Churchill would describe Cromwell's words as repellent and called Cromwell cold-blooded and saw in him nothing more than a military dictator and a communist. Churchill said that Cromwell cared as much for personal property as for religious liberty, which is to say he didn't care for either at all. No, Churchill wasn't all hatred for the Lord Protector, but even when he attempted to offer some sort of praise, it was really peppered with scorn. For example, Churchill said, quote, Cromwell, although crafty and ruthless, as occasion claimed, was at all times a reluctant and apologetic dictator. End quote. He summed up Cromwell's entire rule like this, quote, without Cromwell, there might have been no advance. Without him, no collapse. Without him, no recovery. Amid the ruins of every institution, social and political, which had hitherto guided the island life, he towered up, gigantic, glowing, indispensable, the sole agency by which time could be gained for healing and regrowth. End quote. This is saying that Cromwell is one of those people that, well, he may not have intended good. He destroyed a lot of the old order, and a lot of the good things he did, but that destruction made room for some of the new systems to take place that are still really in place today. Winston Churchill might be forgiven for seeing in Cromwell what he did. Winston Churchill did, after all, have some experience with communists and military dictators. However, to get a look at the other side of how Cromwell is typically viewed, let's look at an actual communist. Leon Trotsky, the Soviet revolutionary and communist thinker who was exiled by Joseph Stalin for his opposition to Stalin's authoritarian practices, well, he wrote on Cromwell. He said of him, quote, the revolutionary realist Cromwell was building a new society, end quote. He also said, quote, Cromwell was a great revolutionary of his time who knew how to uphold the interests of the new bourgeois social system against the old aristocratic one without holding back at any time, end quote. The reality, though, is that both of these men are looking at a man from the 1600s through a 20th century lens. Was Cromwell a dictator? Certainly. He did keep his power through military might, but his reforms gave power and rights to the people again, rather than taking them away. Was he a communist? Well, no, he wasn't a communist. But, however, under his watch, very real communal movements like the levelers and the diggers did take root that sought to do away with things like class and property in general. These are communist ideas, but Cromwell had no intention of turning the nation of England into a complete communal society. However, in my book, with my biases in place, as an American that tells stories about pirates, Cromwell is really kind of a key figure. You see, Cromwell had a lifelong obsession with the New World. As a young man, he nearly moved to punish himself, and then when he became Lord Protector, he pushed for greater American colonization. Before he took office, he was behind the idea of the Providence Company, somebody that we talked about last time, and their particular brand of Puritan piracy. This interest in the New World and the actions of Cromwell that are upcoming are all largely due to the writings of one man, a man who, shockingly enough, began his life as a Catholic and a Catholic priest at that. The man's name is Thomas Gage. He's usually seen in this story as a footnote in the story of British Caribbean colonization, but to me he's really fascinating. He wrote his book, the second book we're going to look at, called The English American, His Travails by Sea and Land, and it became a bestseller across England. It was so loved by Oliver Cromwell himself that Cromwell would go on to order a second printing. Now, Thomas Gage's family had been for a long time a major player in English history and English politics. Even before Thomas himself, His great-grandfather had been one of the top counselors to King Henry VIII. However, he was a Catholic and he didn't stand by Henry after he split with the Pope. His father's uncle, his great-uncle, was arrested for conspiring to kill Queen Elizabeth in what was known as the Vatican conflict, and his father himself was a baron. I've heard the family compared to the king, who happens to be Catholic as well, only if America was in a time of extreme repression against the Catholic faith. They were old and they were influential and they were wealthy, but they didn't have the power that they once held. Now, what set the Gage family apart was their age, their honor, more than anything else, their Jesuit faith. Thomas himself, this young man, was on track to become yet another Jesuit priest in the Gage clan. There were probably 5 priests in his family already. He was on track to become the 6th, and he was training in Spain at a well-respected Catholic seminary. But it seems there that at the seminary he grew kind of disgusted with the Jesuit order, and he left that order to join the Dominicans. Now, this might have been genuine religious dissatisfaction, or maybe it was something that was kind of central to Thomas Gage's character. He had a lifelong streak of rebelliousness and a desire to roam the world. It was the Dominicans that allowed him to indulge both of these desires. See, shortly after joining with the Dominican order, he signed on for an expedition of friars that were bound to the Philippines via the Americas. They were going to go minister. Now, he arrived first in Mexico. However, he heard horror stories almost as soon as he got off the boat about the state of affairs in the Philippines. Apparently, all of the elder friars there were very corrupt and worldly men that had grown fat on the things that the Philippines offered them. And that was something that Thomas Gage just couldn't stand. So he ran away from Mexico to get down to Guatemala, where he joined a small priory to teach the Catholic faith. However, here he became dissatisfied with the Catholic faith in general. Friars near him would routinely live impious and worldly lives. They would grow rich on the corruption, and they would live in really a splendor that they shouldn't have, according to the rules of the order. The rules of the order of the Franciscans demanded that they wear sackcloth and shirts of coarse wool, and that they go bare-legged, shod with wood or hay. But these friars wore beneath their habits, which they sometimes tucked up to the waist to better display such splendor, shoes of fine Cordovan leather, fine silk stockings, drawers with 3 inches of silk lace at the knee, Holland shirts and doublets quilted with silk. They were fond of gambling and acquainted with gamblers' schemes. He called these friars lupus rapaces, or in English, rapacious wolves. Now, the reason we know so much about Thomas Gage, a random friar in the New World, is because he kept spectacular journals. He kept them about everything in his day-to-day life, as well as many of the bigger picture issues that we saw. However, after he became so disenchanted with faith, we sort of lose track of exactly what he was doing for a while. His journals don't keep the best records of his actions, and probably for good reason. After being denied permission to return to Europe, he didn't exactly run away, but he traveled into the wilderness to minister to the native peoples. And somehow, during that time, we had so little information about him. Thomas Gage gathered somewhere in the realm of 9,000 pieces of eight. Now, we don't know exactly how he did that. Personally, I like to picture Thomas Gage as, well, kind of like Colonel Kurtz from Apocalypse Now, Marlon Brando's character. I see him atop an Incan temple with an army of natives doing his will, slowly losing his mind in the hot, wet, mosquito-ridden jungle. However, that's probably not actually how it went at all. More likely, he was somebody who smuggled in goods between the natives and the Spanish colonies because nobody was likely to search a priest, as well as possibly just more traditional old-fashioned banditry. But then, once he had all of these pieces of eight in hand, he traded them in for a bunch of pearls, and he ran away in the middle of the night from his priory to take ship that would take him back to Europe. Shortly after leaving port, however, he ran afoul of a character that we have actually met before. A Dutch ship happened upon the ship that Thomas Gage was on, and it stopped in Ephesus. The captain led a boarding party of heavily armed buccaneers on deck, and they began to ransack the ship. Now, while there was little on board of any work, this strange Englishman, who happened to be, for some reason, a Catholic priest in the New World that spoke fluent Spanish as well as a native, really caught the eye of the pirate captain. This man introduced himself as Diego Lucifer, the sword of Pampache and the Spanish man, notorious pirate captain, late Cuba. He unburdened Thomas Gage of his purse, but he let him keep basically all of the other valuables he had with him. They were mostly books and paintings and things that a pirate wouldn't be able to make use of, but it seems that he had no will to work for them. Now, this was the first meeting of these two men, but they would meet again, and in the company of a very young and as yet unknown Henry Morgan. So Gage finally made his way back to England, and he was dumped on the dock, broke, friendless, disowned by his family, and in poor standing with the Catholic Church. He was wearing the black robes of a Dominican friar in a country that was quickly turning towards the Puritan faith and had strong anti-Catholic practice. He had some very important decisions to make very quickly. First, he traveled to Rome in an attempt to recharge his Catholic faith. He found that he loved the areas that he traveled through much more, which happened to be the Protestant areas of France and Germany. He had a real spiritual revival. At least that's what he would say in his later writings. But then, upon returning to England, for some reason, he turned away from the Catholic faith completely. He renounced it and he became a priest in the Anglican Church, which is a name that around this time catches for Catholics. Up until now, it has been called the English Church or the Church of England. And around this time is when we start to see the words Anglican Church used. Now, it's possible that he turned away from the Catholic Church because he had little choice in doing so. Thomas Gage came from a famous family. A family that was famously Catholic. People knew who Thomas Gage was and knew that he was a Catholic. He was living in a time in England where being a priest of the Catholic faith was enough to get you executed. And at one point, a man who was named Thomas Gage was brought before the Privy Council. Now, it's not entirely certain that it was this Thomas Gage, but it's quite likely. We don't know exactly what was said, but shortly after that record, the Thomas Gage we do know, well, he informed on some of his old Catholic friends. These were men that he had known when he had been at seminary school, people that he happened to know were Catholic priests incognito. There were at least 4 of them that, after being informed on them, were hung, drawn, and quartered. These men were executed in a terribly violent fashion. They're now, today, all of them martyrs of the Catholic faith, all because of the word of this man, Thomas Gage. Now, it's possible that he did it because he had no choice, but it's also possible that he had some sort of retribution that he felt these men deserved. They may have slighted him at some time in his past, and this was how he was getting back. Whatever his motivations, these actions brought him a sense of security. He knew that he was safe, and this time of peace gave him a chance in England to finally write about his experiences in the New World. He wrote that book, The English American, and it captured the imagination of everybody in England. The book is a straightforward account of his times in the New World, but at the same time it's kind of an article of propaganda. It describes in loving detail all of the flora and fauna and the natural beauty of the Caribbean and the New World, and it goes on to speak about the riches that the Spanish bring out of their own country. But then it goes on to make mention of the Spanish themselves. In large part, it goes on to make mention of their princes, which Thomas Gage sees as insufficient. He talks about the miles of empty coastlines that are not guarded by any navy or any soldiers or even any people that could send word to the Spanish authorities where any nation prepared to could make landfall and invade these Spanish cities. It says that were some nation to do so, there are untold thousands of Native Amerindians and slaves who would, without question, rise up against their Spanish overlords and aid this invading nation in destroying the Spanish from within. It makes it sound almost like all they have to do is invade, and the natives and the slaves will tear down the Spanish before they even get there. Now, Gage hoped that his words would reach some people in influential places. However, I don't know if he expected them to reach the most influential man in all of England. Cromwell read that book and really kind of fell in love with it. He had that lifelong interest in the New World, and that interest, now that he was Lord Protector, was no longer just a romantic fancy. It had very real-world ramifications. See, the Civil War had put a pretty serious dent in England's economy on all fronts, but none more so than the maritime trade. What English merchant shipping had existed before the war had been taken over completely by the Dutch. All of the sea routes that had once been British were now in the hands of the Dutch. The Caribbean colonies that had once been English, well, they had begun to falter. See, during the Civil War, because of those lack of trade routes, no Englishmen were going out to move there, and the Englishmen who were left on these Caribbean colonies were little more than free labor that the Dutch used to grow them tobacco and sugar and coffee and bring back to Europe from the Philippines. And this was a state of affairs that no Englishman was happy with, and Cromwell saw a real slap in the face. One of the other major aftershocks of the Civil War was the huge amount of young men that were in England and Scotland and Ireland with nothing to occupy their time. Most of these had been conscripts into one or another of the armies that had been taken away from their homes, or exiled, or seen their entire family destroyed, that had nowhere to go, no hope of earning any reasonable income. So there was this huge population of young, healthy, and yet indigent men that were quickly eating up a lot of the resources of them. So, to take care of both of these problems, as well as a few others, one of the very first actions of Cromwell's new government was to pass the Navigation Act of 1651. It stipulated several different things, but the most important was that trade from any English port, including those in the Caribbean, must be carried on the back of English ships. This was most clearly a slap in the face to the Dutch, who had been carrying nearly all of the English trade goods, and it brought the English and the Dutch to war. Now, these nations had been allies for some time, since the early days of Elizabeth's rule, but finally, because of their trade practices, both of them on either side, they were not at war. But this didn't really stop Cromwell. He had his plans, and he intended to see them through. Now that the trade routes were open and Cromwell was able to employ his navy and merchant ships, he began to ship all of those indigent, poor young men over to the New World. He did this in mass. There were huge numbers of young men going over there, but they weren't going over there to seek a better and new life. These young men were being sold into indentured servitude. They were told that it was their only chance at a better life, but in reality, they were a problem while they were living in the British Isles, and they wound up being cheaper than slaves and felt a lot less likely to rebel by being plantation masters. And more important than that, slaves were all Africans, and to people at the time, black Africans were second-class human beings. These indentured servants, while cheap, nearly free labor, were still good young white boys who spoke at least an approximation of the king's English. And then, with his plan fully in motion, Oliver Cromwell got in touch with Thomas Gage, who was essentially in retirement at that time, occasionally teaching at one or another priory around, but mostly he was just resting. However, Cromwell made it. You see, the English didn't have anything near an intelligence service in the New World. They had nobody, aside from Thomas Gage, who had really intimate first-hand knowledge of what it was like in that part of the world. So Cromwell ordered Gage to write him a bit of information about his experiences there that would go into more detail in his book. He wanted to know about emplacements and potential military encampments and the best way for the English to invade. Naturally, Thomas Gage complied, and the results he came up with were, to Cromwell at least, encouraging. Gage wrote, quote, "There are no people more sinful than the Spaniards in America, both great and small, viceroys, judges, and poor peasants, who in general sin and hide not their sin. Therefore, their sins will betray them and fight against them if any nation shall oppose them. It hath been for these many years their own common talk, from some predictions, or, as they call them, prophecies, vented out amongst them, that a strange people shall conquer them and take their riches from them." This was a Puritan preacher telling the Puritans in the States that these people are sinners, and they know they're sinners, and they even know that were somebody else to invade them among righteous people, God's judgment would fall on the side of the righteous and against them. This was exactly what Oliver Cromwell needed to hear, so he began his plans in earnest. Cromwell's plan is known as the Western Design, and what he intended was nothing if not bold. He intended to send an army across the Atlantic Ocean and take, by force, the islands of Hispaniola and Cuba. These were the two great jewels of Spain's empire in the Caribbean, and that England was able to take care of them. He saw the rest of the Spanish Empire falling like dominoes. He gave command of his force to two men, the Admiral William Penn and General Robert Benhurst. And then he ordered Thomas Gage himself to accompany them as something of a guide and an advisor. Gage was somebody that Cromwell really trusted.
finding out what
These men
about
gathered a
them
fleet,
since
somewhere in the
we
realm
use
of
bio
60
on
ships,
Instagram,
perhaps a bit more,
I still don't
and
think
they
we
sent
have enough
one
information
entire Royal Naval
to
vessel to
create,
pick out the
especially to my
aging,
family.
quarrelsome, and
Friend,
black robe
it's going to be
and
like
brought
that
him
Black Mirror
back to the
episode
port
where
of Portsmouth.
the gal brings her
Then
the
they
guy
began to
back,
gather an army.
and then after a while,
In
it's
historian
pretty
Stephen Talty's book, Empire of
and
Blue
But
Water,
it's
he
also
describes
possible
this force that they gathered thusly.
if you
Quote,
interview
the
your friends and
approximately
family,
2,500 men emerged from their lodgings and were judged,
things they
and
would
judged
list
harshly.
is pretty
These were not the
small.
soldiers of Cromwell's new
They
model
love you
army, the
deeply,
famous
but the
Roundheads,
list is
a
small.
force whose
Like the
ferocity
things
was
that
matched by
really
its
we
discipline.
appreciate it.
To look at them, these men came
That
straight
said,
out of the
to
gutter.
deliver on
Cut
that
purses,
small
drunks, knights of the blade, incipient murderers. I
Right.
believe they are not to be
Requires some
paralleled
deep
in the
help.
world, wrote Major Robert Sedgwick, who would later command the men. Rightly. People so lazy and idle as it cannot enter into the heart of any Englishman that
Yes.
such blood should run in the veins of any born in England.
I think
So unworthy, so slothful and basely secure,
yes,
and have, out of a strange kind of spirit, desired rather to die than to live.
think you're gonna
But there was
start
one
having
man on the
questions about
ships, anonymous as yet
the
in
ethics
history,
of that,
who would give the
rules
lie
around
to
that,
Sedgwick's words.
because it needs to
In the
connect
space
to
of 8
a
short
form of
years, this
SaaS
brilliant leader
kind
would
of
turn men like these stumble bones into what were perhaps pound for pound the best fighting men in the world. End quote.
probably.
This is an introduction
Yeah,
to,
my stuff
well, the key character of the third book that we need to look at.
How
A
do you
man who
feel
was
about
really our first great
like
pirate
when it
lord
comes
we're
to
going to talk about. A man who is known as the king
you
of
know,
the pirates.
being a Black Mirror?
However,
He's with that
as
same
yet,
Judah Harrow
it's not quite
episode,
time to look at the
Thought,
Buccaneers of
where there's
America
gonna be
or
some
in any
like a
depth to look
mainframe
at Henry
somewhere
Morgan.
or some
When
matrix
he
like
got on
structure
those
built
boats
in
in
this guy.
Portsmouth, he
Because I
was
like
not
to
a
say
famous
everyone
man.
just
He
sit
was a
there, get
low-born
some shit,
Welshman,
and you
somebody
wait
who
for
had
it
very
to
little
go
experience and was
visual.
no better than
Do
those
you
cut
think
purses
that
and
will
drunks and
do you think
insidious
that'll ever be
murderers.
possible?
But he
I don't know. I
was
just talked to Ray
certainly
Kurzweil.
on board this fleet that was going to travel from
Yeah.
England to the New World.
Singularity and all that kind of stuff.
The fleet set sail, and immediately things began to go wrong. At the forefront of the mind of every man on the voyage, there was a shortage of fresh food and water.
20 years.
The people who had been in charge of supplying the fresh food and water had, as so often happens on these voyages, decided to line their pockets by buying not enough and for quantity. Then there was a conflict between the two commanders, the admiral and the general. They quarreled over exactly who was in command of this mission. See, Cromwell was a man of vision, but not a man who gave specific orders to his commanders, and they weren't sure exactly who should be in command and
Because the
who
entire
would always
evolution of
answer.
life on Earth.
Then, to make matters worse, there was a rumor that began to go around that this wasn't a military action at all, but it had been a trick to get rid of so many of these men who came out of the gutter, send them to the New World, and sell them to a foreign prince. But the thing that drove these men almost to the edge of mutiny, that caused this voyage to almost end in disaster before it began, was when they learned that they were going to be getting their share of the spoils. They weren't going to be getting any loot from this vessel. They were going to get the stipend that they were agreed to be paid, which was not enough to support themselves or their family. That was it. The question that these men must have been asking themselves is exactly what they were fighting for. To the men in charge of the mission, men like Oliver Cromwell, the answer was simple. They were fighting for God and glory. But in the minds of these thousands of hungry and nearly mutinous sailors, they needed something a little more material to inspire. But they managed to avoid an outright mutiny. They made landfall at Bermuda, where they picked up 3,000 poor soldiers. These weren't really soldiers, though. These were men much like those that had set off from the voyage, only these were indentured servants that had been sent off from England's shores to get them out of the homeland and into the faraway places in the Americas where they could work on the plantation. They were desperate to escape their life of toil. One of the soldiers who had left England with the voyage at the outset, who was now much of a soldier himself, said of these new recruits, quote, "This island is the dunghill wherein England doth cast forth its rubbish." See, these men that they were picking up, they weren't even the kind of notorious and robbers and murderers and bandits that the original party was made up of. These indentured servants, these men were so beaten down by their life in the New World that any circumstance must have been better to them than what they planned. Even the potential of facing down musket fire and arrows and any sort of blood and death and violence was coming away. Now, this wasn't the end of the soldiers they picked up. They picked up some 1,200 more soldiers at the island of St. Kitts and Montserrat. And then, on March 31st, 1655, this army, which was the largest force that was in the Caribbean at the time, and perhaps the largest force that had been in the Caribbean ever, made landfall on the island of Hispaniola. Now, they were the largest force that had ever been in the Caribbean, but they were not, I would say, the largest army, because these men were not army at all. None of them had any training at all. They were undisciplined and disorganized. You see, this force never even reached their target. Their intention was to raid the town of Santo Domingo in Hispaniola. That was the place that Francis Drake had taken years before. That was one of the oldest settlements outspanning all of the New World. However, after landing only about 40 miles down the coast from Santo Domingo, they wandered the wilds of Hispaniola for days upon days. See, Thomas Gage, who was to be their guide during this, had never been to Hispaniola except for potentially stopping there to pick up wood and water and work the ships. He went to the Spanish mainland. They did meet one other man who was not Spanish, an Irishman, who they insisted could guide them to Santo Domingo, but he didn't know where Santo Domingo was either, and the commanders of the voyage wound up hanging this guy because he couldn't lead them to the town they were looking for. After weeks of wandering around, finally, they didn't find Santo Domingo, but they came into some sort of encampment. Unfortunately, it was a military fort they ran into. And as these soldiers who were tired and hungry, some of them starving, many of them ill, injured, well, they just sort of wandered up to the fort, thinking that they might be able to take it. And of course, these Spanish soldiers, who were well-trained crack shots, shot off volley after volley of shot against them, and hundreds of English soldiers died. So there was no orderly retreat. They just ran away as fast as possible. And worse than that, there was a dispute between that general and that admiral, so they had no naval support from the sea whatsoever. They weren't even nearby the fleet. The fleet had stayed where they put these men ashore, so it took them, again, days and days and weeks to get back to their vessels. And this was Hispaniola in the Caribbean, in a time when there were no settlements. Anytime that a force who is not native to the Caribbean invades there with no experience, things go badly for them, even without a different army. See, they were marching through a veritable fog of mosquitoes, all of which were carrying malaria. The only fresh water that they had to drink was filled with yellow fever and dysentery. As they attempted to get back to their ships, men were dying and falling behind every day. They lost more men to illness on the march back to their vessels than they lost in the attack itself. But finally they did manage to make it back to their ships. However, they knew that if they landed at any Spanish port, they would be attacked and fired upon, and at the very least arrested, if not executed. They could potentially make it back to one of the English colonies in the Lesser Antilles, but that was a long trip away, and they needed supplies and aid desperately. The closest place that they were likely to have been able to make landfall, and we do know that they made landfall, was just a little bit to the northwest. On the northwest coast of the island of Hispaniola lay the island of Tortuga. See, they knew that Tortuga was friendly to English sailors. In fact, the English had a colony in Tortuga not very many years ago. Had they sailed there, they would have found fresh supplies, food and water, probably medicine. They also would have found women and drink, things that these sailors would have been in very desperate need of. They also would have found an island full of men who were much more familiar with the Caribbean. Men who knew the weak points of all of Spain's empire. Now, assuming that they did land at Tortuga and not somewhere else, it was there, most likely, that they met up with a man. A man who was, at this point in life, getting on in years. He was graying at the temples, round cheek, going a little bit chubby, but he still had that swarthy, villainous smile. He was still armed to the teeth, and whenever he did meet up with these English soldiers, he would have introduced himself as Diego Lucifer, and told these Englishmen who were lost as to exactly what course of action to take, that the weakest point to attack the Spanish Empire is at a small island just to the southwest of Jamaica. You see, Jamaica is the best option for the English to attack in the Caribbean, and any decent commander at the time, who at least had any knowledge of the surrounding lands, would have known that that was the place to go. If it had been Francis Drake ordered with command of his mission, Jamaica is clearly the place he would have chosen. You see, Jamaica was a rich and fertile land. like most of the islands in the Caribbean.
But it's very
But it was
specific
also
to you.
a key link in the treasure fleets that they were sending twice a year from the Americas to Europe. Beyond that, though, it was so poorly defended. At this time, in 1655, the entire population of Jamaica was only at the most 2,500 people. That was a little bit less than half of how many soldiers were on this voyage. So Diego Lucifer led this voyage to the island of Jamaica. They landed near the largest city there, the city that is today known as Spanish Town, and the English marched right in. It was only a few hours later that they were in complete control of the city, and only a couple of days after that the Spanish capitulated and they were in complete control of the island. But though that might seem like the English fortunes were turning around, they truly weren't. See, the troubles that had affected them throughout this entire voyage were still dogging them. They still didn't have enough food to eat, and the Spanish, after they had left the island, had taken most of their food with them. The diseases that had been plaguing them this entire time, malaria, yellow fever, were still plaguing them. They happened in Jamaica too. And the lack of order and discipline that those soldiers had was still a major problem. They may have been in command of the island, but it was very quickly becoming apparent that this was not going to be a by-the-numbers military action. Men continued to die in shocking numbers. By November, only a few months after initially taking the island of Jamaica, there were only 3,000 English soldiers left. At that point, it was clear that there was no command structure. The general and the admiral who were supposed to be in charge were not at all in charge. It was also clear that there were no relief supplies or reinforcements coming. These men were on their own, on an island they had taken from the Spanish, who were still mighty in Spanish-led battles. But in those intervening months of chaos and turmoil and death, one man had really risen to a lead. He was a man who could rally all of these men around him and get them to all work together towards their own best interests. That was a young Welshman who up to this point was entirely unknown. All these men who were angry and starving and scared. Well, they looked to this man that they raised to be their leader, to be their captain. They looked to Captain Henry Morgan for what he did. Next week, we're going to finish our look at 3 books through the eyes of Alexander O. Spring and the Buccaneers of America. We will look at the very first days and rise of Captain Henry Morgan as that pirate lord, that pirate king, what he did and how he did. For the next several weeks, we're going to be looking at Captain Morgan. We're going to focus almost entirely on him because his story is central to the pirate mythos and to what's to come in the world of Caribbean piracy. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8 Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8 Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8 Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
What do we find compelling and beautiful about the art form itself? So certainly in art that's being pushed, that question is being raised. Is AI...
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening.
That's something you guys can talk about.
When I had the idea to do an episode looking at 3 books, I wanted to use those books as a jumping off point to look at the influence that those books had on the world around them. However, considering the topic that we're going to talk about today, that was really just an impossibility. The book that we're going to be talking about today is so important, not just in its influence, but as a source material that really to try and lump it in with any other books would do it an injustice. In fact, today we're going to look exclusively at this book, and we're not even going to begin to get through it. This book, if we were to talk about its influence, single-handedly started Europe's love affair with pirates and piracy. It's the only source on most of the pirates in this generation, and it took men who would have otherwise been entirely unknown throughout the world and made them famous, or at least infamous. This book went on to make the author quite a wealthy man who had quite a bit of renown of his own. The book we're going to be talking about today is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Exquemelin. This is episode number 16, 3 Books, Part 2. Now, in The Buccaneers of America, the author himself, Alexander Exquemelin, is a character as well. He's not just the narrator, he plays a role in what's happening in several parts, and he's there all throughout it. So we should look at Exquemelin himself a little bit. Now, as with nearly all of the figures we talk about, his original European origins are unknown. He was probably born in France, but it's also likely that he was Dutch or Flemish. We really don't know, and people from all of these regions argue about exactly where he came from. What we do know of the author, especially in his early life, before he became a household name, is what he told us himself. In the beginning of the book, he tells us that in the year 1666, he sailed as an indentured servant with the Dutch West India Company, which is why many people believe him to be Dutch. The fleet he sailed with was large and multinational. There was somewhere around 30 ships and only a couple of warships, and he goes into some detail on the crossing. He talks about the possibility for meeting pirates in certain areas, how the warship went and chased after a known pirate ship that had been spotted just off the coast and failed to capture them. And then he goes into quite a bit of detail about a couple of initiation rituals that he had to go through along with some of the other passengers. He calls them baptisms, and the way that they're performed does kind of mirror a baptism. The first of these baptisms takes place as they pass a place called the Race, which was a narrow and rocky passage that was, assumedly, somewhere that was dangerous for ships to pass. And if you were someone who had never gone through the Race before, you had to undergo this little baptism. They had a man, the bosun, dress up in kind of a strange costume that mirrored a priest, maybe. He wore a long sackcloth robe, and he had a necklace on that was made out of all sorts of ship's tackle. And in one hand, he had a bucket of tar, some of which he had slathered all over his face, and on the other hand, he had a wooden sword. Now, each of the people who had not passed through the Race before had to kneel before the bosun. When they did, he, with one of his fingers dipped in the tar, drew a cross on their forehead, and then hit them on the back of the neck with his sword. After this, the rest of the crew would dump seawater on the people who were being baptized. And then, with their sins washed away, they would get incredibly drunk. However, not on the ship's wine. The people who had never made this voyage before had to bring brandy and wine of their own that would be drunk up at this ceremony, and everybody had a grand old time on their wine. Now, there was another initiation that happened when you passed the Tropic of Cancer that was a little bit more terrifying. You had to hang from one of the masts on the ship over the water and willfully drop yourself into the water. Now, you weren't required to do this, but if you refused to do so, you had to pay, depending on your station, either 1 or 2 pounds silver. Exquemelin says about these initiation rituals, quote, "Nobody from either nation can give the reasons for doing these things, apart from its being an old tradition among the seamen. Some say that the matter was so ordained by the Emperor Charles V, but it is not to be found in his book of laws. Having in passing described these ceremonies of the sailors, we will now continue our voyage." End quote. Now, all of the ships in this fleet were headed to different locations. A few of them were headed to Newfoundland, some of them were headed to Plymouth, some of them to Bermuda, most of them were headed to the Caribbean. But the ship that Alexander Exquemelin was on was headed to a very particular little island called Tortuga. Now, the next 2 or 3 chapters of Exquemelin's book are dedicated almost entirely to describing the flora and fauna of a place like Tortuga and the coast of Hispaniola nearby. This might seem somewhat excessive to you, and it did to me reading it the first time, but I realized that this is something that the people in Europe would have no notion of. This would be like somebody traveling to Mars and writing about whatever they were seeing there. This was somebody who made it to the New World, something that most of the people in Europe were never able to do. sending a report back to them to tell them all about the sights and the sounds and really set the stage that they were to find themselves in. You and I, we've all seen video or pictures of the Caribbean if we haven't been there ourselves, but for the people in Europe, this was an entirely alien world, and Exquemelin really wanted to set the stage as much as possible. Now, this couple of chapters also discusses the locals on the island of Tortuga, the men who lived there for some time, those people who hunted boar or chopped timber, those people who used the old native cooking custom as the bucan, those people that would be known as the buccaneers. Exquemelin goes into some detail about the conflict between Spain, France, England, and the Netherlands over this tiny little island of Tortuga. And that's actually one of the few things in the early part of his book that can be corroborated. See, there are records kept by the great powers in Europe of this conflict, so we know what exactly Exquemelin tells us that's true and what of it is not true. Many of the things that occurred here were secondhand because this happened long before Exquemelin came to the Caribbean, even before he was born, but he gets the gist of it right. Some of the names, some of the dates aren't exactly correct, but he gets essentially what happens there, at least on the road to being right. So that can give us an indication that Exquemelin knows what he's talking about, even if he doesn't get all of the facts exactly correct. But that's something that's a major problem with the Buccaneers of America. Alexander Exquemelin speaks with the authority of somebody that was there, that has firsthand knowledge, but when there are sources of evidence that come from other places, usually the Spanish, who kept excellent records, they almost always contradict what Alexander Exquemelin told us. So we have to take everything he said with a grain of salt. Unfortunately, for so much of what we're going to be talking about, there are no other sources about it. There are going to be pirates in this story that he's going to go into some detail talking about that don't appear anywhere else in any other narrative. There are no other records of these people, so they may be complete fabrications of his imagination. Now, they probably weren't. The things that we know he talked about turned out to be mostly true, but we have to assume that since we can't find any other proof, that they're not exactly historical fact. You see, part of the problem is that Alexander Exquemelin was working off of eyewitness accounts, or at least the tales told by some pirate he met in a tavern. See, he didn't have access to court records or the governor's mansion in any of these places. He merely had to talk to people who were there, who hopefully knew what they were talking about. But we can't know any more than he did whether or not these people were telling accurate tales. To give a picture of these contradictions that we can't exactly know if they're true or not, I'll give an example. After Alexander Exquemelin is freed from his indentured servitude, and then after he goes on at some length about how indentured servitude is so much worse than slavery, he goes on to say, quote, "When I was free once more, I was like Adam when he was created. I had nothing at all, and therefore resolved to join the privateers or buccaneers, with whom I stayed until the year 1670, accompanying them on many various voyages and taking part in many important raids, as I shall describe later on in this account." End quote. He then goes on to tell us of the first buccaneer on Tortuga, the first man who raided from the island. The man's name is, as Exquemelin records it, Pierre Legrand, and he tells us of Legrand's greatest success. Pierre was at sea in a small bark, little more than an open rowboat, and things weren't going well for him. His ship was in such poor repair that it was barely seaworthy, and all of the men with him were going hungry. They had no food and little water. They were just out there in the ocean, searching for prey, unable to find anything and baking in the hot Caribbean sun. As his men scanned the horizon, finally, one day they saw it, a lone ship, just sails in the distance. Legrand sailed his small bark towards the ship. Clearly, it was a Spanish merchant vessel that had become separated from its convoy and didn't have any protection out on the high seas. So as night fell, Legrand ordered his men to board the vessel. He told them that the Spanish aboard were unprepared for an attack and unlikely to repel them, although he did say that they had, at worst, a 50-50 chance. He had his men swear an oath of loyal endeavor, and then Legrand ordered the ship's carpenter to bore a hole in the ship's hull, allowing it to sink as they boarded the other vessel. This emboldened the men who were with him because they knew that they had to take this ship, or they had nothing to escape to and nowhere to go. It was either take this ship or face prison or death. Each of his men, armed with a cutlass and, if they were lucky, a pistol with maybe one shot, They came up on the side of the vessel, climbed aboard her silently on their bare feet, and moved across the deck. They scanned the deck and saw that no guard had been posted. They were able to move around the deck freely. But as they moved below deck, they heard laughter and raucous conversation. Each of these pirates drew their sword and their pistol if they had one. Then the pirates burst into the captain's cabin, where there were a number of men sitting around a table playing cards. The pirates moved so quickly that they didn't have a chance to react. Many of the men probably still holding their cards or their mugs of ale. Suddenly they had a cutlass to their throat, and the captain had a pistol clapped against his chest. Legrand ordered the captain to surrender his ship. The captain must have thought quickly, thinking if there was any hope of repelling these pirates when he heard a sudden report coming from the arms chamber. The smile on Legrand's face told him that the men in the arms chamber had been taken. The ship belonged to the pirates, and the captain had no choice but to surrender. The crew of the small vessel was led on board and clapped in irons. As they looked around, they saw surrounding the ship nothing but empty ocean. There was no way that these pirates could have boarded their vessel, unless, as the captain assumed, they were demons sent from the sky. He was said to have said, quote, Jesus son demonios estos, end quote. Apparently, his men, the captain's men, had warned the captain that those sails off in the very, very far distance might have been pirate sails, but the captain said that he needn't fear of such a small vessel, and so he didn't order any special watch to go on deck. This, of course, sealed his fate. Now, after dropping off the crew on land as quickly as they could get to it, Legrand took his new boat and he sailed all the way to France, never to be seen on the high seas again. Now, that's the end of the account given by Exquemelin, but this raises some questions for me. How exactly would Exquemelin have any knowledge of an attack at sea that happened in the year 1602? This was some 40 years before Exquemelin himself was even born. Now, Exquemelin said that he got this story from the journal of a, quote, trustworthy man, but it's just as likely that this was something of creation myth, that the buccaneers on Tortuga told of how they began their raiding. The one man, Legrand, Pierre the Great, who showed everybody on the island exactly how they could fight the Spanish and make a whole lot of money in the process. Now, Pierre Legrand is one of those pirates that there is no other account of. This is the only source on him at all. The only source anywhere else in the world that carries somebody around the right time that sort of matches his description comes from harbor records. A man named Pierre came into this harbor that apparently came from the same place that Legrand claimed to be from, although he didn't call himself Legrand there, he used his given name. But this didn't happen in France, which is what Exquemelin tells us. This happened up in Canada. So in the one place that potentially we can corroborate some part of this story, it's actually incorrect. So we have to take this story not exactly at face value. It might not be true at all. But since we have no evidence to disprove it, we just sort of have to accept that this is the story that the man who is the source for all of these pirates we're going to be talking about over the next few weeks, this is just a story that he decided to tell us. So we have to at least accept that it was something that the pirates at the time believed. Now, after talking about the origin of the buccaneers on Tortuga, Exquemelin goes on to talk about several of the other well-known buccaneers of the time. He talks about a Dutchman, a couple of Englishmen. He goes on to talk at length about a French pirate who was very active in the area, who we will talk about later. But this all happened after Exquemelin arrived in the Caribbean in 1666. When we left our story off last time, Penn and Venables had just taken the island of Jamaica in the year 1655. Now, we mentioned a couple of times last time that on board that voyage, one of the soldiers in Oliver Cromwell's Western design was a young man named Henry Morgan, which of course is the prime subject of Alexander Exquemelin's work. He goes into a great deal about his time with Henry Morgan, so we're going to look at some of that. But if you try to look at it in a narrative flow from the year 1655, when Morgan arrived in the Caribbean, the puzzle isn't exactly complete. Exquemelin writes in his introduction to Captain Morgan, quote, Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea. He reached a port where ships leave for Barbados and signed on for the voyage. On arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English manner. Having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea. He joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life. After making 3 or 4 voyages with the buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of the loot and dicing to buy a ship of their own. Morgan was made captain, and they went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships. End quote. Now that short paragraph, that brief introduction to the man who would be known as Captain Morgan, is all that Exquilin writes about the first 25 years of Henry Morgan's life, even the first 6 years of his time in the Caribbean, the time that made him Captain Morgan. So today I want to take a long, hard look at that paragraph to fill in some of the gaps and correct some of the inaccuracies. I'd like to do this by taking that paragraph sentence by sentence. Exquilin begins, quote, Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England, end quote. That much is essentially true. Now, I had trouble finding out exactly what he meant by Welsh England. They were, at the time, united, so perhaps that's what he's talking about. But yes, Henry Morgan was born in Wales, probably in the county of Monmouth, although people in Wales argued divisively over where exactly he was from. Exquilin continues. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea. Now that is essentially correct in spirit, although there are a couple of pretty serious issues with it. Mostly the fact that it's incomplete. There's a lot more to that story. See, Henry Morgan was the son of a man named Robert Morgan. Now, Robert did own a farm, but neither he or his son actually got their hands dirty tilling the soil. They had many other men working for them to do that work. You see, the Morgan clan was an old and distinguished family. Robert sent his son off to school because he wanted him to become a lawyer. Henry would later say, quote, I left the schools too young and have been more used to the pike in the book, end quote. Now, the people in the part of Wales that Henry came from were renowned across the British Isles for their military prowess. And very little else. The English had a lot of fun at the expense of the Welsh, but they didn't ever take them for granted when it came to their power on the battlefield. And Henry Morgan almost certainly would have learned quite a bit about the pike. You see, he was a teenager during the English Civil War. He probably would have been a little too young to actually serve, but men who were members of his family, both of his uncles, his father's brothers, were involved deeply in the Civil War, on opposing sides, as it turns out. His uncle Thomas was actually somewhat well known. He was one of the top-ranking officers in Cromwell's New Model Army. He was kind of the right-hand man to the top general in that army, and Thomas Morgan himself was a decorated war hero and something of a mild celebrity. Now, his other uncle, Edward, would have had quite a bit more influence on the young Henry Morgan. Edward was a colonel in the royalist side of the Civil War, the Cavaliers, and he was posted at a pretty key position there in Wales. Now, Henry Morgan, to say that he was more used to the pike, almost certainly had some experience with them, and this suggests to some historians that likely he served under his uncle, not as a soldier, but as something of a squire or an assistant, or somebody who was essentially just there to help him out and kind of learn the trade. So, Henry Morgan, growing up as a young teenager, would have learned things like siege warfare and artillery, and the rudiments of battlefield tactics and how to lead men into battle. Now, as he grew a little bit older, 16, 17 years old, there's a possibility that he even did fight. Probably not as a grunt soldier, but somebody who led a small battalion of men, somewhere probably around 10 men. There's no record of that, but it seems quite likely. Now, Exquilin says that part about how Henry Morgan went to sea, and while that's true, he didn't go to make his fortune on the oceans. He went as part of a military expedition under Penn and Venables. Now, Exquilin goes on. Quote, he reached a port where the ships leave for Barbados and signed on for the voyage, end quote. And that, yes, that did happen. That was the voyage of the Western Design, Cromwell's plan to take over the Caribbean, and that port was Portsmouth. That much is undeniably correct. Then Exquilin continues, quote, on arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English manner, end quote. Now that, however, is not true. Now, there is a possibility that Henry Morgan told his men that tale to partially ingratiate himself with them, but that's pretty unlikely. Now, I should note that some historians take this line of Exquemelin's at his word and believe that Henry Morgan was at one point sold as an indentured servant. But then most historians argue that the evidence proves that this line is just factually inaccurate, and I tend to agree with that side of the argument. You see, Henry Morgan wasn't just some dockside ruffian. What we said last time about what Major Robert Sedgwick said, who is a character we're going to meet in just a little bit, but Major Sedgwick said about that expedition to the Caribbean that they were, quote, so unworthy, so slothful, and basely secure, end quote. And that really doesn't fit the Henry Morgan that comes down to us from history. He, from the Morgan clan, came from a proud tradition of military men, a family that was wealthy enough that Henry, as a young man, as a teenager, had his portrait painted. This portrait is the only painting that still exists of Henry Morgan, and it's the only description that's been given of him physically up until the time right around his death. So it's the only thing that we have to go on about what Henry Morgan probably looked like, and it shows a boy who's unlikely to have been sold into indentured servitude. The fact that he had a portrait itself is some evidence, but he's wearing rich clothing, ruffles around his neck. He's got a curly, probably a wig, but it may be his natural hair. He's got a mischievous smirk. He's dressed kind of like a dandy. You might imagine this kid running around chasing the maids around his father's home when his father wasn't looking. That doesn't sound like what somebody who would be sold into indentured servitude lived their life like. So most historians agree that that bit is totally incorrect. However, there is another possibility. It is possible that Henry Morgan was forced into military service by the government of Oliver Cromwell. You see, if Henry Morgan had served in the Civil War, he would have served on the Royalist side. However, he wouldn't have been just a grunt soldier. He would have been an officer, somebody with a little bit of experience. So, if he had served, it's quite likely that he would have been pressed into service to go across the world, something that nobody from the New Model Army wanted to do, but they needed some experienced soldiers to keep these ruffians that were going to the Caribbean a little bit in line. Exquemelin, his passage goes on, quote, having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea, end quote. Once again, no, that's not how it happened at all. See, assuming that we agree that he didn't serve his time as an indentured servant, that part just isn't true, and he did go to Jamaica, but he didn't just arrive in Jamaica. He was one of the first Englishmen ever to set foot on the island in that invasion force. So instead of finding some buccaneers to put to sea, all he would have found there are a couple dozen poorly defended Spanish plantations. Moving on, quote, he joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life, end quote. Now, this is true. However, there's so much more to this story of how Henry Morgan learned the life of a buccaneer. You see, Henry Morgan's first months in Jamaica, in fact, the lives of all of the men on that expedition, well, they were horrifying. You see, the English had taken that town, the capital of Jamaica, with no fighting at all. But there was far more to come. There was still going to be quite a bit of resistance over the island. So the men, these Englishmen, they had sleepless nights sleeping on the beach. You see, the Spanish soldiers that had been at the garrison there fled into the hills in Jamaica. And while there weren't many of these soldiers left, Jamaica was their home. These soldiers had lived there their entire lives, or at least for many years, and these English soldiers had never been there before. They didn't know the island at all. So the soldiers, naturally, well, they feared attack from the Spanish, coming from an unsuspected direction. However, it wasn't just the Spanish that they had to fear. The Spanish had freed their slaves who had gone to join up with the communities of Maroons deep in the wilderness that did not want the English there either. So the escaped slaves and their Maroon brethren were fighting against them. And then the Maroons and the Spanish were both allied with the local Taino people who knew the island even better than the Spanish did, knew all of its nooks and crannies. And these three groups, sort of loosely connected allies, led a very successful guerrilla operation against the English. But even when the soldiers were completely, they would be sleeping on or near the beach, and they would hear thousands of crabs that were coming ashore. Then the scuttling of these crabs, as recorded, sounded almost exactly like the rattling of cartridges that would be carried on a Spaniard's belt. So they spent all night hoping that it was just the crabs and not the Spanish, unable to sleep because the possibility of attack was so real. So as the men spent their sleepless nights and long, unpleasant days, their stores of food began to dwindle, and all of the men on the expedition started to go hungry. The Spanish had taken a lot of the food with them, destroyed what food they could before they left, and so the Englishmen had almost nothing to eat. Now, Jamaica is, of course, a rich place with lots of wildlife, but hunting on the island, for the Englishmen at least, was a dicey proposition. You see, many times when people would go hunting for either boar or tortoise, well, if too many men went to go hunt those boar or tortoise, they would scare the animals away. However, if there were too few men going hunting, well, most of those hunting parties that only had a few men with them never returned. The only news that the men back at base camp would have of that hunting party would be the vultures they would see circling in the sky deeper into the island. So the men were going hungry. The men spent their nights consumed by fear, and then, in August, a few months after they had taken the island, Admiral Penn and General Venables, with several hundred of the top officers in the group, well, they set sail and returned to England. It would turn out, as they kind of expected, that Penn and Venables would be thrown into the Tower of London for failing to take Hispaniola. However, that wasn't a concern for Henry Morgan and the other soldiers that were left in Jamaica. The men were all alone on a foreign island, halfway around the globe from their homes, and they were surrounded by hostile eyes from the tree line, from the Taino, the Maroons, and the Spanish. They were going hungry, they were growing desperate, and then, as things began to get worse and worse for them, the men began to get sick. The yellow fever and malaria that are still to this day notorious killers of people that are unused to the Caribbean, well, they began to take their toll on the men as they had on Hispaniola on a daily basis. Now, these months have very little record. There was essentially no authority on the island. However, it's likely, given his notoriety and popularity that would crop up almost immediately once records did start taking shape, that Henry Morgan was a leader among these men. Someone who rallied them and got them what food they could find and organized their defense as best as he could. But there were only about 2,000 men left. And then, even though there weren't that many Spanish soldiers, they didn't know how many natives or how many Maroons they were. So this seemed like a pathetically small force. But then, a few months later, after about 6 months on the island of people dying, going hungry, and living in fear, a ship from England finally arrived there in what was called Kagway Port. The men on the island must have rejoiced. The ship carried the island's new governor, that man we talked about earlier, Major Sedgwick, who, when the operation had left English shores, had said of the men that they, quote, desired rather to die than to live, end quote. He found, when he got to Jamaica, that if that was their wish, it had certainly been granted. The men were dying left and right, and he realized that the Jamaican expedition was in a dire situation. So he wrote back to Lord Cromwell, the Lord Protector in England. He told him, quote, you must, in a manner, begin the work over again, end quote. But Sedgwick did what he could to improve the island. He organized their defenses, and he gave them whatever form of health care he could find. Then he secured hunting and fishing grounds for the men. These were military operations that he used to secure certain tracts of land that had plenty of game on them for the men to eat. And he gave command of what ships they had there in Jamaica to a man named William Goodson. This made him the admiral of what was known and would go on to be known for centuries as the Jamaica Station. Then, in January 1656, the ship called the Marston Moor sailed into harbor, and her captain, a man named Christopher Mings, was named sub-commander of the Jamaica Station. He would go on to be vice admiral of their fleet there. And then, after about 9 months, the island of Jamaica began to take on something resembling civilization, and something that kind of surprised me, but I found really interesting began to happen. You see, the men who would call Jamaica their home would occasionally be captured by the Spanish, and the Spanish record over and over again that they use the same defense whenever they are being interrogated by their Spanish jailers. They would say that it wasn't them acting of their own volition, they were actually under orders from the Jews. You see, now I'd heard about this before, but I always just kind of chalked it up to being a clever lie. I thought that since probably the only people that the Spanish hated more than the Protestant English or the Jewish people around Europe. Aside from, I guess they probably hated the Arab people in the Middle East more than any of them, but only slightly more than they hated the Jews. However, it turns out that many of these immigrants from Europe, these Jewish immigrants, played a major role in this era of Caribbean piracy. Now, if you recall, way back in the 1490s, after Ferdinand and Isabella took Spain back from the Caliphate of Cordoba, they called an inquisition aimed to cleanse their realms of any non-Catholics. Now, of course, they targeted thousands, maybe millions of Muslims that were still living on the Iberian Peninsula, but they didn't stop at the Muslims. For years, the Inquisition scoured the lands for any Jewish families that were living there. They whipped up mobs and violent pogroms that would execute or exile any Jews that they found. Now, as you might imagine, most of these exiled Jews, and certainly any that were still living there secretly, well, they fled the country as quickly as possible. Now, most of these people went to Portugal or Germany, many went to the Netherlands, some went to England. However, for a lot of Jewish families, that wasn't far enough. They decided they had to get out of Europe entirely. In fact, they had to get into a different hemisphere. However, they would have still found most of the New World in the early 1500s controlled by the Spanish. Naturally, places like New Spain, which would be modern-day Mexico, or terra firma down south a little bit, were just completely out of the question. They were centers of power for the Spanish Empire. Some of the larger islands, places like Cuba or Hispaniola, were almost as solidly in the hands of the Spanish government and not the local planters. However, there was one island just slightly to the southwest of those two that was smaller and had a tiny population, but that was rich and offered them something of an opportunity, and that was Jamaica. Now, to be sure, Jamaica wasn't perfect. There was still a governor and a garrison there, but they had a lot less interference from Europe and from the higher-ups in the Spanish government. So the Jews in Jamaica were able to just keep their heads down. They took to calling themselves Portuguese, and they practiced their religion in private, and nobody bothered them. However, in 1655, when the English took the island, that man Venables made mention in his journals of a surprisingly large number of Portuguese nationals that had not fled with the Spanish. But when Major Sedgwick came and became governor of the island, he found out the truth, and he was elated. These Jewish people who had stayed in town were locals, people who had lived there their entire lives, sometimes for generations, but locals that he could trust. They weren't Catholics. They were people who hated the Spanish just as much as he did, so they were going to be powerful allies in this fight. He wrote back to Cromwell, and Cromwell made all of the Jewish people on Jamaica officially English citizens, and they were finally able to practice their faith out in the open, just as they were in England. Now, Sedgwick had plans to make use of these locals, but they happily obliged. I mean, can you imagine it? Living in a place at the edge of the world, hiding in the shadows for centuries, and then all of a sudden, a new tolerant government who is at war with their previous overlords shows up? That must seem like a gift from God and something that you are going to make the most use of you possibly can. So, several of the prominent men from their community, along with William Goodson, Christopher Mings, and a few of the higher-up officers, joined a council that was going to help the new governor govern the nation. And they had several pretty pressing concerns, the least of them not being the Spanish who were nearby, and some of them still on the island. So, this council began to formulate a plan. What it came up with was a two-pronged approach. You might call these two approaches forced trade and proactive defense. Now, the proactive defense side of that two-pronged attack was essentially sending out ships filled with buccaneers to sweep the oceans clean of any Spanish vessels, be they warships or merchant shipping that they could find. The second part of that two-pronged attack, that forced trade, after the seas were clear and the trade routes that had been controlled for centuries by the Spanish were in the hands of the English, well, they would fill that gap left. English merchant vessels would show up at many of these ports that were traditionally visited by their Spanish brethren and offer to buy all of the tobacco or coffee or sugar that they had stored up. They would tell them that their Spanish ships weren't coming to pick it up, and if they wanted to sell it, they were going to have to sell to the English. Now, if any of these patriotic Spaniards living in the colonies decided they didn't want to sell to the English, they might just let it know that some of those notorious pirates these people had heard about roving the high seas might just pay their little town a visit. Nearly all of them sold their goods to the English, who then made a huge profit selling them back in England. This dealt a blow not only to the Spanish, who they were at war with, but to the Dutch, who had a monopoly on trade in the Caribbean and who they had been at war with only about 2 years prior. However, they weren't able to begin this plan immediately. What they needed, they had some ships, not enough, but they didn't have nearly enough men to enact this plan. So some of the locals suggested that this man Ming, and probably some of his top aides, which almost certainly included Henry Morgan, set sail and go to a little island just to the northeast called Tortuga, where they could recruit as many of the buccaneers there as they needed. And it must have been a sweet offer when they got there. Tortuga was a dangerous place that was in the hands of usually the French at this period in time, which was fine by most of them, but it was still contested and deep in Spanish waters. However, this island, Jamaica, it was previously Spanish, but now they had a fort, they had a good harbor, and they had a government, an official English government that was going to do all they could to protect these pirates. A government that would make use of them, to be sure, but that these pirates could rely on. At least they had one port and potentially a series of ports that would be a friendly empire to them. But before they could begin this plan in earnest, in May their governor, now General Sedgwick, passed away. His replacement, who showed up a few weeks later, passed away almost immediately. So, finally, they appointed a man named General Edward D'Oyley, who had been there since the 1655 invasion. He had been there the entire time. He was as local as any Englishman in Jamaica got. Now, the new governor's first order of business was to fight off an invasion from those Spanish guerrillas who were living up in the hills. There were 2 invasions. The first one was bolstered by about 300 Spanish soldiers from the island of Cuba. So there were in total somewhere around 400 Spaniards and around 100 native and African guerrillas, but they were fought off pretty easily. However, then another invasion occurred a few months later that was somewhat larger. That one involved some actual fighting, however, with very little loss of life. The English came out on top, and the Spanish guerrilla force fled back to Cuba. So, finally, Christopher Mings, along with almost certainly Henry Morgan and several of the other most notorious names to come, set out and began their practice of forced trade and proactive defense, which amounted to little more than piracy on the high seas and raiding any of the Spanish coastal towns that were within their reach. Most of the records about where they actually raided are kept by the Spanish around this time, but it looks like they raided Rio de la Hacha and Santa Marta, along with a few other old favorites. And it was during this time that what Exquemelin said about Captain Morgan learning the ways of the buccaneers during this last few months of 1656 going into 1657, he would have truly learned what it took to be a buccaneer on the Caribbean Ocean. So let's move on with that passage from Alexander Exquemelin. He writes, quote, "After making 3 or 4 voyages with the buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of loot and dicing to buy a ship of their own." End quote. This is correct, at least in spirit. In the year 1659 or maybe 1660, Henry Morgan was finally, it is recorded, captain of his own ship. However, whether he bought it with his own money or took it from a Spanish captain is unclear. However, we do know that in 1660 he did take 3 ships, which he sold to 3 of his closest and most trusted friends. The Dolphin, the smallest of those vessels, he sold to his friend John Morris. Robert Searle took the largest, which was an 8-gun, 80-tonner that was called the Cagway, and then his friend John Lawrence bought the Pearl. Oddly, however, we don't know the name of Captain Morgan's own ship at this time. But these 4 captains, this Captain Morgan, Captain Morris, Captain Searle, and Captain Lawrence, they become probably the most popular and maybe the most feared pirates operating in the Caribbean at this time, at least out of the port there on Jamaica. They were men who were a terror to the Spanish, but back in port they were extremely popular, lots of fun, and apparently spent their money for other men's pleasure. They ingratiated themselves very well with the local brethren of the coast who had moved into the port of Jamaica. And in that passage, that one single paragraph written by Alexander Exquemelin is concluded. It reads, quote, Morgan was made captain, and they went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships. End quote. This little sentence encompasses what is arguably the greatest raids that the Caribbean had seen since the time of Francis Drake, and what is most certainly the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean, rivaling those of the Greek and Roman pirates and even the Barbary pirates. Now, sources do differ here on a few of the times of some of these raids, however. Reputable historians, people who are scholars on this period, disagree exactly on how many and when these raids occurred over the 18 months or so between late 1659 and early 1661. In truth, though, the Brethren of the Coast were so active from this port at Jamaica that it's almost impossible to expect them to have exact dates. You see, the Spanish kept their records, but the English only kept sparse records at best. So we know when they came back with huge amounts of money, but we don't know exactly how those correspond to what the Spanish were recording. However, I did my best to synthesize all of these sources down to make a sensible narrative that actually makes sense. And it goes something like this. In late 1659, Captain Ming led a series of raids on the Spanish Main. These are likely those raids that Captain Morgan and his compatriots earned their ships on, or perhaps used those ships on. However, Captain Ming did quite well. Now, when he got back to Jamaica, he sent a boat ashore asking the governor for letters of marque to make all this official. He did this, of course, after the fact, which was common practice at the time. These Jamaican officials were unbelievably corrupt. Now, he got these letters of marque. However, when he came ashore, he had no money to send back to England. You see, Cromwell's protectorate operated much like Elizabeth's Admiralty had a few decades before. Men were welcome to pirate their way all across the seven seas, but the only way that they were allowed to do so by the English government is if they paid their dues back to the Admiralty in London. Piracy was officially sanctioned as long as they didn't attack England or her allies and paid their share. But Captain Ming didn't do that. He blamed his men, the Brethren of the Coast, on why he didn't have any money, saying that they had taken all the money and divvied it up among themselves. But the governor there wasn't having any of it, so he was sent back to England to face trial. Oliver Cromwell certainly wasn't going to be happy about this. But instead of a stint there in the Tower, or perhaps a hangman's noose he must have feared he faced, something much better awaited Ming when he got back to England. Oliver Cromwell, the usurper, had passed away. King Charles II had been restored to the throne of England, and the House of Stuart was back firmly in control. Now, King Charles had promised to return Jamaica to the King of Spain. However, the testimony of this vice admiral of the Jamaica station really swayed him. He learned that this pirate, or what Charles might have considered this upstanding young gentleman, well, Jamaica was a profitable place, a place that King Charles would be wise to hold on to. It was something that was said to be a dagger pointed at the King of Spain's heart, as well as a really great moneymaker for the English throne. So, King Charles, instead of punishing Christopher Ming, sent him back to Jamaica. He sent him on a new flagship, a 46-gunner called the Centurion, which arrived in the spring of 1661. However, Captain Ming here wasn't the only surprise on board the vessel. The new governor, a man named Lord Windsor, descended the gangplank. General D'Oyley, who was the former governor, was replaced effective immediately. The port of Cagway, where they had been for years now, was renamed Port Royal. Also, the name of the fort, which had been Fort Cromwell, was changed to Fort Charles. And Captain Ming himself was to take over that role of admiral of the Jamaica station from William Goodson. And Christopher Ming had a lot of work to do. Historian Stephen Tolkien writes, quote, on September 21st, 1661, Morgan and the other adventurers were given a hero's send-off, with wives, whores, and merchants lining the shore to cheer the boys away. It was the middle of hurricane season, which runs from June to November, and the ships tacked to Negril in Jamaica and then headed north for Cuba at 3 knots. End quote. Their goal was the former capital of Cuba, Santiago, which was on the southeastern side of the island, probably the closest major Spanish port to their home at Jamaica. Now, Captain Ming sailed the Centurion, which was the flagship. There were a host of other brethren vessels with him, though, including Captain Morgan and his friends. Just off the coast of Cuba, they encountered a friendly vessel, captained by none other than Oliver Cromwell's no-good playboy nephew, Sir Thomas Whetstone. Back in England, he had been a man who liked to dice, chase after women, and spend as much money as he could get his hands on, but he had to run away from several of his creditors to the Caribbean to try and earn his fortune. So he was here with a ship full of natives and a few Africans, and only one or two other Englishmen on board, and the fleet of Christopher Mings was going to make use of him. You see, these natives and these Africans had quite a bit of intimate knowledge of the island of Cuba, so they had a council of war on board Ming's flagship, the Centurion. The harbor there at Santiago was guarded by an imposing castle, the Castillo de Moro, and her gun batteries were aimed squarely at the very small entrance into the harbor. So these buccaneers plotted. But while they discussed, they had even more vessels arrive, latecomers from Port Royal, and even several vessels that were coming from Tortuga, swelling their numbers. So they decided that the best place to land was about 2 miles down the coast, at a little village called Aguadores on the mouth of the San Juan River. The locals there were only a few people living there, fled as soon as the Brethren marched into town. So for several hours, the Brethren of the Coast had their fill of all of the goods that they could have in town. And then they went ahead and burned the entire village down. Behind them, the village was burning, which kept them warm through the night as they slept a peaceful night. However, in the morning, they got up and marched towards Santiago. Now, the locals had run to Santiago and warned them that there were a large number of English, Dutch, French buccaneers who were coming for Santiago, so they had time to prepare, but it still wasn't even nearly enough. You see, at the fort there in Santiago, the man who was in charge of the garrison was the same soldier who had been in charge of that guerrilla operation against the English in Jamaica. Now, exactly what happened here is unclear. Perhaps he worked out a deal with the English, or perhaps he just learned his lesson and didn't want to fight these buccaneers anymore, or perhaps he was terrified. He had been unable to defeat the English any time in the past. So this man, the Spanish commander, turned and fled. Many of the soldiers that were manning the walls fled with him. The governor did show up and managed to rally what soldiers were left, but it wasn't nearly enough to stop the English. Within only a couple of hours of musket fire, they had taken the fort. They spent a total of 5 days ransacking the town of Santiago. They had their run of the town, taking anything, any women, any goods, any food, any drink that they cared to take for 5 whole days. And then, as they left one of the richest towns in the Caribbean, they found the gunpowder store in the fort, lit a fuse, and marched away. 700 barrels of gunpowder blew up the fort and burned down the town of Santiago, which they said didn't recover for a full 10 years. Back in Jamaica, they were seen as heroes. You can imagine that these men who had stolen thousands of pieces of eight were suddenly very rich and making all of the merchantmen, tavern keepers, and whores back in Jamaica extremely wealthy as well. Now that must have made all of these local merchants very happy, but the buccaneers and the Brethren of the Coast, as well as pirates all throughout history, are notoriously bad about keeping any money in their pockets. They spend it freely. But they also realize that they're going to need more very shortly, and their commanders know the same thing. Christopher Mings was eager to get back out there on the ocean. However, while they had been gone, their lord, Lord Windsor, had retired, and the new lord, the new governor of Jamaica, was a lot less willing to sign these letters of marque that would allow them to attack the Spanish settlements. However, it was on Christmas Day, 1661, that the new governor finally relented. According to Alexander Exponen, quote, "The English celebrate Christmas with a great deal of eating and drinking, and at that season the masters let the slaves have whatever they ask for." End quote. This sounds to me quite a bit like the old pagan Roman tradition of Saturnalia. That's actually exactly what the Romans did. So perhaps that's how Captain Mings got the new governor to relent and sign the letters of marque that he needed to go attack the Spanish again. The day after Christmas, Ming began to assemble his fleet, made up of English vessels, Dutch marauders, some French Huguenot allies, and then the usual ragtag brethren of the coast from Tortuga. In all, more than 20 ships left Jamaica and were joined by several more en route. This was that fleet that was the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean. Now, these weren't all massive warships, but they carried plenty of guns and were filled with men armed to the teeth and ready to do extreme violence. This was a fleet that would have made any Spanish city tremble. Even the great centers of power like Havana must have worried if they had gotten news of it. However, those islands had nothing to worry about. This fleet was headed to the west. It was actually the vice admiral of the fleet, a man named Edward Mansvelt, who was captain of the Griffin, that saw their destination first. A place that we visited before, San Francisco de Campeche. That was the same place that Diego Lucifer attacked when he was a young man, and it's in fact even possible that Diego the Mulatto was here, captain of one of these ships from Tortuga, one of these brethren pirate vessels, here to attack Campeche. You see, the men on this voyage had some knowledge of this part of the Spanish coast, and they suggested to the admiral, Admiral Mings, that he wait until nightfall and attack under cover of darkness, which is exactly what Diego the Mulatto had done. However, that wasn't something that a man like Mings thought was honorable. It's kind of funny considering he's about to march into town and burn it to the ground, but he wanted to attack with his drums and his trumpets announcing their coming. Graham A. Thomas, in his book, The Pirate King, gives a beautiful narrative. He says, quote, Mings attacked the town, his men only armed with pikes, swords, and pistols against a cannon. The fighting was intense. For almost an entire day they fought. The buccaneers had to take the stone houses one by one while being shot by Spanish snipers and soldiers. Shot whizzed around, bouncing off cobblestone, embedded into stone walls, tearing through clothing and ripping into flesh and bone. Men shouted as they attacked. Spanish soldiers were impaled by pikes. In close combat, men were cut down by pistol shot and swords. Shards of wood, stone, and metal flew in all directions from pistol and cannon shot. Mings was wounded 3 times, but by the end of the day, the buccaneers were successful. In the harbor, they captured 14 vessels. Crews were chosen to take them back to Port Royal. The Spanish counted their losses at 150,000 pieces of 8. End quote. That's a low-end estimate. The highest I've read, translated into modern American dollars, is that the Buccaneers in Campeche stole $75 million worth of goods. Now, Captain Mings had been injured, and the man who took over the operation was his vice admiral, that man Mansvelt. Mings would go on to retire shortly thereafter, go back to England, and lead a prosperous life with all of the money he had made in the Caribbean, and Mansvelt was to take over. Now, Alexander Swimlin has a little blurb about Mansvelt that comes right after that passage we spent so much time looking at today. It reads, quote, At this time, there was in Jamaica an old buccaneer called Mansvelt, who planned to get a fleet together and raid the mainland. Seeing that Morgan was a young man with plenty of courage, the old buccaneer invited him to join the expedition and made him vice admiral of his fleet. End quote. Now, if we were going to give that passage the same treatment that we gave the passage in this episode, it would take an entire episode to cover everything that was wrong with it. You see, it was a complete fabrication, and we know that because we know where Captain Morgan was. And in fact, that's exactly what we're going to do. Next time, we're going to take a long, hard look at exactly what Captain Morgan was doing on his 22-month-long first great raid against the Spanish. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and I mean that. We hit a huge milestone this week. It snuck up on me. I didn't even see it coming, but I'd like to thank every single last one of you. We hit 100,000 downloads, and that's a huge number, way bigger than I expected to hit any time this summer. I'd also like to thank everybody that has been kind enough to support the show, either through Patreon or through PayPal, through the webpage. We wouldn't be here doing this without you guys. Anybody who has been kind enough to leave a rating or a review anywhere you listen to the show, you guys really help get the word out, and I appreciate everybody out there. You guys are really the best. 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 Those are really the best.
Canadian
So-
International Agency apparel for. I can't wait for the sneakers, the Tuesday. I can't wait for all the
Hello,
podcasts.
and welcome to the Pirate History
that
Podcast.
AI can
My name is Matt.
public can get
Thank you for
in,
listening.
so I'm a huge fan of yours.
When we left off last time, Henry Morgan was preparing for his first great raid on the Spanish Main. His last raid under Mings and Mansfield was a resounding success, and now Captain Morgan and his closest allies were about to embark on a voyage that would see them gone from the shores of Jamaica and Port Royal for a full 22 months. Now, 22 months is a long time to be home, especially when you're going to be in hostile waters, deep in enemy territory. Now, Captain Morgan didn't intend to be gone for 22 months. There were some setbacks and unexpected surprises. However, he knew it was going to be a long voyage, and they prepared thoroughly for it. This week, I'd like to do something a little bit different. You see, this great raid could really be considered the dawn of the golden age of piracy. And I'd like to take a step back before we set sail with Captain Morgan and look at what they were doing while preparing for this voyage. I'd like to take a look at the ships that they were loading with all of their victuals and arms. I'd like to take a look at exactly what those supplies were, what kind of food and drink they had on board, as well as what kind of weapons they were using and loading on board. This will be a step back from our narrative history and a look at the technical side of the early days of buccaneering, privateering, and piracy. This is episode number 17, Guns, Rum, Ships, and Steel. The reason that I chose this time period to look at the tools that these buccaneers were using, well, it's because things have changed drastically from the times of Francis Drake. Not only the political and religious landscape, but the tools that these men were using. You see, the European powers were in something of an arms race. The most important factor in that arms race were the ships that they would be on board, but everything from the guns they were using to the supplies that the men on board had were highly important to see who would control the New World. And here, in the 1660s, we're seeing the first fruition of that arms race. We're seeing things change to what they will be in the golden age of piracy. Now, there will be some pretty stark differences between the 1660s and the early 1700s, but some of the things we're going to be talking about today can be applied not only to Captain Morgan, but to men like Blackbeard and Charles Vane. One of the primary differences, though, is exactly how these men saw themselves. When you're reading the histories about Captain Morgan and his brethren of the coast, the word privateer pops up a lot, but really, the word privateer wasn't coined until about the mid-18th century. So men like Francis Drake and Henry Morgan, who very much were privateers, would never even heard that word, not thought of themselves as such. But it's still the best description that we have of what they were. Now, Francis Drake obviously worked directly for the Queen and her council. He was a royal man, but by the time of Captain Morgan, things were a bit less well-defined. In their early days, operating out of Tortuga, the Brethren of the Coast were outright pirates. They had no screen of legitimacy to hide behind. That was part of what made Jamaica so attractive to the Brethren of the Coast. They were safer than they were in Tortuga because there was less threat from Spanish ships, and while they had to sail under orders from the Admiral of the Jamaica Station, they essentially operated just as they had before, sometimes with better equipment than they'd ever had in their lives. They also had, through the Governor of Jamaica, a certain amount of royal authority. Now, that probably wouldn't have held up too well in a Spanish courtroom, but it allowed them to be much more bold than they ever had before and claim a lot better prizes. But to be clear, Jamaica and Port Royal weren't exactly high society. This was the farthest flung corner of the empire, and they operated essentially without any interference from London. There were supply requests and letters to the crown in London that wouldn't be answered and wouldn't even be found until sometimes decades later. The message to these men, these Brethren of the Coast, was clear. Their mission was to survive by any means necessary. Now, of course, the most important tool to, well, really anybody living in the Caribbean at the time, but especially the Brethren of the Coast, were their ships. It's important to take a look at exactly what ships they were on. They've changed so much over the past few decades. For many, many years, the most powerful ship sailing the high seas was the Spanish galleon. The Spanish galleon was an impeccably engineered ship, perfect for the Spanish Empire and the New World. It was very well-rounded. It was made for speed and durability. It had room for guns as well as large holds for hauling gold and other treasure across the Atlantic. And while it had all of these aspects, which made them perfect for the Spanish treasure fleet, they didn't really excel at any of these. These weren't specialized ships. The defeat of the Spanish Armada under Queen Elizabeth and Francis Drake showed Europe more what naval warfare was going to be in the century to come. All of the naval powers of Europe, but especially the Dutch and the English, began developing what could really be called warships. While the galleon was a powerful vessel, it wasn't specialized enough to be a warship. The English warship was called the man of war, colloquially. It was a ship that was larger and slower than any of the Spanish galleons, but it had much more room for guns by sacrificing its cargo holds. These ships were huge and imposing, really what could be described as a floating fortress, and they terrified anybody who had never seen one before. But as the ships began to evolve, so did the tactics of naval warfare. You see, really since the dawn of naval warfare, ships focused mostly on speed and maneuverability. The goal was to ram another vessel as fast as possible and then board that vessel, killing anybody aboard and taking the ship for your own. That was how the Greeks and the Romans did it, and really, that was how the Spanish and the English did it up until about the time of the Armada. But now that that time had passed, we were seeing things like durability and firepower come to the fore. The European powers were moving towards something that they called the line of battle. This was a deeply complex naval military maneuver in which two fleets would come into contact in the high seas and then form up in these big, long, straight lines and then shoot at each other. And that's basically it. The reality is that the focus became more and more on hitting the other ship with cannons. However, it's really, really hard to hit a moving ship on the sea, so these admirals and captains just sort of sailed about 100 or so ships and shot cannonballs at the other side's ships until one side sunk more than the other. Now, of course, eventually, naval tacticians would come up with much more advanced stuff, like what's called crossing the T. That's where a captain attempted to sail his ship in a perpendicular fashion to another ship, kind of like the top of a capital T. If he were the top of the capital T, all of the guns on his broadside would be facing the other ship, who had maybe a couple of guns at her fore. So they would be able to catch that ship in a hail of cannon fire, with her being able to respond with hardly anything at all. It was a devastating tactic, but it didn't come around until some time later. Around the time of the 30 Years' War back in Europe, the line of battle was really the height of naval tactics, and there really wasn't much to it. You see, it was these broadsides that are the big difference. Ships had always, of course, had guns on them, but now they were packing more and more guns, as much firepower as possible on board their vessels. They called these ships, due to the line of battle, ships of the line, and broke their ships of the line down into different classifications. A first-class ship of the line would have been a terrifying sight to any enemy navy. These ships had 3 or 4 decks on them that were devoted entirely to cannon. When these ships fired a full volley, the air would be so filled with smoke that the ship would become almost invisible to their enemies, and consequently, their enemy ships would become invisible to them. Now, these decks would not have been pleasant places. This is a cramped space. They were trying to fit as many decks and as many guns on these ships as they could. There would have been very little light, virtually no sunlight. The only access to the outside were their gun ports, and the air inside would have been filled with gunpowder and the sound of explosions. These decks were so small that men couldn't even stand upright in them, and sometimes they would have 10 or 15 guns on both sides, and then the center of that deck would be filled with gunpowder and shot, things that they would need to light their cannon. I can think of few places that sound more terrifying to me than one of these gun decks. Very little light, probably unable to hear from the frequent sound of explosions, not only from your deck on both sides, but from the deck above you as well. The air so filled with smoke that it's almost impossible to breathe, and really no way to see anything but the room around you. The only time that changes is when the other side scores a hit on your vessel and holes open up into your ship, showing you the outside world. Now that might almost for a second seem like a gift because some of the smoke begins to roll out and you're able to see some of the light from the outside world until you realize that those holes are getting your ship closer and closer into sinking into the depths of Davy Jones' locker. And it would have been almost impossible to escape from these ships. If your ship begins to go down, there's going to be a scramble to climb up to the deck above you, where there's going to be another scramble and the chaos of men dying and bleeding and screaming. You're not going to be able to make it to the top deck to swim away, and then when you are, hopefully you are close enough to shore to be able to swim. Working the gun decks of any of these large battleships for many of the great European powers seems like one of the most terrifying jobs in human history. That's why most of the men who were on board were not volunteers. These men were forced into service. These men were victims of the press gangs back in Europe. The lucky ones hoped to win their battle and head home. The unlucky ones hoped to win their battle and see land ever again. That land would have been halfway around the globe from home, but it would have been safer than on the back of a ship owned by the king. Now these ships, these first-class ships of the line, carried sometimes as many of 100 or more cannon, and they were massively expensive. Not just expensive to build, but to sail and maintain as well. Any nation, though, that wanted to play at empire needed to build as many of these ships as possible. Whoever had the most and the best would rule the waves. But there were, of course, smaller ships as well. There were the second and third-rate ships of the line that held slightly fewer guns. However, they were virtually the same ships, just with perhaps one less gun deck and a few less guns on board. But then there were still smaller ships, ships that were less imposing. But using the right tactics, these vessels could be just as successful against the larger warships and the empires of old Europe. The most common and most prominent warship in the Caribbean was the frigate. Now, exactly what the name frigate implies is a little bit difficult to ascertain. According to Samuel Pepys, who was an English admiral that would, a few years after these events, categorize the English Navy into different subcategories, a frigate was a warship that was directly below the first, second, third, and fourth class ships of the line. In practice, according to the English, that meant that it was a three-masted vessel, ship-rigged, that carried one above-board gun deck. It was fast, it was maneuverable, but it still had quite a lot of firepower. Now, the French and the Dutch had their own variations on the frigate, and the Spanish fragata had its own key differences. But essentially, what a frigate was a single-deck warship that was built low and long. These were very long, maneuverable vessels that could cut through the water, unlike any other warship of their time. The frigate was the bread and butter of the men who lived in the Caribbean. At Port Royal, Jamaica, the best warships they had would likely have been the frigates. Admirals Mings and Mansvelt, and certainly Morgan, had frigates. These were their vessels. Later on, the greatest pirate ships we know of were frigates. For example, Blackbeard's Queen Anne's Revenge was a frigate. One of these ships, under the command of one of these buccaneers, privateers, or pirates, made him a superstar that was able to take on the local navy. However, it was a difficult ship to come by. You had to be very lucky or highly skilled to get one of these out of the hands of the Spanish, English, Dutch, or French. Most pirates were unable to do so. They usually traveled in convoys, so there would be several frigates there, so a single pirate ship or even a group of pirate ships would be unlikely to take one. A more common pirate vessel that was a bit smaller than the frigate was the brig. A brig is a slightly smaller vessel that, instead of having a ship's three masts, only has two that are square-rigged. So it's quite quick and very light and carries a fair number of guns, but not nearly as many as a frigate and nowhere near as many as one of the larger ships of the line. But a brig started off as a modified brigantine. The brigantine was a vessel local to the Mediterranean that had the two masts as well as oar power to help it move. The brig had no oar power, but still kept only those two masts and the sail thereon. They were useful ships to the pirates, but not that common in the Caribbean during the golden age of piracy, so only a few notable pirates actually sailed on a brig. The most common type of vessel employed by most of the pirates in the Caribbean was the sloop. A sloop was a small and sleek vessel. It didn't have a ship's rigging either. It had fewer sails that were rigged to catch the wind. They would be able to go where larger vessels wouldn't be able to follow, up an inlet or a river, or perhaps across one of the many Bahamian sandbanks where any larger ship would run aground. These were vessels for pirates who preferred to take what they could and run, while a pirate who had a frigate had the ability to stand their ground and frighten away any potential hunters that didn't have a larger vessel or fleet. The sloop was the quintessential pirate vessel. It carried enough guns to frighten merchant ships, sink smaller vessels, and anybody that it could not defeat run away at the fastest pace possible. It had a small amount of cargo space, but not enough to carry cotton or sugar or tobacco, or at least not enough to make any money. It did have enough room, however, for the necessaries, rum and guns and gold. Now, Captain Morgan himself most likely sailed a frigate. He was, at this time, second in line to the admiral of the Jamaica station, so he would have sailed a ship that was a little bit more worthwhile. However, the other three men in his fleet, those friends that he had sold his vessels to, were sailing either a brig for one of them, or the other two what really should have been classified as a sloop. Now, the sloops would have been carrying just enough to sustain the men on board, but the larger vessels, the frigate and the brig, would have had cargo space allotted for, well, anything that they managed to take from the Spanish, as well as all of their necessary victuals, most notably the rum. Now, alcohol on board a sailing vessel was a tradition that was really an essential tradition. It dated back to time immemorial. Now, until the year 1655 and the English invasion of Jamaica, the English usually carried on board French brandy. Brandy was really the first distilled alcohol, the first hard liquor in the world. You see, French wine manufacturers were shipping a lot of their wine to and from the New World. However, this wine takes up a lot of space. Wine barrels are huge and heavy and aren't exactly economic to ship across the Atlantic Ocean, so they were looking for a way to more economically ship their wine. They decided the best way to go about this was to dehydrate some of the water that was in the wine and ship it across the ocean where it could be reconstituted back into its good wine self. However, that's not exactly how it worked out. I like to imagine one French sailor, late at night, singing on deck, found by his comrades with a huge, stupid grin on his face and an open cask of concentrated wine next to him, inviting his friends to come and share a drink with him. Brandy, which was the name for this concentrated and distilled wine, caught on like wildfire in the New World. At first, it caught on primarily among sailors who thought it was just a fantastic drink that really took all their woes away, but these sailors brought it into port, and then many of the people in these New World colonies found it just as fantastic. They also discovered that the longer it aged in the oak wine barrels, the better and better it tasted, and sometimes they would let casks of brandy sit for as long as they could stand before trying it, and that was the best brandy of all. Rum was probably the very next type of hard alcohol made. Its base ingredient was discovered by Jamaican slaves on sugar plantations. You see, the process of refining sugar creates a byproduct called molasses that the plantation owners had no use for. Now, the process of refining sugar is an extremely dangerous and often painful, if not deadly, occupation for the slaves, so the slaves needed something to take their woes away. They took this molasses, which the slave owners didn't need, and fermented it. This created a thick, sweet, and highly alcoholic drink. But the Europeans decided to take it a step further. They took the process of distillation, which they used for brandy, and applied that to this molasses-based alcohol. This was the basis of modern rum. The island of Jamaica was rich in sugar plantations and also had several rum distilleries. The Englishmen, upon seizing Jamaica, found themselves swimming in this stuff. They had not only all the raw materials needed, but all of the infrastructure to produce as much rum as they could drink. So in effect, The English colony at Jamaica became the center for Caribbean rum production in the 17th century. Now, obviously, they shipped and sold this rum all over the world, but the Royal Navy put it to good use there in Jamaica. Under their Jamaican pirate admirals, they began a policy of serving a ration of rum called a tot or a toddy to their sailors every day. This traditional ration was probably not given to them initially to give them something to drink, but to keep them from drinking too much. Now, years later, George Washington, during the American Revolution, would order a tot of rum given to his soldiers, and the English Navy would actually continue this practice of giving rum to their sailors until the year 1970. Now, while the Jamaican pirate admirals put this into full effect, the tradition actually dated back to the time of Francis Drake. If you recall in one of our previous episodes, Drake actually discovered a drink that the natives used when his men were coming down with scurvy. It combined a medicinal tree bark tea that the natives employed and lime juice, which Drake then decided to mix with a small amount of rum. This was really the world's first cocktail. It was called, at the time, the El Drake, and it was the basis for the modern mojito. Now, Richard Hawkins, the son of the famous John Hawkins, made it official naval policy to have all of the ingredients for making the El Drake on board to cure men who might come down with one of the terrible diseases at sea. This was the precursor not only of the El Drake, but of a drink that wouldn't actually be invented for about a century yet, a drink that would become ubiquitous on board naval vessels. That would be grog. Now, grog would come after the time of the golden age of piracy, but essentially what it was a drink that took rum and lime juice, very similar to the El Drake, and mixed that instead of with medicinal tea bark with a light beer, so that it would hydrate, protect against scurvy, and keep the men nice and drunk so that they could do their work free of pain. This sounds like a spectacular drink. To be sure, the hard-drinking buccaneers with Henry Morgan were loading all of the ingredients for the El Drake on board their vessel. They didn't know exactly what might happen to them at sea, and these were necessary and highly available on the island of Jamaica. Now, in addition to the rum, they would have had jugs of fresh water that they would try to stretch as long as possible. However, fresh water at sea isn't going to last very long, no matter how you try to store it. So, to keep themselves hydrated, they would have had jugs of alcoholic beverages that were very low in alcoholic content. This would have been something similar to about 2% beer, just enough to keep any bacteria from growing and souring the water. Now, this beer would have been not exactly like a bottle of PBR. They probably wouldn't have used any of the ingredients that we're used to in beer today. There would have been no hops in it, first of all, but it also likely wasn't even made with traditional grains. They would have used local ingredients to make as much of it as possible. It's entirely possible that they had beer made out of the molasses, similar to what the slaves drank on the plantations, but much more likely, because they were the brethren of the coast, they drank some of their traditional beverages. First of all, they would have probably had a sweet potato beer, or a yam beer. You see, sweet potatoes were a staple food in the Caribbean at the time, and it wasn't only eaten, it was also made into a hearty and slightly alcoholic drink. Now, this is different from the sweet potato beer you can get today, and I fully intend to make some and try it out before too long. The other drink they probably would have had that I also very much want to try would have been a palm wine made from local palm trees that sounds thick and creamy and almost sickly sweet, but much more alcoholic than the yam beer. Now, they probably wouldn't have mixed that with the water because it sounds like they both would have soured, but these are all of the alcoholic drinks that they would have had on board. The rum, they would have kept drinking that to a minimum, unless they were celebrating something, because really they had to be on their toes. They never knew when they were going to run across a patrol that they had to run from at top speed. Then, after that, they would have loaded on board all of their foodstuffs. Most importantly, for any ship going to sea, they would have loaded on board hardtack, which was a biscuit made out of flour and water and sometimes salt. It was baked 4 times until it was an unbelievably dense cracker, a cracker that would never go bad and was extremely nutrient dense. Now, this food has a lot of nicknames that sailors gave it throughout the years, and most of them are some variation of tooth cracker or jawbreaker. It appears that the only way to actually make this food edible is if you soaked it in a small amount of salt water or more commonly coffee on board. Now, in addition to the hardtack, they'd also have loaded quite a bit of salted meat on board. This would have been almost certainly pork because there was probably no beef on the island of Jamaica at the time, and there were quite a few pigs that the Brethren of the Coast were adept at shooting from their time on Tortuga. So they would have had a fair amount of what amounted to very hard pork jerky. But these two types of foodstuff, well, they would have been well known to all of the sailors in Captain Morgan's fleet, were not what they were likely going to be eating. These were really nothing more than a last resort. These were foods to be eaten if the ships were becalmed or lost at sea and they had no other way of getting food. You see, the buccaneers would have put on board enough fresh food to last them a few days, perhaps a week, however long the food would stay fresh. And then after that, they were mostly going to subsist on tortoise. Fresh tortoise, which they could catch almost anywhere in the Caribbean or the New World. These tortoise were so common that nearly every visitor to the Caribbean, in their writings afterward, would make a mention of them. Columbus did, saying that the bays he stopped in were so filled with tortoise that they made a racket that kept the men from sleeping as they banged against the hull of the ship. Exquimalians said they were, quote, very good to eat, end quote, and another visitor said, quote, the choice of all for fine eating is the turtle or sea tortoise. The flesh looks and eats very much like choice veal, but the fat is of a green color, very luscious and sweet. The liver is likewise green, very wholesome, searching, and purging. End quote. So their diet would have consisted primarily of rum, stale water, fermented yam juice, hard crackers, pig jerky, and fresh turtle meat. Yum, the pirate's life for me. However, I do have a plan, in fact, to put out a video where I try and review some of these pirate victuals. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to eat any turtle meat, but I am going to try some pork jerky, some hardtack, several of these pirate beverages, and several other pirate-themed drinks I can get my hands on, as well as a selection of rum. Me and a few friends are going to try these out, make a video of it, and put the results on YouTube, because why not? But most of what we've talked about so far, sloops and frigates, hardtack, and fresh tortoise meat, these were par for the course for really any sailor in the Caribbean at the time. So what is it that sets the buccaneers apart? Well, most notably, it's how they modified their ships. Historian Stephen Talty writes, quote, the first order of business was to rip out the wooden bulkheads in the holds, which were used in merchant ships to keep barrels and trunks from sliding. Cabins, first class and steerage, were gutted, creating an open space below decks for reasons both piratical, to accommodate large numbers of men these ships often carried, and philosophical. Pirates were democrats and decreed that no man should have better quarters than the next. Carpenters would reinforce the deck to support extra cannon and cut slots in the hold for guns, or mount them fore and aft as chasers, cannon that could be fired on anyone trying to pursue or escape them. Above board, the forecastle and any superstructure behind, in seamen's terms, abaft, the mainsail was removed, as were the cabins, roundhouses, and the stern, creating a clear deck ideal for boarding vessels or snatching excess numbers of privateers, captives, or booty. Finally, the rig of the converted vessel could be altered by stepping the mainmast aft for increased power in the wind. Pirates adored speed. An extra knot could mean the difference between riches and hanging. Like grease monkeys cackling as they dropped a supercharged V-12 into their father's vintage olds, the brethren took a stock mercantile vessel and made it into a thing built to fly. End quote. Now, the thing that truly set these ships apart is partly what Stephen Talty was talking about there, the rigging. The rigging is called today Jamaica rigging, which was, at the time, the fastest rigging in the world. That rigging, in addition to the fact that these ships were built not out of heavy English oak, but out of much lighter Caribbean cedar, made these ships the fastest ships anywhere known. Some years later, but still during the age of sail, and even in the golden age of piracy, that Jamaica rigging would be slightly modified into something called the Bermuda rigging, which is still today used by sailors in sailing races across the world. These ships were so fast that they would be used throughout the age of piracy, into the American Revolution as blockade runners, and even up until the American Civil War and the Spanish-American War. These are ships so fast that they are even used well into the age of steam power because they can outrun the fastest steamships out there. Now there was something else. One other thing that differentiates the Brethren of the Coast from common mariners. And it also puts them in kind of a stark contrast to the pirates of the golden age of piracy. It was their weapons. A typical merchant vessel in the region would have been armed, but poorly. A Spanish vessel, for example, would have made for a ripe target to the Brethren. On board, that merchant vessel would have had no cannon. They would have only had a few nearly useless firearms. You see, the Spanish government strictly regulated firearms in their colonies, at least for the colonials. They didn't want anybody there getting ideas of rebellion and jeopardizing their trade in gold and silver. The Navy, however, was a bit better supplied, but it was so weak by the year 1660 that they couldn't defend Spanish interests at all. The captains of these Spanish merchant vessels would have carried a sword, but for most of them, it's unlikely that the crew would have been armed with anything past a knife to prevent the possibility of mutiny. Now, their firearms, which they did have, were the arquebus, which was a design dating back to the pre-Elizabethan days. It dates back in parts of Asia even earlier, into the High Middle Ages. The arquebus we discussed before, but it was a long-barreled gun with a hook to help stabilize it, and it amounted to little more than an open reservoir for the gunpowder. It was essentially a very small caliber cannon that worked to repel boarding parties in Francis Drake's day, but now it was very outdated. Unlike the Spanish, the Dutch and the French and the English didn't have the same restrictions on firearms. The Dutch and French were making some of the best firearms in the world. The 30 Years' War, as well as the English Civil War, saw the rise of a class of soldier called the musketeers. They used much, much better firearms than the arquebus. They used, naturally, the musket, which was a long-barreled firearm that had a flared muzzle, which made it much easier to load, and it was made to be carried by hand, unlike the arquebus, and also made to be fired quickly. The first major advance to the musket was the matchlock design. This was essentially a trigger attached to a lit wick that would be dropped onto the powder reservoir, which would light it on fire. It made it a lot easier to fire and kept you from having an entire other step in the firing process. But it still wasn't perfect. A burning match would give away your position, especially at night. It wasn't a stealth firearm. So the next step was the wheel lock, which improved upon that design, but that paled in comparison to the flintlock musket. If you, in your mind's eye, right now, picture a pirate gun, a pistol, or a musket, it's a flintlock design. This was the cutting edge of firearm technology. It was reliable, it was fast, and it was accurate. Well, it was relatively accurate. It was accurate for the time. You see, the musketeers, that class of soldiers, well, they weren't sharpshooters. In battle, they were trained to load quickly, to point their guns in a general direction, and fire. Rinse, reload, repeat. The Buccaneers of Tortuga, however, were some of the best shots in the world. You see, on Tortuga, before the Brethren of the Coast became Buccaneers, they were hunters by trade. Alexander Exponent writes, quote, "Hunters go off in groups of 7 or 8, one man carrying all the guns and another leading the hounds. One of the party stays on his own at the boucan to look after the goods, smoke the flesh, grind salt, and do the cooking against the return of the rest of the party. They kill great numbers of animals, sometimes shooting 100 wild swine in a morning, only to take 7 or 8 of them, because in general they prefer to have sows." End quote. That's perhaps 6 or 7 men, hunting and killing perhaps 100 boar in a morning, using probably matchlock but perhaps flintlock muskets from the 17th century. If any of that's true, then these men are amazing shots. Now, you might be thinking that these were just a bunch of guys exaggerating their hunting tales, kind of like that time that I caught a 100-pound catfish by myself, barehanded. And yeah, there's probably some of that in there, but then again, the victims of the Buccaneers mention time and again their prowess and accuracy of shooting their muskets, so there must have been something to how good they were using their guns. They were reported to, on command, shoot down a Spaniard in the rigging of the other vessel while at sea, reload, and then fire again quickly. That's a feat that none of the musketeers back in Europe would have been able to perform. But if that separates the buccaneers from the more typical merchants and seamen of the era, what separates the buccaneers from the later Golden Age pirates? Well, first of all, it's their choice to use muskets over pistols primarily. Now, certainly they all had both the musket and the pistol with them, but the later pirates were well known for carrying multiple pistols, perhaps a sash with as many as 4 to 6 pistols on it, and perhaps a musket or two among them if they could spare the space. The buccaneers, on the other hand, all had a musket with them, and only the captain or some of the better shots might have a musket to shoot again below decks if necessary. Something that I think most of us would notice almost immediately, though, would be the difference in their swords. Now, on board a ship, nearly every man from Europe carried a cutlass, but the cutlass carried by the buccaneers under Captain Morgan and the one carried by, say, Calico Jack Rackham would have been very different animals. They were both one-sided blades that were slightly curved and had something of a hand guard. This was typical of every naval blade. However, the cutlass being used by Blackbeard or Jack Sparrow is an elegant weapon from a more civilized age. The cutlass used by Captain Morgan would have been something that looks to our eyes a lot more like a common machete with a small handguard on it, which is because more frequently than being used as a weapon on board a ship, it would have actually been used as a machete. Now, certainly, on board a ship, if they had run out of shot and powder, they would have pulled their cutlass and used it on any man that dared to oppose them, but more often than not, the cutlass was used to cut underbrush. They were only used in violence if truly absolutely necessary. You see, that highlights really the key difference between the Buccaneers and the Golden Age pirates. The Buccaneers of America engaged in piracy and took unbelievable amounts of loot at sea, but their primary occupation, more than pirates, especially under Captain Morgan, was soldiering. The most stark difference in the armaments between the Buccaneers and the later pirates was the fact that all of these Buccaneers carried with them pikes. Long, steel-tipped spears, very similar to all of those used in the English Civil War, a conflict in which Henry Morgan probably learned how to lead men on the battlefield, which is where he would be leading these men primarily. They would fight at sea if necessary and take vessels if they needed wine, water, or lumber. But really, what Captain Morgan was leading these men into was not a fight at sea, but he was leading them to the Spanish Main to carry their pikes and their cutlasses and their muskets and bring them to bear on unsuspecting Spanish settlements. And they would prove to be very, very good at it. I hope this gives you an idea of what the Buccaneers under Henry Morgan of the early 1660s were loading onto their vessels. They certainly prepared well, because the raid that was coming would go down in history as a raid that rivaled or even surpassed the greatest raids of Sir Francis Drake. Next week, we'll set sail with Captain Morgan on his voyage to Villa Hermosa and the Spanish Main. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank especially everybody that has supported the show, either through the PayPal button on our website or becoming a patron on Patreon. I'd like to go ahead and give a shout out to those of you who have. That's Andrew, Garrett, Talon, Brandon, Brad, Philip, Stross, Adam, Barton, Mark, Anders, Patrick, Keith, Preston, Dave, Levi and Emma, Rasmus, Bill, Heather, and Linda. All of you guys on Patreon really help keep this show afloat, and we appreciate all of you. There was a hiccup in the first major reward planned for those of you on Patreon. However, we are back on track. We've got an artist working on that map of the Caribbean, which is looking spectacular. In the next few days, I'm going to post pictures of it to Patreon and to Twitter and to Facebook, and then I'm going to go ahead and send everybody who has pledged their support on Patreon thus far a copy of that. If you'd like to support the show, there are many other ways to do it. We really appreciate everybody out there who has left a review or a rating on iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, or any of the other places people listen to the podcast. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying that music, I suggest you go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over and check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out at Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or SoundCloud. Most importantly, to everybody out there, thank you for listening. 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 Listening.
You were the founder and CEO of Effectiva, which is a big company that was acquired by another big company, Smart Eye. And you're now the deputy CEO of Smart Eye.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In the spring of 1664, the future of Jamaica sailed across the Caribbean. That future was embodied in Sir Thomas Moody Ford. The ever-changing world of European politics had shifted drastically in the 9 years of English occupation in Jamaica. Lord Protector Cromwell had died, the Stuart monarchy had been restored under King Charles II, and the Anglo-Spanish War that had seen Jamaica seized from Spain was over. The two nations were finally at peace. That peace, however, stood on an uncertain foundation. King Charles had been backed by many prominent Catholics in Europe in his bid for the throne, most notably the King of Spain. He secured that support largely with a promise to return Jamaica to the Spanish Empire. However, he didn't. He changed his mind, and there was little that Spain could do about it. You see, in England, with the Stuart monarchy so recently returned, the entire institution of monarchy was in question. The other European monarchs were hesitant to act against King Charles for fear of a return to that democratic Puritan parliamentary system. But that hesitation was very nearly overcome in 1661 and 1662 when Captain Mings sailed against the Spanish cities of Santiago and San Francisco de Campeche. The Spanish king and his ambassador in England flew into a rage over these attacks. You see, these raids had been officially sanctioned. The captains of all of the vessels had been carrying a royal commission and letters of marque. King Charles II saw clearly just how dangerous this situation was to England and to him personally. Very possibly facing a serious war if he didn't address this situation, he wrote personally to the acting governor of Jamaica, Sir Charles Littleton. He told the governor that the law was clear. These raids on Spanish territory were illegal in a time of peace, and in the eyes of God and the English court, they amounted to no more than piracy. The Stuart kings, all the way back to Charles I, had always been clear on exactly what a pirate was. They drew their definition from Marcus Tullius Cicero, the Roman orator from the time of Julius Caesar. Cicero called pirates, quote, hostis humanae generi, or in English, enemies of the human race. Now that's what pirates were, but exactly who were pirates was a lot more fluid of a question. Douglas R. Burgess Jr. writes in his history, The Pirates' Pact, quote, kings may have employed the term piracy loosely, applying it ad hoc for political purposes, not unlike our present government's fungible definition of terrorism. End quote. That allegory between pirates and terrorists is fantastic. If you were to look at, for example, the Taliban or certain Islamist rebel factions in the Syrian civil war, well, these groups were once allies to the United States until the political landscape changed. Now, these groups were terrorists or hostis humanae generi, enemies of the human race. King Charles saw things much the same way. He was happy to employ the buccaneers of Tortuga in defense of Jamaica until the politics in Europe forced his hand away from that. His letter to Littleton ordered a cessation of all piratical acts against the Spanish, an expulsion of the Brethren of the Coast from Jamaica, and greater circumspection in the issuing of letters of marque. Littleton replied in a letter that I imagine Charles' counselors hesitated to show the king. Littleton refused to rein in the buccaneers. He would not recall Mings or Mansvelt, and he would not cease issuing letters of marque. His reasons were both personal and piratical. The buccaneer raids on Spanish shipping were making Littleton a wealthy man, to be sure, but they were also good for Jamaica. They brought gold and goods, things that the island desperately needed. But they brought also the most important factor in Jamaica's survival. They brought Jamaica a navy. The Jamaica station had only 2 or 3 Royal Naval frigates at any time, but Port Royal, well, it had such a glorious harbor. It had merchants that were willing to deal in pirated goods and more taverns per block than any other city in the world. And this attracted the pirates and buccaneers like flies to honey. At any time, that glorious harbor was filled with upwards of 500 vessels, anything from small barks and sloops to brigs, carrying hundreds of guns and thousands of violent men. All of these men were well-armed, battle-hardened, and hostile to the Spanish, willing to defend their home in Port Royal. In his reply to the king, Littleton argued that the buccaneers were essential to the survival of the colony. King Charles, however, didn't see it that way, and he wrote another letter. This letter, however, wasn't to Littleton. It was to another governor, the most powerful and influential man on Barbados, Sir Thomas Modiford. Modiford was a rich planter. He'd worked his way up the political ladder of Barbados, finally becoming the governor, and he was a factor for a group known as the Royal Adventurers, which was an English corporation that had a monopoly on slavery in the Caribbean. Charles gave the governor a new commission. He handed him the governorship of Jamaica. Modiford was tasked with developing Port Royal into a proper English colony, complete with all of the trappings of Caribbean life, including hundreds of new plantations. In order to accomplish this, Modiford sailed with his lieutenant governor, a man named Edward Morgan, who, as it happens, was Henry Morgan's uncle. He also had at least 700 planters and the thousands of African slaves and English indentured servants that came with them. Modiford was bringing not just men, but the entire slave-based plantation system with him. His first action upon arriving in Port Royal was to stop any further piratical raids from leaving the harbor. However, he was already too late. Only a few months prior, a fleet of buccaneer vessels under Captain Henry Morgan had sailed. Nobody knew exactly where they were going, but everybody knew that they were going to go ransack, plunder, and terrorize Spanish colonies somewhere in the Caribbean. This is episode number 18, Grenada. In December 1663, 5 vessels left Port Royal, carrying Captains Henry Morgan, William Jackman, John Morris, and David Martine, along with somewhere in the realm of 200 men. They sailed due west, along the same route that they had taken the previous spring when they were returning from Ming's raid on Campeche. San Francisco de Campeche was a favorite target for buccaneers from the time of Diego Lucifer. It was a right prize on the west coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, but that wasn't the pirates' destination this time. Their first stop was in Cuba. They hoped to collect some wood and water and hopefully buy some supplies, but the small fleet was turned away. From Cuba, they sailed directly west to the Yucatan, and as soon as they reached land, they collected their wood and water. They rounded the peninsula and started heading south, where they entered the Bay of Campeche. The Bay of Campeche was a shallow stretch of sea that was filled with reefs and constantly shifting sandbanks that threatened to run any ship aground that wasn't wary. So the ships in Captain Morgan's fleet dropped sounding lines to test the depths, and they continued southwest along the coast. Occasionally, the buccaneers stopped at any village that was large enough to support a tavern. Now, these weren't exactly raids per se. However, I don't imagine that a huge number of rough English buccaneers crowding into your tavern, eating up all of your stores, drinking up all of your wine, and fondling all of your serving girls were exactly pressed when it came time to collect the bill. There was a skirmish or two with Spanish patrols that they ran into, but the Spaniards retreated almost immediately, and the English continued due south. However, as they headed further south, they stopped going ashore and stayed further and further away from the coast. They had easily outrun any alarm that would have come from the northern Yucatan, but now as they neared their destination, they required surprise and stealth. They set watch for a telltale brown stripe in the crystal blue waters, made by silt from inland rivers that would be meeting the sea. They were looking for the second such stripe, and when they found it, Morgan ordered the fleet to make for the coast, where they anchored their ships and they rowed ashore. 107 men made for the mouth of the Grijalva River, which led directly to their destination, Villa Hermosa. Villa Hermosa was, and still is today, the capital of the province of Tabasco. It was at the time a rich city that hadn't seen privateers or pirates or really any foreign sails for a generation. But Villa Hermosa wasn't intended to be Morgan's first stop. 3 miles upriver, they found the village of Frontera. Frontera was an ancient enclave. It was a small trading town that predated the Spanish by centuries. The inhabitants there were natives, the descendants, or maybe the remnants, of the Maya. Now, when you picture Frontera, don't picture the great stone pyramids of the Maya that the Yucatan is so famous for. And don't picture the temples or sacrificial altars or monoliths. The Mayans hadn't built structures like that for at least 600 years before the Spanish arrived in the New World. When Hernan Cortez, the conquistador, finished up with the Aztec Empire up to the north, he marched south to the land of the Maya. But he didn't find the legendary empire. He found a fractured group of warring and feuding city-states that he conquered really with ease. It was actually near Frontera that he found an altar that was covered in blood, deep in the jungle for human sacrifice. He had that altar destroyed. By the time Henry Morgan arrived in Frontera, the Maya were a defeated people. The Spanish routinely took their strongest boys and their most beautiful girls from them. The boy slaves worked at the most dangerous jobs that were deemed too deadly for valuable property. These were jobs like pearl diving that you could only do for so long before your body just gave out on you. You see, nobody would employ African slaves to do something that was definitely going to kill them, but you didn't have to pay for Indian slaves. The girls, if they were lucky and exceptionally beautiful, might be taken as a personal mistress for some local dignitary or another, but most of them, the unlucky ones, were sold into a sexual human trafficking ring that's on an unparalleled level. So, as you can imagine, when a group of strangely dressed, blonde-haired, odd-sounding men arrived and informed the natives in a broken Spanish that they intended to kill all of the masters in Villa Hermosa, the natives were happy to help. This would have been a tense moment for the Buccaneers. Nobody knew exactly how they would be received by the natives in the region, but Henry Morgan took a gamble, and that gamble paid off. The Mayans there told the captains that taking the river directly to Villa Hermosa was out of the question. The river was lined by some settlements and many guard posts that would lose them the element of surprise. Now, in most cases, they would just go a mile or two inland and follow the river, but that was out of the question as well. The land for some 20 miles or more on either side of the river was impassable swamps filled with deadly snakes, man caimans, and mosquitoes carrying malaria and other deadly diseases. But these Mayans were happy to provide guides to the Buccaneers that would see them safely around the swamps and take them far from Spanish eyes. The trek wound up being more than 300 miles, but the company marched through the jungle of the Yucatan. They were taking a wide berth around the Spanish to avoid any possible settlements or Spanish patrols. Their trek mirrored and really collapsed that of Francis Drake across the Isthmus of Panama some 91 years before. At the end, they neared Villa Hermosa, completely undetected. Stephen Talty writes, quote, Villa Hermosa was many hundreds of miles away from the pirate haunts of Port Royal and Tortuga, and its citizens believed that the distance ensured their safety. Towns might see 10 or 20 years of peace before a horde of buccaneers suddenly appeared on the horizon one day. Guards slept at their posts, the round shot, small cannonballs, for the cannons rusted in the soft night air until they'd no longer fit into the mouths of the guns. Keys to chests full of gunpowder hadn't been seen in a decade. Vigilance under the hot sun was a challenge few commanders could meet. So when Morgan's men burst into the town square, the Spanish defense collapsed. Morgan reported that he quickly took and plundered the village. The pirates searched the houses for plate and jewels, gathered a few hundred prisoners, and headed back to their ships. End quote. This was not a battle for the ages. But really, that's how Morgan and, honestly, pirates in any era wanted it. A sudden, frightful appearance followed by a quick surrender was just perfect. This is really, though, a testament to Henry Morgan as a military commander. Sun Tzu wrote in The Art of War, quote, "Rapidity is the essence of war. Take advantage of the enemy's unreadiness, make your way by unexpected routes, and attack unguarded spots," end quote. This is how many of history's greatest commanders strategize. This is Genghis Khan marching through the Gobi Desert, or George Washington crossing the Delaware. Henry Morgan went well out of his way to surprise Villahermosa, and he was rewarded with chests full of gold and silver and jewels. But Morgan, his luck wouldn't hold, and he wasn't prepared for every eventuality. They commandeered several river vessels to carry the men and their chests full of treasure back to their ships. However, when they got there, they found their ships waiting, but in the hands of more than 300 Spanish troops. Now, here we finally get the fight that was missing in Villahermosa, but even still, it was one-sided. The Spanish were carrying those outdated and antique firearms, while the Buccaneers were carrying some of the best muskets in the world. The Buccaneers were crack shots who had been trained in raids on the Spanish, while the Spanish themselves had possibly never seen a pirate or any real enemy before. The Buccaneers faced imprisonment or death if they failed in this battle behind enemy lines. However, the Spanish, well, they were in possession of 5 newly acquired pirate ships that they could use to escape should they fail, which is exactly what happened. After a few volleys, the Spanish troops retreated back to the ships they had just taken from the English and sailed away on them. So the 4 captains found themselves deep in enemy territory. They had no food or drink, but they were carrying chests of treasure, and they had only a few small river craft, not even remotely suitable for getting them home. These were little more than open canoes that may have had a single sail. And here, once again, Henry Morgan shows his quality as a commander. These were hardly the only men of the Brethren of Tortuga and the Buccaneers of Port Royal that were sailing around attacking Spanish cities. However, usually when these groups were faced with similar setbacks, most of these companies dissolved or were captured. But Captain Morgan allowed neither. He kept fear from taking command of his men. He ordered food and water gathered, and then the men rowed their tiny boats along the shore. They soon came upon 2 small barks, which were tiny vessels but large enough to carry the loot and a few of the men. So this tiny fleet of 2 small barks and maybe as many as 4 canoes rowed hard against a current of 1 knot, which would have added about 24 leagues a day to their voyage. But they rowed day and night until they had gone back around the peninsula. Now, these ships couldn't have carried them home, but as long as they hugged the coast, they would be sure to find food and water, and along the way, perhaps a trinket or 2 that they could add to their chests. In a letter written by Governor Moody Ford of Jamaica, dated 1666, he wrote of the expedition, quote, "They then fitted up 2 barks and 4 canoes, took Rio Garta with 30 men, and stormed the breastwork there, killing 15 and taking the rest prisoners. Crossed the Bay of Honduras, watering at the Isle of Raton, took the town of Truxillo and a vessel in the road, and came to the Mosquitoes, where the Indians are hostile to the Spaniards, and 9 of them willingly came with them. They then anchored in Monkey Bay, near Nicaragua River, which they went up in canoes, passing 3 falls for a distance of 37 leagues, where began the entrance to a fair laguna, or lake, judged to be 50 leagues by 30, of sweet water, filled with excellent fish, with its banks full of brave pastures, and savannas covered in horses and cattle, where they had as good beef and mutton as any in England. Riding by day under keys and islands, and rowing all night, on the 5th night, under the advice of their Indian guide, they landed near the city of Grand Grenada." End quote. That's a brief and very British description of something that my modern mind can hardly imagine. That's 107 men on 2 barks and 4 canoes rowing around the Yucatan Peninsula and down south along the coast of modern-day Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, and into the Gulf of Honduras. They hunted and fished, and they drank stolen Spanish wine, and all the while they continued to row. By this point in the expedition, the men had been gone from home for more than a year, but, well, to me, they were living a fantasy. They were sailing the entire Caribbean coast of Central America, sleeping under the stars every night with a belly full of sweet Spanish reds and roasted venison, turkey or fish or tortoise. When they wanted some company, they found a town that couldn't refuse them and a brothel that wouldn't refuse their custom. When they happened upon a city, such as the city of Trujillo, they would enter the city and take whatever loot they could find. In Trujillo, as at that same town that they had taken the breastwork, the buccaneers stormed the fort, they ransacked the town, and they stole everything of value. And in Trujillo, they stole something they desperately needed, a proper Spanish galleon. So the buccaneers sailed east along the coast of Honduras and then turned south along the Mosquito Coast, which is modern-day Nicaragua, until finally they came to Monkey Bay. At Monkey Bay, they found another native enclave, who once again were glad to help in aiding these Englishmen against their Spanish overlords. Now the guides that the natives lent them led the Englishmen downriver to Lake Nicaragua, which is a massive freshwater lake in the west of Nicaragua. Look at any map and you can clearly see it down there in Central America. It's not as large as the Great Lakes in North America, but it's still a very, very large body of water, so big you can't even dream of seeing from one side to the other. So the buccaneers rode around the lakeshore, hunting and feasting and preparing for battle. Now, when they finally went ashore, it was on the far side of the lake, near the town Gran Granada. Granada was a large, old city and very wealthy. It was at least 2 times larger than Portsmouth in England and was home to at least 3 colleges, 7 stone churches, as well as hospitals and monasteries and mansions. And most importantly to the buccaneers, it had at least 7 companies of cavalry and on-foot militia. Grenada was the best defended town in the region, and the natives told them that it was nigh impregnable. However, Captains Morgan, Jackman, Morris, and Martin came to prove them wrong. In that letter of Governor Modi Ford, he continues, quote, "Hiding by day under keys and islands and rowing all night, on the 5th night, by the advice of their Indian guide, they landed near the city of Gran Granada, marched undiscovered into the center of the city, fired a volley, overturned 18 great guns in the Prada Palace, took the sergeant major's house, wherein were all the arms and ammunition, secured in the great church 300 of the best men prisoners, abundance of which were churchmen, plundered for 16 hours, discharged the prisoners, sunk all the boats, and came away. This town is twice bigger than Portsmouth, with 7 churches and a very fair cathedral, besides diverse colleges and monasteries, all built of freestone, as also are their houses. They have 6 companies of horse and foot, besides Indians and slaves in abundance." End quote. Now, something that he doesn't mention here is who exactly was marching into Gran Granada. Now, we know that there were 107, perhaps a few less by this time, members of the buccaneer crew. However, their Indian guides did not come alone. As they grew closer and closer to the city, they collected more and more of their brethren. As they snuck into the city, the natives began to free and collect any native men, any African slaves, and any disenfranchised people they could, until there was an army of over 1,000 men marching through the cities who had very good reason to despise their Spanish masters. After those 300 best men, mostly churchmen, had been gathered up in the cathedral there, a group of the natives and Africans drew knives and prepared to kill every last one of them. However, Captain Morgan reminded them that the English weren't going to be ruling there in Gran Granada. They were going to leave the city, and when they left, the Spanish would still be there, controlling the entire region, and if they killed these 300 important churchmen and civil leaders, then the Spanish authorities in the region would certainly send out parties and militias to destroy the natives there. So, the men who had drawn their knives stayed them. So these Africans and Mayans left the city of Gran Granada to make a life in the mountains of Nicaragua. Now, these men, these slaves, took all of the guns and spears and swords that they could carry to defend themselves. However, Captain Morgan took all of the cannon. He put those guns on board a ship they found there in the harbor, along with their chests of plunder. They added to those new chests as they searched Grand Grenada for gold doubloons and silver plate, indigo, silk, and fancy clothes, comfortable shoes. Basically, they took anything that they took a fancy to that wasn't nailed down. They sunk all of the boats that were there to keep anybody from following them or leaving too quickly to raise the alarm. And then they took this small ship back upriver and returned to the Caribbean. In that letter, Governor Modi Ford continues, quote, "At the end of the lagoon, they took a vessel of 100 tons and an island as large as Barbados called Lida, with a fine, neat town which they plundered. The air there is very cool and wholesome, producing, as the inhabitants told, all sorts of European grains, herbs, and fruits in great plenty. That 5 leagues from the head of the lagoon is a port town on the South Sea called Rayo, where the King of Spain has ships built for trading between Panama and Peru, and that there is a better passage to the lake by Bluefield River to the northeast, and another to the southeast through Costa Rica, almost to Portobello, a country inhabited by Creolians, mulattoes, and Indians, whom the Spanish dare not trust with arms." End quote. That is to say that Morgan and the Buccaneer crew took the northernmost river from Lake Nicaragua to the Caribbean, where they set sail north by northwest for Jamaica. By the time they were sailing that stolen Spanish vessel out into the open ocean, they had been gone from home for 21 months. They had had quite a grand adventure, and they were different men than when they had left. However, they were returning to a very different place. Next week, we'll look at that very different place, at the Port Royal that Henry Morgan found, and the next steps of Governor Modi Ford, Admiral Mansvelt, and the pirates of Port Royal. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd also like to thank our new Patreon supporters, Tomer, Dan, and Skip, as well as those of you who have been kind enough to donate through the website using our PayPal. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Perfect. If you enjoy it, you should definitely go over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check us out on Facebook or Twitter. If you're enjoying the show, we do really appreciate anybody that leaves us a review or a rating at iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, or any of the places where you live.
It's not just about communicating with another, but it sometimes really is about experiencing the world.
First of all, I wonder if some of that.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In the summer of the year 1665, a lone Spanish fragata sailed north across the Caribbean basin. Her holds were filled with pieces of eight, with Spanish silver such as coin, plate, and candelabras. They were filled with pearls, rubies, diamonds, jewelry, silk, and indigo. Every gunport held a Dutch cannon, and the armory was filled with Spanish steel and Dutch muskets. The men on board were bearded, they were blonde, and they had been bronzed by the sun. They wore the clothes of a Spanish lord, from their rich silk shirts to their very fancy hats, their embroidered coats down to their very fine leather boots. Those men feasted on European breads, roasted meat, and sweet Spanish red wine. They were men who were alive, and they were rich, and they were headed home to Port Royal, Jamaica. Their captain, Henry Morgan, must have been thinking, though. He must have wondered exactly what they would find when they arrived. Port Royal had been a raucous town peopled by Jewish and Dutch merchants who were willing to trade in ill-gotten goods, peopled by rum and wine mongers, prostitutes, and pirates, mostly pirates. But the men on board had been gone nigh on 2 years. Morgan must have wondered if the English still even held the island. It was possible that the Spanish had invaded in force and taken Jamaica back. His superiors were probably waiting for him. Governor Littleton, Commodore Mings, and Captain Mansvelt would surely be there to debrief him. As they sailed north, the sun sank beyond the horizon to their larboard, and the brethren of the coast sailed home to what they would find a very different Port Royal. This is episode number 20, Providence. In Jamaica, the new governor, Thomas Modi Ford, had arrived and replaced Littleton. He brought with him hundreds of planters from Barbados. These were respectable English colonists and plantation masters. With them came all of their slaves, and the entire slave trading infrastructure. Montefort himself was a factor, or what you might consider a wealthy investor, or a shareholder who held a large number of shares. He was a factor in a group called the Royal Adventurers, who held a monopoly, a royally stamped monopoly, on the English slave trade. He was one of the top investors in a company that had no competition, dealing in the richest and most profitable industry in the entire world. Montefort also brought with him his lieutenant governor, a man named Colonel Edward Morgan. Colonel Morgan was the uncle of Henry Morgan, who had sided with the Royalist cause during the English Civil War and who had gained a small amount of wealth and prestige. His loyalty paid off after the Stuart dynasty was returned to the throne. He was given an estate back in England, he was given a plantation on Barbados, and then given the second highest position on what was potentially England's richest colonial holding. But Edward Morgan's expertise wasn't in growing sugar or rum production. He was a military man with more than 40 years' experience leading men into battle. And Charles II meant to see that experience put to use. Edward Morgan had one job: defend Jamaica. And he had his work cut out for him. In that long and undeclared War for the Caribbean, the English, the French, and the Dutch all chipped away at centuries-old Spanish possessions, but they would still happily snipe an island or two from each other if politics and circumstances allowed. For Jamaica, and for Colonel Morgan, the French were not really a threat. England and France were, for a time, at peace, and the closest French holdings were on the northwest side of Hispaniola. The only real threat that the French embodied was an economic one. Tortuga, just off the coast of Hispaniola, was something of a rival to Port Royals, but still an ally. Both were pirate haunts, or what the people of the time would have called privateer havens, that dealt largely in rich goods obtained from the Spanish. They were usually bought at the point of a cutlass. The Spanish, though, well, they were always a threat to Jamaica. It was, after all, an island that had previously belonged to the Spanish. Their nearest neighbor was Cuba, which was, to the Spanish Empire, the jewel of the Caribbean. It was one of Spain's oldest, strongest, most highly prized, and jealously guarded possessions. In addition to Cuba, Hispaniola and the Spanish Main completed the Spanish encirclement of Jamaica, and an attack could come from any direction at any time. In fact, Spain was known to frequently mass fleets in Portobello, at Cuba, and on the Yucatan. These were really, when we look back on history, really sort of just fleets in being, meant to intimidate the English and keep them from raiding too heavily on their coastlines. These were fleets that were huge and impressive, but they never sailed and never invaded Jamaica. Part of the reason they didn't invade was because in the previous few years, relations between England and Spain had begun to normalize somewhat. This had a lot to do with changes back in Europe. The Habsburg monarchy in Spain, and indeed really the entire Spanish Empire, was beginning to fail. While Captain Morgan was gone, Philip III had died, to his own great relief, and his son, Carlos II, wasn't a healthy young boy. The Habsburgs, perhaps even most European monarchies in general, are kind of notorious for their inbreeding. It's meant to keep the bloodline strong and as royal as possible. Much like the Ptolemaic dynasty in ancient Egypt or the Targaryen dynasty in A Song of Ice and Fire, they married as closely related people as they could find to keep their blood as blue as they could. And generations of inbreeding creates genetic abnormalities. These couplings wind up with weak, sickly, sometimes deformed children, frequently disabled or otherwise impaired, and usually not at all suited to rule. Carlos II was one such child. The Spanish government officially claimed that he was as hale as healthy as could be, but foreign monarchs and ambassadors knew better. The child was called a quote-unquote monstrosity, and he was not possessed of his full mental functions. He had a veritable army of wet nurses, something like 40 of them in total, who were intended to nurse him back to health. These women were forced to undergo a shockingly thorough examination. They had to be between the ages of 20 and 40. They had to have ample breasts for milking, and they had to have a family tree that held no hints of Jews, Muslims, or any witchcraft at all. But despite all of this, Carlos was still a weak and sick child. His mother, Mariana of Austria, would go on to become Queen Regent, and she would eventually sign some very important treaties between England and Spain. Her job was to strengthen the Spanish Empire, and she couldn't do that fighting a losing battle over Jamaica. So Spain, for a time at least, was not a huge threat to the island. But there was one threat to Port Royal that Colonel Morgan did take very seriously. That was the Dutch. What was called the United Provinces, one time called the Low Countries, was once England's strongest ally. The English and the Dutch, though, by this time were in a cycle of on-again and off-again wars for control over the trade of the North Sea, the English Channel, and in the Caribbean. And once again, in 1665, things were heating up. King Charles II sent Governor Modi Ford and Colonel Morgan to Jamaica with three main directives. The first was to end piracy against Spain, their new best friend. The second was to forge Jamaica into a rich, prosperous colony, complete with slave plantations and rum distilleries, much like they had elsewhere in the Caribbean. And their third was to make war on the United Provinces holdings in the Caribbean. They were to prepare, outfit, and go on expeditions against any nearby Dutch colonial holdings. This is all very kind of 1984, isn't it? It's, we are not at war with Oceania, we are at war with East Asia. We have always been at war with East Asia. You know, we're not at war with Spain, we're at war with the Dutch, and we've always been at war with the Dutch. It's all about who has the most power in the New World at the time, and everybody's struggling to be top dog. So the new governor immediately went to work. He sent Admiral Mings and his predecessor, Governor Littleton, back to England. They were both, for different reasons, in some level of trouble with the crown, and they weren't to be permitted in Jamaica anymore. He then announced that there were to be no more letters of marque against the Spanish signed by his office. And then he moved the capital of Jamaica away from Port Royal, inland, to a place called St. Iago. Port Royal was a rowdy and violent place filled with pirates. The beach was a forest of tents and lean-tos filled with pirates sleeping off last night's rum. The few paved streets leading from the docks were mostly filled with Spanish-era merchant shops and warehouses, but from there, town became a maze of dilapidated Spanish buildings, muddy alleyways, and a few hastily built structures that were offering rum, song, food, company, and prostitutes. Really, it's mostly just the rum and prostitutes. 1 in 4 buildings in Port Royal was either a tavern or a brothel, catering to the soldiers, but mostly to the buccaneers that made up the majority of Port Royal's population. It was said of the pirates of Port Royal, quote, "Wine and women drained them of their wealth to such a degree that in little time some of them were reduced to beggary," end quote. That was kind of the cycle of the pirates and privateers of Port Royal. They would go on a raid, earn a little money, and then come home to spend it on wine and rum, and most of all, on women. Most of the pirates had a favorite lady waiting at home for them, a prostitute that knew their name and catered to their particular desires and needs. Not always just sexually, but many of these prostitutes knew these men well enough that they kind of catered to their emotional needs as well. Some women, though, didn't have time for that sort of luxury. One local woman, named Mary Carleton, was likened to a barber's chair. When one man was out, another man came in. There were, of course, religious men in Port Royal of many different faiths. There were Jews, of course, that had been there for some time. There were many English Protestants, but they accepted both the Puritan element and the more traditional Anglican element, and they also had a number of Quakers and somewhat more radical Christian faiths. However, a local minister called Port Royal, quote, "the most wicked and sinful place on earth," end quote, which gave rise to the saying that Port Royal was the richest and wickedest city in the world. But Governor Modi Ford's job was to change all of that. His planters were bringing more than just slaves with them. They were bringing their families. Edward Morgan brought his whole family. Unfortunately, his wife and one of his daughters died on the passage, but the rest of his family took up residence on a plantation and attempted to build a real life on Jamaica, away from the pirates of Port Royal. These women that came with the governor, the lieutenant governor, and many of his planters were the first women on Jamaica since the English seized the island that were at all respectable. Prior to this, it did occasionally happen that a very lucky or a particularly lovely prostitute might catch the eye of a local merchant or a planter and become his wife, but these new proper English women were trained and educated in England to be truly marriageable women. They were courteous, they were poised, they were witty at the dinner table when it was proper, and the influence of these women on Jamaica really can't be understated. Men who had seen before a life of rum and whores with no prospects now saw the possibility of setting down roots and maybe even starting a family. A number of the more successful and somewhat more respectable privateer captains took note of this. When Modiford stopped granting his letters of marque, these few men would take what little coin they had to buy some land, perhaps a couple of African slaves, and start looking for a wife. Others, however, didn't exactly care for that option. One pirate, a man named Captain Monroe, cared so little for having his royal authority stripped that he turned true pirate. He went and captured a Spanish prize and sailed it boldly into Port Royal. He, his crew, and his ship were all captured by the governor's authorities. Captain Monroe and his crew were all hanged in the town square as a warning to any other potential pirates. However, that ship was not returned to Spain. With Admiral Mings having been sent back to England, that Dutch captain, Edward Mansveld, became the Admiral of the Jamaica Station and the unofficial leader of the Brethren of the Coast. He and the new Governor Modiford and Edward Morgan, well, they conferred. They found themselves with something of a dilemma. The orders of the king were to stop any piracy against the Spanish. However, they knew the reality of that situation. As requests for new letters of marque were denied, the men of Port Royal found themselves out of work and unable to buy themselves that rum and those women. The Jamaican Navy was comprised primarily of the privateer ships that raided the Spanish and spent the proceeds back in Port Royal. However, now they were bringing in no prizes, no gold. The merchant families that had operated in Jamaica for generations were furious. There were no more goods and no more gold coming into Port Royal, so they had no one to do business with left on the island. You see, the harbor there in Port Royal began to empty, and all of their naval vessels began to flee to other harbors, mostly to Tortuga. Tortuga was, at this point, controlled by the French, and the governor there was happy to issue letters of marque against the Spanish, so the buccaneers fled there. Their militia back in Jamaica was down to only about 150 men from the height where it had been just a few months before of 600, and all of the proper English planters, well, they now had nobody left to protect them. However, Modiford, Morgan, and Mansveld had plans to counter this. King Charles had been explicit in his commands. The Dutch are our new enemies. Unfortunately, the Dutch were farther away than the Spanish, and their shipping lanes were better guarded. Any attack on them had to be really a major expedition, not just a couple of ships on a privateering raid. So Edward Morgan's job was to provision, outfit, and collect a fleet to attack the Dutch. His first job was to entice the Brethren of the Coast to join the fleet, so he let it be known that every sailor on board this mission, despite the fact that it was an officially sanctioned royal mission, would receive equal shares of any loot taken. He then wrote a will, leaving all of his new world possessions to his sons and his estate back in England to his eldest living daughter, Mary Elizabeth Morgan. In a few months' time, the fleet was ready to sail. It was comprised of about 10 ships and more than 650 men, with Colonel Edward Morgan leading them, being the most experienced English military man in the Caribbean. The plan was to attack the unsuspecting Dutch fleet at St. Kitts, and then, with them out of the way, they could go on and take their Dutch settlements at St. Eustatius, Sabo, and Curacao. However, in their first engagement at St. Eustatius, quote, Colonel Morgan with 319 men landed, and, after small opposition, took the place, and the good old colonel, leaping out of the boat, and, being a corpulent man, got a strain, and his spirit being great, he pursued over earnestly the enemy on a hot day, so that he suddenly died, to almost the loss of the whole design. End quote. Despite this loss, however, they did take St. Eustatus, but when they found the storehouses, they were in for something of a shock. They found in there only cotton and a few muskets. This wasn't exactly the rich haul they were hoping for, so about half of the fleet, mostly brethren of the coast, left to go find richer hauls, and then the loyal English vessels gathered the 900 or so slaves that they found for transport back to Port Royal. That second group, those brethren of the coast, those pirates, took the island of Nevis, but found little more plunder there. In the end, the entire fleet sailed home, whether it be to Port Royal or Tortuga, with their slaves and cotton, but having lost their most experienced military man. In a letter written by Modi Ford, he blames the, quote, loss of the design of Curacao, end quote, on the, quote, covetousness of some of the officers and soldiers, end quote. He went on to say that they, quote, plundered them and hide the goods in holes and creeks, end quote. This was because the haul that they brought back was so paltry, just some cotton and muskets, that he believed they had found richer plunder and hidden it away from his eyes. He thought that it was something of a personal insult to him because he had stopped issuing those letters of marque. It was around this time, though, that Henry Morgan sailed back into Port Royal. Captain Morgan would have been surprised to find his family there waiting for him on the island. He didn't know that they were coming from Barbados and from England, but his family were waiting for him. A decade ago, their cousin had left England to help take Jamaica, and in the New World, he was beginning to make something of a name for himself. The last that anybody in Jamaica had heard of Henry was from a Dutch sailor who sailed into port saying that the Welshman had not died on some lonely Spanish shore, as everybody had assumed, but he had sacked the great city of Grenada and was headed home. His arrival must have been kind of a balm to his cousins for losing their father, and also something of a shock. That one portrait that we have of a very young Henry Morgan shows us a plump-cheeked Welshman, but the man that sailed into harbor was tanned and blonde and dressed in those lordly Spanish clothes. He was swarthy and confident and rich. The Morgans in Jamaica were not rich, however. They were forced to write the crown for their father's back pay, and they were trying to scratch a living out of the soil of Jamaica. Unfortunately, we don't have much in the way of personal journals or records around this time, but we do know that soon Henry Morgan married his cousin, Mary Elizabeth, and sort of became the patriarch of the Morgan clan on the island. He was wealthy, he was experienced, he knew the island well, and he knew military matters, and he was married to the eldest of Edward Morgan's children. So he was not only the colonel's nephew, he was also married directly into his family and the eldest Morgan on the island. He would have, of course, met and debriefed the new governor, as well as his commanding officer, Mansvelt, on his raid along the Spanish Main, giving them their first real news of it. Back in England, though, King Charles II already knew most of that story. The Spanish ambassador was livid, bringing King Charles news of Morgan outrages in their holdings, comparing them to those of Francis Drake about a century before, even calling Henry Morgan El Drake. Henry Morgan wasn't yet the most famous man in the New World, but his name was on everybody's lips. From the monarchs of Europe, of Spain and England, down to the governors such as Modi Ford, down to the Port Royal merchants who were grateful for all of the swag and haul that he had brought in, revitalizing their business, down to all of the whores of Port Royal who were grateful for much the same reason. Morgan had been gone for 2 years, and now he was seemingly back from the dead, walking down the streets of Port Royal. Then, after he was recently back in town, Modi Ford called a council. Mansvelt, Morgan, and a few of the prominent planters and leaders of the Jewish and Quaker communities were all present. The governor and the admiral put Morgan to work. He wasn't to go back to sea, at least not yet. He had a new wife and a family to look after, but he was given charge of the Jamaican militia and rebuilding Fort Charles. His military experience was perhaps the best on the island, at least now that his uncle was dead, and Modi Ford had need of his skill leading men in battle. So Captain Morgan was seeing to the rebuilding of the army, but their navy and economy were still hurting. This was doubly important as the Spanish were harassing the English despite their nominal peace. More so, the Spanish were amassing the Windward Fleet in Cuba, a real threat from Spain. The other fleets that they had gathered in Cuba and on the Spanish Main were threats to be sure, but the Windward fleet was something else entirely. They had been threatening to amass the fleet ever since the English took the island in 1655, but for one reason or another, usually economy, they weren't really able to get it started. However, now in 1665, after the raid of Henry Morgan, that fleet existed. They were all coming together, and it was a sight to behold. These were galleons as well as ships of the line that Spain was building that could really demolish the English presence on Jamaica. They knew that this fleet could represent the end of the English holdings in the New World. That threat was the real reason that the governor called this council. They elected to send messengers to Tortuga and Hispaniola. The governor was once again granting letters of marque. These letters of marque were not intended to amass a large fleet for a huge expedition such as they had had under Colonel Morgan. This was meant to rebuild their navy, have lots of privateer vessels in port at Port Royal, guarding their shores. And the Dutch were rich, but not as rich as the Spanish. But the English still had orders from King Charles to attack Dutch settlements in large numbers, something that couldn't be done by some merchant raiding by a few privateers. So a fleet was gathering in Jamaica. With Colonel Morgan dead, this fleet was to be led by the admiral of the Jamaica station, that man Mansvelt. I should note that some historians believe that Captain Morgan was in fact on board this fleet that was massing in Port Royal. Alexander Exquemelin writes, quote, "At this time there was in Jamaica an old buccaneer called Mansvelt who planned to get a fleet together to raid the mainland. Seeing that Morgan was a young man with plenty of courage, the old buccaneer invited him to join the expedition and made him vice admiral of the fleet. When the fleet put to sea, it consisted of 15 vessels with 300 men, including Walloons and Frenchmen on board." End quote. Some historians take this at face value, that Henry Morgan was made vice admiral and was part of the fleet. However, this account from Exquemelin comes before Exquemelin met Henry Morgan, and there is very good evidence that he was in fact in Jamaica rebuilding the fort and the militia. That evidence coming from official English sources. The most convincing evidence that Henry Morgan stayed on the island of Jamaica, to me at least, is how capable a commander Henry Morgan turned out to be, and how disastrous this voyage turned out. The target of this expedition, on orders from King Charles, down through Governor Modiford, down to Mansvelt, was the Dutch city of Curaçao. This was the same city that the voyage under Edward Morgan had failed to take. They had failed to even reach it. Curaçao, though, was rich. It was undefended, and it was technically at war with the English. But the Dutch were Protestants. Their traders were friendly with the pirates and merchants of Port Royal, and they worked together to make everyone richer. If you took European politics out of the equation, and really you should, because the people living in the New World had very little contact, at least ready contact, with old Europe, then these men were friends. The Caribbean was officially the dominion of kings, but around this time, they really had very little influence in there. The men and women in the Caribbean were not beholden to the whims of their monarchs. Beyond that, a large number of the brethren of the coast who made up this fleet were themselves Dutch. The fleet's own commander, admiral of the English fleet at the Jamaica station, Edward Mansvelt, was Dutch himself. The fleet never even sailed in the direction of Curaçao against the wishes of King Charles. Now, all manner of excuses were given after the fact. Everything from secret information obtained en route from clandestine sources to unruly and mutinous sailors, but the reality was this. The Spanish were hated, the Spanish were Catholic, and the Spanish were very, very wealthy. And the Spanish settlement at Carthago, never before sacked, was undefended. So, for whatever reason, probably plunder, the fleet set sail for Almirante Bay on the coast of Costa Rica. They made landfall at Cape Blanco, where 600 men, unlike the 300 that Exquemelin said, disembarked and began a 70-mile trek inland. This army subsisted off the stores of unsuspecting villages on the route, but one native woman escaped to raise the alarm in Carthago. When Mansvelt and his 600 men arrived at the city, they found the militia waiting for them. Here, once again, The sources begin to disagree, but some argue that the Buccaneers made themselves a menace. They were raping women, burning churches, looting what they could, and drinking all of the rum. But most sources say, and I tend to agree with them, that this army saw the fort and all of her cannon manned by hundreds of ready soldiers. They turned around and went back to their ships. As the English fled back into the mountains and the jungle back to their ships, the Spanish pursued them, and at least once they came into contact, and the Spanish dealt a pretty severe blow to the English. But most of the men made it to their ships, and Mansvelt had some thinking to do. To quote Stephen Talty in his book Empire of Blue Water, quote, "With his men exhausted and famished, Mansfield knew that attacking a Spanish town without permission would be trouble. Attacking a Spanish town without taking it was worse. London tended to look with more favor on illegal missions that were at least successful. Desperate for a prize, the marauders turned toward two islands in a long-held dream, a pirate republic." End quote. The dream of a pirate republic was old. Ever since the days of the Greco-Roman pirates, when they had been named enemies of the human race, pirates had been outcasts. They were rebels and, in many cases, anarchists. They were criminals who rejected their rulers, which in turn made them reject their societies and their families. If the urge to rejoin civilization ever came to them, they found themselves facing death. So, the dream of a place peopled by pirates, run by pirates, for the good of pirates, went back centuries, millennia even, and it would continue long after this era. But Mansvelt's dream of a pirate haven was also fiercely practical. He had just recently failed, and that failure would have dented his reputation with the Brethren, as well as his standing in Jamaica. He needed desperately a success that both the Brethren, the government in Jamaica, and the crown back in England would look upon with favor. He chose a pair of tiny islands that were southwest of Jamaica, much closer to the Spanish Main and the rich Spanish shipping that came out of there. They were the island of Providence and the nearby islet of Santa Catalina. Now, we've talked about these islands before on this show, actually. Providence was the chosen home of that group of pious, patriotic Puritan pirates that took the island from Spain in the time of Oliver Cromwell. Those pirates who banned drinking and gambling and whoring and all of the fun stuff about pirates, and mostly just prayed silently and attacked Spanish shipping. Now, after those Puritan pirates took the island, the Spanish retook it quite quickly and easily, but it was so close to terra firma and right in between the mainland and Jamaica that it was really a perfect home for the Brethren of the Coast. It had everything that they needed. The islands themselves were surrounded by barrier reefs that prevented any ship from coming close to the island. The only way to get into their pretty fantastic harbor there was through a winding, moving passage that was difficult to navigate and dangerous for any ships that didn't know the voyage. If you managed to actually make it through that passage, the harbor itself was very defensible. It was large enough to hold several ships and had a pretty excellent fort guarding the harbor, so the guns on all of your vessels could be pointed directly at the harbor entrance, as well as the even larger guns on top of the hill fort. That sort of potential defense, an island that no ship could approach except for one difficult passage that was heavily guarded, was perfect. It could prevent invasion from Spain, or the Netherlands, or France, or even England. These men, the Brethren of the Coast, would be beholden to nobody. They would have no rules and no rulings. Governor Modiford wrote in a letter after the fact, quote, "The old fellow was resolved, as he tells me, never to see my face until he had done some service to his majesty. And therefore, with 200 men, which were all left him, and about 80 of them French, he resolved to attempt the island of Providence, which was formerly English, and by the Spaniards' whole armada taken from us in 1641, and ever since carefully garrisoned. In order to this he set sail, and, being an excellent coaster, which is his chief, if not only virtue, in the night he came within half a mile of it, by an unusual passage among rocks, where they say ships never came, and in the morning early landed, and marched 4 leagues, and surprised the governor, who was taken prisoner. The soldiers got into the fort, being about 200, but on conditions to be landed on the main, they yielded 27 pieces of ordnance, 100 double jars of powder, shot, and all of the things necessary were found, and the fort very strongly built, they acknowledge but very little plunder. On 150 Negroes, they brought off 100 and left 35 men and Captain Hatzel, keeper of the magazine. They say many of the guns have Queen Elizabeth's arms engraven on them. End quote. Before we move on, I'd like to take a look at that very last line about the guns having Queen Elizabeth's mark upon them. Several episodes ago, in the episode about the Spanish Armada, we discussed the guns on board the English vessels. Most cannon, especially the best cannon made in Europe, are made of bronze. Bronze is a tough and malleable metal that can take repeated uses as a cannon. However, bronze was difficult to come by in England, and because of the embargoes put on England by Spain around the time of the Armada, they were forced to look elsewhere. Iron, which was pretty plentiful in England at the time, didn't really make the best cannon. When you tried to put it on board a ship, it could be used a few times, but the possibility of it exploding and injuring or killing everyone around was much higher. Even if that didn't happen, it was still likely to crack and become essentially useless as a gun on board a vessel. However, they needed as many guns as they could to defend the English shores against this impending Spanish Armada, so they made a lot of cannon very quickly out of iron, and they engraved all of these with the mark of Queen Elizabeth. So those guns were meant to be used no more than a few times in a very specific battle. But those guns had fallen into the hands of the Spanish and were still being used almost 100 years later to man the fort on Providence Island. So it's no wonder that when the English attacked, they took the fort and the island with the loss of not one Englishman and only one Spaniard dying in the attack. Alexander Exquemelin wrote about this attack as well, but there's something I'd like to note very quickly. He calls, in the most recent translation, the island St. Catalina, which is the smaller islet off Providence Island. In the older editions, which I'm actually attempting to record an audiobook of right now, he calls that island St. Catherine, which is a different island altogether. So to be clear, the island fort that they're talking about is the fort on Providence Island. Quote, "The first landing was on the island of St. Catalina, lying off the mainland coast of Costa Rica, some 35 leagues from the river Cargue. The buccaneers forced the Spanish garrison on the island to surrender all of the fortifications. Some of these Mansvelt ordered to be demolished, and other of these to be enforced. Here he left a garrison of 100 men, together with all the slaves who had belonged to the Spaniards. All of the rest of the artillery was carried over to an offshore islet, so close to St. Catalina the distance could be spanned by a bridge. When all of these defenses had been put in good order, Mansvelt burned down all of the homes on the larger island and put to sea, taking all of the Spanish prisoners with him." End quote. So that's a bit confusing, but when he says St. Catalina, he means Providence Island, and when he says that smaller islet, he actually means Santa Catalina. But that small island, St. Catalina, was likely placed to draw the pirates. You see, that small islet was used as sort of a prison colony for the Spanish. It was a place where any Spanish colony in the New World would send any of its convicted whores, witches, or adulterous women. So the pirates made that their new home, with plenty of wine, guns, plunder, and booty. So Mansvelt sailed back to Jamaica and left about 200 of his men garrisoned on Providence Island. You see, he needed reinforcements from Jamaica, so he hurried to speak to the governor and hoped to acquire them. The governor, however, was not exactly pleased. The brethren had not followed any of the king's orders and attacked the Dutch. They had instead attacked 2 Spanish settlements, failing to sack the first and occupying the second. This was a hassle that the governor really didn't need at this time. You see, all of this came after the English and the Spanish formally and finally signed the Treaty of Madrid, ending any hostilities between them. And then this Dutch captain, who was his highest-ranking naval officer, has the nerve to come to him and ask for reinforcements? Mansvelt was rebuffed, and he was sent away. Mansvelt climbed back on board his ship and sailed directly for Tortuga. His goal was to spread word of his new pirate haven and enlist as many men as possible. Once again, Alexander Exquemelin writes, quote, "Mansvelt decided to go on to Tortuga and ask the governor for assistance. but he did not put this intention into effect, being prevented by death. End quote. So Mansvelt perished and was unable to gather the reinforcements he needed. This put Modiford in something of a tight situation. He was no fool. He realized exactly all of the problems that this presented. You see, originally he had intended Mansvelt to deal with the Providence Island problem and keep his own hands clean, but the Englishmen there really needed supplies and reinforcements if they were to keep the island. The governor didn't want to have anything to do with it officially, but now he didn't really have any choice. The man who was the admiral of the fleet had died. So, once again, he called a council and laid his plan. It was essentially twofold. One, on the island of Jamaica, he would raise the call for volunteers to aid the brethren on Providence Island. You see, the island of Providence was now essentially a new English colony, so the governor promised any man who volunteered a parcel of land and either a certain amount of gold or a few slaves. The leaders of that expedition, not just the regular volunteers, would be given high offices on this new colony. And for the second part of his degree, Modiford finally decided to issue letters of marque against the Spanish. This news was very well received. You see, the promise of once again buccaneering saw so many men leave their jobs on sugar plantations that all of the slaves on Jamaica couldn't hope to harvest it all. A lot of sugarcane went to waste. And then the promise of high office, namely the governor and lieutenant governor, called specifically to two men. The first man to volunteer as a leader and to help gather other volunteers was named Thomas Whetstone. You might remember a few weeks ago we talked about a young privateer who was actually a nephew of Oliver Cromwell. Back in England, he was a gambler and a rogue and a playboy, and he had acquired so much debt that the Crown, King Charles, gave him a 100-pound loan, which he was told to reimburse by his actions in the Caribbean. We first met him off the coast of Cuba when the brethren were about to attack with some very important news and a well-manned vessel with himself, a bunch of natives hostile to the Spanish, and freed slaves. However, after that raid on Cuba, this man, Whetstone, paid back his debt to the crown and really did well for himself in Jamaica. He had been raised to the Speaker of the Assembly there on the island, and he had a ship and a mind to be a lieutenant governor. The other man to answer that call was one Major Samuel Smith, who was ostensibly Captain Morgan's superior in the Jamaica militia. He was a military man who, at this time, outranked Captain Morgan, but he decided to join the expedition with the promise of becoming Providence Island's governor. These two ambitious young men, who were on Whetstone's ship that was filled with relief supplies and reinforcements, set sail for Providence Island in the summer of 1666. For a full 2 years, there would be no news from the island. In the meanwhile, though, back in Jamaica, Henry Morgan had done pretty well. After Smith left, he was given a promotion and was now Colonel Henry Morgan, in charge of the Jamaica militia. His brother-in-law, Major Bendloss, had been given his former position and taken command of Fort Charles. Morgan had, with the proceeds from his last raid, bought his first sugar plantation and begun the production of rum. And he had begun work on a family. He still wasn't the most famous man in the Caribbean, but he was almost certainly the most famous man on Jamaica. Being the nephew of Edward Morgan and a military leader, well, he was a frequent guest at the house of the governor. His future looked bright. He had promising prospects as a rich planter and probable politician, until things took a turn for the worse. In August of 1668, a ship carrying two ragged, skeletal, bone-thin, and haunted-eyed men sailed into port. One was Samuel Smith, the prospective governor of Providence Island. The other was a man named Captain Henry Wasey, who was master of the merchant vessel Concord. The men were hungry, haggard, and covered in scars. They were barely clinging to life. Some say the only thing keeping them alive was their rage. They were brought immediately before Henry Morgan and the governor. They had quite a tale to tell. The tale was one of betrayal, suffering, and woe at the hands of the Spanish. It's, to me, reminiscent of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins in Elizabeth's day. It would have much the same effect as well, sending one man on a lifelong personal crusade of revenge against the Spanish Empire. Next week, we'll get into the gory details of what happened to these men on Providence Island. It's October right now, and Halloween is coming upon us quickly, so we're also going to talk about the gory details of the career of a French pirate who was called a monster, a devil, and in modern times, a sociopath. We'll also look at the aftermath of Providence Island and the first moves of what would make Henry Morgan one of the most famous pirates in history. I'd like to thank everybody for listening and for your patience. This episode took a little bit longer than I would have liked. Some things in the real world came up and I had to deal with those. However, we're now right back on track. I'd also like to thank everybody who helps to support the show. I'd like to thank those of you who have left a review on iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, TuneIn, or wherever you listen to the show, and those of you who have helped to donate to the show. Many of you have made donations through the PayPal button on our website, and I'd like to thank all of you. I'd like to thank especially our Patreon supporters and give a shout out to some of our new supporters. That is Casey, Rebecca, Grindolf, Tara, and Mark. Thank you guys so much for pledging your support. I really appreciate it from all of you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you like the music, I definitely suggest you go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check...
Think about that before you eat this. It's for some, probably that was from the refrigerator. It's just really shaming me. So like I would, of course, welcome. Like that would work for me. Just that.
Well, it would know. I think it would. If it's really like smart, it would optimize its nudging based on what works for you, right?
Exactly. That's the whole point. Personalization in every way through personalization. You were a part of a webinar titled Advanced Road Safety, State of Alcohol Intoxication Research. So, for people who don't know, every year 1.3 million people around the world die in road crashes, and more than 20% of these fatalities are estimated to be alcohol related. A lot of them are also distraction related. Can AI help with alcohol?
I think the answer is yes. There are signals, and we know that as humans, like you can tell when a person, is a different phases of being drunk, right?
Yeah.
And I think you can use technology to do the same. And again, I think the ultimate solution is going to be a combination of different sensors.
How hard is the problem?
I think it's non-trivial. And I think the biggest part is getting the data, right? It's like getting enough data examples. So for this research project, we partnered with the transportation authorities of Sweden, and we literally had a racetrack with a safety driver, and we basically progressively got people drunk.
Nice.
So, but that's a very expensive data set to collect. You want to collect it globally and in multiple conditions.
Yeah, the ethics of collecting a data set when people are drunk is tricky. It's just funny because, let's put drunk driving aside, the number of drunk people in the world every day is very large. It'd be nice to have a large data set of drunk people getting progressively drunk. In fact, you could build an app where people can donate their data because it's hilarious.
Right, actually, yeah, but the liability.
The ethics, how do you get it right? It's tricky. It's really, really tricky. Because, drinking is one of those things that's funny and hilarious and loves and social, so on and so forth. But it's also the thing that hurts a lot. Like a lot of people. Like alcohol is one of those things. It's legal, but it's really damaging to a lot of lives. It destroys lives, and not just in the driving context. I should mention, people should listen to Andrew Huberman, who recently talked about alcohol. He has an amazing podcast. Andrew Huberman is a neuroscientist from Stanford, and a good friend of mine. He's like a human encyclopedia about all health-related wisdom. So he has this podcast. You really love it.
I would love that.
And Oh, you don't know Andrew Huberman. Okay, listen. You listen to Andrew. It's called Huberman Lab Podcast. This is your assignment. Just listen to one. I guarantee you, this will be a thing where you say, Lex, this is the greatest human I've ever discovered. So.
Oh my god, because I'm really on a journey of kind of health and wellness. I'm learning a lot and trying to like build these, I guess, atomic habits around just being healthy. So I get definitely.
His whole thing. This is great. Like he's a legit scientist, like really well published. But in his podcast, what he does, he's not talking about his own work. He's like a human encyclopedia of papers. So his whole thing is he takes the topic in a very fast, I mentioned atomic habits, a very clear way, summarizes the research in a way that leads to protocols of what you should do. He's really big on like, not like this is what the science says, but like this is literally what you should be doing as part of the science. So like, he's really big. There's a lot of recommendations. He does several of them. I definitely don't do like get sunlight as soon as possible from waking up, like for prolonged periods of time. That's a really big one. There's a lot of science on that one. There's a bunch of stuff. That's very systematic. You're gonna be like, Lex, this is my new favorite person. I guarantee it. And if you guys don't know Andrew Huberman and you care about your well-being, you should definitely listen to it. Anyway, so what were we talking about? Oh, alcohol and detecting alcohol. So this is a problem you care about and you're trying to solve.
And actually, like broadening it, I do believe that the car is going to be a wellness center. Like, because again, imagine if you have a variety of sensors inside the vehicle tracking not just your emotional state or level of distraction and drowsiness, drowsiness and intoxication, but also maybe even things like your your heart rate and your heart rate variability and your breathing rate. And it can start like optimizing, it can optimize the ride based on what your goals are. So I think we're going to start to see more of that. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, what are the challenges you're tackling with smart iPhone? It's like the trickiest thing to get. Is it basically convincing more and more car companies that having AI inside the car is a good idea, or is there
the interior of a UFO during an abduction. All right, so I'm going to be playing that today. That is on Whitley Strieber, how do you say that, on his podcast. He is the author of Communion, right? Very well.
Even interior sensing, I can see like we're engaged in a lot of like advanced engineering projects.
If it's not
concept. I think technologically though, and even the technology, I think we have to make it happen. I think it's the use case. How does the car respond once it knows something about you? If you want it to respond in a thoughtful way, it isn't putting the computer in the car. I think that's the user experience. I don't think we've really nailed that. And we usually, that's not, we're a defensive platform, but we usually collaborate with the car manufacturer to decide what the use case is. So say you figure out that somebody's angry all right. Okay, what's the type of,
do you see yourself as a role of nudging, basically coming up solutions essentially, and then the car manufacturers kind of
my opinion, just my opinion, okay?
Right, like,
decide for yourself.
You're like the
It doesn't look like anything to me.
creative thought partner,
I don't know.
but at the end of the day, the car company needs to decide what's on brand for them, right? Like maybe when it figures out that you're distracted or
it just, I don't know.
right? And maybe it takes more aggressive behaviors and basically said, okay,
honestly, I'm a loss for words. So look, let's let John explain a little bit about, how he came across, did he even have this video, like what happened, some more details about it, essentially.
The driver and the
Amy had touched on, I didn't remember this abduction. It was about 6 months later, I was sitting on my back deck off in the gallery of my car, like many of us do, deleting pictures and videos that we don't need. And I had seen one
screenshotted the video and I didn't recognize it. And I played it. And
That's the family brand.
what was significant is you can hear my voice on it. And the video is a little dark and a little fuzzy. And I had to watch it back a lot of times.
More about the technology inside.
Essentially, I
And
figured
I
out
suppose
what
there
it
are
was.
two that
And
feel
they
brand.
showed Amy. She
Style.
said, yes, I
Luxury,
agree.
fun,
That's what you
Right.
think it is. And
yeah.
after that,
I have other
people,
AI
my
fund
friends and family, and I
AI
started reaching
companies. And one
out
of
to
the companies we're
professionals,
looking at is trying to do
video
what Tesla
experts.
did, but for boats.
I had
Recreational
referrals
boats.
from
Yeah,
some
so
people
they're
to
building an
others,
electric and
and I'll be honest, I've had a few video
well,
professionals
it's kind
think
of the
it's
same
false.
issues, like what kind of sensors can you
Well,
put
I
in?
can kind of see
What
why they
kind of
thought it was
shapes
a
can you detect
hoax,
both
to be honest with
exterior and
you.
interior?
It looks like some sort of reflection, but
Very interesting. You
honestly,
boat at all?
without diving deeper
No,
into
well,
it,
Not in that way.
you know, I don't
do like
But,
going to
okay.
Lake.
whatever. I guess until more details come out about it, I guess I'm open-minded about it, right? I don't know either way. I mean, but just my gut reaction,
Boating.
Low
you know,
I love
I don't see anything. So I don't know if it's that exciting, and the quality is so low. That's the highest quality. I can show that little square, right? That's it. That's the rich, like that's the highest quality. So that doesn't help either. Like I don't know what he was shooting on, you know, like a Nokia Model 1 from, you know, 1998. It's like, it's, okay, so whatever. Look, let's let John also explain, you know, another abduction experience that he's had, because he's had many, and this one he came across in a regression session with Bud Hopkins, who you might remember from the latest Netflix documentary about the alien abduction in New York City, right? Over the, I believe it's the Brooklyn Bridge, right? So with Linda, I believe her name was. Anyway, here's a little more from AKA John, AKA John. I don't know. Okay, I said that wrong. Anyway, John.
So essentially, under the regression therapy,
Why I think this is exciting.
3 aliens, 3 rays came througrough the backyard,
reason
and they
you
don't
kind of
walk. They're
remember
floating maybe
what
4 or 5 inches above the ground
order.
Right.
in a line.
But one is just,
They floated up
it's
the
going to be
stairs of
an
the deck,
incredible
and
platform
there
for
was a wood
understanding
door
our
that has a
behaviors
little
within the
latch
home.
on the
Right? Like,
stairway to the top
you know,
of the
if you
deck.
think about
They
Roomba,
went
which is
through it.
and
And
then
then
the flagship product of
we
iRobot
went
at the
down with
moment.
them. We were in some
It's
type
like
of
running around your home,
alley
understanding
in
the
their
layout,
state or
understanding
whatever
what's
they
clean
do.
and what's not, how to
And
clean your house, and all of these like
then the 5
behaviors
of us in a straight
are a
line
piece of the puzzle in terms of understanding who you are as
floated
a
all the
consumer.
way
And I
back
think that
through the
could be,
backyard
again,
to the ship, onto the
used
ship.
in really meaningful ways, not just to recommend better products or whatever, but actually to
I
improve
can
your
literally,
experience.
I'm not a bad
So
artist.
I
I've
think
never
that's very
tried to
interesting.
draw the ship, but I could.
I think the
And
natural
there's
evolution
essentially
piece,
2 halves to
robots
this
in
ship.
in
One
the
half
home.
was
It's
lit up,
interesting. Roomba is
basically like
really
a
a
lab
social robot,
room with
right?
2 metal tables where
But I want
each
to
of us had
interview
been
one
laying
of
at
the
one
chief
point.
engineers on
The other
Roomba.
half of the ship
We
is
talked
dark,
about
I
how
guess, where
people
the
name
control.
and if the
This
Roomba
type
broke
of ship
down,
was
they
the
would
same
call
ship
in and say,
that I
you know, my
remember
Roomba broke
very well
down, and the company would say, oh, we'll just
2
send you
other
a new one. No,
abductions as well.
Rosie, like,
So I have a good idea.
yeah, I want you to fix
Before
this particular
they
robot.
were doing things to us on the
So
table,
people have already
this was the
built
only
like
abduction I've
interesting
ever
emotional
had where
connections with these home
sperm was
robots, and I
taken,
think
where,
that again
you know,
provides
that
a
happened.
platform for
And
creating
beforehand,
things
we were sitting
to
on a
motivate
bench
change. Like
in
to
a
help
dark
you. I mean,
area
one of
right
the
by
companies
where
that's come out
the
of MIT,
door opens
Talia Health.
on the UFO, and we were both
The guy who
naked.
started it
So
spent a
I
lot of time
remember
with
us both sitting naked on this bench. I
the
remember
weight
us
management
both being on the
is better.
tables,
Yeah,
what they
all
were doing to both of us.
But if I'm being honest, Amazon is not
being back
exactly
in the
have a
house.
track record
And
of
that's the
winning over
memories from
people
that
they
abduction.
trust.
All right, y'all. As
That
always,
said,
remember,
it's a
this is
really
just, you know, think for yourself, right? You make your own decision. I'll put a link in the description to Whitney's full podcast. It's over an hour. I recommend checking it.
Roomba actually, not thinking about this, but I'm pretty sure now, or for some time already, has had cameras because they're doing the most recent one that has so many videos.
Oh, you actually do?
Well, I program that. I don't use a robo for backup. People that have been to my place go, yeah, you definitely don't use robos. Good.
That could be a good. I can't tell like the balance of comment. Is it a compliment or like?
No, it's a giant mess. It's just a bunch of electronics everywhere. I have 6 or 7 computers. I have robots, everywhere, Lego robots, small robots, big robots, and giant just piles of robot stuff. But including the Roombas, they're being used for their body and intelligence, not their purpose. I agree. I've changed them to repurpose them for other purposes, for deeper, more meaningful purposes than just like a water robot. Yeah, which is pretty a lot of people have this, for sure. They have a camera because the thing they advertised. I had my own cameras to put the camera on the new Roomba. They have like state of the art poop detection if they advertise, which is a very difficult. Apparently, it's a big problem for vacuum cleaners. Is they go over a duct which just runs it over and creates a giant mess. They have like, and apparently they collected like a huge amount of data in different shapes and looks and whatever of poop, and now they're able to avoid it. So they're very proud of this. So there is a camera, but you don't think of it as having a camera. Yeah, you don't think of it as having a camera because you've grown trusted, I guess. But our phones, at least most of us seem to trust
Right.
this phone, even though there's a camera looking directly at you. I think that if you trust that the company is taking security very seriously, I actually don't know how that trust was earned this month. I think it just started to provide a lot of positive value to your life where you took it in, and then the company over time has shown that it takes privacy very seriously, that kind of stuff. But I just Amazon is not always in its social robots communicated this is a trustworthy thing, both in terms of culture and confidence. But I think privacy is not just about what you intend to do, but also how good are you at doing that kind of thing. So that's a big problem to solve.
But I mean, but a lot of us have Alexas at home, and I mean, Alexa could be listening in the whole time, right, and doing all sorts of nefarious things with the data.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not, but I don't think it is.
But Amazon is not. It's such a tricky thing for a company to get right, which is like to earn the trust. I don't think Alexa has earned people's trust quite yet.
Yeah, I think it's not there quite yet. I agree.
They struggle with this kind of stuff. In fact, when these topics are brought up, people are always get nervous, and I think if you get nervous about it, then you get like the way to earn people's trust is not by like you don't talk about this. It's just be open, be frank, be transparent, and also create a culture of like where it radiates at every level, from engineer to CEO, and that like you're good people that have a common sense idea of what it means to respect basic human rights, the privacy of people, and all that kind of stuff. And I think that propagates throughout. That's the best PR, which is like over time you understand that these are good,
Right.
good folks,
Right.
doing good things. Anyway, speaking of social robots, have you heard about Tesla bot, the humanoid robot?
Yes, I have. Yes. I don't exactly know what it's designed to do. You probably do.
No, I know it's designed to do, but I have a different perspective on it. But it's designed to, it's a humanoid form, and it's designed for automation tasks in the same way that industrial robot arms automate tasks in the factory. So it's designed to automate tasks in the factory. But I think that humanoid form, as we were talking about before, is one that we connect with as human beings. Anything like it, honestly, but humanoid form especially, we anthropomorphize it most intensely. And so the possibility, to me, it's exciting to see both Atlas, developed by Boston Dynamics, and anyone, including Tesla, trying to make humanoid robots cheaper, more effective. the obvious way transforms the world is social robotics versus automation of tasks in the factory. So yeah, I just in case that was something you're interested in, because I find its application of social robotics super interesting.
We did a lot of work with Pepper, Pepper the robot a while back. We were like the emotion engine for Pepper, which is SoftBank's humanoid robot.
And how tall is Pepper? It's like yeah.
Pretty big, pretty big. And it was designed to be at like airport lounges and retail stores, mostly customer service, right? Hotel lobbies. And I mean, I don't know where the state of the robot is, but I think it's very promising. I think there are a lot of applications where this can be helpful. I'm also really interested in, social robotics for the home, right? Like that can help elderly people, for example, transport things from one location to the other, or even like have your back in case something happens. I don't know. I do think it's a very interesting space. It seems early though. Do you feel like the timing is now?
Yes, 100%. So it always seems early and people's time,
Right.
I think the time. I definitely think that the time is now, like this decade, for social robots. Whether the human form is right, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I think like if we just look at Jibo as an example, I feel like most of the problem, the challenge, the opportunity, the social connection between an AI system and a human being does not require you to also solve the problem of robot manipulation and mobility, bipedal mobility. So I think you could do that with just a screen, honestly. But there's something about the interface that you can rotate with else. But you get to see all these robot companies that fail. Incredible companies like Jibo, the iRobot in some sense is a big success story that was able to find a niche thing and focus on it, but in some sense it's not a success story because they didn't build any other robot. Like any other, it didn't expand into all kinds of robotics. Like once you're in the home, maybe that's what happens with Amazon because they'll flourish into all kinds of other robots. But do you have a sense, by the way, why it's so difficult to build a robotics company? Like why so many companies have failed?
I think it's like you're building a vertical stack, right? Like you're building the hardware plus the software, and you have to do this at a cost that makes sense. So I think Jibo was retailing at like $800, like $700, $800, which for the use case, right? There's a dissonance there. It's too high. So I think cost is cost of building the whole platform in a way that is affordable for what value it's bringing. That's the challenge. I think for these home robots that are going to help you do stuff around the home, that's a challenge too, like the mobility piece of it.
Well, one of the things I'm really excited with Tesla Bot is the people working on it. And that's probably the criticism I would apply to some of the other folks who work on social robots is the people working on Tesla Bot know how to, they're focused on and know how to do mass manufacturing and create a product that's super cheap.
Very cool.
That's the focus. The engineering focus is not, I would say, you can also criticize them for that, is they're not focused on the experience of the robot. They're focused on how to get this thing to do the basic stuff that the humanoid form requires to do it as cheap as possible. Then the fewest number of actuators, the fewest numbers of motors, the increase the efficiency, they decrease the weight on it. So
that's really interesting.
I would say that Jibo and all those folks, they focus on the design, the experience, all of that, and it's secondary how to manufacture.
Right.
So, you have to think like the Tesla Bot folks, first principles. What is the fewest number of components, the cheapest components? How can I build it as much in-house as possible without without having to consider all the complexities of the supply chain, all that kind of stuff. Because if you have to build a robotics company, you have to. You're not building one robot. You're building hopefully millions of robots. You have to figure out how to do that. Where the final thing, I mean, if it's Jibo type of robot, is there a reason why Jibo, like we're gonna have this lengthy discussion, is there a reason why Jibo has to be over $100?
It shouldn't be.
Right, like the basic idea,
Right.
the basic components
of it, right?
It's like you could start to actually discuss like, okay, what is the essential thing about Jibo? What is the cheapest way I can have a screen? What's the cheapest way I can have a rotating base?
Right.
All that kind of stuff. And then you get down, continuously drive down cost. Speaking of which, you have launched an extremely successful companies. You have helped others. You've invested in companies. Can you give advice on how to start success?
I would say have a problem that you really, really, really want to solve, right? Something that you're deeply passionate about. And honestly, take the first step. Like that's often the hardest. And don't overthink it. Like, like this idea of a minimum viable product or a minimum viable version of an idea, right? Like, yes, thinking about this humongous, like super elegant, super beautiful thing. What, but reduce it to the littlest thing you can bring to market that can solve a problem or that can, that can help address a pain point that somebody has. They often tell you, like, start with a customer of one, right? If you can solve a problem for one person, then there's probably
yourself or some other person.
Right.
Pick a person.
Exactly.
It could be you.
Yeah.
That's actually often a good sign that if you enjoy things. Right. Enjoy things. You do have a specific problem you like to solve. That's a good end of one to focus on. What else? What else is there to actually? Step one is the hardest. There's other steps as well, right?
I also think like who you bring around the table early on is so key, right? Like being clear on what I call like the core values or your North Star. It might sound fluffy, but actually it's not. So, and Roz and I feel like we did that very early on. We sat around her kitchen table and we said, okay, there's so many applications of this technology. How are we going to draw the line? How are we going to set boundaries? We came up with a set of core values that in the hardest of times we fell back on to determine how we make decisions. And so I feel like just getting clarity on these, like for us, it was respecting people's privacy, only engaging with industries where it's clear opt-in. So for instance, we don't do any work with security and surveillance. So things like that, just we're very big on, one of our core values is human connection and empathy, right? That is, yes, it's an AI company, but it's people. Well, these are all, they become encoded in how we act, even if you're a small, tiny team of 2 or 3 or whatever. So I think that's another piece of advice.
So what about finding people, hiring people? If you care about people as much as you do, like it seems like such a difficult thing to hire the right people.
I think early on as a startup, you want people who have who share the passion and the conviction because it's going to be tough. Like I've yet to meet a startup where it was just a straight line to success, right? Even not just startup, like everyday people's lives, right? You always like run into obstacles and you run into naysayers and you need people who are believers, whether they're people on your team or even your investors. You need investors who are really believers in what you're doing because that means they will stick with you. They won't give up at the first obstacle.
What about raising money? What about finding investors? First of all, raising money, but also raising money from the right sources, from that ultimately don't hinder you, but help you, empower you, kind of stuff. What advice would you give there? You successfully raise money many times in your life.
Yeah, again, it's not just about the money. It's about finding the right investors who are going to be aligned in terms of what you want to build and believe in your core values. Like, for example, especially later on, in my latest round of funding, I try to bring in investors that really care about the ethics of AI, right? And they alignment of vision and mission core values is really important. It's like you're picking a life partner, right? It's the same kind of.
So you take it that seriously for investors?
Yeah, because they're gonna have to stick.
You're stuck together
for a while, anyway. Yeah. Maybe not for life, but for a while, for sure.
Better or worse? I forget what the guys usually sound like. No. Anyway, yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway, it's romantic and deep, and you're in it for a while. So it's not just about the money. You tweet about going to your first capital camp investing get together, and you learned a lot. So this is about investing.
Mm-hmm.
So what have you learned from that? What have you learned about investing in general? From both, because you've been on both ends of it.
I mean, I try to use my experience as an operator now with my investor hat on when I'm identifying companies to invest in. First of all, I think the good news is because I have a technology background, right, and I really understand, machine learning, computer vision, AI, etc. I can apply that level of understanding, right? Because everybody says they're an AI company or they're an AI tech, and I'm like, no. Show me the technology. So I can do that level of diligence, which I actually love. And then I have to do the litmus test of, if I'm in a conversation with you, am I excited to tell you about this new company that I just met, right? And if I'm an ambassador for that company and I'm passionate about what they're doing, I usually use that. Yeah, that's important to me when I'm investing.
So that means you actually can explain what they're doing, and you're excited about it.
Exactly. Thank you for putting it so succinctly. Like the ramble, but exactly that's it.
No,
I understand it.
Sometimes it's funny, but sometimes it's unclear exactly. I'll hear people tell me, they talk for a while, and it sounds cool, like they paint a picture of the world, but when you try to summarize it, you're not exactly clear of what maybe what the core powerful idea is.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just build another Facebook where there has to be a core, simple to explain idea that then you can't get excited about it. It's there. It's right there. Yeah. What? Like, how do you ultimately pick who you think will be successful? It's not just about the thing you're excited about. Like there's other stuff.
Right, and then there's all the questions. With early stage companies, like pre-seed companies, which is where I'm investing, sometimes the business model isn't clear yet, or the go-to-market strategy isn't clear. There's usually, it's very early on that some of these things haven't been hashed out, which is okay. So the way I like to think about it is if this company's successful, will this be a multi-billion/trillion-dollar market, or company? And so that's definitely a lens that I use.
What's pre-seed? What are the different stages? What's the most exciting stage? What's interesting about every stage, I guess?
Yeah, so pre-seed is usually when you're just starting out. You've maybe raised the friends and family rounds. You've raised some money from people and you're getting ready to take your first institutional check-in, like first check from an investor. And I love this stage. There's a lot of uncertainty. Some investors really don't like this stage because the financial models aren't there. Often the teams aren't even formed really, really early. But to me, it's like a magical stage because it's the time when there's so much conviction, so much belief, almost delusional, right?
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of naivete around with founders at this stage. I just love it. It's contagious. I love that I can. Often they're first-time founders, not always, but often they're first-time founders, and I can share my experiences as a founder myself, and I can empathize, right? And I create a safe ground where, because
And then she was crying, and then you said you need to control your bitch.
Yeah, it was fucking out of control, Tony.
Yeah.
He really did.
a TV back in 1997, but it's actually based on a real family gathering. Show writer Dan O'Keefe says his dad created the holiday back in 1966. So put out that aluminum pole, have a wrestling match, and air your grievances in the name of Festivus. Get it out before Santa comes. I'm Bree Tennis.
The uncensored live stream of 2 nights here from Austin, Texas, December 30th and 31st. You can snuggle up in the cold with your loved ones, or all by yourself, or with a bottle of tequila, or whatever you're into in this crazy world. Snuggle up, stay warm, December 30th and 31st, completely uncensored, totally black communities in Austin, Texas. This is a new super annual, amazing event. It is our biggest 2-night event of the year, and we're super excited about it. It is on sale now. GoTonyLive.com. Get it for your loved ones. Get it for yourself. Love it or hate it. Live. December 30th.
We are sorry. Hey, this is Robin coming live from the Coffee Leadership here in Austin, Texas. We're grand up to get ready to get up for Tony. Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? Thanks so much for Brian. Ladies and gentlemen. Keep it going for the best damn band in all the land. That's the Kill Tony band. The great Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, and Carlos Sosa on the horns. Matt Yuli on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and the great and powerful D Madness on the bass guitar, everybody. Having fun in here tonight. Feels electric. Before we get started, here's a little bit more.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode? Well, here we go. This is going to be fun. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one guest tonight. My guest so far, more excited about it. One of my favorite human beings on planet Earth, one of the funniest people I know. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the great, the powerful. This is RFK Jr. Wow, live in the flesh. Good to see you again. The great. Good to see you. I'm so glad you're here, RFK Jr. I should probably say that I can't stay too long. I'll be here for most of this. Very excited to have you. You've actually been on this show before in the LA Forum. You did an interview. Yeah. So you know how it works. And indeed, there's a bucket. 32. Apologize real quickly because I'm on electrolytes. Sipping. I want to apologize now for doing that. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, Owl here it doesn't taste as good as you think it would. Oh, this is going to be epic. And it's going to start with an unbelievable bang, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very, very special episode. Every once in a while, you know, I like to do things a little different. I like to keep the fans on their toes and, you know, mix it up. So while we wrangle your first bucketful of the night, I would like to present to you your first of the night. He is a regular. He is a Hall of Famer. He is the record holder for all-time appearances on this show, all-time interviews on the show. Some people call him the tyrant of